Traveling through a fantasy world, I ended up with a spendthrift fiancé, whose specialty was emptying my pockets to lavish gifts on the Son of Destiny, Bai Yu Guang. However, I was unfazed by this and always gave in to her demands. It was because I had awakened the system for a counterattack in life, where seizing the opportunities of the Son of Destiny could change my fate. And my first opportunity to seize was on the younger sister of the protagonist, the Empress reincarnated. I swallowed 99 potent vitality pills and then stationed people in the core disciples area to prevent the protagonist Qinyu from approaching. Later, I burst into his sister's room and started singing a duet. But afterwards, Qin Luoyi not only didn't castrate the offending radish, but also looked at me gratefully, because I learned that Qin Luoyi was not only the reincarnation of the great emperor, but also would make a mistake in her cultivation tonight, leading to losing control of her emotions. How could I stand idly by knowing this? I even feared my own lack of yang energy, so I directly swallowed a bottle of mysterious sun pills. At this moment in the room, a stunning young girl was cultivating and adjusting her breath. However, the next moment, her delicate body trembled, her face full of panic. What's going on? I've only cultivated to the first level. How could there be a problem? Qin Luoyi felt something was wrong and was about to forcefully stop her cultivation. But the next moment, she felt her body heating up, then uncontrollably tore open her collar. And at that moment, I innocently walked into the room, looking puzzled. Miss Qin, I happened to hear sounds of a scuffle as I passed by. May I ask what happened? I closed the door as I spoke. However, Qin Luoyi was too preoccupied to pay attention to these details at the moment, especially when she saw my exceptionally handsome face. The blush on her face deepened. Mu Gu, it seems like I've been possessed. What? I pretended to be surprised, turned around and prepared to leave. Wait for me. I'll go get the elder right away. Qin Luoyi panicked upon hearing this, immediately rushed forward and grabbed me. Don't tell anyone. I don't want others to see me like this. I paused for a moment, about to say something, when Qin Luoyi's delicate body trembled slightly. Mu Gu, the yang energy within you is too strong. If this continues, I will be damaged. My meridians will be damaged. Please help me. How could I not understand Qin Luoyi's meaning? I just didn't expect the transcendent emperor to be so bold. Seeing me remain silent, Qin Luoyi thought I disagreed and said in embarrassment, I know you have a fiancée, but she simply doesn't like you at all. If you help me, I will never treat you unfairly in the future. Looking at the delicate and pretty face of the girl, I swallowed hard. Remember, this is what you asked for, so don't blame me later. After all, this is an emperor we're talking about. If I end up being resented just for a moment of pleasure, it could be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoyi felt both ashamed and delighted. With a flick of her jade-like hand, before I could react, I was already pulled to the edge of the bed. I only felt a soft and hot mass pressing against me, my neck instantly being embraced, and then the candles in the room went out, leaving everything in darkness. The next day, Qin Luoyi got up and limped to see me off. I turned back and smiled faintly. No need to see me off. Go back and rest. With that, I quickly walked away. She regretted deeply about last night's practice, knowing it was a technique she had cultivated before, but she couldn't resist breaking a major taboo. With the selection of the chief disciple at the academy approaching, if her meridians were damaged at this time, she would undoubtedly lose many cultivation resources. Watching my brisk figure, Qin Luoyi couldn't help but smile. This body is even more remarkable than talent. You really lucked out. On the other side, I returned to the room and began to receive rewards. Congratulations, host, intercepting the enemy's opportunity and gaining a phase of counterattack reward. Now, the host's nirvana meridians are being refined and reshaped. In the next moment, I felt as if every part of my body was being washed by an unknown force, making me feel numb all over. After about half an hour, I exhaled a breath, washed away the dirt from my body, and from a distance, I looked like a fresh and elegant immortal. My strength after promotion is at the early stage of foundation building realm, while Qin Luoyi is at most at the mid-stage of foundation building realm. As for Qinyu, he is just a newly practicing ant. Ding, triggering the counterattack mission. At this moment, the Son of Destiny, Qinyu, is outside the core residential area, having a dispute with the guarding disciple. Please host, go there quickly to interrupt the fate. At the entrance, Qinyu's face turned red with anger as he shouted, go tell Luoyi that it's me, Qinyu, who's looking for her. See if she dares to come out. You, a mere servant, dare to call out senior sister Qin's name. Get lost quickly, don't force us to act. Perhaps due to the protagonist halo on Qinyu, these guards were extremely mocking. Faced with these ugly faces, Qinyu did not get angry but smiled instead. A group of jumping clowns. Do you know what relationship I have with Qin Luo? Before anyone could speak, I arrived in time. What's all this noise about? Greetings, brother priest. As I approached, several disciples respectfully reported the situation. The stark difference in treatment made Qin Yu's gaze towards me full of resentment, and he secretly thought to himself, even a waste that can't even take care of his fiancée. I will step on you sooner or later. I pretended not to notice Qin Yu's hostility. Your name is Qin Yu, right? As a miscellaneous disciple, the core area is not for you to enter. Leave quickly. Facing my condescending attitude, Qin Yu, who was already jealous, immediately got angry. Qin Luoyi is my sister. Am I not allowed to see my own sister? Which rule of the academy prohibits me from seeing my sister? Before Qin Yu could finish speaking, I directly made a move with a slap and shouted, you trespassed into the core residential area without permission. And now you dare to spread rumors that Qin's junior sister is your sister. Who gave you the courage? Qin Yu was stunned by the sudden attack. He never expected that I would actually strike first. You dare to hit me? Hit him. How dare he curse at people? Several disciples who had been waiting for an opportunity rushed forward in an instant. Qin Yu's cursing was quickly replaced by screams of pain. He had just started cultivating his chi and couldn't withstand the punches and kicks of the outer disciples. Stop. Don't hit him. Qin Luoyi is really my sister. I suppressed a smile and said firmly, hit me until he admits in person that he has nothing to do with Qin Luoyi. The onlookers gathered around not only did not intervene, but instead applauded. Such a servant who can't recognize his own place should be taught a lesson. Fortunately, Brother Mu is here today to uphold justice. Stop. Please stop. She's not my sister. I was wrong. Qin Yu couldn't hold back her tears. Inside the room, congratulations to the host, completing the reverse mission and changing the course of his life. Reward to open the system store and gain 10,000 reverse value, which can be used to purchase items in the store. The system store? Ning Bei's face showed surprise as he tapped to view it. Chapter 3, refusing to be held again, tugging at the Empress heartstrings. The store opens. A wide array of commodities came into view, including but not limited to all kinds of feats, weapons, defenses, and so on and so forth. This is even more complete than the Goodwill's goods. Ning Bei slid his hand downwards, and at the bottom of each item, there was a corresponding reverse value price labeled, with no shortage of millions or tens of millions, even over $1 billion worth of merchandise. When these things were placed in the Tsongshan continent, they were all existences that were enough to be classified as legends. I only have 10,000 reverse value, there's not much I can buy. Ning Bei stroked his chin. Please rest assured that the host will be able to obtain a steady stream of reverse value in the future as long as he completes the reverse quest and changes the course of his life. And according to the different degree of reversal, the host to obtain the reversal value, there will be a corresponding increase. We'll never let the host reduce to a toolman. Posey, I love you. In the face of such a thoughtful system, Ning Bei laughed so hard that he rubbed his hands together with flies. After a bit of browsing, he exchanged his reverse value for a polyjuice pill. The so-called yuan gathering pill was an elixir that was several times more powerful than the effect of the chi gathering pill and targeted the realm. When Ning Bei refined it, perhaps it was because of the development of his potential. Now when he refined the elixir, Ning Bei didn't waste half of it, absorbing as much of the aura from the elixir as he could. So much so, that a single yuan gathering pill allowed him to reach the middle stage of foundation establishment. Feeling the power filling his body, Ning Bei couldn't believe it. Shin Jojo is only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, right? In that case, I'll be able to wrestle my way to chief disciple as well? Thinking about the benefits of being a chief disciple, anticipation flooded Ning Bei's heart. If you can become the chief disciple, in the future, you will be the most cared for figure in the Martial Heaven Academy, and there are countless resources tilted off. Miscellaneous disciple area. Hearing that Qin Yu had been beaten, Lin Yueyao was the first to arrive. See Qin Yu hanging by one leg from the beams of the room, and that face, which was ordinary, is now beaten and swollen, and cannot bear to see. Lin Yueyao was heartbroken. Qin Yu, are you still in pain? You're here, Yueyao. Don't worry. Even with this appearance, Qin Yu still doesn't forget to pose. It's because I'm not as skillful as I should be, so I've made you look at me funny. What are you talking about? Why would I look at you funny? Lin Yueyao shook her head heartily. She couldn't see it the most, Qin Yu carrying all the pain by himself. So the next moment, she said, don't worry, the academy has strict precepts. If they dare to bully you like this, I'll go and ask the elders to make a decision for you. Don't. Qin Yu hurriedly pulled her back and pretended as if she was not, or forget it Yueyao, I'm just an odd job disciple. I can't even be counted as an outer disciple, even if the elder sect knows. Forget it Yueyao, I don't want you to suffer targeting because of me. Heaven sends down a great task, must first suffer his heart and mind, labor his bones and muscles, the district difficult, Qin Yu still can afford, later, I will find my own dignity. After pretending to be innocent, Qin Yu did not forget to put on a show. Lin Yueyao ate this up and lamented, if they had half your heart, they wouldn't have committed the act of bullying others. Qin Yu, I believe you can do it. Thank you Yueyao. Qin Yu squeezed out a bitter smile, so, just leave this matter alone. Besides, it's still your fiancé who made the first move. The more innocent Qingyu acted, the harder Lin Yueyao felt in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, I can make Ning Bei come and apologize to you. I'll make him kneel down and beg for your forgiveness. With that, she turned away excitedly. Looking at the young girl's back, the corner of Qingyu's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Ning Bei, so what if you're even more powerful? Your fiancé is on my side, huh? After the practice is over, Ning Bei walked in the Wutian Academy, looking at the novel environment, not expecting that the world of immortal cultivation that he had once fantasized about would actually fall upon him. Ning Bei. A displeasing voice suddenly came from behind. It was clearly Lin Yueyao. Ning Bei frowned. Why did you hit Qingyu? Is it fulfilling to bully someone? You go apologize to Qingyu. Lin Yueyao walked briskly and ordered without regard for the occasion. She didn't see anything wrong with it. It had always been like that in front of Ning Bei. You're teaching me things? Ning Bei said expressionlessly. Lin Yueyao froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting this attitude from Ning Bei. How dare he talk to himself like that? Did you take your pills today? Shocked as she was, she didn't panic in the slightest and straight away threw the elixir to Ning Bei. If you don't go apologize to Qingyu today, I don't want your chi-gathering pill, and in the future, I will never accept anything from you again. Oh, that's really great. Ning Bei showed surprise on his face as he put the elixir into the system storage and turned around to leave. Seeing this, Lin Yueyao was instantly dumbfounded. I'm surprised her threats didn't work. They used to work so well. Looking at Ning Bei's departing back, how had Lin Yueyao ever been so coldly treated? She was instantly infuriated. Ning Bei, I'm going to break off the engagement with you. Her voice was loud, as if she had purposely made it so that everyone around her could hear. Regarding Ning Bei's strangeness today, although Lin Yueyao couldn't figure out the situation, she wasn't intimidated either. Having always been on the stronger side of the relationship, she was unable to tolerate Ning Bei's coldness today. Today, she wanted Ning Bei to be completely embarrassed. If you don't go apologize to Qingyu on your knees, I'll break off the engagement with you right now. Wow. Upon hearing this, a wave of inverted breaths resounded around them. Did I hear it right? Lin Yueyao wants to break off her engagement with senior brother Ning? It seems like it's because of the beating of Qingyu, but Qingyu misbehaved first, and senior brother Ning isn't at fault. I've heard that Lin Yueyao and Qingyu have gotten very close recently, so senior brother Ning is afraid that he'll have to commit himself again. The crowd was shocked. Ning Bei turned to look at Lin Yueyao, his handsome face revealing a few moments of excitement. You, just now, said that you want to break off your engagement with me? Right. Unless you go and apologize to Qingyu on your knees. Lin Yueyao raised her chin and proudly stated. Especially after seeing the excitement on Ning Bei's face. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. It seemed to hold Ning Bei again, like before. Snap. But the next moment, Lin Yueyao didn't wait for an apology, but saw Ning Bei suddenly clapping his hands. Yeah, I agree. Senior brothers and sisters, please bear witness that with immediate effect, my engagement with her is completely broken. Ning Bei was not ambiguous and directly announced this happy event in public. After all, the label of dog liquor was too heavy on him, and he was worried about the chance to clear his name, so didn't this opportunity come up? That's two birds with one stone. On the contrary, Lin Yueyao was dumbfounded. Ning Bei agreed? How could he agree to that? All along, no matter how excessive her requests were, Ning Bei would always spoil and give in. Besides, the threat of breaking off the engagement was not the first time she had brought it up, and which time had Ning Bei not pleaded for her forgiveness and asked her to retract the words? Don't you regret it, even if you beg me for forgiveness later? I won't give you another chance. Although she felt that Ning Bei wasn't quite right, but due to her face, Lin Yueyao was still so angry that she threatened. Who regrets who wasn't raised by his own mother? Oh right. I see that you and Qingyu are on good terms. I wish you two a speedy marriage, huh? Ning Bei said in a firm tone. After saying that, he turned around and left, as if he didn't want to waste time with Lin Yueyao. Is senior brother Ning serious? Great, I've always felt that Lin Yueyao is not worthy of senior brother Ning's deep love. This is finally cool, our mammary glands are mammary glands too. Ning Bei's sudden decision to let go caught the crowd off guard as well, but without exception, they all actually clapped and applauded. Looking at Ning Bei's cold back, Lin Yueyao was messed up. She couldn't believe that Ning Bei, who had cared so much about herself in the past, would have this kind of attitude today. And wishing herself a happy ending with another man? The hoots and hollers around her added to the fire in her face, and she could only grit her teeth and leave. At this moment, Qin Jiujio was also in the crowd, looking at Ning Bei's upright back, a touch of strangeness rising in her heart. Is it because of me? Chapter 4, the Empress delivers the Divine Yang skill and asks her if she's afraid of getting pregnant. Miscellaneous service area. When he learned that Ning Bei and Lin Yueyao were going to break off their engagement, Xinyu was so happy that he almost jumped out of bed. But on the surface, he still put on a guilty face. I'm sorry Yueyao, it's me who caused you to suffer. Don't you say that, it's none of your business. Lin Yueyao revealed a rare tenderness and hummed again, blame that Ning Bei. He's pumped up today and actually dared to really agree. Until now, she couldn't accept the reality. He likes you so much, he should be talking in anger, right? Xinyu stares at the young girl, anticipation flooding his heart. it can't still be true that he broke off the engagement, right? Lin Yueyao fell silent. She couldn't tell, she always felt like Ning Bei had changed. However, very quickly, Lin Yueyao looked at Xinyu with a look of great realization as if she had guessed something. What's wrong? Xinyu blinked in confusion. I know. Lin Yueyao took a deep breath and said, he's seeing me getting too close to you, he must be jealous, that's why he's going against the grain. After all, in the past, Ning Bei was unconditionally obedient, and did not even spare a harsh word, but today it was as if he had taken gunpowder. Totally like a different person. Other than being jealous, Lin Yueyao really couldn't think of any other reason. Moreover, recently, the rumors about her and Xinyu were becoming more and more prevalent, and just a few days ago, Ning Bei had specifically inquired about this matter. The combination of before and after was definitely due to jealousy, trying to provoke her away from Xinyu. Lin Yueyao finally figured it out. I'm sorry Yueyao, it's me who implicated you again, don't come to me from now on, I'm afraid Ning Bei will misunderstand you again. Xinyu said with an air of self-condemnation and bowed his head, plus a tone of inferiority. Not much green tea, especially for men. But on the contrary, Lin Yueyao ate this set, and said sharply, don't you say that about Xinyu. We have a clear conscience, we don't need to be afraid of those gossips. If Ning Bei doesn't come to apologize to you, I will never forgive him. But he's your fiancé after all. So what if you're a fiancé? Forcing me in this way. Too childish. Lin Yueyao had a firm gaze. She believed that as long as she hung Ning Bei out to dry, within a few days, the other party would surely run back to admit her mistake and beg for forgiveness. After all, it's always been that way. In the face of Lin Yueyao's favoritism, Xinyu's heart was smug, and that heart of pretending to be a pimp was stirring again. Yueyao, I'll also tell you a secret, in fact, Xinjojo is really my younger sister, even though my parents picked up and raised her, there's no difference between us and a real sibling. Really? Of course, wouldn't even you suspect me? Xinyu said in a positive voice, let's do it this way, soon will be the day of selecting the chief disciple, at that time, she will also participate. You wait for me to see her to testify face to face, at that time, you'll know whether or not I've lied. Xinyu, I believe. Lin Yueyao nodded with a yen smile and said, when that group of people know that they have wronged you and actually hit Xinjojo's brother with their hands, I'm sure they will apologize to you. Ha ha. Xinyu pretended to be generous, those who don't know are not to blame, in fact, I don't hate them, after all, I've only just come to the academy, it's normal for people not to know. Xinyu, you're so nice. Lin Yueyao's gaze towards Xinyu was permeated with admiration. Perhaps it was the influence of the protagonist's aura that made her forget that the other party was just a handyman, and was actually 100,000 miles away from Ning Bei. Yueyao, although I don't hate them, I don't want you to easily forgive Ning Bei. I'm not doing it for myself. Xinyu righteously said, I'm doing it for you, today he dares to treat you like this, tomorrow I can't guarantee what will happen. Men, it should be well trained, only in the future will be good to you. Aha, I know that. Lin Yueyao nodded her head repeatedly and obediently responded. She seemed to have seen the image of Ning Bei crying and begging for her forgiveness. The other side. Achoo! Ning Bei rubbed his nose, which scolded old me. Immediately, he opened the system panel and found that 2,000 new adversary values had been added, just to break off a marriage contract. So it turns out that reverse value can still be gleaned from Lin Yueyao? Ning Bei's unexpected joy. Soon he figured out that this was kind of a life-changing direction, and in that case, wouldn't he be able to get reverse value from other people as well? Good system. It really doesn't bully the beat workers. Ning Bei. A silhouette appeared outside the courtyard, and a pleasant clear voice came from behind. Jojo? Come on in. Ning Bei looked behind him for a moment and invited the other party into the house, pouring a cup of tea for him. Thanks. A sweet smile surfaced on Xinjojo's delicate and pretty face. She didn't have much of a ripple at Ning Bei calling herself Jojo, after all, the two of them had done that, there was no need to deliberately pretend to be strangers. What brings you to me, is there something wrong? Oh, this one's for you. Xinjojo pulled out a gong method from her spatial ring and handed it to Ning Bei with both hands. Divine Sun technique? Taking the gongfa handed over by the young girl, Ning Bei subconsciously turned it over to check it out. The handwriting of the gongfa was neat and beautiful, and it was obviously still a little wet. You just wrote that? This divine yang skill belongs to the heavenly rank technique. In the future you can take it and cultivate it, don't worry, it's the complete version, nothing will happen to it. Xinjojo explained. Heavenly rank technique? Ning Bei pretended to be shocked and looked straight at the other party. There aren't many books in the entire academy, are there? In his heart, he was pleasantly surprised, worthy of being the reincarnation of a great emperor. The moment he made a move, it was a heavenly ranked technique. It still seems to write itself. The heavenly ranked feats in the system store, to say the least, were all starting at 1,000,000 retrograde values, which directly allowed Ning Bei to save 1,000,000 retrograde values. No, it's too expensive. Ning Bei still had to be polite, and as he handed the gongfu back, the two of them's hands touched. Xinjojo, like sensing something, said, this is not an academy's gong method, so feel free to accept it, after all, you have also helped me. One size does not fit all, and I'm not helping you to ask for favors. I know. Shin Jiujio lifted up the serious beautiful eyes, and a few shyness said, tomorrow is going to choose the chief disciple. You would have expected to fight for a little bit, but now because of helping me, harm the yang power in your body, less than 1/10 of that day. I don't think a single gongfu can cancel out the help you've given me. This divine yang technique can help you replenish your yang power. Just take it, not to mention that I don't cultivate it. At the end of the day, Shin Jiujio and Ning Bei looked at each other, and her beautiful eyes revealed the color of pleading. What she didn't know was that the yang power in Ning Bei's body was thick because he had taken the Xinyang Dam that day. It's not as thick as it could have been. So just now, when she sensed the weak yang power in Ning Bei's body, she felt a great sense of indebtedness in her heart. Okay. In the face of the young girl's sincere affection, Ning Bei couldn't say anything else. The two of them quieted down afterward. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Ahem. Ning Bei feel as a man, shoulder has the responsibility to break the cold, so looking for topics, that. Jiujio, will you get pregnant? Ha? Shin Jiujio's delicate face was stunned. Chapter 5, the son of luck collapses, tragically backstabbed by his sister. Pregnant? Shin Jiujio a stunning delicate face, showing a few points of redness and panic. But she knew very well that Ning Bei wasn't molesting herself, but that it was really possible. No, it shouldn't be. Shin Jiujio's phoenix eyes flashed with shyness, saying, it's just once. There won't be such a coincidence, right? Jiujio, don't be nervous. Looking at the young girl's expression, Ning Bei comforted, don't worry, even if you're really pregnant, I won't let you face it alone. Hearing Ning Bei's promise, Shin Jiujio breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved, and although she didn't make a sound, her face already showed her happiness. The next moment, Shin Jiujio raised her head and asked the doubt that had been nagging for a long time, Ning Bei, you are because before you broke off your engagement with Lin Yueyao? Sort of. You. Shin Jiujio sniffed and clenched the tea in her hand, her eyes averted and said, Ning Bei, although we did that kind of thing, but I still have to tell you clearly, in fact, I now have no intention of finding a Taoist couple yet. I want to focus my mind on cultivation. There are still important things waiting for me to do. Don't get me wrong. After hearing the other party's meaning, Ning Bei was busy interrupting. I don't mean that, I mean that day. You told me that Lin Yueyao didn't like me at all. In fact, I felt something for a long time, but I've been deceiving myself. But luckily, these days I've figured out that instead of dwelling on a cold heart, it's better to let go and cherish someone more worthy of protection. I didn't choose to break off my engagement with her just to pester you later. Don't worry, I won't blackmail you with that any. Ning Bei looked serious and gravely assured. His handsome face and deep persona are inexplicably convincing when he says this. Thanks. Shin Jiujio sighed in relief while at the same time, it was like something was missing inside in terms of anticipation. She wasn't the kind of person like Lin Yueyao who dangled Ning Bei while not giving her food, but she knew exactly what she was going to do in the future. Shouldn't get anyone involved. Perhaps to ease the embarrassment, Shin Jiujio took the initiative to diverge from the topic. By the way, Ning Bei, there's still something I want to tell you. What is it? Shin Yu's parents are my adoptive parents. The next day, the Martial Heaven Academy was extraordinarily lively because today, a new chief disciple would be chosen. Regardless of whether it was the inner or outer disciples, nowadays they all put aside their cultivation and came to watch. Even the odd job disciples put down their work. This time, chief disciple, who do you think will win? It should be Shin Jiujio. Although Ning Bei, Wang Tong, and the others aren't bad in terms of strength, they're still a bit short of senior sister Qin. Senior brother Ning was delayed by the one surnamed Lin, otherwise it would have been very promising. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. These words inevitably flew into Lin Yueyao's ears, causing her face to grow darker and darker. In the end, she pushed her resentment onto Ning Bei's head. If Ning Bei hadn't promised to break off the engagement, how could these people dare to amuse her? Shin Yu was very eagle-eyed and immediately jumped out and said, don't you guys spit blood, it's his own incompetence that he can't be the chief disciple, how can he blame Yueyao? Egu, isn't this Shin Yu who claims to be senior sister Qin's elder brother but is actually a handyman? What's your hurry? So eager to protect that white-eyed wolf? Are we wrong? How good senior brother Ning is to her, but the result? I don't even know which point you compare to senior brother Ning. As things stood, the crowd was not only mocking Shin Yu, even Lin Yueyao was not spared. Ning Bei to Lin Yueyao's good, everyone can see in the eyes, plus weekdays not less by Ning Bei care, now see each other was let down. The heart is designated to be angry. Shin Yu still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Yueyao. Shin Yu, let's not talk nonsense with them, this group of people won't die until they hit the south wall. Yueyao, I can't see them slandering you. Shin Yu said with righteous indignation. I know you are doing it for my good. Warm currents surged through Lin Yueyao's heart as she looked at Shin Yu in a touched manner. But you said that anyone who achieves great things must first suffer his heart and mind. I can also endure the humiliation like you, and when we meet Shin Jiujio, our grievances will naturally be cleared. Yueyao, I promise you that after today, I will never let you be laughed at because of me again. Shin Yu said with deep emotion. Anna, I believe you. Lin Yueyao's beautiful eyes flashed and her tone was resolute. This gentleness and understanding of hers was something Ning Bei had never seen before. The moment. The other side. Ning Bei had just reached the gate when an electronic tone rang in his head. Detected that Qin Yu was plotting with Lin Yueyao to turn the tables. Please take action to stop the host to avoid repeating the same mistake. Now analyzing the situation for the host. There are 3 ways to deal with it, and analyze for the host, the possible consequences of the execution. Approach 1, directly obliterate Qin Yu. This method is extremely risky, and the other party on the body of the Qi heavy cannot guarantee foolproof, but also may lead to nirvana for its turn. Option 2, ignoring this matter will ensure that the host will not lose out, but after Qin Yu's plan succeeds, he will receive more Qi luck to add to his body. Option 3, stop it, I'll take 3. Without waiting for the system to finish, Ning Bei had already decided. The first 2 can't be played at all. And so it was. Ning Bei, who had received instructions from the system, didn't rush into the venue. Not much longer. The venue was buzzing with conversation when 2 figures entered side by side. It drew glances from the crowd. Why did Ning Bei and Qin Jojo come together? What are they chatting about? I haven't seen senior sister Qin smile so happily before. Worthy of being a goddess senior sister, the #1 beauty of our Wutian Academy, a smile brings 100 winks. It looks like the 2 are pretty close. Speaking of which, have you guys noticed that they're very groomed? Don't be overheard. Senior sister Qin and senior brother Ning are both decent people. Originally, Qin Jojo laughed her ass off, but she seemed to have heard the crowd's comments, and she converged her smile in a panic. Ning Bei did the same, acting like she was not familiar with Qin Jojo. The more the 2 of them did this, the more the crowd was instead made to think about it. Lin Yueyao's face turned green as she watched. She didn't expect Ning Bei to not come to her first to apologize, but actually entered with other women, who were better than her, and had a laugh. This feeling made her feel like she was being green. Yueyao, let's go over. Qin Yu couldn't wait a second longer. You hit him the other day and today you have the nerve to talk and laugh with his sister? What makes a loser who can't even keep his fiancée so close to his sister? The 2 of them walked off in a rage. But before they could get close to the duo, they were stopped by a few disciples. That's the entrance passage for those who are participating in the chief's sonship. You can't go over there. Get out of the way. Do you know what we have to do with these 2? Lin Yueyao pointed at Ning Bei's side and said in a chilling voice. Now she was furious. These disciples used to see her, it was called a respectful, but now, even the aisle does not allow her to go? It's a world of difference. Thinking about this, Lin Yueyao's eyes looked at Ning Bei with an even more dissatisfied resentment. If Ning Bei hadn't been so bent on having her own way, how could she have been treated so coldly? Said it was a candidacy lane, can't you understand human language? What other relationship? Senior brother Ning has broken off his engagement with you. Times were different now, and in the face of the arrogant and domineering Lin Yueyao, a few people weren't used to it at all. You guys. Lin Yueyao was so furious that her face turned red. She was just about to retort when Qin Yu stopped her. Yueyao, leave it to me. Good. Lin Yueyao took a deep breath and endured it. It's about to turn over. I hope you'll be as unruly later as you are now. Greeting the mocking gazes of several people, Qin Yu spoke with a calm face. The next moment, he suddenly waved his hand at Qin Jojo and shouted, saying, Jojo, look this way, you tell them, what is the relationship between the 2 of us? Hey you. Several disciples were shocked. Wow. The crowd that was originally looking this way also sucked in a breath of cool air at this moment. No one had expected Qin Yu's move. Adding to that, before, Qin Yu had claimed to be Qin Jojo's elder brother, and now he was actively provoking the latter. You're not afraid of trouble? Or, could it be that he really had a great relationship with Qin Jojo? Qin Yu's appearance with his head held high was reflected in everyone's eyes, and for a while no one was sure. Therefore, in the next moment, everyone's eyes turned to Ning Bei and Qin Jojo, trying to figure out what's true. Under the blazing gaze of the crowd, Ning Bei calmly looked at Qin Jojo and asked, are you familiar with that person? Qin Jojo didn't hesitate, not familiar. Qin Yu? Crowd? Chapter 6, how dare you try to get back together? He's already got a good match. Wow. Qin Yu, what's going on? Lin Yueyao was confused. She couldn't stop looking at Qin Yu, her beautiful eyes revealing a strong sense of dismay. How did your sister say she wasn't familiar with you? I don't know. At this moment, Qin Yu was also dumbfounded. He just wanted to rush Qin Jojo to ask for clarification, but realized that the 2 had already turned around and walked into the backfield. Directly ignored him. Jojo, it's me I'm brother Qin Yu was so anxious that he cried out. He didn't want the misunderstanding to deepen in full view of the public, and hurriedly crossed the police line to chase after him. Come back you. The guarding disciples were no vegetarians either, and with one hand, they yanked Qin Yu back like a chicken. At this moment, the crowd also came to their senses. Nice guy, I almost fell for him. Who says it isn't? This punk can really pretend. He can't actually see a bit of weakness in his heart. Nima. It was fine once, but now you dare to coerce in public? Whose fault is it if it affects senior sister Qin's competition? In a flash, the crowd rallied and cursed like thunder. hating to drown Qinyu in saliva. If it wasn't for the fact that a new chief disciple was to be chosen today and there were still many elders roaming around, they would have already gone up for a group beating. How dare you make connections 3 times and treat them like monkeys? Not. Which part went wrong? Qinyu Ren was dumbfounded. He can't figure it out. Qinyu, why did Qin Jiujio ignore you? Lin Yueyao couldn't bear it and said. The crowd didn't spare her as they insulted Qinyu. Smooth talk. Yueyao, you must believe me. She's really my sister. Qinyu's heart was in turmoil, especially when he touched the skepticism in the young girl's eyes. It left him speechless with a hardened decadence. And how dare you slander senior sister Qin, she could have a punk brother like you. That's right, look at how ugly you are. How do you deserve to be senior sister Qin's elder brother? Some people couldn't resist rolling up their sleeves. Move. Lin Yueyao's face was red for a while and she was scolded. She was so humiliated that she fled with her head down. She had no time to care about Qinyu and could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Never been so humiliated in my life. Yueyao, wait for me. Qinyu was busy chasing after him. Inside the post-conference venue. Why did you ask me to pretend I don't know him? Qin Jiujio sized up Ning Bei and curiously said, is it because that day you misunderstood him and started to hit him? No. Ning Bei shook his head and said frankly, simply looking at him is unpleasant, and I don't want him to take advantage of your prowess to show off. Puffing. Qin Jiujio couldn't help but let out a silver bell-like laughter. She had fantasized about many reasons, including the rumor that there were rumors of Lin Yueyao and Qinyu getting close, only she never thought that Ning Bei would give such a truthful answer. Jiujio, you'll think I'm petty. Think I've gone too far? Ning Bei stared at Qin Jiujio's eyes and said seriously. Qin Jiujio did not avoid his eyes, shook his head and said, no, in fact, I also quite hate him, do not seek advancement. I clearly pointed out his cultivation, but he refused to work hard, even the examination of the academy cannot pass. Now he wants to borrow my reputation to act. If he is really a responsible elder brother, would he not take the initiative to invite trouble for his sister? She speaks from the heart. Ning Bei took the information given from the system, and that was indeed the case. After all, Qinyu's persona, this is a kind of beggar flop, the more ruthless the previous repression, afterward in order to have a more refreshing experience this also led to the fact that no one around him had a good impression of Qinyu. Here. In the next moment, Ning Bei pulled out a yuan gathering pill and handed it to Qin Jiujio with a smile. The playtest now had allowed him to harvest quite a few more reverse values, including quite a few provided by the gourd eaters, totaling more than 30,000. Today let Ning Bei see very clearly, in the future the road of life reversal, Qin Jiujio will be a particularly important existence. So spending a point of reverse value to invest in the other party, and a transmutation emperor at that, was definitely not a bad idea. Polyjuice pill? Seeing this valuable elixir, Qin Jiujio was surprised and said, what are you giving me? Keep it for yourself. Anyways, you helped me today, so take it. One size fits all, I'm not helping you to beg for favors. Qin Jiujio carried her small hands behind her back, Yen smiled as she locked eyes with Ning Bei. These words, which were originally Ning Bei's words to shrug off the divine yang skill, she returned as is. Ha! After Ning Bei reacted, he cried and laughed for a moment, but in the next moment, he directly grabbed Qin Jiujio's jade hand. Take it. No refusal. Oops, really no need. Qin Jiujio's words were not yet finished. A group of disciples walked in, and coincidentally, just happened to run into the two holding hands together. Ha! They let out a gasp in unison, the corners of their mouths turning up. Not us. Ning Bei was just about to explain, but he saw a few people retreating with a heartbeat. There was also a chuckle. Look what I'm saying, senior sister Qin and senior brother Ning really are related, aren't they? Ha, what a surprise. Ning Bei and Qin Jiujio looked at each other with complicated gazes. It's a big deal. The other side. Yueyao, believe me, she's really my sister. Then why is she ignoring you? I guess I didn't wash my face today? Qinyu racked his brain and came up with an excuse that anyone would find absurd. Yes, I didn't wash my face. She didn't dare to recognize me at the first time. After all, she didn't know that I came to the Wotian Academy. Well, it was an accident. Yueyao. Lin Yueyao didn't say a word. Although she didn't want to doubt Qinyu, she really didn't know what to say. Today not only failed to get out on the gas, but was scolded. Bad luck to the home. In the past, when she was with Ning Bei, although she was unhappy, she was in awe of anyone who saw her, so how had she ever been so humiliated? I'm sorry Yueyao, it's all my fault. Qinyu, drama spirit possessed, began to pretend guilt and self-blame. It's me who was useless, and caused you to be implicated again. Don't worry, in the future I will never appear in front of you again. With that, he made a move to leave. Wait. Lin Yueyao's heart softened, and she said heartily, this matter can't be blamed entirely on you. You also said it was an accident. I do believe you Qinyu. Really? Aha. Meeting Qinyu's earnest gaze, Lin Yueyao nodded repeatedly. She tried her best to persuade herself to believe that Qinyu's character would never be able to tell such a lie, and that there must be some unknown factors involved. Yeah, that must be it. Looking at the young girl who believed in herself again, Yu breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to be touched. Thank you, Yueyao. Can I ask you to do something for me? What is it? You do this. After Yu finished briefly describing the plan, Lin Yueyao furrowed her willow brows in disbelief. You want me to apologize to Ning Bei? Are you serious, Yu? Yueyao, you don't get excited. Yu pacified, not really let you go to apologize, is to borrow the apology to mix into the back meeting place. Wait to see Jiao after you help me to pass the word. Let her know that it's me. She will surely come forward to help us clear the name of the injustice. Don't you want to see me to prove myself? But, Lin Yueyao pursed her lips and raised her eyes to look at Yu. You said that you told me not to easily forgive Ning Bei, and now you're asking me to take the initiative to find him? Yueyao, you just condescend for once. Okay? Yu raised his ordinary face, radiating a unique greasiness. Just do it for me, okay? For you, I'll give it a go. After dwelling on it, Lin Yueyao still compromised. After all, what could she do with a little more aggravation when it came from a plea from White Moonlight? Not to mention the fact that the truth will soon come out. At the rear venue gate. I told you, I came over to find Ning Bei compound. Lin Yueyao wrapped her arms around herself and frowned. How dare you guys stop me? Aren't you afraid that after I get back together with Ning Bei, he'll find you guys in trouble? Ha ha. Instead of being afraid, a few disciples snorted out a laugh. Egu, senior sister Qin isn't prettier than you and more talented than you? I've seen confidence, I've never seen such arrogance. Do you think senior brother Ning will eat the grass that comes back and give up senior sister Qin to get back together with you? Lin Yueyao's delicate face changed as she listened, an unpleasant feeling rising. What do you guys mean? To tell you the truth, senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are together. Chapter 7, 9 deaths inside, but a couple outside? There are no impermeable walls in the world. The two of them were geniuses within the academy, and their every move was already in the limelight, not to mention something as explosive as holding hands. Of course it can't be hidden. They, together? Lin Yueyao only felt that the sky had collapsed. She was still fantasizing that Ning Bei had come to beg for her forgiveness like before. I never thought that I would hear Ning Bei and Qin Jojo together. No, this can't be possible. She doesn't believe it's true. Why lie to you? It's what we saw with our own eyes. A few disciples looked at each other and smiled, looking at Lin Yueyao with teasing eyes. Ning Bei was so deeply in love with Lin Yueyao, yet he always had a hot face and a cold ass. They could not stand to see it anymore. Isn't that bullying an honest man? Get out of the way, I'm going to find Ning Bei and ask for clarification. Lin Yueyao was anxious. She didn't believe that Ning Bei would really change her heart. All along, Ning Bei's liking and caring for her, it's not like she couldn't feel it. How could someone so devoted to her change his mind? As for the threat of breaking off the engagement, it wasn't the first time she'd mentioned it, and she hadn't even discussed it with either parent, so how could she take it seriously? It's just jealousy, isn't it? I'll explain it to you. Lin Yueyao desperately wanted to rush in, but naturally, a few disciples pressed and refused to let them in. And the test starts soon. Clank. An ear-piercing sound of gongs and drums abruptly spread all around. The originally noisy atmosphere abruptly quieted down. Only in the center of the venue, a half-man-tall projection stone activated, projecting a curtain of light into the air. In the light screen, Ning Bei, Qin Jojo and other 12 figures were reflected, all of which were disciples participating in the examination, and the academy gave a total of 12 places. The ultimate winner is the chief disciple. So fast, it hasn't even started yet and it's straight into the divine mirror? I wonder who will be able to find the divine tree first and pluck the sacred fruit that the divine tree has concluded. Regardless of who wins the sacred fruit, these are all the pride of our academy, just don't have any accidents. Go, crowbar, nothing happened in the first couple years. It's hard to say, after all, the difficulty of the divine mirror is randomized, and no one knows what difficulty it is this time. Looking at the image in the light screen, people were talking. Boom! Right at this moment, only the projection stone abruptly trembled, and a dark purple light rose up to the sky. The scene of wind and sunshine in the picture was, in an instant, transformed into a grim look of purgatory. Wow! The crowd all exclaimed in shock. Asterisk. This. Is this purgatory difficulty? No way, purgatory difficulty? It hasn't appeared in over 100 years, has it? In a flash, people's jaws dropped, and even the elders' faces turned white. What's going on? What's with the purgatory difficulty? Quickly go inform the priestess. The crowd rioted. No one had expected that this time, the chief disciple's examination would be a purgatory difficulty that hadn't been seen in over 100 years. Picture. Purgatory difficulty? Ning Bei's complexion changed as he looked at the other 11. It seems that we're fortunate enough to have encountered the biggest divine mirror test in the Academy's 100 years of existence, so do you all think that we should join forces? Join forces? Better not. I want to push my limits. A disciple named Wang Tang was the first to shake his head in rejection. After saying that, he stomped his feet and abruptly swept towards the depths of the secret realm. Joining forces is a bit of insurance, but it's a test. Right, only one person can win. Let's just split up and find the divine tree first. With Wang Tung taking the lead, the rest of them did not adopt Ning Bei's proposal. With that said, they couldn't wait to rush out as well. The difficulty of the Purgatory had not been seen in 100 years, but everyone had only heard of its terrifying extent. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. That's why there is no fear for those who don't know. Do you choose to go alone as well? With regard to the crowd's reaction, Ning Bei did not have much of a ripple and turned to look at Qin Jiujiu, who had yet to leave. Qin Jiujiu guffawed and gently said, "Let's walk together." Good. After Ning Bei returned the smile, the two walked side by side. Seeing this scene, the elders outside were in a hurry. It's already time to show off. Quickly think of a way to notify Wang Tang's few so that they can hurry up and join forces and stop caring about this examination. We're afraid we can't do anything about it. We'll have to wait for the priest to come over. The elders were like ants on a hot pan. It was because they knew very well that facing the Divine Mirror's Purgatory difficulty examination, even the most talented disciple would have to die 9 deaths. These 12 people, in turn, were the seedlings of the martial Heavenly Academy. Cut. Seeing his sister teaming up with Ning Bei, Qin Yu was furious, and in the next moment, he realized that the young girl next to him was a bit lost in thought. Yueyao, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Lin Yueyao came back to her senses and shook her head in denial. Originally, after hearing that Ning Bei and Qin Jiujiu were together, her heart was in turmoil, and now she also saw the two of them teaming up to act as if they really had a special relationship. This made her heart uncomfortable. Even though she was convinced that Ning Bei hadn't changed her heart, she still felt empty. Are you worried about Ning Bei? Qin Yu stared at the young girl and pursued with some jealousy. Lin Yueyao froze and raised her pretty face. Why are you still concerned about him? This is the Divine Mirror examination of Purgatory difficulty. Aren't you worried about your own sister? Of course I'm worried, but I trust Jiujiu. Qin Yu defended awkwardly. He looked at Ning Bei in the screen and gritted his teeth. Dare to talk to my sister, sooner or later I'll straighten you out, asshole. Picture. A beast broke through the ground and blocked Ning Bei and Qin Jiujiu's path. At the same time, the other 10 people all met different kinds of giant beasts. But what was the same was that these beasts were at least at the bottom of the Foundation establishment realm, and were in the Divine Mirror's outer zone, where the examination had only just begun. The next danger, imagine that? One must know that there were still 5 out of the 12 who hadn't reached the Foundation establishment realm. Jiujiu. Ning Bei passed a glance towards the young girl and took the lead in rushing towards the front of the fanged beast. Aha! Qin Jiujiu understood, and after circling around to the left side of the monster, a green halo filled her palm, and in an instant, it transformed into a sharp sword shadow. Thumbs up! A cold aura cutting through the void sounded. As the giant beast pounced on Ning Bei, the cold aura pierced straight through its waist with unimaginable speed. Click! The giant beast was instantly split in two, but it didn't bleed out. Instead it turned into smoke and disappeared. After all, in the Divine Mirror, all dangers were made of power and did not possess life. After tackling the behemoth, the two continued on their way. Others weren't so lucky. Damn it, going up to the Foundation establishment realm as soon as you arrive? Wang Tang, who was confident earlier, had some regrets at the moment, had he known that it would have been better to join forces. The next danger would definitely exceed the Foundation establishment realm. Senior Wang. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Zhou Ming? Wang Tang looked back with some surprise. Zhao Ming panted, Senior Brother Wang, it's just too dangerous here, I think. Why don't we join forces? Okay. This time, Wang Tang didn't try to be brave. Great. As if grabbing a life-saving straw, Zhao Ming pointed behind him and said, Senior Brother Wang, that monster has been chasing me. I can't beat it, so help me beat it up. Boom. As soon as Zhao Ming's words fell, a giant beast broke out of the ground. Its huge figure covered the sky and emitted a thick oppressive aura. Late Foundation establishment realm? The Wang Tang people were dumbfounded. Mud horse Xiao Ming. Wang Tang, who had just reached the early stage of Foundation establishment, was so angry that he cursed and fled afterward. This action drew laughter from outside. Zhao Ming has victimized Senior Brother Wang. It's still Senior Brother Ning and Senior Sister Qin who have a tacit understanding. The two of them understand posture with a single glance. People are Dao couples, how can they not have a tacit understanding? Hearing the strange voices from the crowd, Qin Yu's expression was stunned as he pointed at that one disciple. What the hell are you babbling about? Who are you saying is a couple with who? Chapter 8, confident of sister's chastity, not knowing the cabbage has been brought to her. Who's talking nonsense? What's your hurry again? Why is he in here again? Doesn't he really need to be thrown out? The crowd hadn't paid attention to Qin Yu originally, but after he made such a mess, countless gazes were thrown at him. Qin Yu, calm down. Lin Yueyao was scolded out of her psyche. She hurriedly led Qin Yu away to a place where she wouldn't be scolded. Yueyao, didn't you hear what they said? Qin Yu couldn't calm down a bit at all. Actually slandering my sister and Ning Bei as a Taoist couple? I can't stand it a bit. How could his dear sister be with Ning Bei? Lin Yueyao had mixed feelings and couldn't organize her words. How could those words not sting in her ears? But she could only harden her heart and tell Qin Yu about the rumors of the two of them being together. What? Holding hands? Qin Yuren was dumbfounded. His frigid sister. How can she hold hands with a man? For many years, even as an elder brother, he had not held Qin Jojo once, not to mention, it was only a few days after Ning Bei broke off the engagement with Lin Yueyao. It's not even that quick to take over. I don't believe it either, but we'll have to wait for the end of the examination before we can figure out the truth. Lin Yueyao looked around and said in a serious tone, Qin you should stop, lest in the end, they really kick you out. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, speechless to retort. He is now a street rat. But in his mind he told himself to bear with it, and when his sister came out the truth would come out. Moreover, with my sister's nature, if she knew that she was falsely accused of being a Taoist couple with Ning Bei, she would definitely stay away from Ning Bei in the future. That's a good thing. Thinking about this, Qin Yu flashed brightly, Yueyao, I have a plan. You do this. After listening to Qin Yu's plan, Lin Yueyao had a black line on her head. Yueyao, you also don't want Ning Bei and my sister to get too close, right? Qin Yu egged on, as long as we take the opportunity to add fuel to the fire of the two of them being Dao couples, by then my sister will definitely be disgusted with Ning Bei, so that in the future, if Jojo sees Ning Bei again, she will definitely also take a detour. Are you sure? Will Qin Jojo really turn against Ning Bei because of this? Of course, she's my sister, I know her best in this world. Qin Yu patted his chest and guaranteed that it was foolproof. Okay, I'll give it a try then. Lin Yueyao pursed her lips and answered. She really didn't want to see Ning Bei and Qin Jojo get too close. After all, Ning Bei was her fiancé. What was it to rumor with other women? It's called infidelity. Lin Yueyao decided to give it a shot, so she found a few good sisters within the academy. Let's go spread the word that Ning Bei and Qin Jojo are Taoists. Don't worry, Yueyao, since Ning Bei was the one who wronged you first, we definitely won't let him have a good time. Ning Bei is really a lowly man, letting such a good fiancé like you go without cherishing it, and actually running off to play dalliances with other women. A few of the sisters answered with alacrity. They were born with the ability to love people and couldn't see Lin Yueyao being wronged. And so it was. A rumor about Ning Bei and Qin Jojo intensified. Achoo! Ning Bei sneezed several times in a row. A ruse against the host has been detected, attempting to distance Qin Jojo from the host by smearing the host's and Qin Jojo's reputations. I asked the host to take the means to avoid the villain's success. After receiving the system's reminder, the corner of Ning Bei's mouth flicked up. Shoddy tactics. What did you say? Qin Jojo raised her head and curiously blinked her long eyelashes. Jojo, I have a bad feeling. Ning Bei deliberately lowered his voice and said, the image of the two of us holding hands was bumped into, and now that we're acting together, I'm worried that rumors of our relationship will spread even more wildly outside. Qin Jojo's delicate face changed. In fact, she had expected it. She knew that the divine mirror had a means of sound collection, and also lowered her voice and said, they can spread rumors if they want to, don't worry, I won't let you face it alone either. Ha! Greeting the young girl's sweet smile and this familiar response, Ning Bei couldn't help but smile. Steady. The scene changed, and the two disciples who hadn't reached the Foundation establishment realm had long since been buried in the mouths of the beasts. When you die in the divine mirror, there is no resurrection mechanism, it's a real death. The priest is here. A hunched, silver-browed old man with a serious look stepped into the meeting. After seeing the two disciples perish, without saying a word, a powerful force erupted from within him, breaking straight through the divine mirror's isolation. Toward the 10 people in the picture, he transmitted a voice, the old man has opened the guidelines for you, quickly converge and follow the guidelines to find the divine tree together and leave the divine mirror. In the image, the ground beneath Ning Bei and the others' feet each extended with light patterns. Enables to detect the opponent's position. There was also an even thicker path of light that guided the 10 to the direction of the divine tree, which was also the exit. This is to terminate the assessment. The crowd, while lamenting, was agreeable. The last time the Purgatory difficulty test was more than 100 years ago, and that time, the entire army was wiped out. It caused the martial Heavenly Academy to cut off a group of top celestial pride, and it was regrettable to this day. The same mistakes must not be repeated. Priestess, will they come out alive? An elder inquired. The old man who was called the sacrificial wine, named Moonless, shook his head. It's impossible to say they don't know the horror of the Purgatory difficulty at all. At first they didn't even stay in place to wait, to say the least. It's also because of our carelessness. We thought that this kind of difficulty wouldn't appear again. Who had thought that this time the divine mirror had urged all the remaining power by itself, and once again descended on the Purgatory difficulty test. The elders fell silent. They knew that the old man was an eyewitness to that disaster more than 100 years ago. No one could be more aware of the terrifying difficulty of this Purgatory than Moonless. Soon, Ning Bei and the others converged together. Unfortunately, only 9 are left alive today, and one had his head clawed off by a bird beast as he rushed to join them. Wang Tang ran to Ning Bei and said with a palpitating heart, I admit that I spoke a bit louder before. So do I. Zhou Ming bent over and held his knees, gasping for air as he concurred. Cut the crap and go find the god tree. Ning Bei didn't have time to say more and added, "Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings, at any moment, even more dangerous monsters than just now could pop up." He had already noticed that the behemoths that appeared were getting stronger and stronger, and they weren't just changing as the crowd went deeper. Rather, it's time. In other words, the crowd is now in a race against time. They had to find the divine tree before the irresistible force appeared and they could leave this place. Fortunately, there was the guidance of the sacrificial wine, which helped the 9 people avoid the wrong path, and after traveling all the way, they finally saw the divine tree that was glowing with light. God's tree ******* God's tree. Wang Tung cheered with excitement. Senior brother Wang, we still have to pick one more sacred fruit before the teleportation gate will open. Zhao Ming reminded. Just then, a scream suddenly came from behind. One of the disciples was wrapped around his ankle by Vine Man. Without waiting for Ning Bei and the others to come to the rescue, a sharp thorn erupted from the Vine Man, penetrating the disciple's body in an instant. In an instant, his person turned into a cloud of blood mist. Wow! Seeing this, both inside and outside the divine mirror sucked in a breath of cool air. This is the power of the Jiedan realm? Sensing the aura of the demonic vine, Xin Jojo said in an urgent voice, quickly take the sacred fruit. We can no longer fight against the power here. Yes, hurry up and take the holy fruit. Wang Tang and the others returned to their senses and each walked to a holy fruit and put their hands on it. As long as one person was able to pluck the holy fruit, not only would they be able to obtain the chance bestowed by the divine mirror, they would also be able to open the portal to leave. But, the reality is not pretty. The holy fruits of Purgatory difficulty were not that easy to pick, but of course, the opportunities contained within them were greater. Wang Tang and the others made all the effort, but the holy fruit did not move. Ning Bei and Xin Jojo were at their wits' end for a while after sensing the sacred fruit. Watching this scene, everyone was holding their breath. Look, what's that? It's a beast tide, my day. It's a beast tide of the Jiedan realm? In the next moment, there was a gasp from the crowd outside the screen. Chapter 9, the dead are the most important thing in life. Only to see that with the divine tree as the center, countless gigantic beasts with terrifying breaths were encircling from all directions, as if they were a force to be reckoned with. The so-called beast tide is an army of monsters made up of giant beasts. The clear-colored Jiedan realm beast tide, but also once in 1,000 years, but every time will make several human cities into nothing. Enough to see how horrible it is. It's over. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming looked at each other, and both of them were ashen. The rest of them were even more weak-kneed. Boom! At this moment of crisis, at the top of the divine tree, a pillar of skyrocketing light abruptly erupted. Congratulations to the host, have used the purchased Chi Lut talisman to decipher the holy fruit for the host. An electronic tone resounded in his head, and Ning Bei's tiger body shook as a blinding white light swirled out in all directions from the point where the palm of his hand met the holy fruit, sweeping across heaven and earth. At this moment, the wave of beasts, which was unstoppable a second before, came to a violent halt. Ning Bei picked the sacred fruit? I don't know who said it. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they came back to their senses. The holy fruit of Purgatory difficulty. It's actually cracked? Boom! After a sacred fruit fell into Ning Bei's arms, the next moment, it transformed into a streak of light that flew into his brow. It's a done deal. Seeing this situation, even Moonless, who had extraordinary experience, narrowed his eyes at this moment. Cracked it so quickly? This sun. It's remarkable. What? We're saved? Ning Bei, from now on, I, Wang Tang, am your dog. But to say that the happiest ones were none other than Wang Tang and the others, who rushed towards the light door that had just appeared. Quickly, everyone hurry out. At this moment, the contained tide of beasts moved once again. Xin Jojo put away her jade hand, although she also wanted to seize the chance in the holy fruit, but considering the situation at hand, she could only give up. Ning Bei? Only after she took a step did she realize that Ning Bei had tightly closed his starry eyes and was motionless. She immediately realized that the situation was wrong and rushed towards Ning Bei to take him away, but she found Ning Bei's body was like it had merged into the earth. Couldn't move a bit at all. Hello? What are you two doing? Why aren't you leaving yet? They're about to rush over. Wang Tang was so anxious that he beckoned and urged. Zhao Ming was equally surprised. Senior brother Ning? Sister Qin? What are you guys doing? Ning Bei can't leave. Xin Jojo furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth. His consciousness looks like it's been dragged in somewhere. You guys go, I'll stay with him. What? Wang Tang and the others were dumbfounded. It's so hard to get saved, but then you can't leave? Upon hearing this, the people outside the screen looked at each other, all confused. What's the situation? How come senior brother Ning can't seem to move? Crap, let's go. Seeing the wave of beasts rushing in front of them, Wang Tang and the others could only leave first even though they felt helpless. Boom! Just as Xin Jojo was about to use her undercard to buy some time for Ning Bei, the ground where the two of them were located collapsed. The duo disappeared from view. Even the mighty tide of beasts disappeared without a trace. Wow! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and fell into silence. After a long time, Lin Yueyao lightly called out, Ning Bei. She inexplicably a little out of breath, at the moment no longer have the heart to think, why Qin Jojo will stay with Ning Bei together. On the contrary, Qin Yu was so angry that his liver hurt. Jojo, what are you doing ignoring that trash? And the crowd came back to their senses. What happened? Where are senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin? Lord Sacrifice, what's going on here? Why can't senior brother Ning move? The unknown crowd could only look at the old man for help. Priest, this is? A group of elders with extraordinary experience were also uncertain at this moment. Moonless stroked his silver beard and said in a deep voice, rumor has it that the divine mirror is the relic of a certain great power, whose intention was transformed into the divine tree, so every holy fruit that the divine tree bears contains the opportunities of that great power. This time, the divine mirror did not hesitate to use up all of its power to bring back the purgatory difficulty that had disappeared for more than 100 years. I think it's because among the 12, it found the preferred person to carry on the legacy. Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked. So, senior brother Ning is the inheritor that great power has hit upon? It must be senior brother Ning, after all, he's the one who picked the sacred fruit. No wonder the difficulty this time is at the purgatory level. I dare say it's because senior brother Ning's outstanding natural talent has been spotted by a great power. The crowd woke up as if from a dream. It was no longer worried about Ning Bei, but had turned into envy. Great! Lin Yueyao also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the young girl's attitude, thick jealousy and envy rose within Qin Yu. No, this can still give him a chance? Asterisk. I feel like a supporting character living in his shadow. Qin Yu was so angry that his teeth itched. He was unconvinced. It was clearly a line between life and death. How could Ning Bei still have a chance to turn the tide against all odds? This is outrageous. Why can't you have this kind of good thing? In the next moment, he looked at Lin Yueyao, whose frown was soothing. Yueyao, just now, my sister stayed behind to accompany Ning Bei. Did you see that? See? Lin Yueyao nodded gently. Now, her feelings are very complicated. Why did Qin Jojo treat Ning Bei so well? Doesn't this woman have any sense of distance? We can't let them continue to develop. I don't know what they will become in the future. Qin Yu egged on, so when they come out, we must break through. You have a point. Lin Yueyao was quite agreeable. Although she felt that Ning Bei didn't deserve her, other women shouldn't try to get their hands on her. Inside the secret, Ning Bei and Qin Jojo fell into a mouthful of crypt. Neither one of them reacted, resulting in a stack. Ning Bei, are you alright? In the darkness, Qin Jojo rushed the person underneath her and asked. Nope. It's just that the blockage is making me a little out of breath. Ooh-hoo. Qin Jojo realized afterward, her pink cheeks rolling as she climbed to her feet. Thump. The two of them got up. On either side of a stone pathway, long lights suddenly came on. Go on, check it out. The two of them had just moved their feet, and in the next moment, a thick voice rose up. Brat, how did you get in here? Directly in front of it, a massive residual soul condensed out as it scrutinized Ning Bei. Senior is? Ning Bei felt that the other party wasn't quite satisfied. This honored one is the owner of the divine mirror. Oh, so it's Senior. Ning Bei respectfully said, I've heard a lot about Senior's great name. You've heard of my father? Nope. Good. The remnant soul shook visibly, pointing at Qin Jojo. This father is going to bestow the inheritance to her. There's nothing for you to do here. Go play on the side. But he picked the holy fruit. Qin Jojo pointed at Ning Bei. What? The remnant soul froze at his words and once again sized up Ning Bei. You're the one who picked the holy fruit? Yes. Ning Bei admitted frankly. Just now, time was running out and he used the system to open up. No way. It seemed unbelievable to the remnants of the soul. It clearly perceived the young girl's destiny before using the last power of the divine mirror. How could it be that this handsome and peerless boy with an extraordinary temperament picked the holy fruit? He's nothing but handsome. It doesn't matter who picked the sacred fruit. Ning Bei spread his hands and said, if Senior only wants to give the inheritance to her, I have no problem with that. Not waiting for the remnants to give a thumbs up in recognition. Qin Jojo hurriedly waved her hand and preempted, I don't want it, its inheritance is too wasteful, it's easy for me to go astray. Ning Bei froze, so you can't see it either? You too? Qin Jojo batted her long eyelashes. Polite remnant, Naya. Know anything about the dead? P.S. Happy National Day everyone, stop working for a few days first, come back from vacation and try to update. Chapter 10, the Empress' sentence of no regret takes half of Ning Bei's life. Faced the complaints of the remnants of the soul. Ning Bei and Qin Jojo ignored it and whispered to themselves. Jojo, it's trying to take over us. You found it too? Qin Jojo's face showed surprise as she whispered, beneath our feet is a formation art that belongs to the aura of the sacrificial formation. Since this old thing is not a good person, let's not be human. What do you want to do? Of course, how cool how to do it, try it or not. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth lifted slightly, looking meaningfully into the young girl's beautiful eyes. Do it here? Greeting Qin Jojo's inquiring gaze, Ning Bei nodded seriously. He had already thought of a way to tear himself away from the other party without the need to exit the sacrificial formation of the remnant soul. Seeing Ning Bei's determination, Qin Jojo also nodded in agreement. She also had cards in her hand, and even if something unexpected happened to Ning Bei's approach, she still had the chance to take control of the situation and at least bring Ning Bei to escape with her life. What are you two little dolls talking about? Didn't your adult teach you manners? Delayed in responding, the remnant soul gradually lost its patience. Old thing, what's your dog's name? Ning Bei stopped pretending and summoned the soul transformation talisman redeemed from the store with his right hand in his sleeve. This object can refine all souls and turn them into spiritual energy to be absorbed. Vertical Sun, how dare you show such disrespect to this honored one, thanks to which I wanted to grant you some opportunities, now it seems that you are not worthy. Saying that, the remnant soul looked at Shinjojo. Little girl, you're just so much more polite than him. Don't worry, this father will definitely help you on the road to prosperity. Senior, what's behind you? Shinjojo raised her jade hand, pretending to be surprised. Just as the remnant soul subconsciously looked behind her, several wooden darts engraved with runes appeared in Shinjojo's hands, glowing with a dazzling blue light after she injected Shin force into them. Shoo shoo shoo. Shinjojo waved her hand and threw it, and the wooden darts flew out dozens of feet at lightning speed, respectively inserting themselves into different ground surfaces. Each place is an eye of the formation. Boom! When the formation stopped abruptly, it instantly swung out a terrifying shockwave in all directions. What? The remnant soul that noticed such a commotion looked back in consternation. Little girl, what are you doing? The formation technique has been sealed, your trickery has failed. Shinjojo said in a cold voice. You. Ha ha. Now, the residual soul knows that it is useless to say more, suddenly laughed. This father hibernates for so many years, only to wait for a suitable opportunity. I have to say, you two are indeed very clever, and even able to detect the heaven's condemnation soul array that this father set up. It's just a pity that you're still too young after all, and even thought that sealing the array will be able to change the destiny of being controlled by this father. Boom! A wild oppression burst out from the shaky body of the remnant soul, and in a flash, the entire cavern shook. Even though my father doesn't possess a physical body, it's not something you ants can fight against. With that said, the remnant soul poked out a hand towards the front, and on the way, the shadow of its palm suddenly swelled, grabbing at Ning Bei with a momentum that covered the sky and the sun. And at this moment, the remnant soul laughed insanely, just as if it didn't take the two of them seriously. After all, back then, he was also a powerful and resounding figure. Bring it on you! Just as the remnant soul rushed in front of him, Ning Bei's soul transformation talisman hidden behind his back shot out, and in an instant, it was affixed to the remnant soul's brow. Thud! The remnants of the soul that were unstoppable 1 second were actually suspended in the void the next. The particles of power it emitted were absorbed by the talisman at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? The remnant soul's complexion suddenly changed. Especially after feeling the loss of power, it was alarmed and said, Vertical Sun, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? You stop it. Ah! The remnant soul, which was already only weakly supported by its strength, immediately let out a hysterical scream. Shinjojo looked at Ning Bei in surprise. This means you. Where did you learn it? Subduing a soul body with just a talisman and seemingly absorbing power. Even the current her couldn't pull out this kind of tactic. Ning Bei shook his head and smiled. Later, I'll teach you. Shinjojo was slightly stunned, then smiled sweetly. Yes. Not much longer. The miserable screams of the remnant soul ceased, and its figure disappeared. The soul transformation talisman flew into Ning Bei's hand, and he perceived it and said, Hiss, it can actually absorb so much spiritual energy. Jojo, we might be able to make a direct breakthrough after refining it. Refine it yourself, after all, it's you. Come on. Without waiting for Shinjojo to finish her sentence, Ning Bei pulled her to a flat place and told her to get it together. After all, as the old saying goes, a truly strong relationship is not about how much good you do together, but how much bad you do together. Ning Beizhang had an idea that might be able to make this transmigrating empress completely tied to himself. Under Ning Bei's warm invitation, Shinjojo couldn't put it off and finally refined the aura together, and was also pleased with Ning Bei's generosity. A few moments later, when the aura was absorbed, the talisman turned into ashes. As for Ning Bei and Shinjojo's cultivation levels, they had simultaneously reached the late stage of foundation establishment. If I hadn't snatched away half of your aura, perhaps you would have expected to impact the Jiedan realm. Shinjojo pursed her lips and looked at Ning Bei with emotion. Ning Bei laughed, don't say that, but you're the only one who stayed behind to accompany me in a life and death situation. Hearing this, Shinjojo's gaze flickered for a moment, panicking and changing the topic, you're so nice. I also don't know if Lin Yueyao has a problem with her head, she actually doesn't cherish you so much. Ha, it's all in the past anyway. Ning Bei smiled dashingly and said, besides, without her to set, how do I know how good you are? The sudden praise immediately made Shinjojo redden her face. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she said in some panic, that, for these hundreds of years, the Academy has been treating the remnant soul as a gift, and although we dealt with it for self-preservation, this act of refining it, if it is publicized, it might attract the blame of the Academy. Don't worry, let's just say that this matter is my own decision and has nothing to do with you. Ning Bei said with a serious face. No. Qin Zhou decisively refused, said, "This is our decision together, besides, our cultivation cannot be faked. I think it is not as good as we lie that we have obtained the inheritance. After the inheritance, the residual soul depleted, the power disappeared, so it is also more logical some." Hearing this, Ning Bei nearly burst out laughing. He pulled Qin Zhou together to refine the aura, nothing more than wanting the young girl to get into the same bed as himself. Now Qin Zhou's statement actually took the initiative to instigate themselves to lie together, undoubtedly just what Ning Bei wanted. Now that's a real bundle. Of course, Ning Bei's surface still has to be a bit more stable. This method is indeed good, but it was my idea to propose refining. Zhou, it was me who caused you to go down the wrong path. Don't say that. If I'm not willing, how can you force me? Qin Zhou locked eyes with Ning Bei and softly laughed. Besides, I don't think it's a crooked path. Even if everyone thinks it is, then I also willing to go down this crooked path with you, and I don't regret it. 9. Ning Bei was stunned. The words he had prepared to say at this moment paled and were superfluous in the face of the maiden's sincere feelings. This sincere emotion, so that Ning Bei lost his mind for a moment, could not help but hold Qin Zhou's jade hand. P.S. Back, friends. The book has been signed and updates will resume next. Chapter 11, Hidden Relationships Leaked, All Your Mother's Reunion. The sudden holding of hands instantly made Qin Zhou panic. She subconsciously tried to pull her hand out, but then suddenly stopped halfway there, seemingly remembering something. Ahem, sorry. The next moment, Ning Bei was letting go of her. I was too touched just now. I didn't expect someone to be so nice to me. Don't be angry. I remember you said that you didn't want to find a Taoist couple yet. You mustn't be stressed because of what I just did. Ning Bei kindly took a stand. Not only did it ease Qin Zhou's nervousness, but it also made her laugh out softly saying, "It's okay, there are no outsiders here anyway, I'm not angry." Ning Bei feigned embarrassment and scratched his head. "Let's go out then, the people outside must be worried as well." Aha! Qin Zhou nodded slightly, her pretty face remaining on a touch of redness as she followed Ning Bei's side. "Remember to say that together they obtained the inheritance." "Don't worry," Ning Bei answered with a smile, his heart bursting with joy. When it came down to it, everything had gone smoother than he had imagined, and this transmigrating empress was completely bound to him. And it's still active and sincere. Just, system, when I touched her hand you gave me reverse value. What do you mean? There are prizes for touching more. Ning Bei, degree winky face. The duo came out. The whole venue was abuzz. Great, senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are both safe and sound, worthy of being the absolute pride of our academy. It's still the first time someone has passed the Purgatory difficulty test. The crowd cheered as it did. Moonless, who was the sacrificial wine, also walked forward and after surveying the two of them, said with some surprise, "Your realms have both been raised?" Qin Zhou was the first to speak, indicating that together they had obtained the inheritance of the Divine Mirror Lord. Ning Bei then chimed in. This news came as a shock to the crowd. At the same time, the masterminds of the academy, led by Moonless, were also guilty of surprise. Both of them have obtained the inheritance. Who should this chief disciple be given to? The elders looked at each other in disbelief, and it was difficult to decide for a moment. Lord Sacrificer, all along, Qin Zhou has been the most gifted in our academy, and I think that if she becomes the chief disciple, not only will she be able to convince the people, but she will also be able to better lead the academy to a higher hall, so I support the establishment of her as the chief disciple. Ning Bei arched his hand. He certainly couldn't let go of a favor like this one. Furthermore, the status of a chief disciple was comparable to making the transmutation emperor owe another favor? Smart people know how to choose. You're actually willing to give up this honor? Moonless was surprised, and the old eyes that looked at Ning Bei radiated with relief. If we want to talk about patterns, it has to be our senior brother Ning. I'm not surprised at all. After all, senior brother Ning is already broad-minded and humble. One of them is right anyway, it's the same for whoever is in charge. As the crowd murmured, there were also voices of entrapped personalities. In this way, the dilemma in front of Moonless and the others was undoubtedly solved. Just when things had just turned around, Qin Zhou was not happy and straightened up. No way. Please also ask the priestess to grant the chief status to Ning Bei. He's the key to picking the sacred fruit and helping us get rid of the beast tide. When these words came out, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming and the others looked at each other in disbelief. That makes sense. If Ning Bei hadn't picked the sacred fruit, we're afraid that we would have been long gone. Zhou, don't say that. Ning Bei looked at the young girl and said seriously, if you hadn't stayed to accompany me to face the difficulties in the end, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance, and it's this courageous spirit of yours that doesn't fear life and death for the sake of your fellow disciples that makes you even more worthy of taking up the position as the academy's chief disciple. Ning Bei, his face value is justified. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming looked at each other, ashamed of themselves. They were far from Qin Zhou's determination and vigor in a critical situation. The humility of the two men, though it throws the question back again, shows a noble character. How is this not a blessing for the academy? Aside from the relief of the crowd, there were two people who were so angry that their back teeth broke. Asshole. That's my sister, there's no need for you to care. Xin Yu's gaze toward Ning Bei flickered with jealousy and gloom. Lin Yueyao couldn't even hold back for a moment. She wanted to push through the crowd and rush over, questioning Ning Bei in public whether he wanted her or the woman who had hooked up with someone else's fiancé. Why are you so nice to Qin Jojo? Yueyao, don't be impulsive. At the moment of crisis, Xin Yu stopped her. Now that the priest and the elders are still around, you'll be incurring the wrath of the people. We'll be able to turn the tables in no time. May. Forget it. Lin Yueyao took a deep breath and finally calmed down. It's been endured until now, and it's not a moment too soon. As long as the plan unfolds later, Qin Jojo will hate Ning Bei, so in the future, Ning Bei will only surround her. Never again will it have anything to do with Qin Jojo. Well, don't push it, either of you. After a moment, Moonless made a decision. This divine mirror examination belongs to the Purgatory difficulty that comes along once in 100 years, and all of you have played a vital role in it. In my opinion, we might as well break the custom and set you all together as chiefs, sharing the treatment of chief disciples, and in the future, we also hope that you will set an example and lead the academy on a higher cultivation path. Moonshine declared forcefully. With such rare two heavenly prides, he also had a love for talent and wanted to focus on cultivating them. When these words came out, the entire audience also cheered incessantly. 2 chiefs. That's unprecedented. No one objected even after Moonless words fell for a long time, but instead, they were all cheered with glee. Many thanks to the priest and the elders. Ning Bei and Qin Jojo looked at each other and smiled, arching their hands in unison. Work hard, I'm looking out for you. After saying that, the priest led a group of elders to leave. Although the secret realm examination had come to an end, there were still many things waiting for them to deliberate and decide, especially regarding the divine mirror. And everyone is getting ready to disperse one by one. At this time, a voice abruptly sounded at first. Ning Bei, are you pursuing her? In full view of everyone, only Lin Yueyao and Qin Yu made an imposing entrance. Seeing this woman, Ning Bei frowned. What are you babbling about? I'm bull ******** ting? Lin Yueyao snorted lightly and raised her condescending chin. Right now in the entire academy, who doesn't know about your relationship with her? She pointed at Qin Jojo, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. Hooking up with someone else's fiancé. Shameless. Qin Jojo, on the other hand, was confused. Until murmurs rang out around them. Is it referring to Ning Bei and Qin Jojo's relationship? It's rumored that the two are together. It looks like Lin Yueyao is in a hurry. I'd be in a hurry if I were you. It's obvious that she's the one who abandoned senior brother Ning, and in the end, she realized that senior brother Ning was able to find a better one than her. Hearing the voices around her, Qin Jojo's phoenix eyes swept over a flash of panic and doubt as she looked at Lin Yueyao and said, watch what you say. You. Without waiting for Lin Yueyao to retort. Stealing my man and you have the nerve to threaten me? Qin Yu took the lead and said, Jojo, you don't know yet, do you? Now the whole academy is rumored that you and Ning Bei are together, and also gave Ning Bei. For nothing. Between words, Qin Yu deliberately described the rumors about the two of them as unpleasant and shameful. After all, in his perception, as long as he portrayed his sister and Ning Bei in a darker light, the more his sister would hate and resist Ning Bei. When he saw the apprehension on Qin Jojo's face, Qin Yu was even more nearly laughing out loud, thinking that he had succeeded in his trickery. I don't know that the truth is the fastest way to go. Qin Jojo is really giving it to Ning Bei. The top bit moves on its own. Who wouldn't be nervous about being exposed? However, this was a godsend for Ning Bei, who had known about the conspiracy through the system long before he left the secret realm. Happy to be happy, Ning Bei can't show it, but to support Qin Jojo, shut up, rumor stops at the wise man, no matter who spreads the rumor, I will definitely bring him out. Ning Bei, are you denying your relationship with her? Lin Yueyao's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said expectantly, that I'll give you a chance, now that you've cleared the air with her in public, promise not to pay any more attention to her, and apologize to me, perhaps I'll be able to forgive you, and reconsider about getting back together with you. Finally, the moment has come. The corners of her mouth could barely be suppressed. This time she would never forgive Ning Bei so easily. She had to temper the other party fiercely. Who made Ning Bei dare to snub her? A fiancé has to be spoiled. But the next moment, Lin Yueyao didn't wait for the desired result, but was instead spat on by Ning Bei. Your compound. Chapter 12, the protagonist still wants to raise the storm. I say your sister's really runnin'. You? Lin Yueyao's delicate body trembled, petrified on the spot. Her mouth was open so wide that she didn't even realize the unknown liquid was flowing into her cherry mouth. Wow! The surroundings even resounded with a backward breath of air. Good lord, senior brother Ning got Lin Yueyao's face? Can you talk? That's called spraying a face full of spit. Not waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses. Ning Bei had already pulled up Qin Jojo, who was in embarrassment and confusion, and left. Qin Jojo did not resist. After all, at this moment, she had long hated to escape from this place. A roar of laughter went up around them. Ha, I told you that senior brother Ning wouldn't eat back grass. What was Lin Yueyao thinking? She still has the face to mention getting back together? What a rumor stops at. That hand-holding must have a clear conscience. The surrounding snickers made Lin Yueyao come back to her senses, and she was ashamed and angry. Ning Bei, stop, you give me a clear explanation. She was just about to chase after him, but she was stopped by Qinyu. Yueyao, calm down. Qinyu hurriedly said, wait for me, leave this matter to me. I'll first go find Jiujiu and ask what's going on. Looking at the back of the two people holding hands and leaving, Lin Yueyao a whole breath shaking cold. She couldn't believe that Ning Bei, who used to spoil her to the bone, was actually treating her this way one after another? And leaving with another woman's hand in front of her? This caused a kind of unprecedented tension and worry to grow within her, and her subconscious pride prevented her from facing it. Ouch, who kicked me? Qinyu had only just taken a step after him when he was kicked out. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterward, countless big feet fell like rain, kicking him so hard that he directly couldn't open his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who hit me? Stop right there. Lin Yueyao lost her color when she saw this. She could no longer think about anything but to first take Qinyu to escape like a street rat. Qin Jiujiu's small courtyard. After Ning Bei turned around outside, he came back again and pretended to be out of breath. Jiujiu, I've investigated clearly. At those words, Qin Jiujiu's delicate face changed, and she was busy asking, Ning Bei, who exactly is spreading the word about us? Your brother. What? It was Qinyu and Lin Yueyao. Meeting the young girl's shocked gaze, Ning Bei slowly told, during the time we were in the Divine Mirror, Qinyu encouraged Lin Yueyao to find a few senior sisters to go around spreading rumors about us, trying to get you to stay away from me because of those rumors. Look, they're being brought here. Ning Bei pointed in a direction. There were a few disciples from the Preceptor Pavilion who were escorting 4 female outer disciples over. These people are Lin Yueyao Guan's sisters, playing the ability to have a lover, in order to support the good sister's happiness, spread rumors to smear Qin Jiujiu and Ning Bei. But this so-called deep love sisters have turned into plastic sisters at the moment. Senior sister Qin, it's not our fault, it's all because Lin Yueyao forced us to do it. We dare not resist her. She also said that this was explained by Qinyu, who claimed to be your elder brother, and that's why we agreed. As soon as they arrived, the 4 sold too. After all, in the face of Ning Bei and Qin Jiujiu, the 2 chief disciples, how could their district of 4 outer disciples still dare to act out? Take them down and dispose of them according to the commandments. Qin Jiujiu gritted her silver teeth and didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. At this moment, her heart is mixed, not realizing that all of this was actually her own brother's doing. Yes. A few disciples of the Preceptor Pavilion quickly suppressed the person. I'm sorry Jiujiu. Ning Bei looked at the young girl and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect things to be this serious. You're not to blame for this matter. Qin Jiujiu raised her head and gazed at Ning Bei's gaze. To say apologize, it should also be me apologizing to you, if not for the fact that I have such an indisputable elder brother. You wouldn't have been implicated because of me, much less messed up like this with Lin Yueyao. Halfway through the sentence, she didn't even have the face to say it again. After all, spreading such an elder brother, first hooked up with other people as fiancés, and then slandered Ning Bei's innocence. Each of these things can be described as human and God's wrath. It was because of the sibling relationship, Qin Jiujiu could not help but feel a wave of guilt when looking at Ning Bei. Congratulations to the host for making a major change in the state of mind of the sister of the child of Qi, who will play a more favorable role in the host's life in the future. Reward 5,000 reverse value. Exempt? The corners of Ning Bei's mouth were harder to suppress than Barrett's. He knew that the hints given by the system were all ironclad facts, which also proved that in the future, Qin Jiujiu would be even less likely to stand on Qinyu's side. Instead, it was possible to side with him and fight against Qinyu together. It was a surprise. At this point, Qinyu made a surprise visit. Originally, he was stopped outside the core area, but he couldn't help being beaten up and still asked to see Qin Jiujiu. The disciples guarding the gate had no choice but to come and give a briefing. Qin Jiujiu did not refuse and ordered someone to bring him in. Aren't you going to ask me why you're still willing to see him? Qin Jiujiu looked at the silent Ning Bei and curiously said. Ning Bei looked harmless, he's your elder brother, I'll respect your decision. Ning Bei. Qin Jiujiu pursed her lips. At this moment, she even had a fantasy, if her elder brother is Ning Bei. Just as this thought rose, it was dispersed by her shaking her head, and instead she blushed. After all, both had already done certain things. Not much longer. Qinyu was brought in, and after seeing that Ning Bei was also there, he had a black line. Jiujiu, why are you still walking with him? He's ruined your innocence. At those words, Qin Jiujiu was silent and voiceless. For the first time, it made her feel such intense hatred and dislike for the older brother in front of her. One might even say disgusting. In order to get back at someone, he went so far as to hitch his sister's reputation and ended up being evil. Disgusting in the extreme. Hey, you stay away from my sister in the future, do you hear me? Qinyu pointed at Ning Bei, knowing full well that the latter didn't dare to make a move right now. Ning Bei didn't make a sound. Have you had enough? Qin Jiujiu, however, couldn't bear it and interrupted in a cold voice. Jiujiu? Qinyu blinked, then said with a look of hatred, I'm doing this for your own good. You're a girl, don't you know how important your reputation is to you? Hee hee, how much longer do you want to pretend? Shinjojo showed no mercy. Do you really think that I don't know that it was you who encouraged Lin Yueyao to send people to rumor about my relationship with Ning Bei? Who exactly ruined my reputation? Shinyu was stunned at his words, and a flash of embarrassment at being exposed flashed across his face. He did not think that this matter will be exposed. Busy sophistry. Jojo, you listen to me, you do not believe in others. I am your older brother, how can I harm you? Enough. Shinjojo clenched her silver teeth. I agreed to see you today because I want to make it clear to you that you are not allowed to claim to be my elder brother at the outer gate in the future. I don't have you as an elder brother, and you are even less likely to do things in my name. Have I made myself clear enough? Knock. At those words, Shinyu Ren was dumbfounded. How could his sister, whom he had always considered his pride, do this to him? But instead of reflecting on himself, he blamed Ning Bei. Was it you? What exactly did you say to my sister? You bastard ruined my sister's reputation, and you still want to stir up our brother-sister relationship, don't you? Jojo, don't believe him. Shinyu looked at Shinjojo again. This asshole, he beat me. I'm your brother, shouldn't you take revenge for me? How can you still get so close to him? Ning Bei had yet to speak. Shinjojo suddenly wrapped her arms around him and said to Shinyu, don't blame Ning Bei for everything. You want Ning Bei to ruin my reputation so badly, don't you? Good, then I'll tell you the truth. In fact, I've long been Ning Bei's person. Jojo, don't talk nonsense. Shinyu's brain buzzed at the words and he hurriedly stopped it. He was already jealous of Ning Bei, so how could he accept his sister being with Ning Bei? Just talking about it wouldn't do it. It's going to kill him. But the next moment, he saw Ning Bei wrapping his arms around Shinjojo's waist, meeting Shinyu's angry plus shocked gaze, and laughing lightly. Your sister is so moist. Chapter 13, the protagonist still wants to take revenge. Your sister has moved on. Ding! Congratulations to the host, reversing a dilemma into an advantage and inflicting a psychic blast on the son of Chi, rewarding the reverse value. No! Shinyu Bungbu lived. Especially seeing the salty hands on his sister's waist and Ning Bei's provocation made him so angry that he lost his wits and violently pounced on Ning Bei. Not waiting for Ning Bei to make a move. Shinjojo had already shouted for someone to come and drag Shinyu out, and announced that in the future, if Shinyu claimed to be her elder brother again, he would let the disciples of the academy look at it. This is undoubtedly clearing the relationship with Shinyu. From now on, Shinyu can no longer borrow Shinjojo's name to act. And no one will believe it when they say it. Inside the room, Ning Bei quietly looked at the young girl, his handsome face revealing a light smile. Shinjojo was stared at with her heart beating like a drum, and nervously said, that, I just said it was your man. Was trying to get him to stop meddling. Especially about the two of us. I know. Ning Bei let out a light laugh and said, that's why I'm wrapping my arms around my waist to match you. Shinjojo pursed her lips, somewhat at a loss for what to say. Although she possessed memories of 2 lifetimes, she had never actually crossed paths with a man except for Ning Bei. Not to mention that she and Ning Bei had had another relationship, and even though neither of them brought it up again, it still made the atmosphere a bit strange in the closed room. It's an indefinable hazy ambiguity. Ning Bei also noticed something and took the initiative to take his leave. I'll walk you. Shinjojo was just sent to the door, but was stopped by Ning Bei with a smile. Don't send. Now that we become the chief disciples, we're already under the spotlight, and soon the academy will send us to lead the disciples out on adventures, so you'd better hurry up and consolidate your realm. Aha! Shinjojo Yen smiled and nodded, not insisting anymore. She stood by the door and looked at Ning Bei until the other party's figure disappeared, before closing the fan door. Phew! After returning to the room, Shinjojo used her back against the door, took a deep breath, and covered her thumping heart with her jade hand. This feeling. So strange. The other side. Ning Bei opened the system store to take a look, and the corners of his mouth suddenly became harder to suppress than a hiss. There's actually 75,500 reverse value? He didn't expect that in just a few days, he would have gained so much reverse value that he would be able to buy quite a few goodies in the system store. Most of these reversal values were obtained from Shinjojo, Shinyu, and Lin Yueyao, with the rest of the people providing a small amount as well. After thinking about it for a while, Ning Bei decided to exchange 3 yuan gathering pills first to impact the realm. If he could reach the Jidan realm from the late foundation establishment stage before the experience, then there would be a qualitative leap in his strength. After all, the Jidan realm belonged to the significance of being a milestone for cultivators. Before that, one might be able to rely on a magic weapon to control the air, while after the completion of the Dan, one would be able to realize autonomous flight without the aid of a magic weapon. As a cultivator, who doesn't fantasize about being able to go to heaven and earth? What's more, there will be a multifold increase in strength. When Ning Bei said he would do it, he first gave up the idea of spending his remaining reverse value and began to seriously refine the precious Gyuan Dan. The remaining tens of thousands of reverse value wouldn't be able to buy any heaven-defying treasures anyway, so it would be better to save it. The moment. Inside the main hall of the academy, a group of academy powerhouses, led by Moonless, were surveying around a half-human tall round stone, letting out a word of emotion every now and then. The divine mirror is hidden within the stone, we can finally get a glimpse of the real thing. Yes, in the past, because of that senior's intention left inside the mirror, we could only drive it to be used for the test. Now that that senior's intention has disappeared, we no longer have to take it into account. In the future, our academy will have one more supreme treasure. Listening to everyone's sentiments, Moonless smiled and stroked his silver beard, saying, "Everyone, let's follow the old man to break the stone and take the mirror." Yes! The crowd bellowed in unison. Muddy spiritual energy erupted from their bodies one after another, and in an instant, the entire main hall became shaky. Boom! After their majestic power surged into the stone, the seal set within it was instantly broken, and soon, a mirror object with a novel shape fell out. Phew! At the same time, there was a streak of light that flew out of the mirror and disappeared in an instant. "Priest, what was that just now?" someone exclaimed. The rest of them looked at each other with confused astonishment on their faces. Obviously all of them had noticed something. Moonless frowned her silver eyebrows, but she could not perceive anything, and finally said, "Perhaps it is just a residual force left inside the mirror, no need to care, we will explore this divine mirror first." Right. The crowd didn't care. Orientation of the miscellaneous service area. Xinyu walked on the road in a state of disorientation. It was really because the blow just now was too heavy, causing him to be unable to slow down right now. Ouch! Suddenly, a streak of light snapped into his brow, causing his tiger's body to jolt. Immediately afterward, an unfamiliar voice resounded in his mind, "Little doll, you are destined to be with this father." Who? What man? Xinyu was so scared that his hair stood on end and he looked left and right. "Don't look for it, the honored one is inside you." What? Upon hearing this, Xinyu instantly turned pale with fear. What are you? How did you run into my body?" "My name, the great love of heaven." The vicissitudes of sound slowly said, "I was in the immortal world, the famous party of the strong, but because of a thought difference, go into the devil, the physical body is destroyed, and eventually turned into a wisp of soul thought traveling in the world, do not want to pass by this place today, actually feel that you and I have a destiny." The great Aizen? Immortal world? Karma? Upon hearing these terms, Shinyu's expression changed, and a few moments of anticipation arose. "Elder, what do you mean by having a destiny?" Seeing that Xinyu took the bait, the Sangsang voice continued, "I see that you are full of wounds and forlorn. I'm afraid that you have already suffered all the hardships of this mundane world." Upon hearing this, Xinyu almost didn't cry out, excitedly saying, "Senior, you're not wrong at all. Senior, can you help me?" He could not wait to get down on his knees and plead. "It's so hard nowadays. That's all." The Sangsang voice pretended to be emotional, "Remembering that you and I are destined to be together, this father will make an exception and accept you as his disciple, and if he gives you some guidance in the future, he can help you to be amazing and invincible in the world. Master, please accept my disciple's obeisance." Without waiting for the Sangsang voice to finish, Xinyu flung himself onto his knees. Fear that the other side will back out. Having suffered so much, now finally waiting for a chance to turn the tables. He would make sure that all those blank stares and taunts would be turned into admiration and envy for himself. Just like how he looked at Ning Bei. Then take that bastard, Ning Bei, and step on him hard. A clean slate. Good disciple. The Sangsang voice penetrated with surprise, saying, "As the master said before, the master lost his physical body due to going into a fire. I'm afraid that he can't survive here for too long. If you want the master to stay for a long time to instruct you, then you must help the master to do one thing first. Please, master, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Master wants your cultivation, all of it, and shall not resist." What? Xinyu Ren was dumbfounded. But after hesitating, he still agreed. Anyway, he is only in the early stage of chi cultivation, and if he doesn't break the boat once, he will never have a chance to turn over. Why not take a gamble? And so it was. After Xinyu agreed, the soul thought began to draw on his cultivation. However, this process was very painful, and all of a sudden, Xinyu felt a heat in his pants. Asses. Apprentice, do not resist, master will be done soon. Master. I can still endure. Master, you lighten up a bit. Apprentice really hurts. This process did not last long, it was really because Chinyu's cultivation level was too low. Although the soul thought was very dissatisfied, there was nothing it could do. Whoever made it not absorb some more power now would soon have its soul scattered. Yes, it's better than no. But it was bitter to Chinyu. His whole body was sitting on the ground, still shaking, while under his ass, there was a foul-smelling wetland of urine. Unbearable. Master, is that good enough? Chinyu asked breathlessly. Even after suffering so much, he did not forget the hope of turning over a new leaf. Good disciple, in the future, your master will be able to stay by your side for a long time and help you change your fate against the heavens. The vicissitudes of sound resounded once again, painting the cake. Great! Xinyu shed tears of happiness. It's not worth tearing his pants and sitting in the at the moment. And no one has found him yet. What a godsend! Just as Xinyu was immersed in happiness, suddenly, a silhouette appeared without warning, and it was clearly Lin Yueyao. Xinyu, Sigma, winky face. Chapter 14, the fiancé is still jealous? You're only worthy of the king of Xinyu. The moment she saw Qinyu, Lin Yueyao screamed out. The foul odor that came to her face instantly caused her to cover her mouth and nose, and a pair of beautiful eyes that looked at Qinyu revealed unspeakable horror and dislike. That's disgusting. Qinyu Ren was dumbfounded. 1 second he was thankful that no one had noticed his mess, but then he was greeted by the young girl he was most afraid of bumping into. Yueyao, listen to me. Things are not like what you see. Qinyu tried to weasel out of it. Don't you come any closer. Lin Yueyao fiercely took a step back. Even though she was mindful of the other party's kindness to herself, she still didn't dare to let Qinyu get close. You go and wash up first. Go and wash up. Be nice. You wait for me. Qinyu's face was hot with embarrassment. At this moment, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground and vaporize. A few moments later, Qinyu came back clean. Lin Yueyao still couldn't bear to look directly at her, keeping a minimum distance and not daring to breathe heavily when she spoke. What were you doing just now? Why is it all over your body? Yueyao, it's not what you think. Qinyu had already thought of an excuse and sophistically said, it's that a senior brother failed to practice his summoning formation and I just happened to pass by and he almost drowned. I could only step in to save him. What? Lin Yueyao was stunned. As good as she was at fooling around, it was hard to believe such a ridiculous statement, even for her. Seeing this, Qinyu justifiably stated, you don't believe me, do you? Fine, then I'll take you to him. You have to remember to keep it a secret even then, okay? Are you telling the truth? Looking at Qinyu's serious expression, Lin Yueyao was shaken. Yueyao, when have I ever lied to you? Qinyu said forcefully, besides, even if I don't know anything about cultivation, I'm at least not blind. Do you think I'd fall into a thatched pit? Lin Yueyao had no words to retort. Or, out of her trust and gratitude to Qinyu, it made her unable to think of what exactly had caused him to become that way. It seems to make more sense to save the day. Seeing the dislike on Lin Yueyao's face subside, Qinyu sweated in relief and was busy changing the topic. Yueyao, something big is wrong. What's wrong? Spreading rumors about my sister and Ning Bei were exposed. Qinyu was honest about what happened. Lin Yueyao, who was informed of what happened, was also struck by lightning. What did you say? She actually said herself as Ning Bei's person? I'm going to find Ning Bei and ask her clearly. She had been suffering from Ning Bei's cold shoulder these days, and it was hard enough on her heart. Now that she learned that Ning Bei and Qin Jojo were together, what kind of sanity did that make her take? You don't get excited, Yueyao, this is definitely fake. Qinyu hurriedly stopped. Think about it, Jojo doesn't even recognize me as her elder brother. It must be because our disassociation plan was defeated, causing them to get angry. That's why they will intentionally say angry words, just to make us angry. Are you sure it's just gas? Sure. Meeting the young girl's gaze, Qinyu patted his chest and said, don't I know my own sister well? Besides, you and Ning Bei have only been separated for a few days? If Jojo is really such a casual person, would she still wait to leave her virginity to Ning Bei? So, this must be their angry words. Even if you don't know my sister, then you still don't know Ning Bei? Would he possibly have sex with Jojo? Lin Yueyao's speech froze. When it comes to Ning Bei, she is the one who knows best, and after liking her for so many years, without her permission, she doesn't even dare to take the initiative to hold her hand. How could such a Ning Bei take a woman's innocence? And Qin Jojo so resistant to men, even if the two really fell in love, but also certainly not develop so quickly. Then I'll go find him and ask him about it too. Lin Yueyao clenched her silver teeth and said jealously, how can he just hug other women just because he's angry? Seeing that Lin Yueyao was jealous because of Ning Bei, Qinyu's eyes flashed with a touch of jealousy. In the next moment, he blocked, Yueyao, we have to keep our composure at this time. If you go to Ning Bei now, it's equivalent to admitting defeat. Available. Before Lin Yueyao could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qinyu once again. If there's one time, there's a second time. If you go to Ning Bei this time because you care about him, then in the future, how can you control him? Lin Yueyao's heart was complicated. Out of the dissatisfaction in her heart, she did want to ask Ning Bei for clarification, but because of the condescension in her heart, she really couldn't pull her face. Moreover, she did still want to properly temper Ning Bei, who had been so unruly these past few days. How dare you snub her? If you like me so much, why are you doing this to me? Under the enchantment of winning and losing, and Qinyu's compulsion and encouragement, although Lin Yueyao held back, there was a worry in her heart. When the two families first set up the marriage contract, it was mainly because the Lin family had encountered a formidable enemy and needed the help of the Ning family. If she caused the Ning family to stop supporting the Lin family when she was hanging Ning Bei out to dry, this would also have a very serious impact on the Lin family. Learning about this, Qinyu pacified, don't worry Yueyao, Ning Bei doesn't dare to tell his family, otherwise there is no possibility for you to get back together again. He just wants to pinch you, but he doesn't really want to die with you, doesn't he? Well, you have a point. Lin Yueyao thought about it and suddenly smiled. She also didn't think a marriage between the two families would be involved. It was just a minor conflict after all, and besides it wasn't her who was at fault. If Ning Bei had been willing to apologize as he did before, the two would have gotten back together long ago. Stinking Ning Bei, actually taking offense with his own fiancée. Lin Yueyao snorted lightly and said, not a bit of manly temperament, I definitely want to let him know that it's useless to come with me and be tough. That's right. Qinyu was all smiles as he moved closer to Lin Yueyao. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Lin Yueyao backed up like a scared bird, seemingly still because just now Qinyu was covered in dirty and minded. Qinyu naturally could see that and pretended to be blameless. Yueyao, I'd better take you to meet that senior brother, I'm afraid you don't believe me. No need. I believe in your Qinyu. That I still have to practice. I'll leave first. Lin Yueyao forced out a smile. She really didn't want to resist Qinyu, but she couldn't help. That visual impact and stench was too strong. Can't forget it in this lifetime. If not for the fact that Qinyu was like this because he saved people, she would not have been able to endure it for a moment. Looking at the young girls fleeing back, Qinyu felt his face burning hot. Master, you've really victimized my disciple. Apprentice son, don't be in a hurry, even the fairies will fall in love with you after your master assists you. Really? Thank you, master. Qinyu always had some comfort in his heart. The next day, Ning Bei successfully impacted the Jedan realm, only feeling refreshed, and his body was full of power as if it had been sublimated. A teenager at the Jedan realm, this could be called a supreme demon in the cultivation world. Even the elders of the Wutian Academy were partially at the Jedan realm level, so one could imagine what kind of demon Ning Bei was at such an age and with such strength. Senior brother Ning, are you there? A voice came from the door. Ning Bei walked out of the courtyard and realized that it was actually an acquaintance, saying, Zhao Ming, you're looking for me for something? Senior brother Ning, I know that you and Qinyu don't get along. Zhao Ming walked forward and smiled meaningfully, so today, I've specially sent you a good thing. Oh? Ning Bei fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was an AV stone. It is? Senior brother Ning, you'd better see for yourself. Zhao Ming revealed a strange expression, deliberately selling out. After handing over the AV stone to Ning Bei, he left with a big smile on his face. Back in the room. The moment Ning Bei opened the AV stone, a tragic wailing sound abruptly resounded, and the person in that image was none other than Qinyu. Immediately following. The picture is so disgusting. Chapter 15, the reincarnation of the hallowed abstinence empress, actually starting to care about the villain. The image of Qinyu's diarrhea was recorded without any reservation. It was as if you could smell a bad odor. Ha ha. Ning Bei almost shed a tear from laughing. No wonder Zhao Ming behaved so strangely, which in anyone's hands are bungbu liva. Although he didn't know why Qinyu was incontinent, once this kind of thing was publicized, it was enough to make him lose his reputation and not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Even if Lin Yueyao, that silly woman, will Qinyu as a white moonlight, if you see Qinyu this a plunge in the picture. I'm afraid I'll have to throw up in disgust as well. That's absolutely brilliant. Ning Bei laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and carefully put away the AV stones. OC Church. Moonshine rolled out 2 heavenly materials and said with a smile, as chief disciples, from now on, you will be able to receive these extra resources every month. Thank you, sacrifice. Ning Bei and Qin Jiu glanced at each other and were busy arching their hands in thanks. Each of these 2 cultivation resources was thicker than the rewards of the previous chief disciples, just as if Moonless was taking special care of the 2 of them. There is also the Merit Technique Pavilion and the Weapon Pavilion. In the future, you guys will also be able to freely enter and exit, picking merit techniques to cultivate at will. Moonless added, however, judging from the aura on your bodies, you all seem to be practicing stronger techniques, right, which you brought from your families? Yes. Qin Jiu was the first to speak, and glanced at Ning Bei. Ning Bei understood and cooperated to lie together. He couldn't just say that the divine yang skill was given by Qin Jiu. As for the many disciples of the Wutian Academy, there was no lack of many people practicing their families' techniques. After all, not every disciple was qualified to practice the Academy's inner Xiangong. Moonless didn't think much about it, and turned his words around and said, you guys get ready. According to the practice of the Academy in previous years, you'll have to lead some of your disciples to go out and practice, to prove to the outside world that you're the chief of the new generation of the Academy. Yes. The Ning Bei duo left after receiving orders. On the way, Qin Jiu looked at Ning Bei, have you thought about how to bring them to experience? Think about it, and when the time comes, just do as I say. Ning Bei guffawed and laughed. It had always been the case that when the chief led the disciples to go out for training, the elders would not intervene and the chief disciple would be solely responsible for it. This includes, but is not limited to, choosing where, how, etc. This is both a decentralized play and a test for the chief disciple. Seeing that Ning Bei had given it full consideration, Qin Jiu didn't say much more and pulled out half of the resources. By the way, these spirits, you take them and refine them. Ning Bei froze slightly and shook his head. I have it, keep it for yourself. Gee, take it. Qin Jiu said without refusal. With that, she forced the spirit object into Ning Bei's hands. Not waiting for Ning Bei to return the favor, she had already retreated a body position and said with a smile, go get ready. I think the elders are already selecting the disciples who will be going out for training with us. I'm going to get ready too. 9. Ning Bei wanted to say something else, but the young girl had already turned around and left. Looking at the young girl's spirited back, Ning Bei looked down again at the extra spirit item in his hand and shook his head with a smile. All of them are starting to care about my cultivation. Originally, this chance should be an opportunity for Qin Yu's beggar to make a comeback, but now, it has been completely intercepted by Ning Bei. Compared to her elder brother Qin Yu, Qin Joujio clearly cared more about Ning Bei. It's a great feeling. You want to go out and practice? Lin Yueyao blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Qin Yu with eyes that were permeated with surprise. I know that this adventure is led by Ning Bei. Qin Yu said in a serious tone, but Yueyao, I have to participate in this adventure. I have to leave the academy to do an errand. It's really important to me. The soul nimbus had imparted to him a heavenly fire burning heart technique, which was a very powerful technique, but before he could cultivate it, he had to find a kind of primer to stabilize the form for the soul nimbus. Conveniently, later on, the soul body helped him remodel his meridians and guided his cultivation. And there was no such lure within the academy, so he had to go out and find it. According to the rules of the Martial Heaven Academy, normal disciples were not allowed to go out at will, not to mention he was only an odd-job disciple, which was why he thought of requesting Lin Yueyao. After all, there was an elder who liked Lin Yueyao very much, and it was only because Lin Yueyao had begged her for help that Qin Yu was able to enter the academy as a handyman disciple in the first place. Alright, I'll find Elder Yun to try. Lin Yueyao's heart softened. Who made this her white moon? Great Yueyao, don't worry, when I come back this time, you'll witness a brand new me. Qin Yu patted his chest and said excitedly. Don't be too happy, I'm afraid Elder Yun won't agree. How could it be? I believe you can Yueyao, after all, Elder Yun loves you so much that he's almost treating you like his own daughter. At a square. More than a dozen disciples gathered together, including Wang Tong and Zhao Ming from the inner sect, as well as Lin Yueyao and others from the outer sect. The only one who seemed out of place was Qin Yu, who was a handyman. The chief led his fellow disciples to go out for training, and although it was required that there must be disciples from the inner sect and the outer sect respectively, there had never been a precedent of bringing handymen. Qin Yu, what are you still staying here for? Wang Tang was surprised. Qin Yu was unassuming, I'm also going to participate in this outbound experience. This statement immediately led to laughter. No, you're taking part in an outing? Are you kidding? Ha, you're worthy of joining our training as a handyman? Who tricked you so badly? Miscellaneous disciples aren't qualified to participate in the experience. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Qin Yu remained calm and relaxed, as if he did not have any half-hearted mood swings. He had expected to be mocked, so he had let Lin Yueyao go and invite Elder Yun early in the morning, allowing this group of people to mock him again. As long as Elder Yun arrived, then they would be the ones who were slapped in the face. No need to talk ice with these summer bugs. Why is he so brazen? Actually pretending not to hear? Wang Tang and Zhao Ming and the others had black lines on their heads, both upset and speechless. Qin Yu was like a piece of dog skin. What's all the noise about? At that moment, two figures appeared together. Senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are here. Senior brother Ning, this guy had to stick around and said he wanted to experience with us. The crowd gathered around and informed Ning Bei of what had happened. What are you messing around with again? Handymen aren't allowed to participate in the experience, so hurry up and go. Qin Joujio looked at Qin Yu and frowned. Having such an older brother made her feel doubly powerless. Usually do not work hard to cultivate, but also prefer to make a show. But every time, he makes a fool of himself again. Qin Yu, on the other hand, pretended to be aloof and ignored it. Who sent you? Ning Bei walked forward and looked at Qin Yu with interest. He knows that every move of the son of Qi Fortune often hides a conspiracy behind it. He was afraid that he was holding back some big move. Not waiting for Qin Yu to speak. At that moment, a voice came. I told him to come. The crowd turned their heads at the sound. Two silhouettes walked back and forth. The person at the back was Lin Yueyao, while the one walking in front was Yun Cheng. Elder Yun? Did you tell Qin Yu to come over? But Qin Yu is just a handyman. How can he participate in our training? In the face of the crowd's surprise and dissatisfaction, Yun Cheng, a charming face without waves, clear voice, such a small thing, do you want me to go to ask the priest not? At those words, Wang Tong and the others were instantly mute and did not dare to refute. After all, this is an elder. Seeing that the crowd shut up, Yun Cheng was satisfied as she looked condescendingly at Ning Bei, this time you're the one leading the team's experience. To ensure safety, I've specially arranged for a miscellaneous disciple to travel with you, and this is also a test for you, don't let me down. Wang Tang and the others looked at each other, all speechless. Let's put the test aside for a moment. The others were in awe of Yun Cheng, but Ning Bei was unafraid and said straight out, Elder Yun, are you going out for training together as well? How could I possibly come along? Yun Cheng let out a laugh and stated, this is an experience led by the chief disciple, we elders cannot just interfere. Oh, that's tough. Ning Bei spread his hands and while pointing at Qin Yu, he looked at Yun Cheng and said, you're arranging for me to have such a handyman disciple who can't take care of himself, and if you don't go along then who's going to change his pants if he has his pants halfway through the journey? Besides, he poops so much at once. It must stink. Crowd? Chapter 16, the fiancé still wants to make up? The Empress says no. Wow. As Ning Bei's words fell, an uproar resounded around him. Everyone's face showed a shocked look. It was obvious that they hadn't expected the always gentle and refined Ning Bei to say these words. What a knife in the ass, eye-opener. Only Zhao Ming couldn't help but hold his tongue, well versed in Ning Bei's words. Ning Bei, don't spit blood. As for Qinyu, who was the main character, he felt bad and immediately jumped out with anxious eyes and complained to Yun Chang. Please also ask Elder Yun to make a decision for my disciple. Although I'm just a handyman, I also have a personality. Ning Bei doesn't want me to participate in the training, that's all. He could have just said so. But for him to humiliate a disciple in front of you is to disregard the precepts of the academy, and to disregard you, elder. Upon hearing this, Yun Xing came back to her senses and snapped at Ning Bei. You're also too much of a badass. How can you use such vulgar words against a fellow disciple? Elder Yun, even telling the truth is vulgar? Ning Bei sneered and looked meaningfully at Qinyu. I don't know who was by the firewood room in the handyman area, screaming and pulling at the same time, and the louder he screamed, the further he sprayed, and in the end, he got it all over his body. That kind of stuff, isn't this behavior even more vulgar? Wow. At those words, the crowd was once again dumbfounded. Elder brother Ning is saying that Qinyu is in the firewood room pulling, while screaming and giving a pull? No. The kid stabbed his ass with a burning stick? What the hell, is this for real? Is that guy playing so disgusting? Why don't you go to the toilet when you take a? In an instant, all the gazes of the crowd were directed towards Qinyu. The sudden situation caught Qinyu off guard, his face flaming with panic. How did Ning Bei know his secret? When did you bump into it? Is Ning Bei telling the truth? Yun Chang raised her forehead and couldn't help but question Qinyu. No, not really. Qinyu was so frightened that he denied it and shook his head repeatedly. Although the state of affairs was beyond expectation, he knew very well that he absolutely could not admit that there were not only his enemies here, but also his beloved goddess, as well as his closest sister. Once the truth is revealed, he will definitely lose his name and reputation, and there is no possibility of redemption. Thus, Qinyu's heart crossed, and in a show of righteous indignation, he droned, Ning Bei, in vain I still respect you as the chief disciple. I never thought that you were so narrow-minded. Just because I am close to your fiancé, are you going to ruin me like this, and talk nonsense in public? Ning Bei, you've misunderstood Qinyu. At this time, Lin Yueyao also stood out to explain that day Qinyu was full of. But he's not what you said, he was trying to save people. He went out of his way to get himself dirty in order to save people. How can you use such a noble thing to target Qinyu? If it's because of me, then you apologize to Qinyu now. I'll forgive you for the cold shoulder you gave me before is all. Lin Yueyao stomped her feet and said anxiously. This time she was really anxious. She didn't expect Ning Bei to go to this extent for her. However, the fact that Ning Bei was targeting Qinyu by any means necessary for her sake made her a little smug, and she couldn't help but glance provocatively at Qinjiu. Ha! Ning Bei gasped and laughed. Looking at Lin Yueyao's confident appearance, he couldn't wait to slap him over and make the other party take a leak and look at himself. Yun Chang was also an afterthought when the format became 2 against 1. Ning Bei, are you doing this to get back at Qinyu? If that's the case, then you must give him an explanation today, I say. Hiss. At those words, everyone held their breath. They could all see that Yun Xing had already sided with Qinyu and was willing to help Qinyu seek justice even at the cost of tearing his face off with Ning Bei. Now that's trouble. Although Ning Bei is the chief disciple, Yun Chang is at least an elder. Even if Ning Bei was justified, he would still have to carry the charge of disrespecting his teacher. What's more, as it stands now, Ning Bei has no advantage. You want me to give an explanation, don't you? Ning Bei calmly locked eyes with him. Yun Chang pretended to be serious, right? Yeah. Ning Bei smiled. He looked at Qin Jiujiu first. Jiujiu, you leave first. Ning Bei. I'll explain it to you later. Okay. Qin Jiujiu bit her lip and listened to Ning Bei's decision. Jiujiu, stay here. On the contrary, looking at his sisters departing back, Qinyu was a bit unhappy as he looked at Ning Bei provocatively. What? You have the face to spout nonsense, and you don't have the face to let her see your woeful state? Sorry, you misunderstood. Ning Bei remained unperturbed, and even wanted to laugh a little. I'm just afraid of dirtying her eyes. Qinyu? Gentlemen, and behold. Without waiting for Qinyu to react, Ning Bei had already pulled out the AV stone and urged it straight away. Nu. The shadow and sound stone projected a picture into the void, and the main character in that picture was clearly Qinyu, who was leaning against the side of the firewood room with a pained look on his face. Just see Qinyu curled up on the ground, since the mouth constantly issued hysterical screams, while the following also spewed out yellow streams of material. A hot poof. Wow. Seeing this, everyone instantly covered their mouths and noses. What the is this? He actually his pants? Qinyu, you're damn disgusting. The moment he saw the image, Qinyu was also dumbfounded. No, how could Ning Bei have evidence? Although it was only an image, the crowd had already brainstormed the flavor. All of them backed up in shock and were so angry that they cursed. Damn Qinyu for letting them see something so disgusting. Ha! Lin Yueyao looked skeptical. After all, on that day, she was the only person who had contact with Chinyu, and when she saw the truth of the matter, it didn't just make her realize that she had been cheated by Chinyu. At the same time, the stench that had nearly made her vomit seemed to reappear in her nostrils. Vomit. Lin Yueyao only felt her stomach turn over and she directly vomited. Yueyao, listen to me. Chinyu's brain buzzed. He couldn't care about blocking the audiovisual stone and wanted to pacify Lin Yueyao first. But Lin Yueyao was like a scared bird, and said sharply, "Don't come over, don't come over." Saying that, she fled away from Chinyu as if she was running for her life, running all the way behind Ning Bei, and grabbing Ning Bei's clothes in a death grip and not letting go. Ding! Congratulations to the host, reversing the crisis and causing Chinyu's ruse to fail, rewarded with 1000 reverse value. Congratulations to the host, who has severely thwarted Chinyu's aura of good fortune, rewarding him with 5000 reverse value. Listening to the rewarding sounds that kept ringing in his head, Ning Bei's mouth turned up at the corners and smiled meaningfully. Elder Yun, I wonder if you're still satisfied with this explanation of mine? Upon hearing this, Yun Qing came back to her senses and no longer had the face to argue with Ning Bei about anything, but instead questioned Lin Yueyao. Yueyao, what kind of friend are you making? Elder, I was also deceived by him. Lin Yueyao wanted to cry for a moment. She couldn't believe that Chinyu was such a disgusting person and lied to her that he was trying to save people. Thanks to her, she believed it. I don't care. Yun Shang was so angry that she almost went through menopause, especially when she looked at Chinyu, a pair of eyes that were thick with dislike and disgust. The other party was originally a handyman, and she came hard to support her, but the result? Only to find out that it is a waste that its pants. Yun Shang turned around and left, not staying a moment longer. This incident was enough to keep her head up in the academy for the rest of her life. Elder Yun. Chinyu was completely desperate. Raising his eyes, he was surrounded by looks of disdain for him and the constant jeers that lingered in his ears. But at this moment, he didn't even have the courage to retort. Even Lin Yueyao, who had always been gentle to him, now chose to set aside her relationship with him and pull away. No! Chinyu was so angry that he became infuriated, suddenly pointing at Ning Bei and cursing angrily, "You bastard, you deliberately embarrassed me on purpose, you had to take the AV stone out in public. Hey, you're the one who asked me to give an explanation first." Ning Bei interrupted with a cold smile and said, "If you really want to go on an adventure with us, it's not impossible, you have to bring a few more pairs of pants." A burst of laughter rang out around them at this statement. "Ha, senior brother Ning is right, you must bring a few extra pairs of pants. I'm afraid a few pairs of pants won't fit." "Who says it isn't? This guy can poop a tub at a time. The king of S is present." "King of, where's your arrogance just now? Didn't you say that senior brother Ning slandered you? King of?" This kind of insulting nickname caused Chinyu's face to go a shade of white and red. But with the facts in front of him, he couldn't refute them, so he could only forcefully suppress his anger and flee this place of wrongdoing first. Looking at Chinyu's fleeing back, the crowd burst into laughter again. Ning Bei looked at Lin Yueyao behind him and said unhappily, "How much longer are you going to grab me? Let go." From just now until now, Lin Yueyao had been hiding behind him, not to mention that she even grabbed him with her hands. The image of Chinyu storm pulling clearly scared her to death. But it was none of Ning Bei's business, much less sympathize with this woman. Lin Yueyao didn't let go, but pursed her lips and rushed Ning Bei in a pitiful manner. "Ning Bei, let's make up." Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak. Just as Qin Jojo walked back, her phoenix eyes flashed a touch of coldness, and she said in a cold voice, "I disagree." Chapter 17, the fiancé cries in regret, Ning Bei still doesn't give a chance. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Jojo walked slowly. Lin Yueyao was furious. "This is between me and Ning Bei, is it your turn to disagree?" She hated to directly take action against Qin Jojo, but her strength did not allow it. If not for Qin Jojo interfered, she would have long ago broken the mirror with Ning Bei, not expecting this culprit, and now dare to jump out. Moreover, in Lin Yueyao's mind, it must be Qin Jojo cricketing her behind her back that caused Ning Bei to cold shoulder her uncharacteristically. Everything is Qin Jojo's fault. Senior sister Qin actually refused for senior brother Ning? Of course, they're made for each other, ha. The crowd was also watching and flirting. Greeting Lin Yueyao's resentful gaze and the laughter around her, Qin Jojo had the hindsight to realize that she had crossed the line. The words of rejection were really not suitable for her to speak on behalf of Ning Bei, or else it would only get darker and darker. But now, Qin Jojo couldn't back down. "It's about to be time to go out for training. I just don't want you to add a psychological burden to Ning Bei, which is detrimental to the academy." "You." Lin Yueyao was just about to retort, but was interrupted by Ning Bei in advance. "Lin Yueyao, you're not in the training quota this time, are you? Instead of messing around here, you should go chase after your own white moonlight." Lin Yueyao's expression froze. "Ning Bei, how can you say that I'm being disruptive?" Lin Yueyao said savagely, "I'm trying to make up with you, it's obvious that she's the one stirring up trouble, can't you see that?" "Ha!" Ning Bei was too lazy to care about her, and walked straight past her towards Qin Jojo, and said to the crowd, "Get ready, follow me when you're ready. Jojo, let's go wait outside." "Aha!" After Qin Jiujio nodded, she left with Ning Bei. It was as if Lin Yueyao did not exist. On the other hand, the ignored Lin Yueyao froze in place, at a loss for words as she looked at Ning Bei's back, a heavy loss welling up inside her. It was as if something had been lost. At this time, Wang Tong and the others even came up to make up for it. Lin Yueyao, you're so confused. How good senior brother Ning was to you in the past, you actually abandoned such an outstanding senior brother Ning for the sake of the king of. Senior brother Ning will have a vast world ahead of him, but unfortunately, you don't have the life to accompany him as he grows. The vitriolic words of the crowd fell on the ears of the disoriented Lin Yueyao, causing her heart to ache violently. Why is that? Why is it obvious that she is standing right here, and even took the initiative to say make up? Ning Bei but would just leave? Didn't even look at her much. Yunqing's residence. Seeing Lin Yueyao looking over, Yunqing lectured without any good humor, you'll have less dealings with that Qin Yu in the future, got it? Am I wrong? After Lin Yueyao was silent for a long time, she coldly said. Faced with the young girl's strange reaction, Yunqing's delicate face was slightly stunned, and she hated the iron and said, now you know you're wrong? What do you think you're doing getting so close to a handyman like him? Just because he saved you, do you have to owe him for the rest of your life? Woohoo! The next moment, Lin Yueyao cried, he has changed. He really has changed. Yueyao, what's wrong with you? Yunqing was caught off guard by Lin Yueyao's sudden sobbing and was in no mood to blame for a moment. And feeling Yunqing's concern, Lin Yueyao completely couldn't tense up and tears slid down her delicate face like rain. These days, she was just too aggravated. Since falling out with Ning Bei, every single thing has not gone well, and even more so, from the envied white swan, to a street rat that everyone shouts at. It wasn't until today that she realized that the honors of the past were added to her body, not because of how good she was, but all because Ning Bei was by her side. Whoever Ning Bei is near shines, and the white moon of her heart. That king of, in addition to subjecting her to ridicule, tricked her into losing her dignity. The thought that for the sake of a king, she actually abandoned Ning Bei, who could become a chief disciple, and gave up such an excellent and dedicated fiancé. Lin Yueyao felt 10,000 remorseful and regretful in her heart. Alas, I actually knew from the start that Qin Yu was no match for Ning Bei, but you had to be so bent on it. Yunqing patted her back and comforted her. But you don't feel too bad, it's normal for couples to fall out. It's not too late for you to realize the mistake. When Ning Bei comes back from his training, I'll personally go and help you to intercede. You guys have a marriage contract on the line, not to mention that. Could it be that he used to be so in love with you that he wouldn't even give me the face of an elder? Even if he really does not give. Then I'll go and help you plead with the priest. Come on, don't cry. Really, Elder Yun? Lin Yueyao raised her eyes in surprise and said excitedly. Fool, would I lie to you? Yunqing looked at Lin Yueyao favorably and said, if my daughter is still alive, and she is as old as you, I am treating you as my own daughter. Lin Yueyao's eyes rolled. If Elder doesn't mind, Yueyao would like to worship you as her godmother. Oh, Yunqing was instantly overjoyed, having had this idea for a long time. In this way, in the middle of this martial heaven academy, they had become a mother and daughter. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Elder Yun, Yueyao. I'm Qin Yua. Qin Yu cried out nervously. Hearing Qin Yu's voice, Yunqing was so angry that she rushed out the door. You still have the face to come? Although she is only an outer door elder, she is also considered to be highly respected in the academy. But today, because of Qin Yu, a lifetime of fame was ruined. How could that not make her angry? Elder Yun, I came to apologize. Please give me a chance to explain. Qin Yu prayed. He'd already thought of an excuse, and the right undercard. Qin Yu, why did you even lie to me? Lin Yueyao was full of disappointment. It's okay to lie to me, but you don't know how to back down even after you've been dismantled. You have to let Ning Bei bring out the evidence before you'll give up. In the end, you caused my godmother to lose face because of you. Yueyao, I have bitter feelings. Go away, I don't want to see you again. Lin Yueyao only felt annoyed. The greatness that Qin Yu had once held in her heart was long gone. The thought of the other pulling so hard, she still wanted to throw up. Seeing that the two women did not give a chance, Qin Yu had to give up, so he pulled out a few gongfu dao. Elder Yun, disciple knows that I have caused you to lose face. These techniques are all disciples' apologies and filial piety to you. After putting down the gongfu, Qin Yu turned around and left. Does he think I'm bad at feats? Yunqing snorted. Still, she walked over to take a look, but it didn't matter if she didn't look, she was shocked. Godmother, what's wrong? Heavens, this is a heaven-ranked technique. What? No, this one is also. Both of them are heaven-ranked techniques? Yunqing lost her color and said, there aren't many heavenly ranked techniques in the academy. How did this Qin Yu take out so many? Quickly, Yueyao. Quickly go and chase him back. Lin Yueyao was stunned. By the time she went out to chase after Qin Yu, the latter had long disappeared. The other side. Qin Yu said uneasily as he prepared to slip out of the academy, Master, does this method really work? Disciple, don't worry. The heavenly ranked technique that Master gave you is the real deal. Sol Nian said in a proper voice, I'm sure they're already looking for you now, but you don't have to rush back to explain. First hang them out to dry, so that you can more easily fool them in the future. Aha! Master is right. A glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He was already looking forward to what was to come, the day when he would soar to the top. What I've lost, I'll take back. Ning Bei, sooner or later I'll let you pull it in the street too. Chapter 18, Remembering the Beautiful Body. That night, a beautiful woman's body is like a pastry. With the help of the soul body, Qin Yu successfully escaped from the academy and went forward to find a soul-fixing lead for him. The other side, Ning Bei and the others also set off. Walking down the road, an electronic voice sounded in his head. Detected that Qin Yu has left the academy and wants to go to Shura Cliff to look for blood Ganoderma to consolidate the Yuan Chi for the soul body in the divine mirror, and that Qin Yu has already worshipped the soul body. Now triggering the reverse task, please host immediately go to Shura Cliffs to avoid life's archenemy getting the chance to turn over again. Oh, a string of information flooded into his mind, causing Ning Bei's expression to change. He had clearly used the soul transformation talisman to refine the other party. How could he still escape the divine mirror alive and accept Qin Yu as his disciple? Worthy of being a son of Qi, this could also pick up opportunities. Accident to accident, Ning Bei was not the least bit panicked. After all, without Qin Yu's words, he couldn't find the chance to intercept. Senior brother Ning, where are we going to train? It was at this time that Wang Teng came forward to inquire. Zhao Ming proposed, I've heard that in city has been very dangerous lately, and a few demonic beasts have broken into the city, so how about we go punish the evil? Compared to in city, Arashur city is even more dangerous. A female disciple interjected, it's rumored that there's a flower thief there who specializes in picking on young girls, and his methods are so insidious that his victims can't even walk afterwards. Ning Bei raised his hand to interrupt their argument and said, let's go to Shura Cliff. Shura Cliffs? A scene that was clamoring 1 second was instantly dead silent the next. What? To go to Shura Cliff to practice? That's a no man's land where demonic beasts gather. Greeting the horrified expressions of the crowd, Ning Bei smiled faintly, the so-called wealth and riches, precisely because the Shura Cliffs is a no man's land where demonic beasts gather, only then do there exist many spiritual objects, and it's rare to have an opportunity to go out and practice. Do you not want to gamble on it? At those words, the crowd looked at each other with mixed feelings. The words are so. But, I'm afraid our strength won't allow it. It's not like there are any elders to escort us on this adventure. Senior brother Ning, can we really go to the Shura Cliff with just us? Their faces were both nervous and impulsive. Don't worry, gentlemen, since I've decided to take you all to the Shura Cliff, then I will definitely bring you back in one piece as well. Ning Bei promised with a smile. He wasn't just talking off the top of his head, he had already found suitable items within the system store, but whenever he encountered an accident, he would exchange them for use. But there's no rush to redeem it now before it goes to waste. No matter what, the girl beside him is not a vegetarian, a great emperor transmigrant, who would believe that there is no bottom card. After getting a promise from Ning Bei, the crowd was no longer fearful, but instead had smiles of anticipation. Shura Cliff, I've long wanted to go there once. I've heard that there are spirit herbs all over the place, so when we come back from our experience, I'm afraid we'll all be able to move up a notch from where we are now. With these words from senior brother Ning, it's fine to go up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire. The group set off happily. Qin Jiujio walked alongside Ning Bei. You were planning to go to Shura Cliff from the start? Well, there's a 100-year portion of blood Ganoderma there. Ning Bei didn't hide it, but instead deliberately raised his volume. With the system's reminder, he had already formulated a plan to deal with Qin Yu, and before that, he had to let the crowd hear the name of the blood lingi first. Aha! Qin Jiujio didn't ask any more questions, only assuming that Ning Bei needed to cultivate. Looking at the young girl's delicate side face, Ning Bei's mind couldn't help but conjure up the beautiful image of that day, when the two of them were entwined in the secret room. It had to be said that the young girl's delicate body was like a delicately carved craft, so beautiful that she couldn't pick out a single flaw. Especially after the fire into the magic after the run, and its usual pure and beautiful image, can be said to form a stark contrast. Even after living 2 lifetimes, Ning Bei had never seen a woman of such exceptional beauty in any of the fun. Not to mention he experienced it firsthand. Beautiful. Beautiful. What's wrong? Qin Jiujio pursed her lips, a little flustered by Ning Bei's stare. Nope. After Ning Bei collected his thoughts, he laughed. You're almost at the Jiedan realm, right? It's going to be some days. Shura Cliffs. The dense jungle covered the sky, and the white poisonous miasma that appeared from time to time was even mixed with the putrid stench from the corpses. When the group first arrived at the outskirts, they encountered many demonic beasts, but as disciples of the Wutian Academy, they were naturally not dry. However, as they went deeper, the strength of the demonic beasts they encountered increased exponentially, and Ning Bei and the other inner disciples had to walk surrounded by several outer disciples. Senior brother Ning, I see you have 3 legs. A female disciple suddenly pointed at Ning Bei and giggled. Silly boy, you're poisoned. Ning Bei shook her head helplessly, letting Wang Teng feed her the elixir and reminded, everyone be careful when picking up spiritual objects, some unrecognizable spiritual herbs are best not to be touched, especially the good-looking ones that are often accompanied by severe poison. Yes. The crowd responded and continued on their way. After all, you've come all this way and it's a real shame not to go deeper, to be honest. It didn't take long. Shin Yu also arrived. Mud, how did Ning Bei come here? Seeing the figure in front of him, Shin Yu-rin went numb. He felt like he was living in Ning Bei's shadow, with the other side everywhere. Humph, since let me meet you in. A flash of gloom in Shin Yu's eyes as he said expectantly, Master, can you help me kill him here? Can't. Why? Shin Yu was instantly displeased and said, aren't you the great love heavenly father from the immortal world? It's easy to kill a mere mortal like him, right? Adverse disciple, are you teaching your master what to do? Shin Yu instantly softened. After all, the turnaround is still counting on the old man inside. He can only obediently admit his mistake. Master, rest in peace. The disciple is not this meaning. It's just that Ning Bei is too abominable. I don't understand. Master understands your unwillingness. The soul thought soothed, but now, the master is only a soul body. The power that can be utilized is limited. Even if the master helps you kill him, how can I help you to retreat in one piece? Besides, don't you want to take revenge yourself? Of course I want to take revenge myself, but I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Shin Yu gritted his teeth. Don't worry, after getting the blood lingi, with the help of your master, you're bound to have the capital to surpass him soon. Thank you, master. Just now it was my disciple who was impulsive. You and I, master and disciple, don't need to say thank you, but you need to learn to use your brain more in doing things, and you shouldn't let anger manipulate your emotions. What does master mean? Since I met them here, why not a chance? The spirit recounts the intention. It allowed Shin Yu to disguise and cover his face, and then it used its power to change Shin Yu's aura and thus blend in with Ning Bei and the others. In this way, in this crisis-ridden Shura cliff, there would be Ning Bei and the others to protect Shin Yu without having to use its weak power. After hearing the plan, Shin Yu was slightly apprehensive. But master, what if I'm discovered? The soul body confidently said, although the teacher is inconvenient to kill him, but there is the teacher in, he will not want to kill you. You boldly go to do as, the teacher also rely on you to help me find the blood spirit Ganoderma, naturally will not harm you. Aha! Encouraged by the soul thoughts, Shin Yu was quite relieved. Once in disguise, he made his way towards the crowd. Senior brother Ning, there's someone there. Wang Tang and the others exclaimed. Finally, Ning Bei couldn't control the corners of his mouth from rising. He had been searching for Shin Yu's figure, and to be honest, without the son of Chi's guidance, it would be really hard for them to find the blood lingi alone. The Shura cliffs are just too big. Gentlemen, take it easy. I mean no harm. After walking over, Shin Yu pinched his voice and spoke, I am a casual cultivator, traveling in all directions. Today I met with all of you here. To say the least, it's also a kind of fate. This Shura cliff is full of dangers. I think it's better for us to join hands and act. How about it? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but they looked at Ning Bei and Qin Zhuozhou. Qin Zhuozhou was just about to refuse, but she was stopped by Ning Bei. That would be great. Ning Bei stepped forward with a smile. How do you call yourself? My name is Go Bei, even though I don't change my name in my line of work and I don't change my name in my seat. Shin Yu excitedly said, this brother is agreeing to join forces? So it's brother dog. A flash of teasing flashed across Ning Bei's eyes. This place is so dangerous. One more person is one more strength. Why don't you agree? Besides, you're not the Shin Yu that would in his pants and still eat by himself. We're happy to have you on board. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang and the others laughed. Shin Yu? Chapter 19, the protagonist designs to humiliate him. The villain flirts with his sister. Shin Yu's face darkened. Can you even think of him? Meh. Shin Yu face hot and spicy, but can only be mute. This is too much. Where in the world there is such a person? I have not yet asked for the name of the benevolent brother? Seeing that Shin Yu wanted to change the topic, Ning Bei didn't give the opportunity. Brother dog, I'm not bull asterisk ting. This is all the truth. If you don't believe me, ask this group of my senior brothers. There's nothing wrong with senior brother Ninghe. You've never seen the guy. He's really capable of standing up and ting his pants. That Shin Yu is also really. After pulling him he still has to feel the warmth. Disgusting. When this matter was mentioned, Wang Tang and the others expressed their own views and were all laughing. The piercing laughter almost made Shin Yu vomit blood. What a bully. He didn't want to feel the warmth, even though he has pants. But on the contrary, he couldn't refute this kind of being slandered. So Ren's name is Ning. I see that a few of your attire appear to be from the Martial Heavenly Academy, right? Right. Brother dog is really knowledgeable. Ning Bei smoothly said, how about this? We're kind of like old friends at first sight. From now on, I'll call you dog, you call me brother Ning, and we'll make friends from now on. How about it? Dogs? You. Shin Yu's sentence of damn almost spewed out, but fortunately the only remaining sanity still allowed him to hold back. Obviously have hidden identity, he can still be so humiliated by Ning Bei. It must be an incompatibility. Our senior brother Ning is very nice, and he's also the chief disciple of the Wutian Academy, so steal your joy dog. Wang Tang said familiarly to himself. Oh, that's really my honor. Shin Yu was so angry that he was almost short of oxygen, but he could only force a smile. Brother Ning, let's not waste any more time, let's just explore this place. Also, Ning Bei feigned a sudden realization as he pulled Qin towards the front. Doggy, you often travel in all directions, so you must be strong. Come, you go to the front and open the way. Qin was so angry that he was trembling. As things stood, he could only comfort himself again. It's fine, it's better to go ahead and open the way, so that he could be the first to get his hands on the blood lingi after encountering it. Anyway, with the power of the master sheltering him, surely nothing will happen. And so it was. The group continued on their way. Qin Jojo seemed to see something, lowered his voice. Ning Bei, how do I feel like you're purposely fixing him? I just deliberately screwed him. Ning Bei frankly said, this person claims to be traveling in all directions, but then suddenly shows up to seek a partner, obviously wanting to take us as a gun. Jojo, would you think I'm too bad like this? Speaking at the back, Ning Bei's pair of large eyes that had not been polluted by the world stared straight at the young girl. No way. Qin Jojo hastily shook her head and added, just now when I saw that you agreed to join forces with strangers, I still had some concerns, but now that I know that you were so bad, lol, I'm relieved instead. Yeah, I'm going to have to learn to be a little bad from now on then. Qin Jojo's delicate face was slightly stunned. Greeting Ning Bei's pair of smiling starry eyes, her heartbeat instantly skyrocketed. I don't mean that. Oops, Ning Bei, be careful. A demonic beast abruptly sprang out from the side, and Qin Jojo was busy with her hand. Holy light spread out from her palm, turning into a golden lotus in a flash, like a cannonball blasting into the beast, instantly sending it flying backwards. One break ended the fight cleanly. This caused a group of disciples in the rear to cheer. Senior sister Qin is so tactful. In the entire academy, I'm afraid that only senior brother Ning is worthy of senior sister Qin. Don't make jokes, all focus on the alert. Ning Bei looked at the crowd and pretended to be disgruntled as he admonished them. But instead of being afraid, the crowd was teasing. Senior sister Qin didn't even say anything. Why are you still shy, senior brother Ning? Ning Bei sighed helplessly, embarrassedly looking at the young girl whose pretty face was slightly red. Jojo, don't you mind? It's okay, they were just kidding. Qin Jojo's face was shy, biting her small mouth and said. In the face of the crowds flirting with her and Ning Bei, instead of having any resistance in her heart, she felt an indescribable wonder. It's such a strange feeling. Only Qin, who was walking in front of him, was so angry that his back teeth broke. Bastard. Putting me in harm's way to lose my reputation. You still dare to rumor with my sister? Qin was puzzled. Why wasn't my sister, who had always been cold in nature and had resisted men in every way, irritated now? It can't be that you like Ning Bei, can it? That's completely impossible. Doesn't he know his sister well enough? Seemingly sensing Qin anger, the soul body within him spoke out and took the initiative to inform him of the process of being refined by Ning Bei with a talisman, but intentionally did not say why. And when he first heard about this, Qin was shocked since, what? Master, could it be that my sister was threatened by Ning Bei? It's possible, but not guaranteed for sure. It must be. Qin had already made a judgment. He had long realized that the development of the matter was very strange, somewhat beyond the ordinary cognition. Dare to hide behind this kind of secret story? So the sister was manipulated. My good sister. You must have been threatened by Ning Bei, so you deliberately pretended not to care about me. Quick, there's the scent of the blood lingi ahead. The soul body transmitted a voice to Qin. Phew. Without saying a word, Qin was busy speeding up his pace. Oh, seeing this, Ning Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems to have been found. Gentlemen, pick up the pace. After Ning Bei said that, he took the lead in chasing forward. Damn, why is he speeding up too? Looking at Ning Bei who was chasing after him, Qin head was spinning for a while, but he couldn't stop now, so he could only desperately speed up his pace. Not much longer. A cavern that emitted a blinding scarlet light came into view, and at the entrance of the cavern, there was a spirit plant swaying in the wind. The spirit stalk was thin and narrow, topped with a cloud of dazzling red flowers, and every time it swung with the wind, there were countless tiny particles that reflected a blood-red color in the void. Blood lingi. Qin blood surged. This is his hope to turn over a new leaf, a treasure against all odds. Finally found it. Boom. Before he could be happy for 2 seconds, a big foot suddenly kicked over. Ouch. Qin instantly fell on his face. When he stood up, he realized that the blood lingi that he had been longing for had already been picked by Ning Bei. That's what I saw first. Qin said excitedly. You saw it was yours first? Ning Bei sneered and said, and I said that I was originally coming for it. You. Qin was so angry that his liver fire rose. Seeing that the crowd was also rushing over, he suddenly had a plan. Ning Bei, as the chief disciple of the martial heavenly academy, you represent the academy's face, shouldn't you set an example for your fellow disciples? I obviously saw this blood Ganoderma first, but you lied that you came here for it. Did you know it was here before? How can you be so shameless for the sake of the blood lingi? How can you convince the public in the future? Moral kidnapping? Ning Bei did not panic. You really said the right. I knew it a long time ago here. Do not believe you ask her. Jojo, I said the truth? Yes. Qin Jojo nodded her head without hesitation and said, before we came here, We had already determined that we were going to come to look for the blood Ganoderma, and to say that Ning Bei doesn't know how to be shameless, you're the one who really doesn't know how to be shameless. Xin Yu looked at his sister dumbfounded. At this time, Wang Tong and the others also spoke out. When senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin were talking, I also heard that they were here to look for the blood lingi. That's right, I think I heard Reiki too. Senior brother Ning didn't pick spirit herbs all the way, instead he was protecting us, and he didn't suddenly pick up speed until just now, clearly knowing that the blood Ganoderma is here. Qin Yuren went numb. Instead of failing to morally kidnap Ning Bei, how did he offend the public? How did this happen? How did Ning Bei know about the blood lingi? That, brother Ning, could you go find another spirit? It seems to me that this blood lingi is useless to you as well, doesn't it? Qin Yu forced a smile on his face, and if the hard one doesn't work, he will come to the soft one. After all, this blood lingi was just too important to him. One can beg without dignity. Ning Bei glanced at the blood Ganoderma. You're right, this blood Ganoderma does mean very little to me, but there is someone who needs it very much, and I'm looking for her. Who? Qin Yu said sharply, no matter who it is, just lie to her and say you haven't found. I owe you a favor. It's okay if you lie to him that you didn't find it. But I don't want to lie to her, that girl is important to me. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how important can be more important Qin Yu is really anxious, women are like clothes, you look so handsome, there is no need to be so sincere to a woman Ning Bei acted like he hadn't heard Qin Yu's plea. In full view of everyone, he walked straight to Qin Jojo in front of him, cupped the blood lingi with both hands and said, Jojo, happy birthday. Qin Jojo abruptly covered her mouth. Qin Yu? It's broken. I'm a clown. Chapter 20, the villain's tactics are too superb, the protagonist's sister can't stand it. Wow. The crowd also looked at each other, unable to hide their surprise. Is today senior sister Qin's birthday? The girl that senior brother Ning spoke of as being very important turns out to mean senior sister Qin. Good job senior brother Ning, showing his cards directly. As they were shocked, the corners of the crowd's mouths also curled into anti-smiles. Things are getting interesting. Looking at Ning Bei's spring-like smile, Qin Jojo's pretty face flushed with a blush that was visible to the naked eye. How do you know my birth date? She had never mentioned this to anyone, but not only did Ning Bei know about it, he had actually prepared such a big surprise for her. She only felt her agitated nose sour a little. What woman can carry off this ritual? That's not important. Ning Bei guffawed and handed the blood Ganoderma to the young girl. What's important is that this 100-year portion of blood Ganoderma can help you break your bottleneck and reach the Jedan realm as soon as possible. No. It's important. Qin Jojo shook her head vigorously. At this moment, she no longer cared about the gazes of the people around her, but instead looked straight at Ning Bei. You came all this way to find the blood Ganoderma? Just to give it to me? Ning Bei didn't say anything, but instead coyly touched his head. Such a move instantly lit up the scene. Egu, senior brother Ning is still shy. I really envy senior sister Qin, being so loved and valued by senior brother Ning. I was moved to tears. Together. The scene got out of hand and the crowd set up straight away. What's more, even an early birth was shouted. Qin Jojo was so ashamed that she was at a loss for words, and when she met Ning Bei's gaze, she couldn't help but dodge it. And Ning Bei, who knew the young girl's character well, could not be seen to be scheming, and was busy heckling the crowd. All of you, don't argue, don't talk nonsense. I gave the blood lingi to Jojo as a birthday gift to her in order to thank her for helping me. Anyone who dares to talk any more nonsense, I'm going to get really mad. Ning Bei was in a serious, solemn warning. But anyone could see that he was clearly motivated by wanting to protect Qin Jojo and avoid the other party's embarrassment. Therefore, the crowd was on board. Don't be angry, senior brother Ning, just think of it as us joking. Yeah, it's been too depressing since we came to Shura Cliffs, we just wanted to liven things up a bit. Senior sister Qin, say something, or else senior brother Ning will have to blame us. The scarlet on Qin Jojo's face became more and more intense. But the next moment, she ghosted. Ning Bei, don't blame them. They're just joking around. At those words, Ning Bei almost burst out laughing. Not to mention blaming the crowd, he couldn't wait to set up a wedding table for these people on the spot. It's simply a godsend. Even though his heart was overjoyed, Ning Bei was still coy on the face. Jojo, I'm sorry I didn't think things would turn out like this. No, it's okay Qin Jojo's gaze evaded. You don't have to apologize. I'm not angry. On the contrary, I'm quite touched. It was from the bottom of her heart. Receiving such an expensive gift, as well as Ning Bei's full of heart, unless it is a white-eyed wolf, who else can not be touched? The crowds flirting with her and Ning Bei, forcibly bundling her and Ning Bei into a pair, really didn't produce nastiness in her heart either. Instead, there was an inexplicable joy. Have you had enough? People haven't even finalized their relationship, you guys are messing around with your lovebirds. On the contrary, Qin Yu couldn't tense up. Being angry and cursing was too much. Publicly flirting with his sister, not to mention, Ning Bei actually use him as a wingman. Isn't this bullying an honest man? The thought of an excellent sister one day, pressed down by a naked Ning Bei. No one can take it. Congratulations to the host, ruffling the heart of the protagonist's sister and executing the son of Qi to the heart of the Tao. In view of the host's overcompletion of the reverse mission, a special reward is now triggered. 1. Reward an elf ball, which can forcibly collect demonic beasts in the Jedan realm and below, and make them forcefully obey and fight for the host, etc. 2. Reversal value to Blitz, the host has gained 200,000 reversal value, which has been deposited into the system store. Ning Bei ignored Qin Yu's rant, because at this moment, his attention was on the system's rewards, which could be described as unprecedentedly magnificent. However, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming and the others were enraged. Mudhorse, it's your turn to talk? And you're nothing. Before, you had to join forces with us, and our senior brother Ning was kind enough to let you join together, but as a result, you damn well wanted to rob the blood Ganoderma? And now you dare to sow discord? Guys, him. The crowd was truly angry. Regardless, he pounced straight towards Qin Yu. Along the way, they were indebted to Ning Bei's shelter to be able to pick spiritual objects at the Shura cliff, but right now, Qin Yu jumped out to tear down Ning Bei. This is clearly a slap in their face. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Wait. Qin Yu Ren went numb. He really didn't want to provoke the crowd, but how come they all wanted to hit him? Just as he was about to seek help from his master, suddenly, a white-toothed tiger beast rushed out of the cave. Roar! The so-called tiger's roar in the mountains. A tiger's roar caused the ground to shake for miles around. A Jedan realm demonic beast? Oh no, this appears to be a demonic beast guarding the blood lingi. Qin Jojo's delicate face suddenly changed, and she was busy reminding, quickly back up and stay away from it. Ha ha! On the contrary, Qin Yu laughed cheerfully, actually provoking a Jedan realm demonic beast. Today you guys are considered to be dead in the water. The power given to him by his soul body was currently enough for him to defend himself, but with just the power of Ning Bei and Qin Jojo, he wanted to protect those outer disciples of the Qi practicing realm. It can be called a fool's errand. The appearance of this white-toothed tiger beast would surely kill many people. And once a disciple lost his life, then the academy would pursue Ning Bei for the sin of bringing a disciple to Shura Cliff, and at that time, Ning Bei was afraid that he would lose his status as chief. At the thought of this, Qin Yu only felt that the heavens had come down to help him, and his suffering had come to an end. Senior brother Ning, save us. Several disciples called for help with pale faces. It was really the gaze from the white-toothed tiger beast that was full of oppression, causing their legs to weaken and they couldn't even mobilize the strength to escape. It's over. Wang Tang and the others were also sweating profusely as they looked at the demonic beast in shock. Demonic beasts of the Jedan realm. Even if they were inner disciples, I'm afraid they would have to die 9 deaths. Qin Jojo pinched the pink fist, things now. I'm afraid she only used the bottom card, may help everyone escape out. She didn't want to see that Ning Bei was held accountable by the academy. I'll do it. Just before the young girl was about to strike, Ning Bei pulled her back and cast a gentle smile. Qin Jojo blinked. Ning Bei walked towards the white-toothed tiger beast with a calm demeanor and said in a pleasant manner, Brother Tiger, it's not easy for you to cultivate to such a level, so don't do anything stupid. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Qin Yu burst out laughing. You silly fool, I thought what you were going to do, but it turns out that you're here to reason with it? If reasoning is useful, then what are we still cultivating for? In the face of Qin Yu's crazy mockery, Wang Tang and the others looked at each other in dismay. At this moment they didn't even have the courage to retort. They also felt that Ning Bei's actions were really a bit redundant. A demonic beast might reason with you? Not to mention a great demon of the Jedan realm. Human boy, are you insulting this king? A white-toothed tiger beast with a human voice. Wow! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and their jaws dropped. In the immortal cultivation world, there was no lack of many demonic beasts that could spit out human language, but those that could do it at the Jedan realm were bound to be no ordinary demonic beasts. And based on the response from the other side, there's no doubt that this doesn't intend to leave well enough alone. Yeah. At this time, Qin Yu once again jumped out and said, Tiger King, he's just insulting you. Nah, look at the blood Ganoderma all picked by him. I tried to block it at first, but they wouldn't listen. He could finally catch a break. The appearance of this white-toothed tiger beast was simply heaven's favor to him. Ning Bei, are you dead this time? Chapter 21, One mountain is higher than another, forced confession cannot be escaped. On the contrary, Ning Bei remained calm and collected, looking at the tiger beast and indifferently saying, What do you want to do then? This king wants you. Die without a burial place. The white-toothed tiger beast roared, and that thick front paw slapped out towards the front, and in an instant, the earth cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The impact aftermath that erupted from the crack was like a deep and stern sword that suddenly chopped at Wang Tang's group in front. At this moment, everyone's face was ashen. Unbridled. Ning Bei's eyes went cold. A power of the Jedan realm erupted from his body, especially after activating the Divine Young technique. His power was augmented by a masculine aura. The whole person's aura climbed. And the white-toothed tiger beast swings out of the oppression, a moment is swept away. The tiger beast, which was originally a purely young thing, was instantly suppressed by Ning Bei's masculine power at this moment. What? The white tiger beast's pupil shrunk slightly, not daring to believe it. How could this human kid release more than its oppression? The others similarly burst into an uproar, unable to hide their shock. This aura is. Senior brother Ning has actually reached the Jiedan realm? What? Obviously the other day senior brother Ning was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. What kind of demonic talent is this? Qin Yu was dumbfounded. He also fantasized about surpassing Ning Bei one day, not thinking. The speed of his opponent's improvement was comparable to a rocket. To rush from foundation establishment to Jiedan in a few days, is this still a human being? This son's future is as terrifying as it is. The chilling sound of the soul thoughts lingered in Qin Yu's mind. At those words, he gritted his teeth and rushed the white-toothed tiger beast. Tiger King, kill him quickly. When he grows up, he will definitely come to seek revenge on you. The opportunity to eradicate Ning Bei must not be missed. The white-toothed tiger beast took a look at Qin Yu. The beast's eyes swept through a flash of viciousness. Even though he knew that the other party was using himself, what he said was not false. It had already felt an unprecedented amount of pressure and awe from Ning Bei. Roar! The white-toothed tiger beast suddenly leapt, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing towards Ning Bei, its speed so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to capture. Senior brother Ning, be careful. Although Wang Tang and the others were having difficulty defending themselves, they did not forget to charge Ning Bei with a reminder. Great! Qin Yu's mouth, on the other hand, was hooked into a crazy epileptic smile. As long as Ning Bei died, even if he couldn't get the blood Ganoderma today, in the future, he could still have a chance to turn over and take charge, to wipe out his former shame. Yueyao, it's a pity you can't see this good show. While Qin Yu was full of anticipation to greet the gruesome and bloody images, the next moment, a scene that was a shocking sight appeared. Ow. 1 second the unstoppable white-toothed tiger beast, but the next second, it actually meekly rubbed up against Ning Bei's hand? And like a big cat, he twisted on the ground with that huge body of flesh and rushed Ning Bei to reveal his soft white round belly. Sample. Ning Bei reached out and rubbed its brain, while the other hand held the elf ball, which was emitting a strange light that was shining straight into the white tiger's beastly eyes. Wow! The crowd was uncertain. What's going on here? Senior brother Ning tamed it. How did he do that? Good lord, isn't this a Jiedan realm demonic beast? Wang Tang and the others were dumbfounded. Sparing the well-informed Qin Jojo, she also froze at this moment. The bottom card she had pinched out in her hand slowly gathered in, unable to believe the scene in front of her. How did Ning Bei do it? Tiger King, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill him. Qin Yu, on the other hand, looked skeptical. What the is this? You're a Tiger King of the Jiedan realm. What are you doing pampering that bastard? Noisy. Ning Bei's brows jumped as his cold gaze turned to Qin Yu. Kill him. Roar. At Ning Bei's command, the white tiger instantly transformed from its well-behaved appearance into a ferocious beast that suddenly pounced towards Qin Yu. Asterisk. Qin Yu's tiger's body shook, and the man was dumbfounded. It was clearly Ning Bei who had picked the blood lingi, so why would the Tiger King come at him? Why is it always him who attracts the hate? Qin Yu couldn't bother to figure out the situation, and he was busy urging the power given to him by his soul body to escape in a mess. And it was as if Qin Yu was the only enemy in the white tiger's eyes. Wang Tang and the others looked at each other in dismay, panting as if they had come back to life. Senior brother Ning, how did you do that just now? This Jiedan realm Tiger King would actually listen to senior brother Ning. Vaguely, the palpitating faces of the crowd all revealed their unspeakable admiration for Ning Bei. I said I'd bring you all back safe and sound, so I'll definitely do it. Ning Bei smiled and said, alright, everyone stop being nervous and quickly adjust your state. Senior brother Ning, it's truly a blessing for us to be able to come out and train with you. With senior brother Ning leading the way, even a pig can take off after the danger is removed. The crowd's respect and gratitude for Ning Bei had undoubtedly deepened by another layer. Ning Bei then walked towards the young girl staring at him. Jojo, you weren't scared just now, were you? Nope. Qin Jojo gently shook her head, curiously sizing up Ning Bei and asking, how the hell did you do that? Rely on this. Ning Bei pulled out the elf ball and said frankly, this item can manipulate demonic beasts at the Jiedan realm and below, that's why it listens to me. Qin Jojo looked at the elf ball, raised her head again, and smiled sweetly at Ning Bei. LOL, you're hiding really deep. Just how many other skills do I not know? I didn't mean to hide it from you, I just didn't feel the need to say it. Ning Bei pretended to be nervous as she explained. Qin Jojo also followed the nervousness, pink cheeks slightly red. I do not mean that. I just casually asked. Everyone has secrets, I can understand. Do you have secrets too? Aha! Qin Jojo also nodded honestly. Ning Bei just stared at her without saying a word. He's waiting. If Qin Jojo was willing to take the initiative to reveal something about her reincarnation, it would almost guarantee that the young girl would be his person from now on. Greeting Ning Bei's blazing gaze, Qin Jojo's heart was a bit tangled. Do you know why I said that I don't want to find a Dao couple yet? Because you haven't met anyone you like yet? No. So you have a favorite? Who's so sexually lucky? Ning Bei pursued with a torch-like gaze. Chapter 22, Villain attacks heart with goodness, protagonist's sister falls in love. Greeting Ning Bei's blazing gaze, Shin Jojo blushed. She hadn't realized how she'd fallen into a hole, there's a lot of things waiting for me in the future. Look, Ning Bei, it's back. Shin Jojo had a bright idea and pointed at the returning tiger beast to change the topic. Oh, so fast. Looks like it was lost. Ning Bei knows how to take things as they come. He took a step towards the tiger beast and did not expect the other party to kill Chinyu at first. After all, the other party was a protagonist who was carrying chi. Even he couldn't guarantee a certainty, let alone a demonic beast. At this time, Wang Tong and the others came out from within the cave and said joyfully, Senior Brother Ning, there are so many white-toothed tiger beast cubs within the cave. Yes? Ning Bei and Shin Jojo looked at each other and walked in to check. Fruity. Deep in the cavern were lying 7 small, wailing cubs, not even opening their eyes yet. No wonder it didn't show up to stop us when we picked the blood lingi. Shin Jojo said indistinctly, it seems to have just given birth not long ago. Ning Bei nodded. At that moment, the system voice rang in his head. Detecting Chinyu escaping pursuit with the power of his soul body and accidentally gaining a small share of opportunity under the influence of his aura of good fortune. But the host does not need to be concerned, that small opportunity will not pose a threat to the host, and a greater opportunity has been captured for the host, so please act as instructed. Gollum. A wave of information flooded into Ning Bei's mind. His eyes lit up and he looked to the female tiger next to him. According to the system's hints, at this moment, as long as he unbinds the mother tiger and lets her regain her freedom to raise her cubs, there is a probability that she will be grateful and send down a creation. And if the female tiger did not submit after regaining her freedom, then he could continue to control it with the pixie ball and repeat the operation until it was successful. In short, an opportunity for unlimited trial and error. Wonderful! The corner of Ning Bei's mouth curled into a smile. Especially when he saw Shin Jojo and the others, looking at the little tiger cub with regret in their eyes, a plan quietly rose in his heart. Saying that he would do it, Ning Bei suddenly ordered, everyone lean back, all of you stay away from the female tiger. Although the people were uncertain, they continued to do as they were told. In the next moment, he pulled out the elf ball in front of Shin Jojo, and the young girl, who was well aware of the function of this object, blinked her eyes in bewilderment and, Ning Bei, what are you trying to do? Set it free. Ning Bei took a deep breath and pretended to be emotional. It's hard for these cubs to survive in Shura Cliff without the shelter of a mother tiger, and now that we've got the blood Ganoderma, I don't want to stand by and watch these cubs fall into the rations of other demonic beasts due to the loss of their mother. When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Senior Brother Ning, calm down. Once the white-toothed tiger beast is out of control, it's likely to attack us again. The crowd rushed to dissuade him. While they do sympathize with the cubs, they dare not gamble on the mother tiger's conscience. Jojo, are you going to persuade me too? Ning Bei looked towards the young girl. Shin Jojo pursed her lips. She was not an indecisive person, much less a saintly mother, but when Ning Bei put forward such an idea, when she looked again at the cub whose eyes were not even open, a few fluctuations arose in her heart. Or perhaps it stemmed from the importance of Ning Bei within her heart, making her subconsciously follow Ning Bei's decision. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, she raised her head. Ning Bei, have you thought about the consequences? I know, it could get out of hand. Greeting the nervous gazes of the crowd, Ning Bei deliberately didn't say that he could still use the elf ball to manipulate the female tiger, but instead made a serious promise. But I promise that if the female tiger does get out of control, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely not let it hurt any of you, please believe me. Senior Brother Ning. The crowd looked at each other and fell silent. The Martial Heavenly Academy was a prestigious sect, and they were by no means murderous villains. On the contrary, they all still had sympathy for the weak. For example, these little cubs. However, the crowd also did not have the courage to break the boat of Ning Bei, and because they were rescued by Ning Bei, they were able to survive until now. Therefore, when Ning Bei made his promise, for a while, no one was too embarrassed to speak up. Boom! But the next moment, upon seeing that Ning Bei really wanted to return the female tiger's freedom, the crowd was holding their breath again, regret for not insisting on dissuading Ning Bei showing in their expressions. If the female tiger really got out of control, they would also die in 9 deaths. It doesn't pay to be good. Fortunately, when the female tiger regained her freedom, instead of losing control, she rushed Ning Bei and bowed deeply. Thank you, talented young man of the human race. Phew! At this moment, the taut nerves of the crowd loosened. Great, it didn't make a move on us. At least it's a tiger king of the Jedan realm, it already has humanity. Senior Brother Ning, it was too risky just now. They lamented heartily. Ning Bei, however, was not surprised at all, but just looked at the mother tiger. With anticipation, come on big baby, time to give me the chance. And the next moment, the female tiger looked at Ning Bei as expected, spitting out a human voice. Genius of the human race, please forgive me for my earlier rudeness, in gratitude for not harming my child, and for reuniting us as mother and child, this favor is beyond repayment. I'm willing to lead you to find the Shura ruins. The ruins of Shura? When these words came out, the crowd was struck by lightning and looked at each other. Not. What did it say it was taking us to? The Shura ruins? Isn't that a rumor? Does reality really exist? There had been endless rumors about the Shura ruins, but so far, no one has ever found it, and over time, it has become an unrealistic rumor. It can be imagined that when hearing these words from the mother tiger's mouth, in addition to Ning Bei, who had expected this, Rao Qinjiu was also dumbstruck. Led by the mother tiger, the crowd stepped into a miasma of fog. Senior brother Ning, we're not dreaming, are we? Could the mother tiger be playing a trick on us? Does the Shura ruins really exist? Along the way, Wang Tong and the others could not hide their excitement, and at the same time, they could not believe it even more. I don't know how long I've been gone. It was as if everyone's skin was plastered with a layer of air bubbles, and immediately afterward, a fierce spiritual energy surged steeply into everyone's body. Boom! The miasma fog that had originally obscured the field of vision, in the next moment, had disappeared without a trace. In front of everyone, it is no longer the dark and damp Shura cliff, but a new world with bright sunshine and blue sky. Wow! The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Holy, where is this? Is this the Shura ruins? What a dense spiritual energy. I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through just by staying here. Ha, what a blessing from the heavens. No, it's all because of senior brother Ning. The excited crowd looked towards Ning Bei. Senior brother Ning, you are truly our great benefactor. Just now I wanted to stop senior brother Ning. It's me who has no eyes, I really deserve to die. I take back what I said about good people not being rewarded, it was shallow of me. Senior brother Ning, I'll kowtow to you, from now on, your elder god. I don't know who started it. For a moment, the crowd worshipped towards Ning Bei, and although it was a bit too much, it also emphasized their heartfelt excitement and admiration. If Ning Bei hadn't been kind enough to let the mother tiger go, how would they have had the chance to find the Shura relics that the world was longing to find? On the occasion of releasing the female tiger, however, they all expressed their opposition, causing Ning Bei to make a promise. Many people were sweating at the thought. At the same time, he admired Ning Bei's courage from the bottom of his heart. What are you guys doing? Ning Bei pretended to be flattered and said, hurry up and get up, since we're here at the Shura ruins, let's all go look for clues. Don't worry, senior brother Ning, leave this matter to us. Senior brother Ning, I'll be your dog from now on, if you point east, I'll never go west. Me too. At this moment, when the crowd faced Ning Bei, they were as excited as if a dog had seen. Secret realms were opportunities that could be encountered but not sought by cultivators, and this time, it was entirely Ning Bei who had brought them the opportunity. Seeing the crowd's compliments to Ning Bei, and Ning Bei's powerful appeal, at this moment, Qin Jiu also looked at Ning Bei with sparkling eyes. Noticing the young girl's gaze, Ning Bei turned back. What's wrong, Jiu? Qin Jiu hesitated for a moment, but still said from the heart, I find that I admire you a little. Chapter 23, the villain is sweet and handsome, feelings and body heating up. Worship? Looking at the young girl's rosy cheeks, and the shyness hiding in her gaze, Ning Bei was almost so happy that he shook a section of his flower hand. Others didn't know the identity of the young girl, but he did. Who wouldn't be happy to have a transmigratory great emperor who speaks of his admiration with a straight face? Moreover, with Qin Jiu's character, it was even more difficult to say these words. This also proved that Ning Bei's design of attacking the heart with goodness did have an extraordinary effect. It was just a fluke. I didn't expect there to be a Shura relic either. Ning Bei played dumb. No, I don't mean the relics. Oh, what's that? Your courage. Qin Jiu bit her lip and said truthfully. Previously, Ning Bei's courage to act on his heart despite the discouragement of the people, and his commitment to protect everyone with his life. The scene was a picture that kept coming back to her mind. Throughout her past life and present life, she had never seen such vigor in anyone, but now, this person was standing right in front of her. Although admit up quite shameful, but Qin Jiu cannot deny. In her heart, she really had a few moments to worship Ning Bei. This man, really special. Congratulations to the host, the ruse succeeded, ruffled the protagonist's sister's heart, rewarded 5,000 reverse value. What the hell is a ruse? Ning Bei expressed his disagreement, that was clearly his crowning wisdom. Not much longer. Wang Tang and others came to report the results. Senior brother Ning, this is the stone statue forest we found. Wang Tang introduced. One could only see that the square miles were filled with countless strangely shaped and irregularly ruled stone statues, densely packed, like large trees standing in the mountains. Qin Jiu stepped forward. This is a special way of inheritance. One can find out the rules based on the stone statue, and use it for cultivation, and will gain more obvious results than ordinary cultivation. Senior sister Qin, you know so much. A female disciple lamented. The rest of them nodded their heads, undeniably. Qin Jiu abruptly smiled. Ning Bei smiled back. How much could a great emperor know? Since that's the case, let's all start searching for the rules and find a way to cultivate with the stone statues sooner rather than later. Ning Bei spoke. Senior brother Ning, why don't you two go to the spirit spring and let us have this place? At this time, Wang Tong and Zhao Ming said laughingly. Not only did they find this stone statue forest, they also discovered a spiritual spring hidden deep within the mountain range, and almost all of this world's rich aura originated from the spiritual spring. It could be said that compared to the opportunity of the stone statue forest, that spiritual spring was the main event. But right now, the crowd did not covet, but instead, with meaningful gazes, stared at Ning Bei and Jojo giggled. Ahem. Ning Bei, who was well versed in the minds of the crowd, lightly coughed. Jojo, let's go over and take a look. Yeah. Jojo nodded, also thinking of something. Looking at the backs of the two departing. The crowd looked at each other and covered their mouths in snickers. Gee guys, do you think they'll be mad at us for doing this? What's there to be angry about? The two of them are on the verge of laying it on the line anyway. But I think it's a bit much, at least tell them that the spirit spring is so narrow that you have to stick two people together to use it. Not to mention, it's best if the two of them can squeeze out kids. The other side. When they arrived at the spirit spring, both Ning Bei and Jojo were stunned. The so-called spiritual spring that supports the entire world, although it exudes mind-blowing spiritual power, is so narrow that only two people can stick together? What kind of erotic fountain is this? You use it. Ning Bei didn't even have the face to take advantage of the situation and humbly said, it's better if you use it. I have the blood Ganoderma you gave me. I'll refine it first. Jojo's pretty face was a bright red. After saying that, she fled to the side in feigned concentration as she refined the blood lingi. With things as they were, Ning Bei had no choice but to enter the spring alone. A single person would be quite suitable. Shura cliffs. Damn idiot tiger, actually chasing after old me. When I change my destiny against the heavens, I will make you pay in blood. And you, Ning Bei. You secretly swore. He was unconvinced. Obviously it was Ning Bei who picked the blood Ganoderma. Why did the white tiger chase after him and bite him? It caused him to ache all over now. And how is that not a blessing in disguise? The voice of the spirit body rang out. Also, Master is right. Yu placed his hands on a light stone and said, if I hadn't fallen into a hole in the ground, I wouldn't have come across this treasure that can change my meridians. Soon it will be the yearly examination of the academy. Apprentice, I should be able to enter the outer sect and become an outer sect disciple. The outer gate? The spirit body laughed out loud. Is the inner gate not good? The inner door? Yu was a bit embarrassed at his words. Master, don't make fun of me, although this thing can help me change my meridians, but it's not heaven-defying yet. How dare I fantasize about becoming an inner disciple? Oh disciple, have you forgotten that Master can also enhance his power through this item? With Master's help, are you still afraid that you won't be able to become a mere inner disciple? Master, is that true? When has Master ever lied to you? Great. Yu was all smiles. Inner disciple, he couldn't even dream of it before. But after experiencing the power with the help of his soul body, he firmly believed in his soul body's words, and at that time, he was the prettiest boy at the examination competition. No one could stop him, the legend of becoming an inner disciple from a handyman. Yueyao, I'm taking off. You'll see that my future extends far beyond Nimbus. Boom. After the blood lingi was refined by Jojo, countless tiny blood-red particles appeared, gradually causing its circumference to become boiling hot. Not much longer. A breakthrough breath erupted. When she opened her eyes, a handsome face came into view. Ah, Ning Bei? At this moment, Ning Bei was squatting in front of her. A breakthrough? Aha! Jojo squeezed out a smile and nodded tenderly. Then quickly go within the spirit spring to consolidate your realm. No, You're welcome. Not waiting for Jojo to push back, Ning Bei had already pulled her over. With no choice but to enter the spirit spring, Jojo said, what about you? I've been absorbing for quite a while just now. Saying that, Ning Bei sat down cross-legged in place. You should consolidate your realm first, it'll be the same if I cultivate outside. Looking at Ning Bei, who had closed her eyes, Jojo wanted to speak. In the next moment, she looked down at the thin, narrow spirit spring, and as if she had made some sort of determination, she raised her forehead and said, Ning Bei, you can come in as well. What? Ning Bei opened his starry eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it, it's not quite right. It's okay. Ning Bei's proper appearance made the tension in Jojo's heart lower a lot, but she still lowered her voice. Anyway, there are no outsiders here. Come in. This, okay? It can be. Jojo was too embarrassed to meet Ning Bei's eyes, but when she nodded her head, there was no hesitation. Instead it was written with seriousness. And so it was. Ning Bei went into the water. The two of them were not pressed together, but both could feel the warmth of the other. Jojo, your body is so hot, Ning Bei deliberately said. I just finished refining the blood lingi and broke through. It's a little hot. Jojo's cheeks blushed as she said, do you mind, right? Then I'll get up first. No. Ning Bei smoothly wrapped his arms around her willow waist and dragged her back down. I just remembered that day when you were as hot as you are now. Chapter 24, The Son of Fortune Wants to Turn the Tide? I'll hold him down. Knock. Jojo's delicate body trembled, and her brain went blank. Looking at Ning Bei's handsome face with a light smile, her face flushed with shame. Didn't we agree? No one is allowed to mention that matter again? What? Ning Bei acted stunned, then suddenly said, "Don't misunderstand Jojo, I'm not referring to the day I went off the rails, I'm talking about is when we refined our soul bodies together." Ha! Divine mirror examination. Shin Jojo was as if she had been hit by a blow to the head. Especially Ning Bei's exquisite acting skills, not a single crack could be seen, and all of a sudden, the shame of the latter's dominance caused her head to bury downwards. However, because the two of them were too close, this time she lowered her head, and in turn, she flung herself into Ning Bei's arms. The host is too good at this. Flirting with the protagonist's sister is rewarded with 1000 reverse value. Hey! Feeling the warmth of the young girl's delicate body, Ning Bei's mouth corners rose, a serious appeasement. It's okay Jojo. There are no outsiders here anyway, so you don't need to be embarrassed. Hearing this, Shin Jojo really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Originally, she and Ning Bei had secrets that couldn't make it to the surface, but it turned out that Ning Bei hadn't said anything yet, and she was the one who brought it up instead. It's simply humiliating. The young girl, who had always been calm and collected, looked like she was being played out at the moment. Thank you for the gift you gave me. Shin Jojo changed the topic. Without that blood lingi, I wouldn't have been able to step into showdown so quickly. Do you like the gift? Shin Jojo bit her lip, undeniable. And Ning Bei's silence left her at a loss for what to say for a moment. And so it was. The scene fell into a silent ambiguity. Shin Jojo was nearly lying on her back in Ning Bei's arms, and from afar, it looked as if she was a Taoist couple in love. Maybe both understand it's not a good fit. But at the moment, no one broke the coziness. The other side. After groping for most of the day, Wang Tong and the others finally found it, the rules hidden within the stone statue. Unlike unusual opportunities, this stone statue forest favored exercising their mental strength. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Wang Tong and the others were all able to make a breakthrough, and in addition to the elevation of their realm, their spiritual power was more than doubled. Although spiritual power is not a gift, but for places that can only be entered by the soul, for example, the Martial Heaven Academy's annual competition examination, for fear that the disciples will injure their fellow disciples, will often use special means to rip the disciples' souls into the divine platform duel. In situations like this, spiritual power would play a crucial role, and if it was strong enough, it could even exert power far beyond reality. At the Spirit Springs, Ning Bei and Shin Jojo had also improved considerably, and both of them had already reached the middle stage of showdown. When consolidating your cultivation, Ning Bei's mighty masculine aura appeared to be overlapping with Shin Jojo's feminine purple rhyme, forming a complementary yin and yang scene, so it didn't take long for the two to tamp down the realm. Ning Bei opened his starry eyes and lamented, "Unfortunately, if we could have found the Shura ruins earlier, we might have been able to obtain even more benefits. But we should go back too, or the Academy will be worried." Shin Jojo smiled sweetly and said in relief, "The Cultivation ruins were already a product of 1,000 years ago, and its remaining spiritual power would inevitably decay, but the two of them were still very rewarding." "Fair enough, we've been out for a little over a month." Ning Bei shook his head and smiled as he stood up. The two walked side by side toward the forest of stone statues where the crowd was. Seeing Ning Bei's figure from afar, Wang Tang and the others greeted him, "Senior brother Ning, look at our realms have all broken through. The rules of this stone statue are too awesome, and it can also exercise our mental power. If we go back in time for the competition, we'll definitely be able to surprise the Academy." Looking at the crowd with excitement written all over their faces, Ning Bei let out a light laugh. "Then why are you still standing there? Quickly pack up and get ready to return to the Academy." "Yes." The crowd responded with anticipation. If they could make it to the competition, they would be able to hit the ground running. Stay away from the ruins. Ning Bei first took them to pay his respects to the mother tiger, and it would be good to say a goodbye. The female tiger was also very enthusiastic and said gratefully, "Thank you all for your high esteem. If any more disciples from the Martial Sky Academy come to the Shura Cliff in the future, I will definitely help out." "You're welcome." Ning Bei smiled and arched his hand. "I didn't expect a great demon to really help us look for relics. This is all thanks to Senior Brother Ning. Without Senior Brother Ning, we wouldn't even be talking about the relics, and I'm afraid we'd have lost our lives." "Yeah, it's a blessing for us to be able to train with Senior Brother Ning." Everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. Through this experience, it had already caused them to admire Ning Bei from the bottom of their hearts. Regardless of Ning Bei's strength or vigor, he deserved to be held up as an example to them. Wu Tian Academy. The annual competition has long since begun. The large martial arts practice arena was packed with people, and two figures stood in the ring as their souls were ripped into the divine stage to face off. The battle footage was projected in front of everyone's eyes in the form of a light screen. Shin Yu has already defeated 3 outer disciples in a row. At this rate, he's afraid that he'll be able to single-handedly challenge all the outer disciples. For a handyman to harbor such strength is truly terrifying. Shin Yu's bright performance surprised everyone, including the elder. Although there were handymen who had become outer sect disciples through their efforts over the centuries, they had never seen any handyman disciple who could sweep through the outer sect like Shin Yu. It can be said to be unprecedented. In the crowd, Lin Yueyao twisted her head to look at Yun Qing. Godmother, I told you that Qingyu isn't a mundane person, you've seen his progress, haven't you? See. Yun Chang smiled joyfully and exclaimed repeatedly, when he was only allowed to be an errand boy disciple, it was truly a condescension. That's for sure. Lin Yueyao proudly raised her chin and said, but Qingyu said that the sky descends on a man, he must first suffer his heart and mind. No matter what his status is, he will prove his worth. Speaking up, Lin Yueyao could not hide her pride. After all, when Qingyu was down and out, she was the only one who supported him and suffered many blank stares and ridicule because of it. But in hindsight, it turns out she's the right one, she's the smart one. Halftime. Qingyu ran over and said like a spring breeze, Yueyao, I didn't disgrace you, did I? Lin Yueyao happily said, how can I lose face? Raising your eyebrows is more like it, Qingyu, I believe you will definitely be able to enter the outer sect this time. Outer sect? Qingyu laughed cheerfully and then whirled around. If I remember correctly, every year when the academy exams are conducted, 5 inner disciple slots are released, right? Could it be that you want to become an inner disciple directly? Yueyao, do you believe me? Qingyu locked eyes with the young girl and asked back with a torch-like gaze. Lin Yueyao only hesitated for a split second before nodding. I believe you. Although Qingyu was not as handsome as Ning Bei, but looking at the other party at the moment, she felt an unprecedented aura. Couldn't help but be willing to trust Qingyu. You want to leap from a handyman to an inner disciple? Yun Chang was also surprised and couldn't believe her ears. There is no such precedent in the academy from time immemorial. Greeting Yun Qing's skeptical gaze, Qingyu was not the least bit afraid. I told Elder Yun, what I have lost, I will eventually take back on my own, just wait and see. Good, courageous. Yun Qing smiled gratefully and said, then I'll look forward to whether or not you'll be able to become an inner disciple in a single leap. She wasn't being polite either, but she thought about Qingyu pulling out 2 heavenly ranked techniques in one go, which was by no means something that an ordinary person could do. Besides, it was given to her. This son, the future is promising. Just then, the crowd suddenly clamored. Senior brother Ning has returned with his team. After going out to practice for so many days, they can finally come back. Chapter 25, the heroine is beaten on the spot and cries to the villain. Qingyu raised his eyes to look at him, and a flash of gloom swept across his eyes. Some time ago at the Shura cliff, if it wasn't for Ning Bei's tripping, he would have gotten his hands on the blood Ganoderma long ago and gained the opportunity to be even more powerful than he was now. The thought of it made him hate his guts. In the next moment, a plan arose in Qingyu's mind, so he walked towards Ning Bei and the others. What a coincidence to be back now. I thought you guys were going to miss this competition. At those words, everyone looked at Qingyu in unison. Anyone could feel the provocation in his words. Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak, Wang Tang and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Aigu, if it isn't the king of. I feel like throwing up when I see him now. What's the king of pumping today? As usual, the mockery made Qingyu's forehead ripple with veins. Laugh as hard as you can. Today, you are all my stepping stones. Ning Bei, don't you care about them? Qingyu hadn't said anything yet, but Lin Yueyao couldn't listen anymore. Is it interesting to hold on to this matter all day long? Do you guys know that the truth is not at all what you see? Qingyu has bitter feelings? Yueyao, summer insects can't talk about ice. There's no need to explain to them. Qingyu waved his big hand and went straight to Wang Tang and the others. Since you guys look down on me, then don't talk nonsense. Have the guts to compete in the ring. Although he was not Ning Bei's opponent, he was still sure of the 5 outer disciples who had followed Ning Bei's training. As long as those 5 outer disciples were defeated in public, how was this not slapping Ning Bei in the face? So what if you took them on a training trip, but in the end, they still lost to me? This statement was made. Wang Tang and the others laughed heartily. Did I hear right? This punk says he wants to get in the ring with us? The king of is the king of, who doesn't he pick but us? The crowd, who had just come out of the Shura ruins and were worried about having nowhere to show their fists, were all happy at once. What's so funny? Qingyu has just defeated 3 outer disciples in a row. Lin Yueyao defended. Yun Qing also spoke out, after going out with Ning Bei, how come you're all so unselfish when you return? Do you guys think you can definitely defeat Qingyu? Originally, Wang Tang and the others only thought that Qingyu was a joke. But when they saw Yun Qing carrying Ning Bei out for a sermon, at this moment, they were all unhappy. Elder Yun, you can't say that right, senior brother Ning he helped us. Not waiting for everyone to finish their rebuttals, Ning Bei interrupted, alright, there's no point in talking more. Wang Wu, Lu Chuan, you 5 outer disciples, prepare to go up to the stage and spar with Qingyu. Don't worry, senior brother Ning, leave it to us. Wang Wu, Lu Chuan, and the other 5, patted their chests and assured them they would never disgrace Ning Bei. Seeing this, Qingyu almost laughed out loud. If Ning Bei sent out his inner disciples, then he might not really be sure, and at best, he would lose a little bit spectacularly, but it wouldn't be a shame. But I didn't expect that Ning Bei would send out 5 outer disciples? This is totally a chance to pretend, handing him the opportunity to do so. Come on, who's going to fight me first? Afraid that Ning Bei would back out, Qingyu hurriedly ran to the stage. I'll do it. Wang Wu was the first to take the stage. Under the ring, Lin Yueyao walked over to Ning Bei. Ning Bei, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to get back together with me? Ning Bei raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, are you sick again? You. Well, don't you regret begging me? Lin Yueyao gritted her teeth and wrapped her arms around her body as if she was gambling. She only felt that Ning Bei would not die until he saw the Yellow River, and now his bottom line all stemmed from thinking that Qin Yu was a worthless waste. But the truth is, Qin Yu has turned over a new leaf. She believed that when Ning Bei saw Qin Yu's growth, he would definitely not be as self-righteous as he was now. At that time, the fact that everyone was drunk and she was alone would also be in front of Ning Bei. Ning Bei will no longer have any bottom line to alienate and cold shoulder her, but instead will have to recognize her discerning eyes and her own childish behavior of being jealous. So nothing needs to be said now, time will prove her right. Phew! Hearing that Ning Bei and the others had returned, sacrificial drinker Moonless also rushed over. Originally, it was just the Academy's customary competition, and as a priest there was no need to show up, but now he wanted to come and take a look at the results of the people's training. In the ring, Qin Yu called out, Master, the sacrificial wine is here, is it okay? There is no hindrance. The soul body slowly said, although my master cannot provide you with too much power to avoid the sacrificial wine from noticing my presence, but by providing you with a small amount of power, coupled with your strength in the middle stage of Qi cultivation, I think that you will be able to deal with the district's outer disciples and not care about the next. That's good. Hearing the promise of the soul body, Qin Yu settled down. Begin. The elder gave an order. Only Qin Yu and Wang Wu's souls appeared in an instant on the divine platform in the curtain of light. Your name is Wang Wu, right? You don't need to have any psychological burden when you lose to me. Before starting, Qin Yu did not forget to put on a show first. After all, today, he was all about making a splash and was guilty of keeping a low profile. I'll you up. Wang Wu, on the other hand, was no nonsense and kicked towards Qin Yu in an instant. Just this. Qin Yu pretended to be calm, but in the next moment, his complexion suddenly changed. Wait master, why am I lifting my hand so slowly? Boo! The next moment, a muffled sound rang out. Qin Yu's arm, which had just been raised, was instantly kicked away by Wang Tong, who kicked him in the chest, causing his entire body to fall off the divine platform. Wow! The sudden end of the battle caught the crowd off guard. Qin Yu lost this? What the hell? Can't even carry Wang Wu's kick, who said that king won 3 times in a row? Just this trifecta? Did you guys compete in before? In a flash, the venue was in an uproar. Zip! And Qin Yu, after his soul returned to his body, was even more confused. Master, what's the situation? How did I lose to him? Apprentice son, don't be in a hurry, there was something wrong just now. The spirit body hesitated for a moment before explaining, that kid's spiritual power is extraordinary, you can't judge his strength by his cultivation, so you didn't lose unfairly this time, let's wait for the next opportunity. Qin Yu was speechless. Instead of pretending to be a pussy, he pulled a big one. But he wasn't discouraged, after all, the soul body also said that the other party's spiritual power was unusual, so he just took it as bad luck this time. In order to avoid ridicule, Qin Yu was busy looking at the 4 Lu Chuan. I admit it this time, come on, who else dares to compete with me? Okay, I'll lead the way. Lu Chuan ascends to the ring. And so it was. After the two were sucked into the divine platform, the scene from before coincidentally reappeared. This time, Qin Yu was still defeated by a single move. The crowd looked dumbfounded as opposed to jeering, followed by a third person, the 4th man, until the 5th man, after all the hits. Without exception, Qin Yu was defeated by a single move, adding up the time spent was not as long as a battle between 2 ordinary disciples. Qin Yu knelt on the stage with a look of despair. What the hell are you doing? I've put my word out, and you're letting me lose 5 games in a row? Adverse disciple, are you teaching your master to do things? Mudhorse. Qin Yu was so angry that he cursed, get the hell out of my body, I don't want you as a master. Upon hearing this, the soul body of the parasite, hurriedly pacified, apprentice, calm down, the spiritual power of all 5 of them is unusual, it's not the fault of the master. What's the king of ranting about there? He couldn't have been beaten silly, could he? All of them were defeated in one move. I thought Qin Yu had changed his fate, but I dare say that the previous ones were flukes, and 5 consecutive defeats is where he belongs. I've long felt strange. How could he win 3 matches in a row as a handyman? Do you really think that our outer sect is a feeder? In a flash, the surrounding mockery and banter descended like a tsunami. Why is that? And Lin Yueyao and Yun Qing, who were full of anticipation, also looked skeptical at the moment. They even had reason to wonder if Qin Yu had bribed his opponents with his previous 3 consecutive victories. Otherwise, how could he be defeated by 5 outer disciples again in succession? And it's all one trick. Ning Bei, I spoke heavily just now. In the next moment, Lin Yueyao suddenly turned towards Ning Bei and apologized. She felt that if she didn't apologize, her relationship with Ning Bei would deteriorate further. Originally, she also wanted to use Qin Yu's turnaround to find the courage in front of Ning Bei for her, so that Ning Bei would soften to her and admit her mistakes. But I didn't expect it to end up like this. Get out of here. Ning Bei said in disgust. Ning Bei, don't be so mean. Chapter 26, the villain's charm couldn't be hidden, two women competing for jealousy. Quiet. At that moment, Moonless ascended the stage to stop the clamor as he looked towards Lu Chuan and the other 5 who had won. It seems that all of your strengths have been raised quite a bit from what you all had before, right? Back to Priestess, this is all due to senior brother Ning. The 5 Lu Chuan people didn't dare to take credit for their work, and solemnly rushed Ning Bei on the stage and arched his hand. If it weren't for senior brother Ning's help, we would never have made such tremendous progress, all thanks to senior brother Ning's promotion. Not waiting for the crowd to smooth out the situation and why they should thank Ning Bei. In the next moment, Wang Tong and Zhao Ming and the others looked at each other and also spoke out. And us. Senior brother Ning's kindness in taking us out for training is unforgettable. If it weren't for senior brother Ning's kind heart and broad-mindedness, we wouldn't have been able to find that legendary Shura relic. It's really a blessing for us to be able to follow senior brother Ning out on an adventure. All of a sudden, the crowd was thanking Ning Bei. Such a scene made the crowd uncertain. The shock in the hearts of the crowd could be said to be even more intense when they roughly understood what had happened. Good lord, senior brother Ning took them to Shura Cliff? That's a place I've always dreamed of. And I actually found the Shura ruins. Senior brother Ning, can you bring me along on your next training trip? There's still me. Elder brother Ning, look at me. Don't say that the disciples were envious. At this moment, even the elders were tisk 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 tisk. Even Moonless, who was the sacrificial libation, lamented in public, Ning Bei, you are the chief disciple who has ever led a disciple out on a training trip and captured the greatest creation in the history of our academy. Oh no, to be precise, even if the elders had taken their disciples on a training trip, they had never had such an opportunity. The priest is overstated. Ning Bei looked flattered as he arched his hand and said, this is all the result of everyone's efforts. I would never dare to take on this honor, and there are still many things that I need to learn from the elders present, so I hope that all of you, in the future, will teach my disciples more. Ning Bei, don't be modest. Truly the later generations are fearful, for the academy to have such a chief disciple, there's no worry about creating another glory. We're really old, we can't compare to the young people nowadays. The group of elders laughed out loud. On their lips, they told Ning Bei not to be modest, but in the face of Ning Bei's compliments and politeness, they were all smiling from ear to ear. This chief disciple, the more they looked at him, the more they liked him. Sacrificer, although the 5 Wang Wu are outer sect disciples, they have returned from their outings with Ning Bei, and all of them possess the strength of inner sect disciples. An elder suddenly proposed, in my opinion, how about directly awarding them the 5 spots to enter the inner sect this time? Oh, that's a good idea. Moonless' old eyes lit up as he laughed. In that case, let's end the competition early and first organize a feast to receive Ning Bei and the others. Wow! When these words came out, the entire room gasped. Ending the competition early to receive the disciples returning from their training, this kind of thing is unprecedented. But senior brother Ning has found the Shura ruins, so it's indeed worth throwing a banquet. We'll have to get closer to senior brother Ning in the future. Senior brother Ning is a bright light for cultivation. The crowd of disciples surrounded Ning Bei and revered him as if he were a god. Damn it! Looking at the star-crossed Ning Bei, Qin Yu's teeth clenched. At the moment, he was huddled in a corner of the ring, but it was as if he was a sewer rat, and no one was even willing to look at him more than once. Although the plan failed. But it must not be a basket case. Thinking about this, Qin Yu stiffly found an elder and smiled. Elderly, you are in charge of disciple allocation. Look at my previous performance, I am qualified to enter the outer sect, right? Although he didn't have the chance to become an inner disciple, the outer gate was still better than a handyman, and he could at least obtain some cultivation resources. Oh, you are the handyman disciple Qin Yu, right? Lishan looked Qin Yu up and down and said, just now, the priest said that a banquet will be held. I am now making you a great handyman. You quickly go and organize the handyman disciples and lead them to clean out a field. No? Big handyman? Qin Yu man went numb and continued to smile. Elderly, what about my outer disciples? Next year for sure. After saying that, Li Shin did not want to care about Qin Yu anymore and turned around to leave. Qin Yu was shaking with anger. Might as well not go to the other side. What's the point of getting him a big handyman? Now he felt 1,000 regrets in his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have messed with Ning Bei. Instead of using the other party as a stepping stone, he himself became a clown. That's not what was expected. Seeing the young girl in the crowd, Qin Yu couldn't think much and was busy running over. Yueyao, I finally found you. Qin Yu? Seeing the other party, Lin Yueyao's displeasure was visible to the naked eye. Yueyao, this time it was an accident, I was careless, their spiritual power is too strong. Qin Yu hurriedly explained. He was telling the truth and was in no way trying to fool the young girl. But to Lin Yueyao's ears, it was very ridiculous. Even if it was really an accident, there were 5 accidents in total. And all of them were defeated by a single move? How in heaven's name can there be such an accident? Qin Yu, do you take me for a little cutie? Lin Yueyao didn't have the good sense to say, I've already been looked down upon by Ning Bei because of you, and now you're still trying to weasel your way out of it. Can't you find the reason from yourself? Is it because you didn't work hard enough? Qin Yu was dumbfounded by the lecture and said with a look of disbelief, Yueyao, you're actually mean to me? Even you hate me now? Lin Yueyao wanted to say something, but changed her words, Qin Yu, you go and get busy. I'm going to talk to Ning Bei. Ning Bei will be unhappy if you follow me around. With that, she too turned to leave. No, Yueyao. Qin Yu was struck by lightning and his person went numb. How could the young girl who had always been devoted to him be so cold to him? It was a moment that cut him to the heart. The other side. Lin Yueyao just wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to Ning Bei, but unexpectedly, before she could walk over, she was knocked away by a sudden silhouette. When she saw the person who did it, Lin Yueyao's anger was not in one place. Qin Jiujio, what are you doing? Don't bother him. Qin Jiujio faintly said. You, humph. Lin Yueyao snorted angrily and gritted her teeth. I'm going to find Ning Bei to talk about things. It's not your turn to meddle. Qin Jiujio stretched out a jade hand and blocked. Lin Yueyao, can you wake up a bit? He's not yours anymore. He's not yours either. But I'm his. Chapter 27, It's too late for the heroine to wake up. The rival empress is too valiant. What did you say? Lin Yueyao's delicate body trembled, and she was immediately struck by lightning. After realizing that she was speaking too bluntly, Qin Jiujio calmly changed her words. Oh, it's reasonable for me to say that I'm his friend and I don't want you to bother him, right? You take my mother for a cutie. Do you? Lin Yueyao instantly clammed up. How could she believe such a ridiculous claim? And as a woman's intuition has long allowed her to detect the relationship between Qin Jiujio and Ning Bei, extraordinary. Good, you finally admit it. Lin Yueyao was so angry that her chest rose and fell. In vain, you're still the chief disciple. You're actually thinking of someone else's fiancé. You shut up. Qin Jiujio heard the words and her delicate face suddenly changed, sharply rebuked. Fortunately, at this moment, the attention of the crowd was on Ning Bei, and no one was paying attention to her argument with Lin Yueyao. Why should I shut up? It's you who should shut up. Lin Yueyao, however, didn't know how to take the good with the bad and flew off the handle. You white-given shameless man, you hooked up with someone else's fiancé, you're shameless. Snap. A slap sounded. Lin Yueyao was instantly slapped dumb. She covered her stinging cheek with one hand and pointed at Qin Jiujio with the other. You dare to hit me? Qin Jiujio's face was expressionless. If she didn't forcefully stop the other party from saying any more, she still didn't know what she and Ning Bei would be described as. What's going on? Ning Bei, who had heard the commotion, also cast a surprised gaze. As if Lin Yueyao had grabbed a life-saving straw, she immediately stomped her feet and said, Ning Bei, do you still care? She actually hit me in the face. Greeting the blazing gazes around her, at the moment Lin Yueyao turned a blind eye and deliberately squeezed out a few drops of small pearls. After all, in the past, Ning Bei had always regarded her as a scale. Even if the two of them had a conflict now, it was not so bad that they didn't miss the old feelings at all, right? So she planned to take advantage of Qin Jiujio's hands this time to awaken Ning Bei's care and concern. Does it hurt? The next moment, Ning Bei walked over with a worried expression. It hurts, it hurts. Lin Yueyao's heart rejoiced as she pretended to be aggrieved and cried out. But before she could be happy for 2 seconds, she suddenly realized that Ning Bei wasn't rushing over to her, but stopped in front of Qin Jiujio. Jiujio, I asked you if your hand hurt, why didn't you say anything too? Lin Yueyao? Okay. Qin Jiujio was also a bit surprised, and when she came back to her senses, she revealed a shy smile. Come on, I'll take you to wash your hands first. In full view of everyone, Ning Bei graciously held Qin Jiujio's hand. Qin Jiujio did not refuse, and the two of them left in style. And from start to finish, Ning Bei's gaze didn't even glance at Lin Yueyao more than once, just treating her as if she didn't exist. Ning Bei. Seeing this, Lin Yueyao froze. When looking at the backs of the two people leaving, for a moment, she froze in place at a loss for words. Why is that? Obviously the one who was beaten was her, but Ning Bei did not care about her, but instead asked Qin Jiujio's hand hurt? And take Qin Jiujio to wash her hands. You think you're dirtying your hands by hitting her? The next moment, a chorus of laughter rang out around them. Look at this, senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are truly a great story in our academy. Ha, you guys, look at that clown, what's she frozen in place for? Serves her right, she was actually stupid enough to break off her engagement with senior brother Ning for that king of in the first place. How good senior brother Ning was to her in the beginning. Now she regrets it, but it's a pity that senior brother Ning is no longer around. The ridicule of the crowd was like a sharp thorn sticking into Lin Yueyao's heart. It made her heart pound. But compared to the ridicule of the crowd, at this moment, she was surrounded by a heavy loss. As if some kind of something had been lost. And so it was. Lin Yueyao left in a state of disorientation, and as she walked, she arrived at Yunqing's place. Yueyao, what's wrong with you? Looking at the young girl who suddenly appeared and was in a trance, Yunqing asked with concern. Godmother. Lin Yueyao, who had been awakened, couldn't tense up anymore. Teardrops the size of soybeans instantly came out of her eyes, and in the next moment, she flung herself into Yun Qing's arms and cried about what had just happened. Ning Bei, he doesn't want me. Ning Bei is going to be with Qin Jojo. What? He's so unlikable, too. Yun Chang was furious after learning what had happened. Ning Bei still has a marriage contract with you, how can you go and hook up with other female disciples? It's really too much. Oh, godmother. What should I do? Yueyao, don't cry first. Yun Qing wiped the young girl's tears. But at this moment, she didn't know how to comfort her goddaughter, especially after learning that the object of the rumor with Ning Bei was, on the contrary, Qin Jojo, who had a combination of talent and beauty. But anyone who is not a little cute can see the excellence in Qin Jojo. I'm afraid that in exchange for any man, cannot say no. Even Lin Yueyao, who had an outstanding appearance, could not be compared to Qin Jojo at all. But looking at her daughter who was crying in her arms, Yun Qing also knew that she had to say something. Yueyao, it's not your fault. If you want to blame it on that Qinyu. If it wasn't for him stirring up trouble, you and Ning Bei wouldn't have gotten into such a mess. Woohoo! Lin Yueyao couldn't listen at all and just sobbed. This time she really panicked. It seemed that it wasn't until just now that she realized that Ning Bei's detachment wasn't a provocation, but that he really wanted to part ways with her. In the past, she always felt that Ning Bei didn't deserve her, much less leave her. It was also not until just now that she realized that she was not that important, and Ning Bei had a better choice. For a moment, Lin Yueyao was both worried and unwilling, and in her desperation, she said, "Godmother, can you go and beg the priestess to intervene for me, so that Ning Bei can get back together with me? Seek out the priests for this kind of thing." Yun Cheng was a bit embarrassed, but fortunately, at this time, Qin Yu's voice came from outside the door. "Yueyao, I heard that Jojo beat you up, are you alright? It's you trash again?" Yun Cheng was so angry that she walked out and chided, "You still have the face to come to Yueyao? Claiming that you want to enter the inner sect, but you ended up losing 5 matches in a row to outer sect disciples, causing Yueyao to not be able to raise her head because of you." As soon as he came, he suffered an angry scolding. Qin Yu was angry and helpless. "Elder Yun, that was an accident. I also sent you 2 heavenly ranked techniques, have you forgotten?" He tried to move out the gongfu to make Yun Cheng have a better attitude. Unexpectedly, Yun Cheng directly flung the gongfu on the ground. "Take your gongfu and get out." In the past few days, she pressingly didn't dare to cultivate. After all, who would dare to take the risk of trying a gongfu sent by an odd-job disciple? What if I go off the deep end? Especially when she saw Qin Yu's wastefulness today, it made her more and more suspicious that these 2 techniques were not crippled imposters. This punk is trying to hurt her. Elder Yun. This? Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Looking at the 2 precious techniques on the ground, which he had begged his soul body to give him, he didn't even want to take them in exchange for spirit stones and other cultivation resources. But right now, it was actually thrown on the ground like garbage. "Yueyao, what are you doing out here?" Yun Qing's expression was stunned as she turned back to the young girl. "Yueyao, are you crying?" Looking at the young girl with reddened eyes, Qin Yu instantly showed heartache on his face. Lin Yueyao refused to answer and rushed straight to Qin Yu. "You said that Qin Jojo is your sister, right?" "Yes. Don't worry Yueyao, I will definitely make her give you an explanation for this matter of her hitting you," Qin Yu stated. "I don't need her to explain." Lin Yueyao said in a cold voice, "If she's really your sister, you tell her to stay away from Ning Bei and never speak to him again." "What?" Qin Yu's expression froze. He wasn't a little cutie. He couldn't hear the meaning of Lin Yueyao's words. It was clear that he was jealous because he cared about Ning Bei and made the request. Seeing that the young girl still cared about Ning Bei, Qin Yu's heart was hard. "What? You can't do it?" Lin Yueyao snorted coldly and threatened, "If you can't do it, then you shouldn't appear in front of me again. I don't want to see you again." "Not Yueyao." Qin Yu's face showed nervousness and he was busy as saying, "I saved your life. I've lost Ning Bei because of you. Isn't that enough to pay back your life?" Lin Yueyao complained, "Do you know how good Ning Bei was to me in the past? It's all because of you. Today he saw me being beaten by your sister, he didn't even feel sorry for me. Instead, he even asked if your sister's hand hurt. Do you think her hands hurt, or my face?" In the face of the young girl's irrefutable resentment, Qin Yu's words reached his mouth and he could only change his words to promise. "Good, don't worry Yueyao, I will definitely let Jojo leave Ning Bei." The other side. Ning Bei and Qin Jojo came to a fountain. "I'm done washing." Qin Jojo reappeared in front of Ning Bei, shaking her 2 white jade hands and smilingly said. The scene was like a little cotton-padded girl who was showing off to her father. "Here, let me see if it's cleaned." Ning Bei also joked. "Geez, I'm not a kid." Qin Jojo was amused and giggled. She casually swung her head, 3,000 green silks fluttered in the wind, and the stunning face that was full of shyness exuded pure prettiness. Ning Bei looked dumbfounded for a moment. "Jojo, you're so moist." Chapter 28, A Villain's Life, Anyone who comes will shed tears. Ahem. After realizing that he said the wrong thing, Ning Bei was busy looking for a remedy. "You're so beautiful." "Oh, thanks Qin Jojo's gaze was evasive, and it was hard to hide her panic. The word run hovering in her mind even caused her pink cheeks to blush, and for a moment, she was too embarrassed to meet Ning Bei's eyes. Why did you hit Lin Yueyao just now? Ning Bei tried to change the topic and said, and it was in the presence of so many people, it's not like your style. Shin Jojo want to speak again and again, has not yet organized a good excuse. It will be. Ning Bei interjected. Is it because of me? Well, Shin Jojo hesitated for a moment, but did not deny it. I don't want her to talk nonsense again lest it be heard. Everyone will laugh at us. So it is. Ning Bei would smile and didn't break it down. One must know that he and Shin Jojo were the chief disciple status in this martial heaven academy, not to mention that the disciples had to be respectful. Even the elders were polite to them. After all, the duo represented the future of the academy. This situation said to be ridiculed. The genus is a eunuch strolling through a greenhouse, and it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Lin Yueyao. She should want to make up with you. The next moment, Shin Jojo ghostly said, don't worry, there's no way I'll ever be with her again. Ning Bei immediately assured. The young girl's words were understood, and he was wise enough to give his word. It's not like it has anything to do with me. Shin Jojo pretended not to care, but the corner of her mouth lifted up. I just want to remind you, don't delay your cultivation. Oh. That's what I meant too. Ning Bei shook his head and laughed, saying, after all, I've said before that I'm going to meld the divine yang skill together, so I mustn't let you down. So with immediate effect, I'm going to focus all my energy on cultivating the divine yang skill. Shin Jojo let out a light laugh. It's not necessary to work too hard, step by step. That gong method is very powerful, lest you pile up too much dispersed yang power in your body by then. It makes sense. Ning Bei nodded in agreement, and the next moment suddenly said, but if one day, my body really piled up too much yang power that can't be dispersed, Jojo, what should I do then? Facing Ning Bei's straight gaze, Shin Jojo's heartbeat suddenly surged, and even her breathing became ragged. What to do? What to do? Yeah, what to do? Saying that, Ning Bei took a step closer towards her. Shin Jojo didn't know what came to her mind. Her brain was a bit down. Fortunately, at that moment, a few figures appeared in the distance, and it was as if she was grasping a lifesaver. They seem to be here to find you, so go ahead and get busy. Ning Bei glanced over. There's no rush. Wait for them to come over. You go quickly. Don't delay the business. Shin Jojo was anxious first. She couldn't think much about it, so she pushed Ning Bei's back with her hand, urging him to hurry over. The moment. The rushing disciples looked at each other in dismay and unanimously reduced their speed. It's really the way the two of them are acting. It's so much like a couple playing around. Oh no, not at all. Shin Jojo also took advantage of the crowd to come to the front, fled as if flying away. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Under your shameless provocation, the protagonist's sister has completely put down her guard against you, and her goodwill has climbed straight up. Please keep up the good work, host. Perfect life, just around the corner. Ning Bei smiled. Although he had not yet been able to get rid of the son of Qi, he had now torn off the label of ill-fated and was taking one step at a time towards a brighter future. That's a good thing. Only after a few disciples arrived did Ning Bei realize that it was the sacrificial drinker who was looking for him. He didn't dare to delay, and was busy going to pay a visit to the boss of this academy. OC Church. Disciple sees sacrificial drinker. Ning Bei arched his hand. Moonless stared back with a smile. There are no outsiders here, you don't need to be too formal. Thank you, sacrificial drinker. Ning Bei respectfully said, I don't know what orders the priest has sought out my disciple for. This time you went out for training, your performance was excellent. Not only did you find the Shura ruins and lead a dozen disciples to gain an opportunity, but you also personally taught them the truth of having a good heart and helping the world at the same time. Moonshine looked at Ning Bei and said with delight, it is only right that you should be given a reward. I wonder what you want? The priest is overstated. Upon hearing this, Ning Bei said with an air of being flattered, the fact that Priest Wine is able to stop the competition for us and organize a reception banquet is already a great importance, and I really don't dare to ask for more. Ha ha. Ning Bei's grasp of skillful proportion made Moonshine laugh heartily. You're just kind-hearted, contented, and uncontested, but it's a good thing that your talent is outstanding, or else you'd have to suffer a great deal in this world. But contentment is contentment, and rewards are another matter. Moonless said in a proper voice, since the old man asked you to make a request, you should boldly mention it. Priestess, do I have to mention it? Ning Bei raised his handsome face in embarrassment. Yes, it must be mentioned. The priest nodded his head irrefutably and said, otherwise, the old man will have to blame you for not knowing what to do. Okay. Ning Bei sighed as a difficult, then suddenly red eyes, if you have to let the disciple to mention a request cannot, that I would like to let your old man to let go of a power, such as some of the small things within the school, trivial, in fact, your old man, you do not have to personally do, although the disciple knows that this has managed to be relatively wide, but I really do not want to look at you a big age, but also for us to worry about these juniors. Master, you are the faith of our academy, you have dedicated your life to the academy, you should think more about yourself. Ning Bei threw his voice and spoke with genuine emotion. Between the words, one could even hear the tremor in his voice that appeared due to emotion. Therefore, when Ning Bei's words fell, Moonless lost his voice for a long time. He looked at Ning Bei lost in thought, and at this moment, those old eyes that hadn't fluctuated for decades were surged with wind and rain. This wind is so strong it makes your eyes sore. Even Moonless, who was a priest, could only turn his back. Brat, the old man asked you to make a condition, why are you so nagging? Elder, this is the disciple's condition. After saying that, Ning Bei wiped away her tears, turned around and left. You stand still. Moonshine blocked it with a sharp voice. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed it, but if Ning Bei had said it, he had no reason not to believe it. Phew! An object was thrown by Moonless, landing firmly in Ning Bei's hand. It is? Divine Mirror. What? Ning Bei was shocked and said, this is the Divine Mirror that opens the Divine Mirror test? Elder, what do you mean by that? You take it and play with it. Ha! This is too expensive. Ning Bei forced a smile on his face and repeatedly excused himself. Never, never, master. Brat, you are so nagging. Moonless waved his sleeve robe. Ning Bei was kicked out of the main hall. Immediately after, several more pills and hundreds of spirit stones appeared in front of him. Chapter 29, the villain's hang-ups are too counterintuitive, and the Empress calls out that they are too ferocious. Back at the residence. Looking at the wide array of heavenly materials and treasures, as well as the meaningful divine mirror, Ning Bei shook his head and smiled. The divine mirror has escaped, so it seems that the old man recognizes me. It's not in vain that he made a good play and will finally be able to rest on his laurels in the academy. After surveying the divine mirror, Ning Bei realized that apart from storage, he couldn't seem to find anything special about it. Forget it, we'll work on it sometime. Ning Bei first put away the divine mirror and opened the system shop. After so many days of hard work, he had already saved more than 300,000 reverse value, such a substantial amount, enough to spend properly once. First the feats column, then the weapons column, and then the defense vault. Ning Baidu only briefly glanced at it and did not lay his hands on it. The divine yang skill that Qin Jiu had sent him was at least at the heavenly rank upwards, and at the moment, he didn't lack feats, so he couldn't afford to waste the reverse value. As for weapons? Truly, 300,000 reverse value wouldn't be able to buy a weapon that was too strong, and with his status as the chief disciple, he could have gone to the weapon pavilion to pick out a weapon of the same level, making it even less likely that he would waste his reverse value. If you're looking for defense gear, Ning Bei was still a bit hesitant to pull up the special goods section and take a look first. An experience fruit that directly raises the realm? Toast bread that easily comprehends feats? And the golden gun deer antler squash? Ning Bei's heart thumped as he watched. The stuff in the special goods section really made it hard for him to calm down. It was completely blatant and open. If I had to say a downside, it would be the starting price of 100,000 reverse value. Expensive, yes, but who can say no to being open? Ning Bei shook his head and smiled. He directly used 200,000 reverse value and exchanged it for an experience fruit and toast bread. The moment he took the fruit of experience, he felt a spiritual energy that was no less than a spiritual spring, irrigating all his bones with a torrential flow. Oh, this overflowing sense of overflow instantly made Ning Bei sour. Not much longer. A breakthrough aura then violently erupted out, helping him reach the late stage of Jiedan. Good lord, it's really a direct boost? Ning Bei was thrilled. He felt that if he had 2 more experience fruits, he would be able to directly Yuaning today and become the top powerhouse of the academy. Of course, Ning Bei was also clear that strength was not solely based on realm, there were many other aspects to it, and it had to be developed holistically. So after stabilizing his realm a little, he swallowed toast bread to cultivate the divine yang technique. At the initial stage of cultivation, he had gained an enlightenment boost that far exceeded the usual by 100 times, and seemed to be able to clearly perceive where the essence of the divine yang technique lay. Therefore, just 1 hour later, the divine yang technique had been cultivated to the point where he was well versed, and the concentrated rigid yang power in his body, for the first time, gave him the illusion of overflowing. Hiss. Turns out it's really possible to have excess yang power. Ning Bei suddenly remembered Qin Jiu's words. But I don't know what to think of again. The corner of his mouth hooked up an intriguing arc. When you went off the deep end, I helped you. The other side. Jiu, you listen to my brother. You from now on away from Ning Bei a little bit, okay? Qin Yu nearly begged. Who made it so that he could not order the other side, and had to resort to humble supplications. None of your business. But Qin Jiu's attitude was resolute and she turned around to leave. Qin Yu once again blocked in front of her, shamelessly saying, Father and mother said for me to take care of you, I can't watch you go astray. Who went astray? Qin Jiu directly laughed in anger. To have such an elder brother, it's a blessing not to cause trouble for her, but how dare you say she's gone astray? This is groundbreaking. Obviously, Ning Bei is so excellent, she really can't figure out which one of Qin Yu's tendons is wrong, and she always tries every possible way to find fault with Ning Bei. If Qin Yu hadn't targeted Ning Bei, perhaps she would have been able to remember the love of brother and sister, but right now, she didn't want to say a word more to Qin Yu. 9. Looking at the back of the young girl's resolute departure, Qin Yu sighed helplessly with his hands tied. What's to be done about it? He had promised Lin Yueyao that he would keep Qin Zhou away from Ning Bei, but now, it was difficult for him to even say more than a few words to Qin Zhou. How can I explain to Yueyao? Qin Yu's head exploded for a moment. He then clenched his teeth again and said indignantly, Ning Bei really got lucky, he actually managed to bring that group of losers to find the Cultivation ruins, or else I would have secured my status as an outer sect disciple, and Yueyao wouldn't have been so disappointed in me. He put all the fault on Ning Bei's head. Apprentice, are you willing to make a break for it? HM? The voice of Sung Sang resounding in his mind caused Qin Yu to freeze for a moment. Master, what did you say? Master has a method, the risk is a bit higher, but the reward is very high, perhaps it is expected to help you reach the Jiedan realm in one fell swoop. Jiedan realm? Hearing this, Qin Yu's heartbeat skyrocketed and he was busy asking after him, is Master telling the truth? There is such a good way, why didn't you say so earlier? The apprentice is in no hurry, it's not too late. Wait for the soul to explain. Qin Yu, however, couldn't laugh anymore. You are saying, going to share a body with me? Not bad, in this way, Master's power will be yours. The soul body slowly said, for Master's current strength to merge with your cultivation, it is not impossible to break through to the Jiedan realm in one fell swoop. Available. Qin Yu was silent. Sharing one body is shocking to his ears, then later when he marries and has children. Does that count as playing together? Understanding Qin Yu's concerns, the soul body soothed, this method is only to help you tide over the difficult times. Master is not forever going to share one body with you. In the future, Master can create a new body, you don't need to worry. Still? Qin Yu was inexplicably relieved. But after hesitating for a moment, he was still a bit worried. Master, is this method reliable? Of course, tonight's banquet is a rare opportunity. Yes. Qin Yu's heart was also determined. He couldn't stand a day of this misery now. The thought of reaching the Jiedan realm made him feel a little excited in his heart. Even if he still wasn't Ning Bei's opponent, he wasn't a waste anymore. Instead, he would become the Martial Heaven Academy, a genius with a hit. Who will dare to underestimate him then? Lin Yueyao will be impressed with him, and his sister will have to apologize to him. Just thinking about this, Qin Yu couldn't hold back the anticipation in his heart. Seeing Qin Yu's one-bite response, the soul body also smiled. It did not tell Qin Yu that this method must not touch the divine mirror, or else it would fail, not to mention that it would be forced into the divine mirror. Of course, it didn't mean to hide it, but it didn't think it would be such a coincidence at all. The other side. After practicing, Ning Bei exchanged a ring from his tools. Not only did it have the ability to store things, but more importantly, it could help him hide his strength. Honestly, he's progressing too fast. If you don't keep a low profile, it's easy to be suspicious. Just then, the system's voice rang out in Ning Bei's head. Ding! Detected Qin Yu and the soul body conspire. Want to merge into one tonight, please host with the divine mirror to destroy. To avoid Qin Yu have a chance to turn over. After receiving the information from the system, Ning Bei's eyes lit up. There's a good thing delivered to your door? These days, he was worried about what to do about the soul body. After all, the other party had been hosted in Qin Yu's body and was a time bomb. I hadn't thought about it, but now the opportunity was delivered to me. Bang bang! At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Ning Bei walked out to take a look, his face showing surprise. Jojo, why are you here? It's almost dark. Qin Jojo tried to stay calm and said, I want to find you to go to the banquet together. Wang Tang and the others have already reserved a place. Yes, oh, and there's a reception tonight. Ning Bei laughed afterward. Immersed in cultivation just now, he almost forgot about it. Go! Ning Bei deliberately released some of his breath as he walked out of the room. As expected, after detecting Ning Bei's aura, Qin Jojo's delicate face suddenly changed. The next moment, she grabbed Ning Bei's hand, the young power in your body. How come it's even more ferocious than that day? Chapter 30, the villain's sister spreads dog food, angry protagonist pulls his pants again. What? Ning Bei first pretended to be puzzled, and then with a look of sudden realization, he said, oh you said young force, I was actually practicing the divine yang skill just now. Divine sun technique? Qin Jojo's delicate face changed, somewhat incredulous. Because according to her knowledge, although the divine yang skill will make people store yang power, but such a short period of time, Ning Bei's body shouldn't have piled up so much awe. In the next moment, she suddenly thought of something. To what extent have you cultivated it? Let's see. Ning Bei stroked his chin and said, probably up to the third, oh no, fourth layer. The fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth floors. What? Qin Jojo was struck by lightning. She looked at Ning Bei with a look of shock as she looked at a ghost. Although the divine yang technique was not considered a particularly difficult technique, its laws were as vast as a sea of smoke, and it was by no means possible to have an epiphany overnight. How long had it been since she had given the divine yang skill to Ning Bei? How could there be such a horrible realization? What's wrong, Jojo? Ning Bei asked with a look of playing dumb. Qin Jojo bit her lip and said, you're fixing it too fast. Yeah, isn't that a good thing? Ning Bei guffawed. Available. Qin Jojo wanted to say something and said, don't cultivate it lately, I'll find you another suitable Shin technique. Don't, I haven't fully comprehended it yet. Ning Bei hurriedly said, "Don't worry Jojo, I'll soon be able to completely comprehend it." Hearing this, Shin Jojo was really scared. She couldn't care too much and said straight away, "Ning Bei, you can't cultivate anymore. Now the young power in your body is already too much. If you continue to cultivate, you're afraid that you'll go off the deep end." "What?" Ning Bei pretended to be shocked and said, "Is it that serious? Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Shin Jojo seriously said, "With your current cultivation, at least until the god transformation stage, your body can't be affected by the fully matured, divine young technique." Hiss. "What then? So it can't be cultivated?" Shin Jojo looked at him and said, "I'll find you a new technique." But, seeing that Ning Bei was still hesitant, Shin Jojo could only hold back her shame and said, "Have you forgotten when I went off the deep end?" Ning Bei looked like he had instantly lost his mind, looking straight at the young girl without saying a word. Seeing this, the already nervous young girl's heart suddenly spiked. Mo recalled the taboo of that day. She felt a million remorseful moments in her heart. Why had she taken the initiative to bring this up again? Unbeknownst to him, everything was a setup by Ning Bei. After the ruse succeeded, he also buried the fuse in passing. "I know Jojo, don't worry, I'll see to it in the future." Well, Shin Jojo pursed her lips and nodded shyly. Don't know what to say. Subsequently, the two of them stepped into the meeting. "Senior brother Ning, senior sister Chin, come sit over here." Wang Tang and the others got up to greet him and were busy waving. That table was full of people who had been practicing, and it was obvious that they had deliberately gathered together. After all, we all counted on experiencing a life and death together. At that table today, there are still 2 seats close together. Strange to say, those 2 seats were right next to each other, but they were both empty next to each other. It wasn't that there were many empty seats left, rather a dozen people were sitting at a table and they were all a bit cramped except for those 2 chairs. In this situation, how could Ning Bei not know what the crowd meant? As he walked over, he still said in a serious manner, "Isn't this table too crowded? Jojo, or let's go somewhere else. Senior brother Ning, we've reserved seats for the 2 of you, you 2 aren't cramped at all. Yeah, it's okay for us to squeeze in a little, we're happy to." Senior sister Chin, quickly let senior brother Ning sit down, our training squad must sit together. At this moment, the crowd opened their mouths to persuade. Looking at the 2 chairs that were glued together, obviously there were still empty seats on both sides. Shin Jojo could naturally tell something. But she didn't get angry, instead she took the initiative and rushed at the hesitant Ning Bei. "Otherwise, just sit here, everyone kinda wants you here." "Ugh, okay." Ning Bei let out a light sigh and sat down with a grudging face. Shin Jojo was close behind. After sitting down, she had wanted to tug her chair to the side, not because she resented being too close to Ning Bei, but because it was too eye-catching. "But I didn't realize that she didn't pull the chair?" Glancing at this scene, Ning Bei immediately forced a smile and said in a serious manner, "Wang Tang, how come the chairs are inseparable?" "Oh, it's like this senior brother Ning." Wang Tang smilingly stated, "We also tried just now. It seems that the legs of the chairs have been broken and nailed together, and with the hasty preparations for this banquet, we really couldn't find any other chairs to replace them." Zhao Ming also chimed in, "Senior brother Ning, you and senior sister Chin don't hate each other anyway, so why don't you just sit next to each other tonight and commiserate for a while?" Ning Bei just wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but was tugged by Shin Jojo's sleeve and whispered, "Forget it, it's okay to squeeze like this." "Okay then." Only then did Ning Bei give up looking deeper. And so it was. The 2 sat next to each other in full view of the public. For a while, no one was too embarrassed to speak. The outsiders who didn't know that the chairs were nailed together were throwing you-know-what looks at the people beside them when they saw this scene. Only Lin Yueyao, who was far away, was so angry that she was trembling at the sight. Ning Bei is her man. At this time, Shin Yu ran to pacify, "Yueyao, don't be angry, I've already investigated clearly, it's because the chairs were nailed together when they were broken, that's why the 2 of them were so close to each other." Lin Yueyao looked skeptical as she sniffed. "Is the world so bloody now? Didn't you promise me to keep Shin Jojo away from Ning Bei? Why isn't she still keeping her distance from Ning Bei?" Lin Yueyao didn't have the good sense to say. Greeting the young girl's grudging gaze, Shin Yu sophistically said, "Time is too short Yueyao, today I'm all about arranging the banquet, I haven't had time to talk to Jojo yet, and you also know that I'm a big handyman now, I'm very busy." "Ha, big handyman." Lin Yueyao wanted to laugh straight away at that. She now wondered if she had been stupid in the first place, actually drawing a line in the sand with Ning Bei in public for the sake of a handyman. Now Ning Bei has become the chief disciple, and the handyman has become a big handyman. As soon as she thought of this, she didn't want to pay attention to Shin Yu anymore. Shin Yu had a bad taste in his heart. The young girl who once regarded him as a white moonlight was now so cold to him. But he told himself in his mind that he would turn over soon. Seeing that the people from the banquet had almost arrived, Shin Yu also felt that it was almost time, so he rushed at Lin Yueyao and said, "Yueyao, wait for me for a while, I'll give you a surprise later." "What surprise?" "Confidential." Shin Yu intentionally sold out. He had already fantasized that when he appeared in front of Lin Yueyao with the strength of the Jiedan realm, the other party would definitely be shocked. probably wouldn't even want to get back together with Ning Bei again. The other side. Ning Bei, who had been observing Qinyu, had the corners of his mouth lifted slightly at this moment. The good show has begun. Jojo, I'm leaving for a while. Well, I'll hold your spot, Qin Jojo said with a small face. Ning Bei guffawed and also left the venue from the other direction. Schoolhouse in the mountains. Master, is this the way to set up a formation? Qinyu inquired to the soul body after placing the materials. A moment later, the soul body responded, not bad, this formation can help you and I, master and disciple, merge into one, and now that they're all at the banquet, no one will be able to spot us. Master, after merging into one, can I really reach the Jedan realm? Qinyu said expectantly. Of course. The spirit body assured, it's just that later on, when master is going to pull out of your body, you might be in a lot of pain, and you must remember not to scream too loudly, so as not to draw attention to yourself. Don't worry master. Qinyu clenched his fist. He was ready to his pants again in order to go against the grain. No one's going to find out anyway. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, a figure had long been hiding 100 meters away, but because of the ring used to conceal his aura, even his soul body failed to detect it. Ah! Qinyu hurriedly covered his mouth after he screamed out miserably. But it's not covered down there. Pust. It's too heavy-handed. Seeing this, Ning Bei frowned in disgust. He unhurriedly recorded it with the AV stone and straight away pulled out the divine mirror to activate it the moment the soul body just flew out from Qinyu's brow. Bring it on you. Chapter 31, looking at the villain's stars, the fiancé's heart is bitter and regretful. Boom. Great. Qinyu nearly cried with joy. It was not in vain that he was incontinent with pain, his soul body was finally stripped from his body, and he was about to usher in the Jedan realm of strength. Everything is bittersweet. But not waiting for him to be happy for 2 seconds, he suddenly realized that the soul in front of him. No more? Qinyu's face slowly condensed a question mark, forced a smile to look left and right. Master? Master you people Lo? The other side. Ning Bei quickly withdrew from the mountain forest after capturing the soul body with the divine mirror. It's you harpies? Shock in the soul's voice. What have you done? Divine mirror. Why is the divine mirror in your hands? It's in my hands, and you still dare to be arrogant? Ning Bei laughed coldly and looked at a familiar soul body imprisoned in the mirror. At this moment, the soul body was already unable to hide its fear. How did you use the divine mirror? Let me out. Why do you know our plan? I'm a little busy right now, so I'll tune you up when the party's over. No, wait. Ning Bei put away the divine mirror and returned to the banquet in a pleasant manner. And the other side. Qinyu, who has been calling to no avail, his heart is covered with despair. Master, don't scare me. This kind of joke is not funny at all. Not funny at all. You come out quickly. That Jedan realm cultivation. Is it okay if I don't want it? Qinyu was dragging his wet crotch and was on the verge of crying. Originally, he had expected to reach the Jedan realm in one fell swoop, but now, he couldn't even find the shadow of his soul body. It's like the other side has evaporated. He also expected to have the soul body give a few more techniques in the future, so that he could take them to the auction house to exchange for pills and other resources, so it could be said that he had put all of his hopes on the other party. But now it was as if the other man had taken his hopes with him, and lost them with him. After a long time, Qinyu could only drag his tired and dirty body, first going to change into a clean dress, and then return to the banquet hall in a state of disorientation. The moment. Because of the appearance of sacrificer Muyuki, the banquet became particularly lively. The crowd of elders raised their cups to the front. They took the opportunity to show their loyalty and flattery to Moonless by taking advantage of their happiness. This was unjustifiable in the eyes of the crowd. After all, the old man was the supreme existence of the Wutian Academy, and normally there was no chance to curry favor even if one wanted to. Senior brother Ning, why don't we go say hello to the altar priest as well? We didn't get this chance before, but tonight we're half the star of the show. Wang Tang and the others jumped at the chance. When they looked at Ning Bei, they saw Ning Bei strutting through the crowd and straight away snatched the wine cup from Moonless' hand in public. Don't drink. Wow. The sudden scene left the crowd uncertain. Ning Bei, what are you doing? Don't apologize to the priest yet. How can you be so rude? A Lord Sacrificer, don't be angry. I think Ning Bei he must have had too much to drink. The group of elders reacted and opened their mouths, either reprimanding Ning Bei for his rudeness, or taking the opportunity to persuade the old man. The disciples were also scared out of their wits, and each of them stared daggers at Ning Bei. They hadn't expected at all that Ning Bei, who had always been smart and outstanding, would make such an outrageous mistake. On the contrary, Ning Bei remained calm, placing his wine glass down on the table and lecturing Moonless in public. Master, such a noisy place is not suitable for you, not to mention that it's also so late. You'd better find a clean place to stay. Ning Bei, you're reckless. What words? Are you teaching the priest to do his job? Immediately, an elder jumped out and angrily rebuked. Even though Ning Bei was a genius of the academy, the supreme being in their hearts right now was still Moonless. Just before their words fell, they saw that Moonless, who had been lectured, instead of being angry with Ning Bei, smiled and said, Brat, tonight is such a happy day, just leave me alone, okay? count me as begging you, okay? Crowd? At this moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. Especially those elders who had opened their mouths to reprimand Ning Bei had a look of living hell. What's going on here? Obviously Ning Bei is so rude, why isn't the priest angry? Instead, he is still so kinda? No means no, it's not good for your body. Ning Bei looked like he couldn't be refuted, pulling up Wuyu and heading out. Go go go, I'll take you to a quiet place. Brat, is it okay for me to go? If you let go of the old man will bring 2 more cups. Not even 1 cup. Ning Bei snapped. At this moment, the banquet became silent. Hardly watched a sacrificial wine-strong man, was a teenager so dragged away. They couldn't help but wonder if they were dreaming. Until the 2 disappeared. In the next moment, the venue erupted into countless small murmurs. It's not. I'm not drunk after senior brother Ning dragged Lord Sacrifice away, am I? Good lord, judging by how the altar priest reacted just now, he hasn't been disciplined by senior brother Ning much in the past, has he? Didn't you hear that? Just now senior brother Ning directly called out to sacrificial wine elder. The disciples looked at each other, all unable to hide their shock. On the other hand, the elders were also like being struck by lightning. Vaguely, they seemed to have discovered some kind of shocking secret. Therefore, after waiting for Ning Bei to return, the scene once again fell into dead silence. The crowd looked at him with torched eyes, none of them knowing what to say. Why don't people keep drinking? Ning Bei looked left and right, playing dumb has always been his specialty. Ah yes, drink. The next moment, the crowd clamored again. Dozens of elders raised their cups and walked over, especially the elders who had just spoken out to reprimand Ning Bei, but at the moment, their faces were filled with fawning and currying favor. Ning Bei, you've driven your family's old man away, so you can drink with us. Your old man may have explained that this celebration banquet is specially prepared for you, and you must drink us down. Ha ha. Ning Bei sniffed with an air of being flattered and said in a proper voice, don't think too much about it, everyone, that's the sacrificial wine. I called out to the old man purely out of respect. Yes. The crowd laughed at each other. It just feels like it's all in the air. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming, come over here. Ning Bei looked at the disciples who had returned from their adventures together and said, I'm not capable of drinking alone, so you guys come over and help me keep the elders company. Yes. Hearing this, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming and the others could hardly hide their excitement. One must know that although they were inner disciples, where did they normally have the opportunity to get close to the elders? But right now, Ning Bei had directly pulled them onto a table, completely blatantly creating opportunities for them. Do not say in this world of immortal cultivation, even a little bit of business table, only sincerely take you as a friend will be so carry. Going out for an adventure with senior brother Ning feels even luckier than finding the Shura ruins. Who says it isn't? I'll make sure I get my chance next time, even if it's just for me to pick my luggage. Uncontested drool is coming out of my eyes. The eyes of the other disciples were filled with envy for Wang Tang and the others. At this moment, Ning Bei became the center of attention of the entire banquet. Oomph, god damn it. Xin Yu's eyes, on the other hand, had jealousy written all over them. His already bad mood was now even worse after seeing Ning Bei's prowess. Why should Ning Bei always be the center of attention while he had to hide in a dark corner? He's not convinced. Ning Bei. At this moment, Lin Yueyao also had mixed feelings within her heart. Whenever she saw Ning Bei's excellence and sparkle, her mind would recall the little bits and pieces of times when Ning Bei had been good to her. Once upon a time, Ning Bei was also very good and was all around her. But now, Ning Bei is no longer willing to take care of her, once so considerate and subtle to her, but now she is not as good as a stranger. What made this happen? It so happened that at that moment, Xin Yu appeared in her field of vision. Yueyao, did you enjoy your meal tonight? Xin Yu squeezed out an affable smile. He was in a terrible mood tonight and wanted to seek out the young girl to gain an ounce of solace for his soul. On the contrary, after Xin Yu approached, Lin Yueyao frowned as if she smelled an unnameable odor. She held back her displeasure. I thought you said you were going to give me a surprise? Where's the surprise? Chapter 32, The two girls' jealousy is too wonderful. The Empress declares her sovereignty in a dominant manner. Surprise. Xin Yu was stumped by the question. The mood, which was already bad, completely hit rock bottom at this moment, adding insult to injury. He had clearly said that he would help him gain the strength of the Jedan realm, but in the end, he had ended up losing his wife and his army instead. Even the master is gone. Therefore, at this moment, Xin Yu can't help but doubt. Had he been tricked by the soul body? What do you mean by this expression? Lin Yueyao frowned even more and said suspiciously, can it be that there's no surprise at all and you're playing me again? It's not Yueyao. How could I possibly fool you? Xin Yu was anxious when he heard this, and busily explained, it was just an accident. You believe me, I've never tricked you before. Head didn't lie to me? Lin Yueyao let out a cold laugh as she listened. Now she doesn't even want to talk about it, when she lied to her that she didn't pull her pants down. But as a result, Ning Bei directly flung out the evidence. And the stench seemed to have psyched her out, as if she was smelling it again. Of course, how could I lie to you, Yueyao? Qin Yu patted his chest and asked rhetorically. Although he didn't manage to obtain Lin Yueyao's solace, he didn't want to make the other party angry. After all, this was the most important person to him. I'm also too lazy to look forward to your surprise. Lin Yueyao gave a light humph and pointed ahead. You're going to talk to Qin Jojo right now and tell her to stay away from Ning Bei. There's always no problem with this, right? Qin Yu looked in the direction she was pointing. It was only after Ning Bei called out to Wang Tang and the others that he drew back and stopped toasting with the elders, instead returning to Qin Jojo's side once again. The two sat close together again, still talking and laughing. You go quickly, Lin Yueyao urged. Qin Yu was at a loss for words for a moment. After all, he had mentioned it to his sister long ago, telling the latter to stay away from Ning Bei, but he ended up being reprimanded instead. Going over there now would undoubtedly be self-defeating. But he also lied to Lin Yueyao that he had not yet gone to find Qin Jojo. So now it was a dilemma between left and right. Seeing that Qin Yu was unmoved, Lin Yueyao became more and more angry in her heart. Are you dumb? Didn't you promise to help me? Do you want me to think you're a loser too? Asterisk 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 asterisk, can you stop pushing me? Hearing the word waste, Qin Yu instantly caught fire. It was fine if others scolded him, but Lin Yueyao also said he was a waste. Who else could bear it? Qin Yu's voice was not small under his anger and instantly attracted many gazes. Lin Yueyao's expression was stunned. You dare to scold me? Greeting the crowd's blazing gazes, Qin Yu had an afterthought and was busy compensating with a smile. No, Yueyao, I just want you to wake up a bit. Ning Bei has said that he doesn't want you anymore, so don't lick your chops and go begging for him to get back together. Is it your turn to tell me what to do? Lin Yueyao was instantly infuriated and said, You're worthy of talking about me like that even as a handyman? If it wasn't because of you, how would I have gotten into such a mess with Ning Bei? It's all because of you. Get lost, I don't want to see you anymore. Yueyao. Qin Yu instantly tensed up. Scram! Lin Yueyao, however, couldn't listen and roared hysterically, venting all the aggression of these days on Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yun Chang who rushed over. You're a handyman. Where did you get the qualifications to attend the banquet and make a fuss here? Elder Yun. It was Yueyao who asked me to come. Qin Yu was at a loss for words to defend himself, his face was on fire. But now is different from the beginning. As soon as his words fell, he was directly dismantled by Lin Yueyao. I didn't let him come, it was him who had to lick his face to come. This statement was met with laughter. I said, why does it smell a bit bad here? I dare say the king of is here. Ha, the king of has no beak count at all, and he's the only handyman in the entire room who dares to sit down. Say, why isn't Lin Yueyao protecting him today? Wasn't she quite protective of him before? It should be because he's psychologically unbalanced after seeing how senior brother Ning has gotten better and better since he left her, and in turn, king of is always making jokes. How much respect the crowd had for Ning Bei was how loudly they laughed at the moment. To this day, many people had inwardly looked down on Qin Yu, the handyman, extremely because of what happened between Ning Bei and Lin Yueyao. Although Qin Yu was the big head to be ridiculed, Lin Yueyao was not spared either, and in the face of the counting of stones that fell on her, she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. After all, it's the truth that's the fastest way to go. But whenever she got involved with Qin Yu, every time, she couldn't lift her head. On the contrary, when she was with Ning Bei, she was the envy of the entire academy. Qin Yu, why don't you get out? Yun Chang was heartbroken for her goddaughter and heckled at Qin Yu. Qin Yu could only flee in ashes after taking one last look at Lin Yueyao. Tonight, it was destined to be a nightmare. The moment. Not far away, when Ning Bei saw this scene, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. This is a falling out? It seems like a white moonlight can only stay a white moonlight if it's dead. What did you say? Qin Jojo turned her head and looked at Ning Bei. Ning Bei shook his head and laughed, saying, I say they're too noisy. How can they fight without distinguishing between the occasions? The family scandal shouldn't be publicized. LOL. Family scandal. Qin Jojo immediately couldn't help but let out a silver bell-like laughter. How come you're not angry at all? Obviously they brought you along when they were arguing. Guilty as charged. Ning Bei gave a spontaneous smile and added, I have nothing to do with her anymore. She can fool around with Qin Yu all she likes. As long as she doesn't come to disgust me, I'm too lazy to get angry over her. And what if she comes to you later? Ning Bei froze slightly. Immediately, he deliberately used a serious gaze to stare straight into Qin Jojo's eyes. How? What's wrong? Qin Jojo was flustered by the look and pursed her lips. If she really came to disgust me, it would definitely be because of your crow's mouth. Ning Bei deliberately said, so you have to be responsible. Well, Qin Jojo pouted in aggravation, innocently saying, how can I be responsible? Then I don't care, you're responsible anyway. Oops, I just said that. Aren't you bullying me? Qin Jojo's pink cheeks slightly reddened as she raised her jade hand to hit Ning Bei. Not heavy, very light. In the eyes of outsiders, this scene was not a couple flirting, but an adulterous couple making secret glances. Damn it! Lin Yueyao was so angry that she stood up. Seeing that scene just now, she only felt her head turn green. Yueyao, what are you doing? Yun Chang was surprised. I'm going over to Ning Bei. After saying that, Lin Yueyao took big strides. Ning Bei is obviously her fiancé, but Qin Jojo, that woman, actually didn't want any shame at all. Shame on you for robbing a married man? Oops, she really came over. Qin Jojo raised her eyes to Ning Bei and panicked. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth lifted slightly. As promised, you're responsible. Qin Jojo wanted to say something. Where is her experience in this kind of thing? In the next moment, Lin Yueyao had walked up to Ning Bei. She glanced at Qin Jojo before saying, Ning Bei, come out for a moment, I want to talk to you. Her actions drew a lot of stares from the eating public. Jojo? Ning Bei ignored Lin Yueyao and instead bumped Qin Jojo's fragrant shoulder. It's clear that the teenage girl is going to have to step up to the plate. Originally very weak Qin Jojo, now meet the surrounding hot eyes, a moment more at a loss for words. But again, Ning Bei's pendulum seems to give her no chance to escape. Thus, Qin Jojo could only take a deep breath and stiffly rushed Lin Yueyao. If you have anything to say, just say it here. At those words, Lin Yueyao was so angry that her chest floated, but not wanting to appear too spirited in front of Ning Bei, she forced herself to hold back her anger and said, I was going to tell Ning Bei something about us, it's not your turn, is it? Jojo. Ning Bei bumped the young girl again. Got it. Qin Jojo was so shy that she couldn't do it. Her beautiful eyes grudgingly scraped Ning Bei's eyes before she once again hardened her head and said, I'm in charge of this today. Who are you to care? Lin Yueyao almost broke her defenses in anger. But in the next sentence, she was really breaking defense. After Qin Jojo held Ning Bei's hand, she said with a red face, just because I'm his woman. Lin Yueyao? Crowd? Chapter 33, The Empress wins the man rush, her fiancé's regret is too late. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. The viewers who had been silently eating melons couldn't help but blurt out a sentence at this moment. Cough. Ning Bei also choked on his saliva. Although he intends to drag Qin Jojo into the water, but really did not expect the other side of the shy and restrained appearance, but also hides a heart that opens the king bomb. Worthy of being a transmogrified empress, the words are not shocking. Lin Yueyao thunderbolts from the clear sky, backing up to the edge of the table with a look of shock, even her voice carrying an angry tremor. You have the guts to say that again. Qin Jojo's gaze flickered for a moment, but in the next moment, she still summoned up the courage to rush towards Ning Bei and softly whispered, Ning Bei, say something. Ahem. Ning Bei forced a smile and put one hand on her fragrant shoulder while rushing at the dumbfounded Lin Yueyao. Yes, we have a child. Ah shucks, we're already privately married. Wow. When these words came out, the whole room was instantly lit up. Admittedly, they both finally stopped pretending. It's not in vain that I've been knocking on the two of them for so many days, and sure enough, they've been privy to it for a long time. Really cry to death, senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are so talented that they'll finally get married. Fine, I'll put Qin Yu's head with it when we get married. The crowd burst into cheers and laughter. After being convinced that Ning Bei and Qin Jojo were having an affair, it was as if they were even more excited than if they had found someone themselves. Take me away. Qin Jojo was so ashamed that she couldn't raise her head and shook Ning Bei's hand underneath. The cheers that resounded around her made her want to find a crack in the ground. This kind of high-profile spreading of dog food is really shameful. No. Lin Yueyao shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to believe it. This must be a fake. Especially when she thought about once, Ning Bei's promise to her until death. The next moment, she couldn't help but rush to Ning Bei. Ning Bei, don't fool yourself. I know you are still angry, but now I have apologized to you in public. Can you be sensible? In her opinion, being willing to take the initiative to come to Ning Bei was already considered an apology. And Ning Bei refused to step down, but instead let Qin Jojo jump out. It's clearly a childish temper. And as a matter of fact, if it were the Ning Bei of the past, he would indeed be touched by this towards Lin Yueyao, thinking that he had warmed her heart. It was a pity that Ning Bei was long gone. He heard a cold laugh and said nonchalantly, the one who should be sensible is you. Lin Yueyao, we're no longer related, please don't come back to me in the future. Because, I'm afraid that Jojo will misunderstand. At the end of his words, Ning Bei took Qin Jojo's fragrant shoulder and softly said, let's go. Well, Qin Jojo had long wanted to escape. The two left the stage in an intimate pose in full view of the crowd. No matter how much Lin Yueyao called out and threatened, Ning Bei acted as if he hadn't heard them, and didn't show a trace of old affection. Even after the duo left the stage, the atmosphere still didn't cool down, but instead, the crusade went on. Back then, you embarrassed senior brother Ning in public for the sake of the king of, and now you still want to get back together? It's not that I'm afraid of making things difficult for senior brother Ning. You think we would have spoiled you before? Letting senior brother Ning go and running off to lick a loser who has his pants. Lin Yueyao, you really deserve it. At this moment, Lin Yueyao only felt that the sky had collapsed. She was impassive in the face of the taunts of the crowd that fell upon her, as if her consciousness was in a closed despair. Ning Bei, I can't believe I really gave up on this relationship? The Ning Bei who once favored her and was always at her beck and call, actually changed her heart? I don't know how much time has passed. It was only then that Lin Yueyao suddenly woke up and looked left and right in panic. Godmother. Why am I here with you? Silly boy, you're the one who came back with me. Looking at the young girl's overwhelmed appearance, Yun Qing sighed and comforted, I know that tonight has hit you too hard. Come, you rest first. I'm going to talk to Ning Bei. He's left with Qin Jojo, do you think he'll listen to you? At the small courtyard, Ning Bei sent Qin Jojo back to the residence, still holding her shoulders. I did not expect you so willing to put down so blood. Qin Jojo froze for a moment. After reacting to Ning Bei's meaning, her neck quickly remaining a layer of scarlet color, mouth is not true to sophistry, you do not misunderstand. I just want to help you get rid of her pestering. I have no other meaning. I know you're trying to help me get her to die. In the face of the young girl's defense, Ning Bei responded like a spring breeze. But his heart is as clear as a mirror, vaguely, has smelled the maiden fast cannot hide the sentiment. So the transmogrified emperor has a love brain, too. No, blame me for being too good. Knowing that you still don't let go? Qin Jojo looked at the salty hand on her fragrant shoulder and pouted. Oh, sorry. Ning Bei feigned a look of hindsight, and was busy pulling away the large hand that had seeped into the fragrance. Qin Jojo gently bit her lower lip, and while walking towards the house, she said, who wants this apology from you? You were so bad just now. At those words, Ning Bei smoothly followed into the room. How am I broken? Forgot so quickly? Qin Jojo gathered her legs and sat down, her eyes grudgingly scraping Ning Bei. Obviously it's a conflict between you and her, you have to push me out to block the gun. Ning Bei laughed undeniably, closing the door of the room smoothly and sitting down next to the young girl. Isn't this what we agreed on? You're going to help me. Then you can't keep bumping into me forever. Qin Jojo grumbled. Just now, when Lin Yueyao said a sentence, Ning Bei bumped into her, saying a sentence and bumping into her, rushing her so much that she didn't even have time to think. That's what led to such groundbreaking words in the heat of the moment. Every time she thought of that sentence, she was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into it, and the way things were going, were getting farther and farther away from what she had initially expected. Then I'll apologize for not rushing you in the future. Do you still want to have a later? So, what do you think I should do to make up for it? Ning Bei asked with an air of sincerity. Qin Jojo's gaze flowed, then she rushed at Ning Bei and snapped, anyway, you're just a big bad guy, I can see you. Ha ha. Faced with such acute rebuke, Ning Bei couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing? No more laughing, no more smiling. Ning Bei was busy holding his breath and waving his hands back and forth. Bang bang. Just as the two were enhancing their relationship, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Ning Bei went to open the door in displeasure. Qin Jojo also frowned slightly, restraining the blush on her face. Ning Bei, I have something to tell you. The visitor's name was Zhang Ji, a newly promoted inner sect elder, but he usually didn't have much interaction with Ning Bei. Even tonight, he hadn't said a word to Ning Bei. Therefore, when he saw the other party looking for him, Ning Bei showed curiosity on his face. Elder Jiang has something to do? Ginger Value was nonchalant. You two are together, aren't you? Ning Bei turned back to meet Qin Jojo with a polite smile. Yeah, what's up? You two separate for now. Jiang Ji ordered straight away. Ning Bei raised an eyebrow. I'm a bit lost. The two of you are both chief disciples. The academy has high hopes for you. To be entangled in childish love so early on will be detrimental to the future of the academy. Qin Jojo just wanted to speak out, but was stopped by Ning Bei, who looked straight at Jiang Ji. Is this what the academy means? No, it's personal. The corners of Ning Bei's mouth twitched as he asked the system in his head, is this person also a son of Qi? System, no. Good. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Seeing this, Jiang Value face was pleased. It's best if you can agree, proving that you are a smart person. Snap. Before Jiang Ji could finish his sentence, suddenly, Ning Bei threw a slap across his face. Did I give you a ing face? Chapter 34, the Empress calls her husband my man, she wants to destroy the schoolhouse. Ginger Value was instantly slapped in the face. It was only after a full 2 seconds that he covered his face in hindsight, his eyes widening in anger. How dare you hit one of my elders? I hit you. Before the words left his mouth, Ning Bei kicked out again. Boo! How could Jiang Ji not expect that a disciple would dare to hit him twice in a row? When Ning Bei kicked him in the chest, his entire body instantly flew backwards. Ning Bei, don't be impulsive. Qin Jojo was busy advising. It wasn't that he was afraid that Jiang Ji was too badly injured, but he was worried that Ning Bei would be punished for it. After all, the other party was a newly promoted inner sect elder. The following offense is not a minor one. I'm cool now. Ning Bei pushed away the dissuasive young girl, striding over to Jiang Ji, and said in a chilling voice. I don't care if you're a new officer, or if you've always liked to give directions, now, take back what you just said. Looking at Ning Bei's domineering expression, Qin Jojo was slightly disoriented, and swallowed back the words that came to her mouth. Is it because of me? On the contrary, Jiang Ji, who had just climbed up from the ground, was infuriated, against the heavens. How dare a disciple make a move against an elder? Ning Bei, I don't care how talented you are, but this time, you've violated the precepts of the academy. I can wipe you out on the spot. Boom. With that, a power of the late Jiedan stage erupted from his body. Although this realm is not high, but with Zhang Value's age to have this achievement, even if it can't be called a supreme demon, it is also considered extraordinary talent. He was able to be promoted to inner sect elder by virtue of his true ability, so he could not bear to be humiliated by a disciple. Erase me? Please. Hearing this, Ning Bei could hardly hide his surprise. Worried that the other side still have room to survive, so that he is not good in front of Qinzhoujiu painkillers, now the opportunity does not come? Boom! Ning Bei no longer hid his strength and instantly exploded his cultivation at the same late Jiedan stage. Moreover, under the support of the rigid yang force in his body, it caused his aura to climb up, and in an instant, it surpassed the Jiang value in the midst of his fury. What? Seeing this, Kongworth looked skeptical. Although I know that Ning Bei has a demonic talent, but at such an age, how could he reach the late stage of Jiedan? This is so unreasonable, isn't it? As for Qinzhoujiu, who was about to offer up her bottom card, she also stopped pinching at this moment and looked at Ning Bei with a gaze that couldn't hide her shock. When he had shared the spirit spring with Ning Bei, and the two of them had stepped up to the middle stage of Jiedan together, it had only been a few days since then? Ning Bei's rate of improvement had really surprised her, and in her previous life, she had never seen such a heavenly chosen talent. Boo! Only to see Ning Bei's footsteps stomping, the ground underneath his feet instantly cracked open, and in the next moment, his figure shot out like an arrow out of a string. No good. The pupils of Jiang Ji's eyes shrunk, and he felt bad. That's too fast. Before he could react, in the next moment, a fierce fist wind had broken through his defensive armor and ferociously smashed over. Ah! Kongworth immediately screamed out in misery. His body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and on the way, a stream of blood sprayed out from his mouth, throwing a graceful arc in the air. And such a fierce fight had since drawn the attention of the banquet crowd. What's the situation? Why is Elder Jiang spitting blood and flying over? Could it be that someone knows we're hosting a banquet tonight and wants to take the opportunity to invade the academy? No. That's Senior Brother Ning? Wow. Seeing the person who was chasing after him, the whole room was in an uproar. At this time, Jiang Ji struggled to get up from the ground and rushed to the crowd. Ning Bei has no respect for his elders and made a move against me. Quickly help me to clean up the door together. What? The crowd looked at each other with dismay written all over their faces. The word sightless was a far cry from the image Ning Bei had always had. It's not even remotely tainted. A loser like you deserves to be my honored leader? In the next moment, Ning Bei came after him, and without waiting for Jiang Ji to offer his shin gong, he stomped on the latter's bulging ankle. Click! Hiss! Amidst the sound of the crowd sucking in cool air, Ning Bei had already grabbed Jiang Ji's neck and lifted him up. Stop! At this moment, the elders came back to their senses and stopped them sharply. Ning Bei, don't be impulsive. What exactly happened? Senior Brother Ning, don't be impulsive. Or else you'll turn out to be at fault even if you're not. Wang Tong and the others also looked startled and were busy dissuading him. A disciple violently beating up an elder was appalling in any power. In the face of the crowd's obstruction, Ning was merely saying in a cloudy manner, I'll tell you all the details of what happened after I've killed him. Crowd? Seeing Ning Bei's lunatic attitude. At this moment, Jiang Value is also afraid. Ning Bei, you calm down. That was just a suggestion. Maybe I spoke a bit too directly, but that's due to my blunt character. I have never targeted anyone, including you and Qinzhoujiu. Ha, you have a very euphemistic personality now. Ning Bei laughed out loud at that. The words of a man who was about to die. He had Jiang Ji's neck in one hand, and the other hand stored up ripples of power visible to the naked eye, his killing intent no longer having to be hidden. How dare a person who did not have the fortune to be blessed, nor the destiny to turn over in a desperate situation, come to provoke him? Then kill. Stop. The elders realized that the situation was not good and immediately wanted to step forward to stop it. However, Ning Bei didn't give them a chance, raising a fist full of stored power and blasting it heavily at Jiang Ji's face, which was covered in shock and remorse. Boom! In full view of everyone, Jiang Ji's head was blown into a bloody mist. Wow! At this moment, the entire room fell into dead silence. Jiang Value is an inner door elder, a solid late-stage Jiedan powerhouse. Now it was actually killed by a teenager killed? At this moment, the gazes of the people looking at Ning Bei all revealed unspeakable shock, even in the eyes of the elders, all mixed with a few moments of fear as well. This son must not be. Let it go. Otherwise, in the future, they may also be the consequences of this. In the next moment, a preceptor elder forced down his horror and spoke out heavily, Ning Bei, do you realize your mistake? Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak. At this time, Qinzhoujiu, who had been silent, walked calmly to Ning Bei's side and greeted the crowd's dismayed expression. My man, yes. Although it was just a simple sentence, for some reason, all the elders actually felt a trace of indescribable oppression and threat. Ning Bei looked at the young girl in front of him and smiled. He knew that Qinzhoujiu's words represented that he would be protected at all costs. Even go to war with the entire academy. And it also means that now he has fully entered the heart of the young girl and become an indispensable presence for life. What are you fooling around with again? At that moment, that preceptor elder looked at Qin Joujio and frowned. He killed an inner sect elder in public, challenging the precepts of the academy, and you jumped out to cause trouble. Don't you know how bad this matter is? You back off. Qin Joujio ignored it. She took it upon herself to start pulling out all sorts of talismans, speed formations, and spirit treasures, preparing to destroy this place. Ugh. At this time, a long sigh came from a long time, and it was clearly sacrificial drinker Moonless. Your two chief disciples, do you really want to turn the academy upside down? It's the priestess. Sea Lord Sacrifice. When the crowd of elders and disciples saw this, they were busy saluting the old man. As for Ning Bei, he also restrained his forcefulness and cried out at the old man in the void, Master, I'm aggrieved. Crowd? Moonless. Chapter 35 Male love is fine, but the protagonist is beaten up by the crowd. Sissy. A gust of autumn wind blew through the room, and the whole place was terribly quiet. It's just that when the elders looked at Ning Bei, the corners of their mouths all kept twitching. You. Shut up for a second. Moonless also darkened his old face, forgetting the words that were on his lips. Priestess, Ning Bei, he killed Jiangji in public. That preceptor elder spoke out. We couldn't stop him, so I'm asking you to make a decision. Taking a look at the headless corpse on the ground, Wu raised her eyes to Ning Bei, who had a murderous aura, and muttered for a long time before saying, You're coming with me. Yes. Ning Bei's footsteps had just moved, but she was pulled by Qin Joujio, who whispered, You don't have to have concerns, we can spell death to all of them. Settle down. Ning Bei smiled and patted her hand, indicating not to be impulsive. He believed that the young girl had this strength. After all, she was a great emperor reincarnated, so she must have a card to save her life in times of crisis. But for now, he has control of the situation. Looking at Ning Bei's figure as he flew away, Qin Joujio pursed her lips and finally listened to the former's decision. Joujio, you're confused. Ning Bei has made such a big mistake, you'll only be punished with him like this. A few elders stepped forward and regretfully rushed the young girl. Many of them were optimistic about Qin Joujio, especially before the rise of Ning Bei. They had always treated the young girl as a chief disciple. In the face of their well-intentioned reminder, Qin Joujio was unimpressed, or rather, right now, all she cared about was Ning Bei. Whoever was hostile to Ning Bei was her enemy. At this moment, two figures rushed to the scene. It was clearly Lin Yueyao and Qin Yu. Just now, after hearing that Ning Bei had killed an inner sect elder, Qin Yu couldn't wait, and told this news to Lin Yueyao. And when Lin Yueyao heard that, she immediately ran over. Ning Bei was taken away by the priest? After learning this news, Lin Yueyao was a bit flustered in her heart. On the contrary, Qin Yu was gloating, killing an inner sect elder in public. This is completely disregarding the precepts of the academy. And even the sacrificer has stepped in. I think that even if Ning Bei doesn't die, he'll have his cultivation wasted and be expelled from the academy. A flash of gloom flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. After all, it seemed to anyone that if this wasn't disposed of Ning Bei in a serious manner, then there would be no majesty to speak of in the future academy. What are you gloating about? Lin Yueyao asked with a frown. Qin Yu's expression was stunned as he compensated with a smile. Yueyao, he's failed you so much, you wouldn't still be worried about him, right? Lin Yueyao's lips slightly opened and she did not make a sound, only staring at Qin Yu with dissatisfaction. Now that it's come to this, Qin Yu also stopped pretending and said, Yes, I'm just gloating, but am I at fault? It's him, Ning Bei, who did it to himself. Look at you Yueyao, how star-studded you were once. If it wasn't for Ning Bei uniting with others to target you together, would we have been mocked one after another? You don't say. Lin Yueyao bit her silver teeth, not wanting to listen at all. Right now she's a mess inside. Why didn't I say anything? Qin Yu was not happy with what he heard and said at the top of his voice, Today I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it loud. Ning Bei is a self-inflicted disaster. A little bit of talent and then no one else. Now it's good, isn't it? He actually dared to kill an elder in public. It's not true that he is talented, but does he know what it means to honor his teacher? Qin Yu deliberately pulled his voice, trying to make everyone hear. It seemed as if this was the only way to wash away the shame he had suffered because of Ning Bei. What the is a king of barking at? It. The matter of senior brother Ning and elder Jiang hasn't been cleared up yet. What are you so proud of? Wang Tong and Zhao Ming and the others sniffed and chided with righteous indignation. What? You guys want to beat me? At this moment, Qin Yu was a scoundrel's face. Do you guys dare to beat me in front of so many elders? I'm airing my grievances for the dead elders, am I wrong? You. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong and the others were so angry that their teeth itched. Nay, the matter was still pending now, and there were many elders gathered around them, making it hard for them to refute anything. Don't want to offend the elders. While seeing this, Qin Yu was getting more and more arrogant. A group of pikers who only know brute force. Let me tell you, no matter how dazzling it was before, only the one who goes to the end is the winner. Victory is not gained simply by showing off, but by honoring our teachers, first and foremost by respecting the elders who guide us in our cultivation. Do you understand? Looking at Qin Yu's arrogant appearance, Wang Tong and the others were furious in their hearts. If it were normal, they would have already made a move to teach this handyman a lesson, but now, Qin Yu was borrowing the name of the elder to say crowning words. If they make a move, would undoubtedly offend the elders present. And with things still up in the air, they don't know what to do. Meh, a bunch of wallflowers. Qin Yu wrapped his hands around his body and said, killing people to pay for their lives, this is the unchanging truth of the ages. The other side. Ning Bei stood respectfully and told Moonshine about what had happened. Of course, it wasn't his style not to add more fuel to the fire. Let you and Qin Jiujiu separate. Do not agree. And he said he would obliterate you? Moonless stared into Ning Bei's eyes and asked with a raised eyebrow. Ning Bei said with a straight face, Elder, every word of this came out of Jiangji's mouth, and the latecomer can swear to the heavens. Moonless was silent. Because in terms of Ning Bei's subtle expression and breath, the other party showed absolutely no signs of lying. Of course, he didn't ask if it had been taken out of context, and Ning Bei didn't have to voluntarily admit it. Anyway, Kongworth did say those words. A moment later, Moonless stroked his silver beard and said in a deep voice, although you have outstanding talent and are the chief disciple, you have a lot of merit. However, killing an inner sect elder in public. Do you know how serious a matter this is for the academy? No. You know you're not going to show any mercy? Flop. Ning Bei knelt down on one knee and said in a proper voice, if the old master must have an explanation, then the late generation is willing to scrap his cultivation and be expelled from the academy. Poof. Moonless' old eyes narrowed slightly as he said, you think the old man will eat your bitter trick? No. Ning Bei shook his head and asked the system in his mind, if I were to cripple my own cultivation, would he stop me? System, 100% stopped. Okay. While Moonshine was still scrutinizing Ning Bei, intending to see through the latter's tricks, she saw Ning Bei suddenly raise a palm that had gathered power, and without hesitation slapped it toward her dantian. I'm going. Moonless was instantly startled, and I stopped Ning Bei and said in alarm, Brat, what do you want to do? Old master, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Today, even if I waste my own cultivation, I don't regret doing so, said Ning Bei, raising his reddened eyes. Jiujiu, she believes in me, then I'll be a man. How can I tolerate the existence of an enemy that provokes our relationship? The late generation does not regret tonight's action. Nor do I want to make things difficult for you, elder. I can abolish my cultivation by myself. You. Looking at Ning Bei's serious expression, which didn't look like a joke at all, at this moment, Moonless didn't dare to test the waters anymore. That's not a trick. It's clearly the courage of a sentimental young man who is willing to challenge the shackles of the world for the sake of his lover. Ning Bei's demonstration of great affection and righteousness, coupled with his outstanding talent, not to mention the fact that it was difficult for Moonshine to resist, it would have been the same for anyone else. In the next moment, Moonshine straightened up and said, don't give me this, all you have to do is answer one question to the old man, and I'll spare you once. What's the problem? Your cultivation. Why has it risen so quickly? Moonless, who was also considered knowledgeable, said seriously, with your current growth rate, it is unprecedented throughout the entire Zhongxian continent. Why are you suddenly enlightened? Elder, truth be told, I am actually a transmutation emperor. Moonless? Not much longer. When Ning Bei and Moonless returned again, the originally noisy scene quieted down in an instant. What's going on? Seeing the two of them talking and laughing, Qin Yu froze. It wasn't quite what he expected. On the contrary, Wang Tong and the others were holding their breath in their hearts, and now as if they saw the hope of venting their anger, they rushed forward to inquire in a monkey's hurry. Senior Brother Ning. What's the situation with Senior Brother Ning? Dare I ask the priest how the matter was finalized? The elders were also curious. After Moonless glanced at Ning Bei, he said in a formal voice, I've investigated this matter clearly, it's entirely Jiangji's fault. Ning Bei, he's not at fault. Wow. The entire room erupted in shock. Asterisk 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 can do it. And at this moment, Wang Tong and the others were on the verge of crying with excitement. Ning Bei's face was touched, and he thought that they were eager to embrace themselves, but the next moment, why were they all rushing towards Qin Yu? Chapter 36, the villainess walks away with her hands, her fiancé drops her pearls straight away. Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. The group hit him so hard they could have crippled him on the spot. Thus, he hurriedly looked at Lin Yueyao for help, but then he realized that Lin Yueyao had long since left him behind and ran off to find Ning Bei. In desperation, Qin Yu could only turn to the elders for help. Elderly, look at them. They're going to come over and beat me up. Elder Zhao, you say something? At this moment, the group of elders ignored it and tacitly turned away. After all, just now, they had all seen Qin Yu's arrogance in their eyes, and now Wang Tang and the others were trying to help Ning Bei out. Who dares to stop it? Ning Bei had killed an inner sect elder in public, and instead of being held accountable, he had been blatantly favored and protected by the priest. And how could they, who are also elders, not fear Ning Bei's retaliation? In other words, but anyone who isn't a little cutie. Who would offend a genius with unlimited potential, and a powerful priestess for an odd-job disciple? King of, your ing dead in the water. Wang Tang was the first to rush to, and with a single kick, he viciously kicked Qin Yu on his chest. Pust. In an instant, Qinyu spat out blood from his mouth, his face pale. Wait. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to beg for mercy, Zhao Ming and the others came as promised, and their fists and feet fell on him like rain. It's the winner who makes you stick around until the end. And teach us reason, you have the guts to keep giving me a stiff upper lip. Facing the attack of fists and feet, Qinyu no longer had half of his arrogance, and could only run away while wailing like a bereaved dog. In response, as if they didn't even see it, the elders ran to Moonshine in a serious manner and inquired about Ning Bei's conflict with Jiang Ji as if they were judges. And after learning what had happened, they changed their faces even more. If that's true, then there's really nothing wrong with Ning Bei. I told you that Ning Bei has always been kind by nature. How could he hit out at an elder? Dare I say it's because Jiang Worth went crickets about him and Qin Zhou. As the saying goes, it's better to destroy 10 temples than to break up a marriage. Jiang Worth deserves to die. Looking at the fickle faces of the group of elders, Moonless had a black line on his head, but he didn't reprimand anything. His old eyes threw themselves at the upright back and murmured, "Great Emperor Reincarnation. Heaven blesses Wu Tian. These 30 years of shame will hopefully be cleared in one day." The other side. Ning Bei walked in front of Qin Zhou, and was eagerly asked by the latter, "Are you alright?" Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, "Everything is under control, it's done." LOL. Welcoming Ning Bei's confident look, Qin Zhou smiled sweetly. "What did the priest call you over to say, and how come you weren't punished?" "What, do you want to see me get punished so badly?" Ning Bei asked rhetorically with a smile. Qin Zhou's delicate face was stunned, then she pouted her small mouth in a grudging manner. "You know I don't mean that, humph. Ha ha." Ning Bei stopped teasing the young girl and lowered his voice. "I promised the priest one thing, to take first place in the competition of the 3 great universities." The so-called 3 university academies referred to the Wutian Academy, Qitian Academy, and Deyu Academy within the Deyu dynasty. Although the Wutian Academy is a dream place of cultivation in the eyes of the world, countless young people scramble to squeeze into this holy place of cultivation. But the truth was that the Martial Heaven Academy was only considered to be at the bottom of the list among the 3 great universities. For example, the martial arts competition that was held every 3 years, the Martial Heavenly Academy had lost 10 times in a row, being pressed by the other 2 universities for a whole 30 years. Even after every tournament, the chief genius of the Wutian Academy would be pried away by the olive branch thrown out by the Dayu Academy without exception. But this is no excuse. After all, the Dayu Academy is a royal academy, and most of its disciples are royal bloodlines, family geniuses, and so on. Its depth is hard to describe. Even if the Qitian Academy, which is slightly inferior, is located in the spirit Zephyr Earth, the bloodline of the disciples is nourished by the heaven and earth, and it is also a lot stronger than the Wutian Academy. It could be said that most of the disciples from the other 2 mansions could not look at the Martial Heavenly Academy that could make ordinary people dream. Qin Zhou nodded indistinctly. "No wonder the priest is open to you. Since he took over the Wutian Academy, it seems that he has been losing face in the great martial arts, and his heart must have been holding back decades of humiliation. Losing isn't the most important thing, the most important thing is, those chief disciples that he once had high hopes of cultivating ended up leaving him for the future." Ning Bei lamented, "That's the knot in his heart that he can't untie, and I promised him that I would never abandon the Wutian Academy." Looking at Ning Bei's resolute and handsome face, Qin Zhou smiled wanly. "I will accompany you to fulfill your promise." For the Qitian Academy and the Great Yu Academy, she wasn't interested. Otherwise in the beginning, she would have been strong enough to enter those 2 academies to cultivate. Ning Bei nodded with a smile. "I'll send you back." "Aha!" Qin Zhou nodded gently, no longer asking more questions. In fact, Ning Bei had also promised Moonless one thing, but that was his initiative to take out some heaven-ranked feats to supplement the academy's bottom line. This offer would make Moonshine believe his words even more. However, Ning Bei did not intend to seek Qin Zhou's help, because at the moment, a soul body covered in treasure was being held in the divine mirror. The oil extraction still has to be an old soul body. Ning Bei. Just then, Lin Yueyao suddenly appeared in front. Seeing the young girl, Ning Bei's handsome face revealed resistance. "Why are you here again? Now that white moonlight of yours is being chased after him, aren't you going to help him?" With one sentence, Ning Bei made Lin Yueyao lose her voice. She is also not a little cute. Since she could hear the sarcasm in Ning Bei's words, after all, in the beginning, she had abandoned Ning Bei for Qinyu. Now that I think about it, she had indescribable regret in her heart. "Ignore her, let's go." Qin Zhou picked up Ning Bei's arm and pretended to be intimate. Anyway, she had already given up so much in order to help Ning Bei get rid of Lin Yueyao, and now it wasn't too bad to save a hand. Looking at the departing backs of the 2, Lin Yueyao froze in place. Obviously, the person standing beside Ning Bei should be her, but the truth was, she couldn't even say a word to stop her. The strong contrast left her empty inside, as if she had lost something. To be precise, this feeling appeared when she forced Ning Bei to kneel and apologize to Qinyu. And it's getting stronger. In the beginning, she was still able to disregard the words of the crowd and resolutely stand with Qinyu, even feeling that everyone was drunk and she was alone. But after witnessing Ning Bei's style one after another, she faltered. Especially when I think of the embarrassment suffered because of Chinyu, and even the other party did not listen to her discouragement, insisted on going to violate the anger of the crowd, provoked now by a group of people brutally beaten. In the past, she would have been heartbroken, but now there was a few moments of disgust. At this moment, Lin Yueyao's heart was very messy and chaotic. It was so messy that she couldn't tell which one she was confused from. Back to the residence. Ning Bei was finally able to pull out his divine mirror and properly temper his soul body. What do you want? The spirit's fleshly body was terrified. The shadow of being forcibly refined by Ning Bei at the beginning still loomed over it. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth rose. You don't want your soul to be scattered either, do you? Chapter 37, The Villain's Antitrope, the protagonist's loss of a lady and her troops. Not much longer. Various types of heavily ranked techniques, precious Dan formulas, and so on, had already fallen into Ning Bei's bag. But he still wasn't satisfied. Is that all? The soul body listened with skepticism. Aren't these enough? More than a dozen heavily ranked Shingongs, which are worth a lot of money, as well as those fine Dan formulas, any one of them put in the auction house would be enough to clothe and feed you for a lifetime. Not enough, not nearly enough. Ning Bei shook his head. What do you want? The spirit body is truly afraid. It felt that the teenager in front of it was not a teenager on the surface, but an unfathomable demon. I want all of you. What? The soul body looked shocked and cried without tears. It's really gone. I am truly out of things to hold. Oh, see you then. Wait, did you just say you wouldn't kill me if I cooperated? Fooled you, little fool. Ning Bei shook his head and smiled. Since the other party couldn't extract any value out of it, he also stopped talking nonsense with the soul body and straight away used the divine mirror to refine it. After refining the soul body, the divine mirror actually had a touch of flowing light floating on the surface, and immediately after that, the originally worn-out divine mirror was seen to be brand new and piercingly bright in an instant. Oh, Ning Bei's face showed surprise. Earlier, the system told him that the divine mirror not only had the ability to store things, but also had the ability to detain souls and quench things, but unfortunately, it had been sealed for too long and needed to be activated with the help of a guide. I didn't realize that the lead was actually the soul? It can be an unexpected blessing. The divine mirror has not yet recovered to its peak, but the original grade was not bad, so I guess the grade of the objects that can be quenched is not low either? Thinking of this, Ning Bei threw a sword into it, and sure enough, in the next moment, the divine mirror began to quench the sword weapon. Good stuff. As Ning Bei was surprised, a system voice suddenly rang in his head. Detected that Chinyu has escaped from the academy and will meet with an opportunity once in a while, and asks the host to suppress him and deplete his heavenly chi. When he finished receiving the information delivered by the system, Ning Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. Worthy of being a son of Qi, I've already deliberately avoided the interference of the heavenly Tao and let Wang Tang and the others move freely, but he actually triggered the opportunity. It's just that, anyway, with the reverse attack system. Your Qi, it can only be used for me. Ning Bei hummed lightly. It is necessary for the system to remind the host not to take the enemy lightly. Based on this opportunity to start, it is obvious that it is aimed at the host, and it is not convenient for the host to show up in person to avoid giving away his head. Don't worry, it's not easy. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The other side. With his body full of wounds, Chinyu crawled out of the Wutian Academy from the pit. Not to blame him for not having any talent, but Wang Tang and the others hit him too hard. It was really beating him to death. Martial Heaven Academy. I'll take this revenge. Chinyu gritted his teeth and swore in his heart, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't deceive the youth. Phew! A black-clothed figure suddenly appeared, scaring Chinyu into instantly pissing his pants. Come on, if you don't mind getting dirty, keep hitting me. A black line floated up the black man's forehead. Are you a disciple of the Martial Heaven Academy? The man in black cupped his throat and said in a fake voice. Chinyu asked tentatively after returning to his senses. What are you? You don't need to know who I am. The man in black sized up Chinyu as if he saw an opportunity and said, all you need to know is that I'm here to investigate the Martial Heavenly Academy, and if you can help me, I can give you unexpected benefits. Benefits? Chinyu sized up the other party skeptically. In the next moment, a Yuan Dan landed in front of him, instantly causing him to lose expression management. Is this a Yuan Dan? It wasn't that he was too excited, but a single yuan gathering pill was enough to help him break through the realm. And seeing Chinyu's performance, the man in black was satisfied. What? A mere yuan gathering pill makes you lose your temper like this? If you can really help me, won't you be happy to go to the sky later on? At those words, Chinyu's expression changed. Senior, what are you investigating? The Martial Heaven Academy's chief disciple, Ning Bei? Chinyu was slightly stunned and asked tentatively, does Senior have a grudge against him? No grudge, but I want to know everything about him. Chinyu didn't have any hesitation. He directly told all about Ning Bei's finding the Shura ruins, the brutal killing of the elders, and the strength of the late Jiedan stage, and so on. He has late-stage Jiedan? The man in black was slightly stunned and whispered, "It seems like we've let the Wutian Academy pick up a treasure." A smear of killing heart flashed from the black-clothed man's eyes, passing in an instant. Yes, how else could he have killed an inner sect elder? Shinyu said excitedly, "If Senior has a grudge against him, I suggest you kill him quickly. After all, the fact that he killed an elder and still managed to remain unharmed means that the Martial Heavenly Academy is his backer. When he grows up, it will be very unfavorable to you." The man in black said meaningfully, "You seem to have a grudge against him?" Shinyu, who had been seen through, admitted it frankly. "What's your name?" "Back to Senior, my name is Chinyu." "Chinyu, good name." The man in black laughed and threw out 3 polyjuice pills once again. "Wow." Seeing this, the corners of Chinyu's mouth were almost raised to his ears. "Thank you, Elder." For whole gathering Yuan Dan, this was a treatment that even inner disciples didn't have. It was enough for him to reach the Foundation establishment realm directly. Moreover, these pills, which were still obtained from the information he had leaked about Ning Bei, made him raise his eyebrows even more. "How is this not a form of revenge?" "There is no need to thank me, this is the reward you deserve." The man in black took advantage of the situation and seduced, "If you are willing to serve me, then I can also give you another." Mixed Yuan Dan. The mixed pill? Shinyu was dumbstruck. Senior is serious? Disciple is willing to follow Senior. The mixed Yuan pill was a genuine high-grade elixir, several times more precious than even the gathering Yuan pill, plus, he had wanted to escape from the Martial Heavenly Academy. At this moment, Shinyu truly felt that his bitterness had come to an end. "Ning Bei, next time we meet, I'll make you regret it, haha." In the next moment, he heard the man in black say, "No, you've misunderstood. I want you to stay in the Martial Heavenly Academy and be my eyes." "What?" Shinyu's smile came to an abrupt end. "Eyeliner. Isn't it just a traitor? You don't?" Shinyu only hesitated for a split second before making a decision. "No, the late generation is willing. Willing to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire for Senior." "Ha ha." Black Clothes was satisfied and raised his hand to throw out a hybrid elixir. And after receiving this elixir, Shinyu almost didn't cry out. He had never imagined that one day, he would be able to obtain such an opportunity. Today's beating was worth it. As for the faint-heartedness of being an eye candy, it was gone at the moment. After all, in his opinion, it was the Martial Heavenly Academy that had wronged him in the first place, so there was no blame for his betrayal. "Senior, I want to refine the elixir now." Shinyu was a bit impatient. The man in black stood by and watched, not stopping until he noticed someone approaching this way. The man in black froze. If it was that demonic chief, perhaps he could directly erase it here, but it seems that a lot of people have come. In order to avoid causing too much commotion, he had to hide his body first. "Seniors?" Shinyu looked up, a little bewildered. But he didn't think much about it, and placed 1 mixed Yuan Dan and 4 poly Yuan Dan in a row in front of him, rubbing his hands together excitedly. "Here's my chance to change my destiny against the odds. Which elixir should I start with first?" "You're it, Polyjuice Dan." Shinyu just put his hand out. Unexpectedly at that moment, several figures suddenly jumped out from the side. "There he is. Look, isn't that the mixed elemental pill and gathering elemental pill that Senior Brother Ning lost?" Wang Tang and the others fixed their eyes on him and furiously poured 95 gasoline on top of their anger. "Damn king of, you actually stole Senior Brother Ning's pills? Shinyu?" Chapter 38. The villain triggers a big secret that can make the protagonist's family fall apart. "No?" Shinyu Ren was dumbfounded. This was obviously a reward he had just gotten. How did it become Ning Bei's to lose? Isn't that bullying an honest man? How dare you deny it? Give me a beating. Wang Tang and the others wasted no time and rushed up with a burst of punches and kicks. Shinyu was beaten and curled up on the ground, begging for mercy. "Stop. Don't hit. Quickly stop. I really didn't steal. Where did you get the gathering and mixing pills if you're a handyman who doesn't steal them?" Shinyu was stumped by the question. He couldn't admit that it was a favor he got by betraying the academy, could he? It wouldn't be a beating. At this moment, Shinyu only hoped that the man in black would come forward and teach these bad guys a lesson for him. Nay, the man in black didn't want to be exposed and turned away after dropping a bottle of healing medicine. "Let you talk tough. Today I have to beat you until you admit it." Don't fight. Can't I just admit it?" "No, not unless you tell us what you stole as well." "Shinyu? Academic Corps. Senior Brother Ning." Shinyu admitted to stealing the pills. Wang Tang handed out the trophy and added, "He said he took the opportunity to sneak into your room during the banquet to find it from under the bed." "Is that what he said?" Ning Bei looked surprised. Zhao Ming concurred, "Right, at first he didn't admit it, so we beat him until he described what happened himself." Ning Bei couldn't help but listen. Good lord, that's bending over backwards. He could even imagine that when Shinyu was making up the passages, he was afraid that he had already been beaten out of his temper and was bent on getting it over with. This son of luck. "I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight." In the end, Ning Bei only received the mixed Yuan Dan and handed back the 4 gathering Yuan Dan to Wang Tang and Zhao Ming. "Senior Brother Ning, what is this?" The two of them looked at each other in disbelief. Ning Bei calmly said, the tournament of the 3 great universities is just around the corner, and your family members will probably be there to watch the battle then as well, so refine the polyjuice pill and try to get a good result at the great tournament. This? Wang Tang and Zhao Ming looked at each other and were both stunned. The polyjuice pill is too precious, senior brother Ning, you'd better keep it for yourself. Even though the great martial is imminent, you're the hope of our academy, senior brother Ning, so how can we rob you of your resources at such a juncture? The two of them were flattered and excused themselves. Okay. Ning Bei interrupted their politeness and said, if you guys really want to repay me, you should perform well in the great martial arts, and whoever sees eye to eye with me again. There's no point in being brothers in the future. Senior brother Ning. The 2 men froze at the words that came to their lips. They instantly reddened. Although they were also inner disciples, they were just small compared to Ning Bei, and now they were crowned as brothers by Ning Bei. How could they not be moved by this? This favor, it's too heavy. I'm sorry, senior brother Ning, when you were taken away by the sacrificial wine earlier, we, out of fear of the elders, didn't stand up to defend you. In the next moment, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming lowered their heads guiltily and blamed themselves. Stop, no one is allowed to say that again. Ning Bei said in a positive voice, you guys have done enough, besides, I don't want you guys to offend some people you can't fight against just because of me with your current strength. Remember, the courage of a man and the benevolence of a woman is a taboo for a cultivator, do you understand? Understood. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and agreed. Well, I'll go and rest. Yes, senior brother Ning, then we'll take our leave first. After arching their hands, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming turned to leave. As they walked on the road, their hearts were still hard to calm down, and Wang Tang lamented, senior brother Ning is truly treating us as his own brothers. Yes. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement, even though we're inner disciples, we've never enjoyed the gathering Yuan Dan, and this is still at the Great Martial Passage. We owe senior brother Ning too much. Wang Tang patted his shoulder, cultivate well in the future and strive to become useful to senior brother Ning. Aha! Inside the room. After Ning Bei refined the mixed Yuan Dan, the yang power in his body became more and more abundant, but he was not able to break the realm shackles. He was not surprised. Between Jiedan and Yuaning, there is a gap that is difficult to overcome even in a lifetime. Can't it be done by a single elixir? Otherwise the elders stuck at the peak of Jiedan for decades wouldn't they all be little cuties? And right now, compared to realm advancement, Ning Bei cared more about getting Qin Jiu completely. He could already feel the young girl's intense affection, but it seemed that because of the events of his last life, he still had Qin Jiu's concerns. So want to break this layer of separation, Ning Bei must find a suitable opportunity to let Qin Jiu completely open his heart to him. And the body. The other side. After Qin Yu finished healing his wounds, he dragged his wretched body back to his residence. Why? Why is it always me who gets beaten? Ning Bei but can be worshipped? He looked at the inaccessible beams and clenched his fists together in resignation. He's not convinced. Obviously Qin Jiu was his sister, but she was on Ning Bei's side. It was clear that Lin Yueyao regarded him as a white moonlight, but he still couldn't forget Ning Bei. It was clear that the advantage was all in his favor, but it was Ning Bei who won every time. Why do the gears of fate never turn for him? After a long time, Qin Yu came to a conclusion: Ning Bei was too lucky. Luck can't stay with you forever, can it? A flash of gloom flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. When he thought about the appearance of the man in black tonight, it was as if he saw hope again that there would be a mysterious force behind the scenes to help him get rid of Ning Bei, as long as he doesn't give up. I, Qin Yu, am by no means a pool animal. Autumn winds, falling leaves, laying a layer of golden coat for the earth. This day, after running all the way, the crowd finally arrived at the capital city of Dayu, coming to participate in the triennial great martial arts of the academy. Looking at the familiar city gates, Wu Yue had mixed feelings and turned her head to look at Ning Bei and said, with your current strength, in previous years it was a candidate to win the championship, so there is no need to have too much pressure. Old master, don't feel too stressed. Ning Bei smiled back and said, this time, you'll see how I'll avenge you. Brat, don't be too gullible. The geniuses of the other two great universities aren't vegetarians either. Moonless educated. He said this on his lips, but his old eyes that looked at Ning Bei became more and more kind and appreciative. The young are not crazy, the old are hooligans. It's loaded before it's even hit. At the back of the group, Qin Yu snorted. Lin Yueyao looked at him and frowned. Why are you always hostile to Ning Bei? Where did I? Qin Yu vehemently denied it, adding, Yueyao, he's ignored you all this way, why are you still speaking for him? I don't need you to care. Lin Yueyao wanted to speak, she had run out of patience with Qin Yu. You're sure that your parents will definitely come to see Da, right? That's for sure, we live next door to Yunsheng, whose parents won't come to watch their daughter's big martial arts competition. Lin Yueyao had no way of denying it. With Qin Jiu such an excellent daughter, I think any parents would like to see with their own eyes their daughter's wonderful performance in the great martial arts. Even her parents might come. The next moment, Lin Yueyao said with some anticipation and nervousness, will they really stop Qin Jiu and Ning Bei from being together? You rest assured. Qin Yu patted his chest and assured, when my parents chose the object for Jiu, that can be a character of the identity of the young prince, only she did not agree to run away to the Wutian Academy, or else she would have practiced in the Dayu Academy. If the two of them were to learn that Jojo went all the way to the Martial Heavenly Academy and ended up with the young master of a small family. Speaking of this, Jinyu laughed to himself. What do you think will happen? My parents will definitely force her to leave Ning Bei by severing their relationship. But, Ning Bei is also excellent. Jinyu's expression was stunned as he stiffened his mouth. Then he's no better than the young prince, right? Not to mention that Ning Bei still has a marriage contract with you, and with my parents' character, there's no way they'll accept this kind of thing. Although Lin Yueyao was a bit skeptical, she was more looking forward to it. I hope you're more reliable this time, or I'll never ignore you again. Jinyu was busy with a compensatory smile to ensure that, after all, that was his own father and mother, he could still not understand? The other side. Although Ning Bei was walking ahead, he had already learned of Jinyu's plan through the system, and, as a result, had triggered the system to capture a shocking piece of news. Congratulations to the host, as Jinyu's parents are about to show up. It was detected that his bloodline came from his mother and a domestic servant, and is not his father's biological son. Ning Bei? Chapter 39 Fooling the protagonist into taking a blood test, so that his family will be completely destroyed. That house servant is an injured great power, who lost his memory and landed in the Qin family back then, and has currently left this realm. Please don't worry about the host, his mighty father did not appear to be a seedling, and according to the system probing, he can't pose a threat to the host. After receiving the information from the system, Ning Bei's entire clear sky thundered. That's too strong. The mother of a son of Qi could actually be vaulted by a house servant? This also seems to fit the protagonist's aura of the son of Qi, who always encounters chance, and how is the birth father of a great power not a hidden line? It's just a pain in the ass for his dad. Ning Bei genuine bungalow lived and laughed. Once again, the host is reminded not to worry about this. The host is in control of the rhythm of life. Remind the host again, but wherever there is a crisis, the system will help the host avoid it. Alright Bowsy, I'm not worrying. Ning Bei interrupted with a smile. As a qualified villain, would he have concerns due to other people except for the son of Qi who had the heavenly Tao to shelter him? Who cares if you're a great power or not? I even dare today the great emperor. Now that he learns that Jinyu was born from his mother's infidelity and that his father is still in the dark, a plan quietly germinates in Ning Bei's mind. Jinyu, wait for your family to die. Jin Jojo turned her head. Ning Bei, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Ning Bei returned to his senses and asked, as if casually, by the way Jojo, how is your relationship with your adoptive father and mother? Jin Jojo was stumped by the question. After a few moments, she still confessed to Ning Bei that she had actually given up on the Dayu Academy because she hated being set up, and had traveled to the more distant Wutian Academy. After all, in the past, she had been so focused on cultivation that she had no intention of considering the affairs of men and women. After hearing this, Ning Bei lamented, I didn't realize that they adopted you, but to use you to climb the ranks of the powerful and noble. Jojo, you've been wronged. Jin Jojo wanted to say something, but a touch of warmth surged through her heart. While she can't say for sure if that's why she was adopted back then, it does seem from her experiences in recent years that her adoptive parents viewed her as a resource for upward mobility. And with her beauty and talent, she could indeed make the sons of the powerful covet. Between conversations, the group had arrived at the landing place set aside for the participating academies. Ning Bei and the other competing disciples entered the hall first, and the miscellaneous disciples pulled out all sorts of materials and assisted the elders in setting up the boundaries. Later on, Moonless also went to visit the Son of Heaven, signing in for the Martial Heavenly Academy in the meantime and so on. Just after finishing his work, Jinyu couldn't wait to find Lin Yueyao. Yueyao, why don't you come with me to find my parents? Those are your parents, what am I going to do? Lin Yueyao refused. Nowadays, she is not too cold to Jinyu, if not still counting on the other party's parents to break up Ning Bei and Jinjojo. She does not even want to care about Jinyu anymore. But the capital city is so big, it's too slow for me to find it alone. Jinyu did not die, we have one more person for one more force. Don't you also want me to find my parents earlier so that Jojo can separate from Ning Bei? Okay. Under Jinyu's encouragement, Lin Yueyao still compromised. Every time she looked at Ning Bei and Jinjojo talking and laughing, her heart was very hard to bear, and she dreamed of keeping the two apart. And in her opinion, the reason why Ning Bei refused to get back together with her was mostly because of Jinjojo. What man would still be dedicated with such a beautiful woman by his side? So she believed that as long as she could get Jinjojo to leave Ning Bei, then it wouldn't take long for Ning Bei to naturally return to her side. Not much longer. The door to Ning Bei's room was then knocked on, and Wang Tang said anxiously, Senior brother Ning, something big has happened. Senior sister Qin's parents have come looking for her. Finally, the corner of Ning Bei's mouth curved up. In the next moment, he beckoned Wang Tang to come and whispered a few instructions to him. Only Wang Tang's expression changed. Alright, leave it to me. The moment. The great hall was already filled with elders and disciples. Jinyu is really senior sister Qin's elder brother? Good guy, he looks so ugly. Senior sister Qin isn't his real sister, is she? The crowd was astonished and talking. And in front of Qin Jiujio, there was now a middle-aged couple standing. They were the adoptive father, Qin Hao, and the adoptive mother, Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan looks charming. A pair of jade peaches in front of her chest is even more full and erect, so that people can't even grasp it with one hand. But at the moment, she has a charming face, but it is written full of vitriol. Jiujio, are you with a called Ning Bei, together? We didn't believe your brother when we heard him say it. Why didn't you even discuss such a big deal with us as parents? Qin Hao also chided. Can you guys leave me alone? Qin Jiujio said with a tired heart. How could she not have imagined that Qin Yu would seek out her adoptive parents to put pressure on her and embarrass her with complete disregard for the occasion? But Qin Yu nonetheless do not feel wrong, but also jumped out and said, Jiujio, you do not recognize me as an elder brother is okay, but how can you treat your parents this attitude? They are for your good. You shut up. Qin Jiujio didn't have the good sense to At this moment, a murderous heart truly surfaced in her eyes as she looked at Qin Yu. Obviously want to put her on the fire to roast, and now still say what for her good. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Jiujio, how are you talking to your brother? The couple was instantly displeased. Seeing the quarrel, the elders tried to stop it, but they did not know from which side to start to dissuade. After all, it's hard for even the clean officials to resolve family matters. And at this time, Ning Bei also pinched in the timing to appear. Jiujio, what happened? Not waiting for Qin Jiujio to speak, Lin Yueyao jumped out excitedly. Ning Bei, they're Qin Jiujio's parents. They don't agree with you being with Qin Jiujio. Well, so you're Ning Bei? In a flash, Yuan Yuan and Qin Hao's gazes landed on Ning Bei. Not waiting for Ning Bei to pretend to be polite, Yuan Yuan was already furious. Good you Ning Bei, what kind of ecstasy have you given my daughter? What kind of drug did you put in my daughter's head to make her leave the young prince unmarried to be with such a thing like you? Qin Hao also pointed at Ning Bei and said, you stay away from Jiujio in the future, we will never agree to her being with you. Why are you guys blaming Ning Bei? It was my own decision. Qin Jiujio was just about to defend Ning Bei, but he was stopped by Ning Bei, who sized up the couple. Are you Qin Yu's parents? Nonsense, as in fake biological parents. Qin Yu had the opportunity to raise eyebrows, since it will not let go. Ning Bei, I have long said that you do not deserve my sister. Now well, because you do not know yourself, causing Jiujio also because you public embarrassment. I'm warning you, stay away from my daughter in the future. Yuan Yuan even pointed at Ning Bei and said in a shrew-like manner, I don't care if you're the chief disciple of the Wutian Academy or whoever, you're not good enough for my daughter. My daughter can only marry a genius of the little princess type, do you understand? You obviously have a marriage contract, why are you still wreaking havoc on my daughter? Qin Hao also said angrily, Jojo you too, don't you know he has a marriage contract? Our Qin family is pure and simple, how can you go and like a man with a marriage contract? Qin Jiujio was so angry that she couldn't organize her words. She could still tolerate this kind of thing when it came to herself alone, but she couldn't see Ning Bei being blamed for herself as well. And Lin Yueyao even took the opportunity to say, Ning Bei, let's make up. She doesn't belong to you, her parents won't even agree. Ning Bei glanced at Lin Yueyao, but there was no time to break up with the other party right now. In the next moment, he continued to act according to his plan and said in a proper voice, that's not right. Qin Yu, you came here on purpose to find someone to pretend to be your parents in order to pick a fight, right? Ning Bei suddenly looked at Qin Yu and said something coldly. Ha! Hearing this, Qin Yu directly laughed in anger. Ning Bei, Ning Bei, they all say you're smart, why didn't I see it? Thanks to you being able to come up with such a ridiculous saying. What? You're trying to change the subject because you're afraid you won't be able to get down, aren't you? Qin Jiujio also tugged at Ning Bei underneath, implying that it wasn't fake. Ning Bei, they really are Qin Yu's real parents. Lin Yueyao stood out and said, come to your senses, you have no future with Qin Jiuyu. Shut the up. Ning Bei couldn't bear it anymore and rushed at Lin Yueyao with a furious rebuke. Not waiting for Lin Yueyao to come back to her senses, he once again looked at Qin Hao and Qin Yu. You said that you are biological father and son, how can you prove it? Proof? Are you stupid Ning Bei, how else is this going to be proven? The corners of Qin Yu's mouth twitched lightly as he asked rhetorically, is it hard to show you blood dripping to recognize a relative? Yeah. Ning Bei smiled. You. Seeing that Ning Bei dared to agree, Qin Yu was infuriated, but in the next moment, he suddenly flashed a bright light and said, okay, right? Then what are you going to do if our blood drops are really father and son? What do you want me to do? If we are true father and son, then you leave 9-9. Dare to bet? Qin Yu immediately galvanized. Chapter 40, Failure to Recognize Blood. The protagonist has lost his father's love. What's there to be afraid of? Ning Bei nearly laughed out loud and forced a smile. A gentleman's word is his bond. Wow. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Anyone would not have expected that such an obvious agitation Ning Bei would dare to respond. Ning Bei smiled back. He had thought that he would have to make more efforts before he had a chance to lay out the truth, but he really didn't expect Qin Yu to play normally as usual. Gave him a godsend. Qin Yu, who hadn't anticipated what was about to happen, was also laughing heartily at the moment, and immediately rushed to the crowd. Everyone heard it. This is what Ning Bei himself said. Next we will drop blood to check our relatives. If we are the real father and son, then he will have to be old and dead with Jojo. I also ask all the elders and fellow disciples to bear witness for us. Fearing that Ning Bei would back out, Xinyu was busy pulling down everyone present. Now Ning Bei couldn't even back out if he wanted to. The crowd also looked at each other with mixed feelings. Senior brother Ning is confused. This is clearly a provocation. How can senior brother Ning agree to this? Although their father and son are not quite alike, but Xinyu and his mother still have a few similarities. This look is a family. Because of Ning Bei's goodwill, the crowd was worried at the moment. Ning Bei directly took over the bet, and at that time, they wouldn't be able to help talk even if they wanted to. And Qin Jojo also heartbeat accelerated, trying to tell Ning Bei the truth, but the latter pinched his hand, and a magnetic voice came from beside his ear. Trust me, 9. Ning Bei? Qin Jojo was stunned. Her big, fluttering eyes looked at Ning Bei strangely and suspiciously. Don't, no. Just then, Yuan suddenly rushed forward to stop it. Mother, what are you doing? Don't spoil it. Xinyu hastily stopped it. No, no way. Yuan was a bit flustered and sophomoric. We're already a family, why should we fall into the trap of self-incrimination? How much of a joke is this going to be when it gets out? Father, pull mother away. Xinyu couldn't care too much and hurriedly rushed his father for help. It was so hard to get a chance to suppress Ning Bei, and to stop his sister from being with the person he hated the most. There was no way he would give it up by saying anything. Xinhao also pulled Yuan and persuaded, Ma'am, that brat obviously won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Since he dares to agree to the bet, let's leave him speechless. Available. Yuan wanted to say something, and her heart was bursting. But on second thought, it's been done once before. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Thinking about this, she was also afraid of being seen to be weak-minded, so her attitude changed drastically, then let the blood drop recognize his kin, so that he has nothing to say. So the process was able to run smoothly. Soon after, Wang Tang brought a bowl of clear water and had Xinhao and Xinyu respectively cut their fingers and drip blood into it in public. There was no hesitation on the part of either man. At this time, Lin Yueyao came over and said, Ning Bei, actually they really are Qinyu's parents. Anyway, no matter what, you at least have me. I have Nima. Ning Bei has long endured her, at this moment is also nonchalant. Were you cool where to stay? Do not always in front of me blindly wandering. I see you only annoying. You. Lin Yueyao was instantly scolded silly, stomping her foot in aggravation. Okay, this is what you said yourself. Later on you don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With that, she turned away in a huff. She didn't expect Ning Bei to be so confused and naive at a time like this. It was just a matter of waiting for the results to come out anyway, so Ning Bei would know how good she had just been and how hard she had just worked for their relationship. Thinking about this, Lin Yueyao felt even more aggrieved in her heart. If you don't apologize to me properly this time, I will really not forgive you. Now she did have this confidence. After all, Ning Bei had already promised to separate from Qin Jojo. And once Qin Jojo stopped surrounding Ning Bei, she believed that with her own charm, Ning Bei's center of gravity would return to her. She won't be so easy to coax then. Before the blood fuses. Xinyu also did not let go of the opportunity to raise his eyebrows. Ning Bei, a man has to keep his words. So many people are watching. I hope you will not be a clown who does not believe in his words. Ning Bei let out a cold laugh. There are some things that you should not say too early. Hetaf talk. Xinyu wrapped his arms around himself and stopped talking nonsense. In his opinion, Ning Bei is completely dead duck hard. Mouth. Doesn't he know whether he is his own son or not? Until a few moments later, Wang Tang exclaimed, Io, the blood has clotted. Wow. What? The blood didn't fuse? What the hell? It should have fused long ago by this time. Unless there's no blood relationship. It can't really be a fake father and son, can it? In a flash, the crowd was astonished and talking. How is that possible? Xinyu was also confused. He hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd and stepped forward to check it out, only to see that the 2 drops of blood in the bowl had each formed a ball at the moment, with absolutely no signs that they were going to merge. Swish, swish, swish. A blazing gaze instantly landed on the father and son duo of Qin Hao. Get out of the way. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Qin Hao also lost his air of calmness and hurriedly went forward to check. But at this look, he almost lost his breath. There's really no fusion. Thus, Qin Hao couldn't stop looking at Yuan with questioning in his eyes. Yuan's face went white. At the moment, she was too nervous to speak. Seeing this situation, Xinhao was furious, striding over to question, what's going on here? I'm asking you what's going on, boss. Yuan forced herself to stay calm and reached out, shaking Xinhao's arm, go out and talk, let's go out and talk. Slap. A slapping sound sprang up. You hit me? Yuan covered her stinging cheeks and looked at Xinhao with misty eyes. But at this moment, Xinhao's heart is no longer half heartache. Once again sternly questioned, give me a clear, what the hell is going on? Dad, calm down. Don't touch me. Xinyu was just about to reach out to pull his father, but he was unexpectedly thrown away by Xinhao. Xinyu Ren went numb. he could only look at Yuan and inquire, "Mother, what's going on?" Oh. Seeing that the truth has been exposed, at this moment, Yuan, no longer the shrewdness of a moment ago, cried and rushed Xinhao, "Just once. I slept with him just once. I really didn't want you to raise a son for someone else. I always thought was your seed." Wow. When these words came out, the entire room was in shock. Agu holy, this melon is too big, isn't it? Good guy, helped raise someone's son for over a decade. Daughter is also adopted. Dare I say he's a Jedi? Ha, the king of is actually still a wild seed. In a flash, deafening laughter erupted around them. Especially when I think of just now, Xinhao and Qin Yu were sworn to look, and now the clueless anger contrast. Simply bung bu lai ba. Hearing the snickers around him, Qin Yu's face flamed and he was so angry that he jumped to his feet and said, "Shut up, shut the up ah. Ha, look at. He's in a hurry." Seeing this, the crowd but laughed even louder. You guys. Qin Yu was so angry that he was speechless and could only dissuade his father from leaving this place first. But at this moment, Xinhao no longer cared about being ridiculed and rushed Yuan and said sternly, "Tell me, who exactly is that man?" Dang it. It's all in the past. Say. Qin Ho roared hysterically. Not to say he couldn't tolerate it, no one else could. It's Xiao Yun. Yuan didn't dare to hide it anymore and said frankly, "The former domestic servant of our family. Now I don't know where he goes. We just slept together once. Really, you must believe me." You, Xiao Yun. Xinhao almost spit out blood in anger. The crowd even sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord, Qin Yu's biological father is actually a house servant? Living can still bring down the generation for his father. Shut up, all of you. At this moment, Qin Yu was about to go crazy. How could he not have anticipated how a situation that was originally meant to suppress Ning Bei had all of a sudden turned into a judgment on his bloodline? And now in addition to King of, he has an even worse nickname, Wild Bastard. God, why did you do this to me? Touching the gaze cast by Qin Yu, Ning Bei frowned slightly. Still dare to hold a grudge against me? Fine, I'll let you completely break your family today. After receiving Ning Bei's eyes, Wang Tang immediately came forward with the bowl and exclaimed, "Oops, sorry. The clear oil in this bowl can't be melted with anyone's blood." The originally noisy scene fell silent in an instant. Oil cleaning? It is written in ancient books that putting clear oil in water can make the blood of biological fathers and sons not melt. You deliberately tricked me, didn't you? In the next moment, Qin Yu collapsed, jumping and cursing. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, all of them failing to stifle their laughter. Ha, dare I say it's a misunderstanding. I didn't expect a misunderstanding to blow up the truth about Qin Yu's mother, screwing the house servant. Xinhao, you should really thank Ning Bei. Facing the ridicule of the people around him, Qin Yu hurriedly looked at Xinhao. Father, let's take the fact of clear water again. I'm definitely your son. Right. Yuan nodded repeatedly and knelt down in front of Xinhao and said, "Believe me Dongjia, he slept with me just once. It's impossible to give birth to you in one sitting. You or he must be your seed. There is no such a ridiculous coincidence in this world. How dare you?" Xinhao pushed Yuan away as he chided in an unkind manner. But no matter what, he still has to determine his relationship with Qin Yu first, otherwise, would really prove that he was extinct. Just to be on the safe side, this time he fetched the bowl and fetched the water himself to avoid any discrepancies. And as Qin Yu dripped blood, he even took a stand and said, "Father, just forgive mother once. If I'm not your son, I'll kill myself on the spot." Chapter 41. A man's love for a woman's love is fixed for life. Feather? At those words, it was hard for Xinhao to remain unmoved. Despite the betrayal he had experienced, it gave him some warmth and comfort in his heart to have such a genuine son. Of course, the premise was that Qin Yu was if he was his own. Dang it, if Feather isn't you. Oh, Yuan also sold a bitter story, then I wouldn't have the face to live. Ahem. At this time, Ning Bei suddenly interjected, "I advise the two of you to be careful with what you say, or else he will kill you later. The academy isn't in a good position to stop him." Yuan was so angry that her face flushed red and the jade peaches on her chest almost crumbled apart. "You're less of a snide talker." Qin Yu even pointed at Ning Bei and said angrily, "Don't forget the agreement you just made. As long as I'm my father's biological son, you have to leave Jojo. And what if it isn't?" Ning Bei provoked. "Not I'm going to die." Qin Yu was also galvanized. "Nah, everyone heard it, it's his own words." Ning Bei followed Qin Yu's example just now and said, "I'll also ask all the elders and fellow disciples to be witnesses." Qin Yu? "Don't worry, senior brother Ning, I'll make sure to be fair and impartial in all of this." Wang Tang and Zhao Ming, among others, were the first to take the lead. The others watched to see what was going on. Ning Bei. Qin Jojo pulled Ning Bei. There were many things she wanted to ask. Ning Bei could also guess a thing or two, and deliberately avoided saying, "Don't worry, the two of them look so much different, I'm sure they're not biological father and son." Qin Jojo wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything else. In full view of everyone, Xinhao and Qin Yu once again dripped blood to recognize their relatives. But after a few moments, a familiar scene presented itself once again. And this time, the clear water was still beaten by Qin Hao himself, without a single drop of varnish, much less a hint of misunderstanding. Wow. I go. Dare I say that what I just said is also true? Well, it's completely confirmed. The king of is united in his desire to eat the Jedi. In a flash, the jeers that had just disappeared rang out again. And it's even stronger than it was a moment ago. No, this can't be. Qin Yu was suddenly numb. He couldn't stop shaking his head as he retreated back and forth. Qin Hao, on the other hand, his tiger body shook, and his whole body froze in place. Twice, and they didn't blend? Dang it. Listen to me. Yuan was also pale and tried to pull out her last ounce of strength. I can still give birth. I'll give you another one. What if it's still not his? Ning Bei interjected. I give birth to your ancestors. Hearing Ning Bei's words, Qin Hao completely exploded. Now that he no longer needed to have any mercy or concern, he kicked Yuan out. Ah! A mouthful of blood violently sprayed out from Yuan's mouth. Mother? Qin Yu was shocked and hurriedly knelt in front of Qin Hao. Father, you give mother a chance. Child will take you as his own father to be filial in the future. Qin Hao's forehead ripped out veins at the words, forced down his anger to look at Qin Yu, who had been raised as his own son, and said in a chilling voice, why don't you go and die? I'm asking you, why don't you go die? Ning Bei interjected and explained, what he said means that you just promised to kill yourself if you are not your own son, and now you are not his son. Why don't you kill yourself? I don't need you to explain it to me. At this moment, Qin Yu's mind collapsed. He wanted to bite Ning Bei to death. Instead, there were a bunch of snickers all around, watching the fun. Senior brother Ning is too kind. Who says otherwise? This kind of juncture is still afraid that Qin Yu can't understand father. Oh no, it's not understanding the meaning of the great injustice seed. Qin Yu rushed to Qin Hao and cried, Father, one day husband and wife, 100 days of kindness, mother is wrong. You just think about the previous love. Give her another chance, okay? Although we are not related by blood, but how good this son of mine is. You should know in your heart. Qin Yu played the emotional card. But it's better if you don't mention it, but when you do, Qin Hao became even more angry. You bastards still have the face to plead for her? I have long felt strange, with my jade-like appearance, how could I give birth to such a crooked and ugly thing as you? Well now, the truth is out, and the knot in my heart is sort of untied. Qin Hao kicked Qin Yu away and said without mercy, you and her. From now on, you are no longer Qin family members. After saying that, Qin Hao intended to leave. After all, it is useless to stay here, men experience this kind of thing. The first thing to do is to look away. There's no such thing as an 18-year-old daughter-in-law. Is there any such thing as an 18-year-old girl? Qin Hao, stop right there. At this time, Yuan climbed up from the ground, with blood still hanging from the corner of her mouth. You're thinking of separating your wife and children, aren't you? Wife and child. And you have the face to say such things to me? Why don't I have the face to say such things? I've apologized. What more do you want from us, mother and son? This is the apology thing? Qin Hao was furious and looked skeptical. Yes, I admit that Yu is not your seed. Yuan cried, but a woman giving birth to a child is so painful. Is it so important if your son is your own? Wouldn't it be fine for him to take you as his real father? Qin Hao directly spat out blood in anger. Father, don't be angry. Qin Yu was shocked and hurriedly dissuaded Yuan, mother, you should say less. Don't be angry with father at this time. Come here. Yuan didn't think so and said in a proper voice, if you could adopt a bloodless daughter in the past, why can't you raise a bloodless son again? Since he decided not to want us mother and son, we don't want him, either. Mother will find you a better stepfather again. Ha ha. At this moment, Ning Bei laughed so hard that she dropped her little pearls. Bung Bu Live. Simply Bung Bu Live ah. Mudbloods. Qin Hao could no longer hold back his killing heart, and with red eyes, he killed Yuan. What a bully to honest people. Yuan's expression was shocked. She was still counted in front of life and death. She turned around and fled. Father. Mother. You guys don't fight. Qin Yu hurriedly chased after him. In vain, the great hall was filled with laughter. King S family is extinct. The mother is trifling, and the father is an ingrate. And he's a wild seed. What a strange family. Ahem, senior sister Qin shouldn't be considered their family, right? Someone realized that they had said the wrong thing, and their eyes turned to Qin Jiuzhou. At this moment, Qin Jiuzhou's heart is a mixture of flavors. She could no longer lift her head, much less have the face to say anything. After all, if you spread such a family, anyone who comes here will lose face. Fortunately, at this time, Ning Bei blocked in front of her, resounding, today we all see, that family has been scattered. From now on, Jiuzhou is also an independent existence, to say really a certain identity. That is also the chief of our academy. Saying that, Ning Bei's voice turned icy cold, but in the future, let me hear anyone link her to Qin Yu, or that couple. I don't care if you're an elder or a disciple, the sacrificial wine won't be able to keep you. I, Ning Bei, am true to my word. Ahem. Does that include us too? An elder asked tentatively. Included, Ning Bei said without question. Elder. There's nothing wrong with what senior brother Ning said. That's right, those three are completely different from senior sister Qin, they can't be mixed up at all. I don't agree that senior sister Qin's status is only that of chief of the academy, we must at least have a conscience as human beings, right? At this time, Wang Tang suddenly sang the opposite tune. After drawing shocked gazes from the crowd, he added with a smile, senior brother Ning treats senior sister Qin so well, couldn't it be that senior sister Qin's greatest status shouldn't be that of senior brother Ning's person? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the tense atmosphere in the room suddenly turned into cheers. Ugh, they're so. Ning Bei looked over at Qin Jiujiu and helplessly spread his hands and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Qin Jiujiu looked at Ning Bei, both red-faced and red-eyed. Ning Bei. Thank you for having you by my side. Between us, let's not talk like that. Ning Bei cast a gentle smile. Then, he took Qin Jiujiu's fragrant shoulders and wanted to bring her back to her room to rest. Ning Bei. Right at this moment, Lin Yueyao suddenly rushed up and said, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. What? Heartbroken over Qinyu? Ning Bei sneered and said, then go after Qinyu. What are you wasting your words with me? I'm not heartbroken about him. Glancing at Ning Bei's hand holding Qin Jiujiu, Lin Yueyao's heart wasn't in the right place. I was trying to tell you. I really wanted to get back together with you just now. Ha! Just now, he didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Yueyao, but now Ning Bei couldn't help himself. Jiujiu, close your eyes for a moment. Oh. Qin Jiujiu closed her eyes in uncertainty. Slap. In the next moment, a slap sounded. Bother me again in the future, and fight. After dropping a line, Ning Bei then took Qin Jiujiu's fragrant shoulder and left in style. Well. Lin Yueyao, on the other hand, squatted on the ground, her jade hands covering her hot pink cheeks, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. And for some reason, she actually had a moment of heartbeat acceleration just now. As if giving birth to an unprecedented feeling. Back to the room. Ning Bei obediently locked the door to the room. Jiujiu, this time you're also considered to be blessed by the disaster and completely relieved. Well. Qin Jiujiu nodded slightly and stopped speaking. Now she has mixed feelings, say sad at all, but say happy. It seems that it is not possible to laugh. Are you unhappy? Ning Bei squatted down and looked at Qin Jiujiu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, her starry eyes flashing with gentle affection. No. Qin Jiujiu bit her lip and tried to squeeze out a smile. I know, it should be hard on your heart. Ning Bei stood up and lamented, although no matter how difficult they made it for you, but, in the end, they are also considered to be half of your family, and now that that family is broken up, you will definitely feel helpless. Would feel that the world is filled with loneliness and loss. In the face of Ning Bei's words that poked right into her heart, Qin Jiujiu pursed her lips. Yes, that's how she felt. Originally, she thought that Ning Bei saying this was enough, but she didn't think that Ning Bei's next sentence was even more offensive to her heart. Jiujiu, I want to give you a home. The sudden confession instantly made Qin Jiujiu panic. Ning Bei then continued, I still remember that you once said you had something you had to do, but since it wasn't about family, then I think that what you're going to do must be full of dangers and thorns, but no matter how arduous the road ahead may be, I, for one, am willing to accompany you on your journey. Ning Bei. At this moment, Qin Jiujiu's heart thumped, as if dreaming unreal. If you don't believe me, I'll swear on a death talisman. Seeing that the time was almost right, in the next moment, Ning Bei pulled out the life and death oath that he had exchanged from the store straight away. No. Seeing this, Qin Jiujiu stopped herself. But Ning Bei is going to insist, Jiujiu, I'm going to make you believe my oath. I believe you Ning Bei. Enough is quite enough. Qin Jiujiu shook her head with red eyes. This affection, she did not have a shred of doubt about. Especially after seeing Ning Bei's insistence on taking an oath, her tears could not be controlled as they slid down, and at this moment, her heart was completely filled with Ning Bei. Kiss me. The next moment, Qin Jiujiu suddenly handed out her lips, not allowing Ning Bei to swear again. Ning Bei wasn't polite either and kissed the young girl's salty pink lips, as tears dripped onto her mouth. Slowly, Ning Bei kissed the young girl while gently pushing her onto the bed. A few moments later, Ning Bei decided to get up, but Qin Jiujiu refused to let go and said with a red face, continue. 9. There are disciples living next door. Ning Bei wanted to continue as well, but she couldn't let the young girl's voice be heard. It's a note that's uniquely his. New. However, seeing Qin Jiujiu's jade hand wave, a talisman sealed with a boundary, instantly spread out from within the room. Tonight, it's just us here, no one can hear, no one can come in, no one can stop. Qin Jiujiu fondly encircled Ning Bei's neck, her pair of wet phoenix eyes flashing with love that could not be suppressed. 9. Ning Bei's heartbeat climbed, and she lost her concentration for a moment, until Qin Jiujiu took the initiative to tear open the clothes in front of her chest, revealing a touch of tantalizing Snow White, and said, enjoy. Chapter 42, the protagonist mistakenly paid with tears, witnessing the heroine turning into a villainous licking dog. Night. Shin Yu walked down the street lost in thought. He hadn't been able to catch up with his parents in the end, and only prayed that his mother would be able to escape from under his father. Damn it, I blame Ning Bei. Thinking of earlier, Shin Yu fiercely clenched his fists. If Ning Bei said that he did not look like his father, he would not have discovered that he was not born of his father by blood drops, causing the family to die in the end, and directly become an orphan. This enmity, Shin Yu naturally had to keep it on Ning Bei's head. And he didn't intend to go back to the martial heavenly academy. After all, in his current situation, going back would be nothing but ridiculed or mocked. But anyone with a brain doesn't want to go back to a place like that. Anyway, besides Lin Yueyao, there wasn't much worth keeping for him. Phew! A figure in black suddenly appeared and took him captive to a corner. Senior? After seeing the visitor clearly, Shin Yu almost cried with excitement. You've come at the right time. Senior wants to leave with you. The man in black calmly said, you cannot leave the martial heavenly academy yet. What? Shin Yu's expression was stunned, and he immediately cried out in aggravation, Senior, you don't even know what I've been through. Not waiting for him to finish his words, the man in black interrupted, I know, your mother and the house serve in fornication defeat. These things, I already know. Then still let me go back? Shin Yu was even more incomprehensible. Letting him return to the martial heavenly academy now would be tantamount to making a fool of himself. You have to understand that it's nothing for a man to suffer a bit of shame. The man in black pulled out a few pills while PUA, not to mention that we need you to stay in the academy in order to be useful at critical moments. If you leave the academy, then for us, you will be useless. Looking at the pills handed over, Shin Yu fell silent. Yeah, if he leaves the Wutian Academy, then he would be useless to the man in black. A moment later, Shin Yu suddenly raised his head. Senior, you should be someone from the Dayu Academy or the Chitian Academy, right? I just want to know if you're investigating Ning Bei in order to kill him, or are you trying to pull him in? Seeing Shin Yu's mind, the man in black put the elixir into his hand. Don't worry, he did something he shouldn't have done. Right now the gods can't keep him. As long as you are willing to go back, soon, very soon you will be able to see with your own eyes how he died. Knock. Shin Yu's eyes lit up and his attitude changed dramatically in an instant. Don't worry, Senior, with your words, I can still endure those gossips. Ha ha. The man in black was satisfied, and then he disappeared in a whirlwind. Shin Yu, on the other hand, looked down at the elixir in his hand and said with an agitated expression, to make such a generous offer, it must have come from a force with a deep heritage. Ha! Ning Bei, you're dead, to have messed with such a character. It was as if Shin Yu had seen the dawn of revenge. Immediately, he found an unoccupied place and first devoured the elixir to refine it, and due to its remarkable effect, it soon helped him reach the late stage of chi cultivation. Looking at the only 2 remaining pills, Shin Yu's face shows hesitation. Refining these 2 more pills, I should be able to reach the foundation establishment realm, right? But Yueyao must be very disappointed in me now. It's better to make her happy first. In front of cultivation and feelings, Shin Yu chose the latter. Of course, he is also playing another calculation. If he can meet Lin Yueyao's parents during the great martial arts, with Lin Yueyao's character of knowing the kindness, most likely, he would ask the Lin family to give him some more cultivation resources as a token of gratitude. In this way, then he had repaired his relationship with Lin Yueyao and also gained more resources in return. It's a blood moneymaker. Sometimes, Shin Yu was pleased with his own resourcefulness. Extinct. Early morning hours. As Shin Yu held his head high and strutted into the landing place of the Martial Heavenly Academy, the crowd of elders and disciples froze. The king of his back? How thick-skinned is Shin Yu? I thought he would disappear. That's what you don't understand, right? The son follows his mother's nature. Didn't you hear his mother's ruinous remarks yesterday? In the face of the expected ridicule, this time, Shin Yu did not become furious, but released some of the breath in his body. Ha! How does the king have a late stage of chi practicing? Holy, really? How did he suddenly elevate? In the face of the crowd's shock, Shin Yu was very flattered and hummed in his heart, a bunch of wallflowers who see the wind at their backs, getting excited over this point? He secretly vowed that sooner or later, he would make this group of people regret and bow down. In plain sight, Shin Yu walks towards Lin Yueyao with a calm demeanor and says without blushing, I'm sorry Yueyao, I made you look at a joke yesterday. Don't blame you. Lin Yueyao's lips moved slightly, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Although she was quite disappointed in her heart, compared to Shin Yu's broken home. What else could she say? Shin Yu is an orphan. In the next moment, he only saw Shin Yu pull out 2 pills and said, Yueyao, in order to show my apologies, this is what I have specially prepared for you. Looking at the valuable pills, Lin Yueyao looked surprised. No, you'd better keep it for yourself. Yueyao, you must take it. Shin Yu's attitude was resolute, and held his head high as he said, as a man, I deserve to take up my due responsibilities, even if I unintentionally disappointed you, it's still my fault. So Yueyao, if you refuse to accept my apology, then I will have no place to go. Upon hearing Shin Yu's pretentious speech, a group of people furrowed their brows and gritted their teeth. No, this king of. Does he know what he's talking about? The sky clears up and the rain stops, and you're okay with becoming an orphan? Mud. I really want to him. Ha! Hearing the mockery around him, Xinyu was undaunted and instead met the gazes of the crowd. What else do you guys know besides laughing? How many of you have a higher cultivation level than me? How much higher than me? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't fool the youth. Crowd. Yueyao, if you still don't accept my heart, they will only continue to taunt me. Xinyu pressured Lin Yueyao, do you want to see me continue to be mocked by them? Okay, thanks. Lin Yueyao had a complicated look on her face and eventually compromised. Although she is already not cold to Xinyu, but no matter how, the other party has to help her component before finding parents, finally led to become an orphan. Right now, she was also mocked for sending her elixir. She also didn't want to seem too down on herself. Yueyao, I promise you, you will see a brand new me in the future. Xinyu couldn't help but pretend again. In his opinion, the fact that the young girl was willing to accept his pills proved that there was still a place for him in her heart. And now, he was also certain that Ning Bei's death would be imminent. Just thinking about it brought unspeakable excitement to his heart. Lin Yueyao sniffed and squeezed out a smile, help you succeed. I will. Xinyu smiled back. It was as if the young girl who had once regarded him as a white moonlight was almost back again. Cackle. At that moment, Ning Bei, who had heard the commotion, opened the fan door and walked out. Ning Bei. Lin Yueyao jogged all the way to meet up, holding the elixir in both hands and smiled. Your cultivation is very hard, right? It just so happens that I have 2 elixirs here. You take them to replenish your body. Xinyu? Chapter 43, The Cold Empress becomes a fan, the villain's charm can't be contained. Yueyao, that's from me. Without waiting for Ning Bei to speak, Xinyu was the first to tense up. He rushed up and pointed at the 2 pills with a look of desire. Originally, he was able to break through to the Foundation establishment realm in one fell swoop with these 2 pills. But in order to please Lin Yueyao, he hardened himself and stayed. However, he did not expect that Lin Yueyao would turn his hand and, to his most hated enemy, Ning Bei. Isn't this a slap in his face? What's more, there were so many people gathered around at this time. Look at King's face, it's like he's lost his dad. Oh no, he's really out of it. Ha, I'm going to die laughing. It's about time senior brother Ning showed up. King of you can grow a heart, even if senior brother Ning doesn't want Lin Yueyao. She doesn't belong to you a pants puller either. All of a sudden, the whole room burst into laughter. Such a dramatic scene is really difficult for them to be taught. 1 second Xinyu was blabbering about coaxing Lin Yueyao to be happy with the pills, but the next moment, Lin Yueyao turned her hand and took the pills to please Ning Bei. At this moment, they even sympathize a little with Xinyu. Wrong payment the pills are Xinyu's? And from the laughter of the crowd, the corner of Ning Bei's mouth hooked into a cold smile after learning the original story. Familiar, all too familiar. Right. Xinyu just wanted to swear sovereignty, but was interrupted by Lin Yueyao. He already said he gave it to me. Ning Bei, I'm telling the truth. Yueyao, how can you? Xinyu was just about to open his mouth, but was once again interrupted by Lin Yueyao questioning, didn't you already give them to me? Is it possible that you still want them back? No. I have no desire to come back. Xinyu hurriedly shook his head in denial. That's not just it, I have the power to dispose of it. After Lin Yueyao grunted angrily at Xinyu, her tone became gentle again as she looked at Ning Bei, and, the Great Martial is about to begin, and I would like to give you these 2 pills that might help you a little. This trashy elixir helping me? What are you thinking, Lin Yueyao? Upon hearing this, Ning Bei however rejected it without mercy. Don't bother me with this kind of trash in the future. After saying that, Ning Bei turned straight around and went back to the house, locking the door to his room. Ning Bei. Lin Yueyao wanted to say something else. She pursed her little lips in aggravation, but was kept away. Yueyao, this elixir is my heart. How can you take my heart and give it to Ning Bei instead? Xinyu caught up and said with mixed feelings. It's his heart. At those words, Lin Yueyao but threw the elixir to him as soon as he spoke. Take away your cheap thoughts, don't send me this kind of garbage elixir in the future. Ning Bei he doesn't like it at all. Ha! Xinyu was instantly struck by lightning and his person went numb. He wasn't a little cutie either. How could he not hear Lin Yueyao's meaning? This is to give his heart to Ning Bei, and as a result, Ning Bei didn't look at it. He even turned around and blamed him for his feelings being too cheap? It's not Yueyao. You can't say that. Xinyu wanted to break it up. Nay, Lin Yueyao did not give a chance, turned around and ran back to her room to sulk. Useless Xinyu. The broken pills I was given can't even be exchanged for a Ning Bei smile. And Xinyu, who was rejected, was subjected to a flood of ridicule. King of, you can give me the elixir, I don't mind. Ha, you were awesome just now, don't forget you're a handyman. Senior brothers, please don't confuse the king of with us normal handymen, or you'll really be thankful. At this moment, Xinyu no longer had any semblance of a spring in his step. The only thing to do was to hide in the room with anger. Inside the room, what's going on out there? Jojo just wanted to sit up. Was Ning Bei to hold the fragrant shoulders? A farce only. Jojo, you first do not get up, rest well. Jojo bit her mouth, casting a charming blank stare. How did you not see you pity the jade before? Now you know that it hurts me? I thought you transmutation emperor. would be very powerful. Ning Bei rubbed the young girl's fragrant shoulder and stated with a bitter smile, when the two are soft. Qin Jojo had completely let go and confessed the biggest secret in her body, reincarnation. Bummer. Qin Jojo reddened as she listened. She wanted to ask Ning Bei if she really didn't know how powerful the divine yang skill was. Why are you still shy? Looking at the young girl's red face, Ning Bei looked more and more like, could not help but pinch her face like a finely carved artifact. Such a beauty, he has it all to himself. Wonderful. And Qin Jojo did not have any resistance, let the man in front of her domineering possession of herself, Ning Bei. Hug. Good. Ning Bei wrapped his arms around the young girl's waist and sighed with emotion. If you hadn't said anything, how could I have never imagined that you would be a transmutation emperor? Hearing this, Qin Jojo blinked her long eyelashes. I do have memories of my past life, but the previous life and this life. Besides you, I haven't talked about a Taoist couple either. Oh, you were also a person in your previous life? Ning Bei asked knowingly. Aha! Qin Jojo proudly raised her chin. It seemed to indicate to Ning Bei that in her past life, her innocence had only been given to Ning Bei. Ning Bei gave her a kiss on her beautiful forehead. Me too. What about later? Qin Jojo opened her big watery eyes and pursued. What do you say? Qin Jojo's delicate features changed, and in the next moment, she suddenly raised her lips to kiss Ning Bei. You're a bad person. The martial arts arena was hot. If it weren't for the special access, it would have been difficult for people from all the universities to squeeze into the venue. Please welcome the three priests to the stage. In the ring, an elder of the Great Yu Academy acted as the presiding officer, and with the help of a sound-transmitting stone, he spread his voice throughout the large venue. The entire venue was so large that it was a gas. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the three old men slowly appeared. They were Sacrifice Scholar Wu Yu of the Wutian Academy, Sacrifice Scholar Yu Tong of the Daiyu Academy, and Sacrifice Scholar Su Yunyang of the Qitian Academy. Behind the three old men, they were followed by the elders of their own academies, and the participating inner disciples. As for the outer disciples and handymen and others, since they have no right to be on the stage, and are now seated in a slightly better seat than the ordinary position. I haven't seen you all in 3 years. Commander Yu spoke first, his eyes darting over Moonless and Su Yunyan. Elder brother Yu, we were drinking the other day. Su Yunyang laughed out loud, his eyes cast to Moonless. It's Moonless, old brother, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. These 3 years, I don't see you coming to us for a drink. Is it because of the bottom of 10 consecutive great martial arts, you are too embarrassed to face us? Upon hearing this, Yutong couldn't help but laugh. Look at what you're saying. It's really a case of which pot isn't boiling which pot. Ha! In the face of the sarcasm-talking duo, Moonshine wasn't used to it. Whoever doesn't take first place this time around isn't raised by their own mother. Yutong and Su Yunyang were stunned. The other side. The priests were being polite and the contestants were not idle. They sized up the opponents they were about to face off against, their eyes glittering with anticipation. De Wu was a great opportunity for them to make a name for themselves. What's more, they even ran to the contestants of other academies to provoke them, especially the Wutian Academy, which had been at the bottom of the list, which could be considered to have received special treatment. Come to the contest every time, be the first one back. I don't even know why you guys come to the contest. It's better to abstain than to ever lose face. Perhaps it's possible that any one of them who performs well will hopefully be drawn in by our Great Yu Academy. We don't want it in the Qitian Academy. In the face of the taunts and blows from the two great universities, there was no need for Ning Bei and Qin Jojo to open their mouths. Wang Tong and the others had already cursed, exit and spit. Where had the disciples of the Great Yu Academy and the Qitian Academy experienced this kind of scolding? It's okay for people to mock and ridicule, why are they still breaking out? Even words like King of and Wild Seed popped up. It's almost like a personal attack. And when it was cursed out from Wang Tong and others, it also looked extraordinarily skillful, as if they had all gone through specialized training. Go away, don't curse with them. In the end, the disciples of the two great universities could not wipe their faces and return the curses, and could only retreat in ashes. Only Qinyu, who was under the stage, heard his face darken, though he knows it's not a scolding. But he felt that he was offended. Seeing that getting to know each other was about to come to an end, at that moment, a youth walked straight towards Ning Bei. As soon as he arrived, the youth condescended and said, "Just your name is Ning Bei, huh? You are? My name is Yusheng." Yusheng laughed, took his hand and slapped Ning Bei's chest. "Remember my name, because someone told me to get on stage and kill you." Ning Bei looked curious. "Who is it? Yusheng? You don't need to know." Yusheng was almost brought astray, but fortunately braked in time. "You just need to be careful, don't blame me for not warning you." With that, he was about to turn around and leave. Ning Bei suddenly spoke, "Take a message to him for me." "What words?" Yusheng turned back with a cold smile. Holy. Chapter 44, the villain's public flirtation with a sister is infuriating, and the battle of the academy shocks the crowd. Yusheng was confused by the scolding. When he thought about the identity of the person behind him, he broke out in a cold sweat. "You hear me? Tell his ancestors to wash back clean and wait." It's a blessing for your ancestors to be looked upon by senior brother Ning. Ha, turn around and remember to write it on the family tree. Wang Tang and the others made some sneering curses. When they disliked someone, they didn't show any mercy at all, not to mention that the object that the other party was looking for trouble with was still Ning Bei, whom they admired from the bottom of their hearts. How can the god in your heart be humiliated by others? You guys wait and regret it. Yu Shang was horrified and enraged, and after dropping a harsh sentence, he turned around and left. And the sound of the conversation just now happened to be spread out by the sound amplifying stone located on the stage, leading to an uproar in the audience. Has this year's Wutian Academy taken gunpowder? Good fellow, after scolding the Chi Tian Academy first, this dislikes the Dayu Academy. Is the Wutian Academy really not afraid of being gazetted for personal vendetta? Bottom of the table year after year, I'm afraid they're not trying to swing it. Have they thought about the consequences of this swinging of the pendulum? While the crowd was talking, a figure suddenly ascended the stage. In a flash, many people cried out in shock. Holy, look, is that Yu Xian? Yu Xian? Is that mysterious chief of the Great Yu Academy, Yu Xian, who is also the son of the king? How come the young prince is on stage? Could it be that he is also participating in the great martial arts? Look at what I said, we have to pay attention to the proportion even when posing as a lousy person. This is good. It even made the number one demon of the Dayu Academy angry on the stage. In a flash, the eyes of the entire room focused on the youth. At the same time, the entire venue reached an unprecedented climax. It's really because the halo on Yu Xian is too dazzling, the son of the prince, the chief of the academy, and the number one demon of all time. Just about any of them is amazing. All along, the crowd had only heard of his name, but seldom saw him, and had never fantasized that such a demon would even participate in the great martial arts of the academy. That's nothing but a descending blow to Dao. Ah, senior brother Yu. After the youth came onto the stage, a group of disciples from the Great Yu Academy came forward to salute and pay their respects. However, Yu Xian did not look at them. His calm gaze stared straight at Ning Bei and Qin Zhou with deep meaning. Senior brother Ning, do you have a grudge against him? Wang Tang was surprised. Why do I feel as if he is hostile to you? I'll be careful later. Ning Bei reminded. Now he was able to determine that the person standing behind Yu Shang was the driving force behind the scenes, and he was afraid that it was Yu Xian. But the other party was neither a son of Qi, and he had never seen him before, so how could he be hostile to himself? Is it? Ning Bei twisted his head to look at the young girl. Jojo, you know him? Don't know. Qin Jojo shook her head and added, but in the past, Qin Yu's mother, who wanted to utilize me to join forces with the royal family, it seems that the object was him. Oh, the corners of Ning Bei's mouth lifted slightly. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Meeting Yu Xian's calm scrutiny, in the next moment, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc, and he suddenly wrapped his arms around Qin Jojo's fragrant shoulders. Yu Xian's expression changed when he saw this, and he immediately clenched his fists. Ka-chow! Only to see the countertop under his feet, which instantly crumbled due to the fluctuating force. Senior Yu? Yu Shang and the others beside him were all uncertain. Ning Bei? Qin Jojo also blinked her long eyelashes and looked up at the man who had wrapped his arms around her in confusion. Ning Bei didn't look at Qin Jojo, but rather, he straightened his eyes with Yu Xian, while saying, Jojo, pass your little mouth over. I want to kiss. Well, now. Qin Jojo's heartbeat accelerated at the words and she blushed. There are simply too many people around. Right. Now. Greeting the surrounding blazing gaze, Qin Jojo doubly ashamed. With her character, it's only a ghost if she's not ashamed. But even though her heart was about to beat out of her chest, she still didn't have any hesitation after hearing Ning Bei's request for the present, coming. Saying that, she stood on her tiptoes towards Ning Bei and handed over her moist lips. Muah. And Ning Bei was not ambiguous, a mouthful of kisses on the cherry mouth. Boom. Seeing this, Yu Xian clamported to stay. A powerful force erupted from his body, and in a flash, the impact aftermath straight away shocked Yu Shang and the others back and forth. Wow. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. What happened? Why did the young prince suddenly take action against the people around him? The three priests who were conversing also cast their gazes at this moment. Cut the crap and start. Yu Xian looked at Yu Tong and ordered. Forced by the youth's identity and strength, Yu Tong did not say much and immediately ended his conversation with his two old friends. Duong. The gongs and drums for the start of Dada sounded the next moment. As in previous years, contestants will draw lots to determine their order of appearance on stage, and a round-robin system will be used for advancement. After the draw, the large high platform was also cut into 3 rings by the formation. The presiding elder then picked up the amplifying stone and announced the names of the first round players to the public. Coincidentally, in the first round, there were 3 disciples from the Wutian Academy on the stage, facing off against 2 disciples from the Chitian Academy and 1 disciple from the Dayu Academy. The whole audience laughed at this arrangement. The Martial Heaven Academy is also too unlucky. Ha, it was already weak, but it turned out that 3 players came up in the first round. I see that this great martial, the Martial Heavenly Academy, is going to set a new record for the fastest departure. Facing the jeers around them, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming, who were on the court in the first round, promised Ning Bei, "Senior brother Ning, we won't let you down. Proceed with caution." Ning Bei nodded with a smile. He still had confidence in the duo's strength. And at this moment, the three priests had also sat down together, on the most conspicuous high seats in the venue. Yutong couldn't help but say, "Our old brother Moonless, we in no way have any intention of targeting the Martial Heavenly Academy, this is all a fair and just draw. Elder brother, you doesn't have to say much, can this lottery draw be faked? Besides, what's the point of faking?" Su Yunyang looked at Moonless and spoke sarcastically, "We can only blame the heavens for wanting the Wutian Academy to go home as soon as possible. Hey, you can't say such things." Yutong looked at Su Yunyang and educated him in a mock-serious manner. "It's already hard enough for others, old brother Moonless, but you still have to make snide remarks." Yeah, it's my fault." Su Yunyang laughed cheerfully. "Moonless, you don't mind, do you?" "Ha!" Moonless snorted, not bothering to retort. But soon, not only Yutong and Su Yunyang couldn't laugh anymore, even the laughter in the arena gradually changed to consternation. "Not from the Great Yu Academy, how did he lose to the one called Wang Tang? Look at the second stage. That player called Zhao Ming also won against the Chi Tian Academy's player. Wutian Academy won 2 games? The crowd couldn't hide their shock. How could they not expect that the Wutian Academy, which had always been at the bottom of the list, could have 2 people win directly in the first round of the competition? Is this still the Wutian Academy? What? Even Yutong and Su Yunyang looked skeptical at this moment. This was because the own players who lost the match were not the bottom of the list of participants, but on the contrary, they were all still upper middle class existences. While the two of them were confused, Moonshine directly knocked on the table. "Look straight at me, speak." Yutong and Su Yunyang looked at each other, both of their mouths twitching. "Don't be complacent, 2 of the strongest came up in the first round, it'll be hard for your Wutian Academy to win again in the future," Su Yunyang said with a stiff upper lip. "No wonder old brother Moonless is so calm." Yutong let out a laugh and said, "Dare I say that he has taken in a few good seedlings, so I guess he didn't invest a lot of resources?" Nonetheless. At this moment, Wu Yue counted her eyebrows raised and said smugly, "I'm usually put out to pasture, it's always been Ning Bei leading them. What, do you guys who are altar priests still have to worry about your disciples' cultivation? Then why did you establish a chief disciple?" Yutong. Su Yunyang. Chapter 45, This villain is too crazy, the ring has turned into a slaughterhouse. The players come off the stage. Yu Sheng rushed at the disciple who had returned in defeat and said nonchalantly, "Rubbish, to actually lose to someone from the Martial Heavenly Academy. Senior brother Yu Sheng, I really didn't expect him to have the Jiedan realm. Could it be that you're not in the Jiedan realm?" Yu Sheng still wanted to continue his reprimand, but was interrupted by Yu Xian, who was at the side. "Enough." Yes. Only then did Yu Sheng stop his lecture. "Just don't make any more mistakes later," Yu Xian calmly said. "Don't worry, Senior Yu, I'll be the one fighting him later." Yu Sheng glanced at Ning Bei from afar. "Dao, if he makes it off the stage alive, then I'll bring my head up to meet you." Yes. A coldness flashed in Yu Xian's eyes. For Yu Sheng's strength, he still had confidence. What's more, he had prepared an undercard for his opponent that would shock the entire audience. Make sure it's foolproof. The other side. Before Ning Bei went on stage, Qin Jojo pulled him back. "Be careful, they will target you. Don't worry about it." Ning Bei smiled back, leaning down to her ear and saying, "Well, at least I'm a man who has truly suppressed a great emperor." Qin Jojo instantly reddened. "Hate which has you so bad. So you like it?" "Like." Qin Jojo's beautiful eyes flashed, admitting like a little fangirl. "Boo." After Ning Bei pecked at the young girl's beautiful forehead, he turned around and went up to the stage. See the situation. Yu Xin pulled Yu Sheng, who was just about to ascend the stage, his face turning green. "Waste him for me, down there." Yes. The ring. When Bei and Yusheng stood opposite each other, the smell of gunpowder hit their faces. "Remember what I said?" Yu Sheng coldly grunted. Ning Bei rubbed his nose. "You mean the line about daying his ancestors?" Yu Sheng's face skin twitched, but coldly smiled. "I know that your strength is not bad, and I have never underestimated you, but you were so out of sight. I said I would make you regret, so I will definitely make you regret." Boom. As soon as the words fell, a strong aura erupted from his body. It was clearly the late stage of Jiedan. When Yu Sheng's strength exploded out, the entire room was shocked. He's in the late Jiedan stage? It's really a late stage Jiedan. I remember that the first and the last great martial arts seems to have only this strength, right? To reach the late stage of Jiedan at such an age, this son's future is unlimited. The crowd was shocked. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth under the stage are even more frantically rising. It's coming. It's really coming. The man in black had told him that he would soon kill Ning Bei, and right now Yu Sheng's attitude towards Ning Bei, and Yu Sheng's strength. In his opinion, no coincidence. Bang! In the next moment, Yu Sheng stomped his feet, his figure suddenly rushing towards Ning Bei, his speed so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight. This can't be. You really want to kill your opponent, don't you? In the next moment, when they saw the shadow of a giant sword of cold light that condensed out after the killing move that Yu Sheng had executed, the crowd was instantly convinced of their guesses. It's really just about killing people. Otherwise, at the beginning, how could you just zoom in? Thumbs down. When the sharp giant sword rushed towards Ning Bei, he froze in place as if he hadn't reacted, completely missing his dodge stance. I'm going to. Would that guy be too weak to react? It's possible. Just now the Wutian Academy won 2 games. This time, the Great Yu Academy, I think it must be holding its breath to get back. The crowd held their breath. New. But in the next instant, that giant sword just rushed to Ning Bei, but saw the thick yang force swirling out from his body, instantly tearing the giant sword apart. A sword shadow with a ferocious attack was crushed as if it was paper. Wow! The crowd that was holding their breath 1 second had their mouths on the floor the next. What the hell? He's obviously not even moving. I go, is this person even stronger than Yu Sheng? And even more excessively strong? I remember, he's the chief of the Martial Sky Academy, Ning Bei. The crowd, who hadn't taken Ning Bei seriously at first, all re-examined Ning Bei. I didn't realize that the Martial Heavenly Academy actually hid such a demonic figure. Never heard of it before. Ha ha. Yu Sheng, who failed in his first attack, instead of being frightened, he laughed out loud. Great, at the beginning when I wanted to kill you, I was afraid of damaging my reputation. It seems that you are really something. Since this is the case, then I can also move for real. Roar. As the crowd was confused, a beastly roar messed in. A strange light blossomed from Yu Sheng's brow, and in the next moment, he even summoned a peak Jiedan realm demonic beast. The beast? Seeing this, everyone was confused. No, Yu Sheng is still a beast master? At such an age. Late Jiedan imperial beast master. Summoned a peak Jiedan demonic beast? I know all these words, but put together, why am I confused? No wonder the crowd was incredulous. Any one of these identities would be considered the pride of heaven. And now, they were witnessing these identities, appearing in the body of a young man. Can you imagine how shocked the crowd was? Throughout the entire Songxian continent, there had never been such a demonic imperial beast master. Only Yu Xian was not surprised, because this demonic beast was the bottom card that he had prepared for Yu Sheng to ensure that everything was safe. Ha, Ning Bei. You're dead. Xin Yu shivered with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueyao frowned. What are you talking about? Are you a disciple of the Martial Heaven Academy or the Great Yu Academy? Xin Yu was vainly stunned and compensated with a smile. Yueyao, why are you still speaking for Ning Bei? He's with my sister. Can you be realistic? Lin Yueyao said with mixed feelings. Then you can't say that kind of thing. What's dead or not, it's just a match. Row by row. Xin Yu did not retort, but laughed darkly. In his heart, he knew very well that this was not an ordinary match at all, and that his opponent was rushing to kill Ning Bei. At this moment, Moonless also looked at Yutong with a dark face. This is excessive, isn't it? I don't understand. Yutong spread his hands and said smugly, Yu Sheng, as a royal beast master, it's quite reasonable for him to summon demonic beasts to help him during battle, right? Reasonable and reasonable. Su Yunyan laughed out loud. It's not like the rules don't allow imperial beast masters to participate in the great martial arts. It's just that it's unheard of for a disciple of Yu Sheng's age to be able to summon a peak Jiedan demonic beast. We can't dismiss his strength just because of an accident, right? Yutong then added, Elder Brother Moonless, if you're worried about your own chief getting hurt, you can ask him to surrender, lest you have no one to help you lead your disciples in the future. Heh, little man. The corners of Moonshine's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do. However, he is also clear, Ning Bei character will never admit defeat. It's just that it's hard to say whether or not he can win at the moment. I admit that you have some strength. Yu Sheng said arrogantly, but now that I summoned a demonic beast, how are you going to deal with it? Ning Bei said with a calm expression, I advise you to take it back. Ha ha ha. Is this your fear? Yu Sheng let out a loud laugh. Afraid? I'm afraid you'll cry. Ning Bei laughed. Tough talk. Yu Sheng's eyes were cold, and in the next moment, he immediately drove the demonic beast to pounce on Ning Bei. The aura of that peak Jiedan instantly caused the ring to tremble and a strong wind to rise. In the face of the overwhelming demonic beast, Ning Bei was calm and relaxed, and pulled out the elf ball unhurriedly. Bring it on you. Roar. In full view of everyone, the demonic beast that had been ferocious and incomparable 1 second, the next second, suddenly plopped down in front of Ning Bei in a well-behaved manner. Yu Sheng, hey? Crowd, asterisk. All of a sudden, the entire room was dead silent. Immediately afterward, Yu Sheng snapped back from his shock and droned, go on. Kill him. Roar. Suddenly, the demonic beast turned around and pounced towards Yu Sheng. Seeing this, Yu Shengren was dumbfounded. The whole room was even in an uproar. What's the situation? How did the demonic beast lose its mind? Sure enough, it's not easy for a late Jiedan stage to manipulate a peak Jiedan demonic beast. No, it's him. It was Ning Bei who manipulated the demonic beast. I don't know who made the remark that instantly woke up the crowd, and a look of disbelief spread across everyone's face. Asterisk. Hearing this, Xin Yu stood up as a whole. He has imagined the picture of Ning Bei's dying struggle. How come the demonic beasts are like when they were at the Shura cliffs again? Was manipulated by Ning Bei? How the hell did that happen? Ha ha. At this moment, Moonshine's gloomy expression was replaced by a smile. Demonic beasts going out of control, it makes sense. Yu Tong wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. It's really a shame. How could this demonic beast be controlled instead? Yu Sheng, who was only concerned about escaping the demonic beasts, paid no attention to Ning Bei's movements, and all he could feel was a clicking sound in his legs, and a heart-rending pain coming from underneath him. Immediately afterward, his entire body fell to the ground. Without waiting for him to raise his head, a foot landed on his head, stomping him to death. That's it? Killing me? Regret? Ning Bei's eyes contained killing intent. Yu Sheng struggles to get up. Nay, with his legs broken, he could only pick at the ground like a mongrel fish, unable to lift his head in any way. The heavenly pride that was envied a second ago was in a sorry state at this moment. The entire venue was silent. No one expected Yu Sheng to lose in such an embarrassing manner. It's as if it's unreal as a dream. Stop! Seeing that Ning Bei wanted to strike, Yu Xian hurriedly raised his voice to stop him. After all, Yu Sheng was his beloved, and it was rare to have such a good henchman, so he definitely couldn't just watch the other party die here. But Ning Bei acted as if he hadn't heard and pulled out his rapier. Yu Xian's expression changed. I told you to stop. What? You're telling me to cut off my hand? Ning Bei skillfully misheard, in full view of the public, straightly raised his sword to chop at Yu Sheng. Thumbs up. No. Yu Xian's voice that stopped him had not yet left his mouth. He then saw Ning Bei chop off Yu Sheng's head with a handful of swords. Wow. The crowd's jaws dropped. Yu Xian's face went white. His gaze toward Ning Bei was permeated with shock. Totally didn't expect the other party to dare to kill after winning. On the contrary, Ning Bei looked harmless. Sorry chopped off. You want hands right? What? Yu Xian's expression was stunned and he felt bad. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to stop him, he only saw Ning Bei, with a quick eye, had already chopped off Yu Sheng's hands again with 2 swishes. Hiss. The originally dead silent venue was suddenly filled with a chorus of breaths. Everyone was dumbfounded. But that's not all. I only saw that after Ning Bei lifted up the broken hand with his shin power, he straightly brought it with him towards Yu Xian. Come on, the hand is chopped up for you. Do you want it? Knock. Yu Xian, who was always calm and collected, also revealed a creepy expression at this moment. Especially when meeting Ning Bei's smiling starry eyes. He couldn't stop goosebumps from rising around his body. Madman. The man is a lunatic. And the speed of Ning Bei carrying the broken hand towards him is getting faster and faster. The hand is coming. Do you want it? Do you want it or not? Yu Shinran went numb. Where are the guards? The guards. Chapter 46. What first demon? Nothing but a stepping stone for the villain. Shoo shoo shoo. The several strong men guarding the ring instantly blocked in front of Yu Xian. The crowd, on the other hand, was taken aback. I'll be damned, the young king is frightened? What nonsense, Yu Xian is the #1 demon of the Du Academy, how could he be scared? Yes, that person is a complete madman, after killing people he also splits their bodies. Where did the Martial Heaven Academy find such a devil? Their gazes toward Ning Bei all revealed fear. Such a ruthless and talented young man. When he grows up in the future, what kind of impact will he have on the Tsangxian continent? At that moment, the 3 priests also mounted the ring. How dare you, why are you killing people when you've clearly won? Yu Commander rushed Ning Bei first and questioned him. But all the people surnamed you in the capital city, in fact, more or less a little bit of family, not to mention the strength and talent of Yu Sheng, in the Great Yu Academy is also a heavenly pride disciple. Such a genius, now say no. Yu Tong had trouble calming himself, not waiting for Ning Bei to speak. Moonshine had retorted, swords and knives have no eyes, before boarding the stage we all signed the life and death agreement long ago, now saying this again, won't it seem like there is no pattern? Moonless, you're going to be so biased in his favor aren't you? Yu Tong gazed at Moonless and raised an eyebrow. Moonless' old eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded, right. Yu Tong was instantly so angry that his speech froze. At this time, Su Yunyang interjected, excessive obviously already won, but also to kill, and the means so ruthless, must give an account to the Daiyu Academy, otherwise how can this great martial arts continue? What are you pretending? Moonshine asked Su Yunyan rhetorically, saying, you dare to say that you're not happy to see the Great Yu Academy lose such a disciple? Not. Don't you start a fight. Su Yunyang had a weak heart. Don't look at the fact that he and Yutong had a good relationship on the surface, but ultimately, they belonged to different factions, and the other side had folded a heavenly pride disciple with unlimited potential. Who wouldn't be happy about that? The 3 priests argued as they argued. Ning Bei directly threw his severed hand over, pointing at Yu Xian, gentlemen, don't argue, if you want to blame him, it's him who told me to chop off my hand. A question mark slowly condensed on Yu Xian's face as he said in exasperation, don't be so bloodthirsty, you cut when I tell you to? Do you listen to me that much? I'm not trying to sell you a favor. Ning Bei said with a harmless look, after all, you're the young prince, more friends more roads. I still want to ask you, what kind of enmity do you have with Yu Shang? You. At those words, Yu Xian instantly stuttered in anger. As the star-crossed young prince, coupled with his outstanding cultivation talent, he had always been admired. How had he ever been subjected to such slander? And it is such a thing as cursing war with someone. He was like a newbie in front of Ning Bei. What a smooth talker. Seeing that Yu Xian's mouth was at a disadvantage, Yu Tong coldly grunted, killing someone and still being able to backtrack and blame the fault on someone else. Moonless, is this the chief of your Wutian Academy? That's not true. Through Ning Bei's reminder, Moonshine was also aware of the loophole, and obediently said, earlier, Yu Xian said whether it was stopping or chopping off, let's leave it aside for now, just the fact that the match was not won or lost before unauthorizedly ascending to the stage is already not in line with the rules of the great martial arts, and it's only normal that such would lead to misunderstandings, so one might as well listen to the audience's opinions first. When Moonshine spoke these words, the audience, who was originally just a crowd of melon eaters, inexplicably felt an illusion of being taken seriously. I think that this Wutian Academy's priestess is still very objective. That's right, it's indeed easy to draw misunderstandings when the young prince suddenly rushes onto the stage. That Ning Bei also raised his hand to him. Could it be that he really misheard it as chopping off his hand? Hearing those ridiculous words, Yu Zuan Bangbu lived. Are you all idiots? I rushed onto the stage surely to stop him from killing people. This kind of obvious truth can lead you off course. Are you all pig brains? No wonder Yu Xian couldn't hold back, who else could? Seeing this, Ning Bei, however, laughed. The next moment, he said in a serious manner, shut up. It's fine for you to target me, but why are you angry at those innocent spectators? They were able to come to watch the great martial arts with a heart that values and expects us. How can you, as the son of a prince and representing the face of the great Yu Academy, insult the bystanders in such a manner? Not me. Yu Xian was dumbfounded again. That's not what he meant. Where did he try to berate the audience? It's just that some viewers are so stupid that they completely dismiss the truth. However, before Yu Xian could open his mouth to explain, the next moment, the tirades came first like a tidal wave. I admit that my voice was low just now. Yu Xian, I day your ancestors. This is the #1 demon of the great Yu Academy? What the hell did we say just now when you were scared to the point of calling out for guards? Now you have the face to bite us back? Yes, this face of his that bites us back is exactly the same as when he slandered Ning Bei. Yu Xian was instantly confused. At this moment, his mood was rather like a showman encountering a soldier, having a reason. The plain truth is right in front of you, and you're going to call him a slanderer? Isn't that the truth? What a bunch of retards. With Yu Xian's character status, of course he couldn't swallow this breath. Fortunately, before he completely stormed out, Yu Tong pressed his hand on his shoulder. Stop committing public anger, this is the effect they want, you'll completely lose if you're provoked. Yu Xian held back with a shiver running through his body. But the gaze he looked at Ning Bei flashed with killing intent that he couldn't hide. Good. I won't pursue the matter of Yu Shang. Ning Bei, wait for me. After saying that, Yu Xian turned around and stepped down from the stage with a gloomy face. A gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late. He figured out that since the other party was so coquettish, there was no need to bother with more words. Killed Ning Bei directly on the stage. At that time, these stupid voices will naturally disappear. Dao continues. Now, Yu Tong can see that he can't fix Ning Bei, and he can't say anything else, so he can only turn around and leave with a black face. Although Yu Xian and the others stepped down, the crusade about the great Yu Academy had not stopped. After all, hatred of the rich was a kind of mentality, and in the world of immortal cultivation it was no exception, and the Daiyu Academy had always been an elevated and unspeakable existence to the crowd. Now that it's hard to catch the other side's mistakes, it's only natural to take advantage of the opportunity to stomp on them a few more times. And walking down to the ring, Moonless also looked at Ning Bei and said, Brat, there's no need for our bet to go down, you've already proved the value of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Ning Bei smiled at his words. I promised you that I would take the top spot for the Wutian Academy. It doesn't matter if you win or not, right now, I just want you to live well. Moonless smiled kindly. He knew very well that just now, although Yu Xian did not pursue the matter further, but his heart was holding his breath, and not only Yu Xian, but also Yu Tong, was holding his breath. And the breath, heck, it was murderous. He could never stand by and watch as the demonic sapling that had appeared with great difficulty in the Martial Heavenly Academy fell on the great marshal like this. Elder, my promise isn't just words either. Ning Bei, however, shook his head and refused, saying seriously, I just want to ask, if I really kill Yu Xian on stage, will you be able to protect it? Chapter 47, Son of Luck, just a stepping stone. Thud. Moonshine's heart was beating like a flight of fancy as she sniffed. His pair of deep, old eyes that looked at Ning Bei were flooded with ripples that hadn't appeared in decades. In the next moment, one of his hands landed heavily on Ning Bei's shoulder, his vicissitudes of tone mixed with kindness. Brat, go ahead and do what you think is right. Good. Ning Bei smiled, I promised a promise, and I'll definitely keep my word. Ha ha. This time, Moonshine didn't push back, but laughed heartily. In his twilight years, he could meet such a magnificent young man. There were no words left to describe his current mood. The other side. Seeing Ning Bei step down unharmed, and being courted and praised by countless people, Qin Yu's back teeth were about to gnaw. Still the number one demon. Purely and simply a. Qin Yu was furious. It seemed to him what a great opportunity he had just now, taking advantage of Ning Bei's crime of killing Yu Xian could have mobilized his guards to forcibly take down Ning Bei on the grounds of maintaining order. It would be a loss of face, but it would kill Ning Bei. But now, Yu Xian wants to split the difference with Ning Bei Dai. What is this if not a missed opportunity? It's just plain stupid. If he had Yu Xian's strength and background, he wouldn't care about propriety, righteousness, or shame and would kill Ning Bei first. Lin Yueyao looked at him. Are you also worried about Ning Bei? Qin Yu? I'm worried about that asshole? What a joke. After Qin Yu's denial, Lin Yueyao was unconvinced. Don't pretend. I've heard you cursing Yu Xian. Isn't it because he's targeting Ning Bei? Qin Yu was stumped by the question. At this time, Lin Yueyao's beautiful eyes flashed again and said, actually, there are still a lot of good qualities in Ning Bei. It's just that we didn't even realize it before, right? Qin Yu. You talk, don't you? Right. So tell me, what did you find good about Ning Bei? Qin Yu's face turned green at his words. Originally, because Ning Bei didn't die, he was holding his breath, and now he was asked to think about Ning Bei's merits. Wasn't that killing and killing? Yueyao, I don't want to mention him. Don't you ask, okay? No, you tell me. I don't want to talk about it. Are you going to say it or not? Seeing that Lin Yueyao was about to get angry, Qin Yu could only swallow the rejection that was on his lips and casually make a perfunctory sentence, handsome. Right. Lin Yueyao sniffed quite agreeably and nodded repeatedly. Ning Bei is indeed handsome, much better looking than you. Not Yueyao. Qin Yu's expression was stunned and he said in dissatisfaction, what do you mean by that? Why do you have to compare me to Ning Bei? What? Am I not telling the truth? Lin Yueyao said in disbelief, you're upset just because you said the truth? Then you have a really bad temper, unlike Ning Bei. He hasn't even gotten mad at me before. Qin Yu was so angry that his liver hurt. His heart is already hard enough, and now he has to be compared to Ning Bei by the goddess in his heart. And he was still the sidekick. That's totally rubbing salt in his wounds. Thus, Qin Yu could only leave the scene with resentment first, wanting to find the man in black to ask for clarification. Why don't you just kill Ning Bei? After wandering the streets for most of the day, he didn't see the eager figure until nightfall. At the dark alley, Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to be polite and got right to the point. Senior, why didn't you just execute Ning Bei on stage before? What a great opportunity. In the face of Qin Yu's questioning, the man in black did not retort, but only removed his mask. Knock. At the moment of seeing the other party's true face, Qin Yu was struck by lightning. You are the priest of the Qi Tian Academy. You're not from the Great Yu Academy? Surprised are you? Su Yunyang said meaningfully. Qin Yu was confused. He had always thought that the other party was from the Great Yu Academy and had a close relationship with Yu Xian, which was why he had made a point of investigating Ning Bei. After all, it is well known that Ning Bei and Qin Zhou together, Yu Xian is the high and mighty little prince, even at first have not seen Qin Zhou. However, Ning Bei had colored the person who had been introduced to him before, which was undoubtedly not putting his status in his eyes, hence his hostility towards Ning Bei. But right now, why would the man in black be? Someone who had nothing to do with Yu Xian, or even with the Great Yu Academy? Meeting Qin Yu's confused eyes, Su Yunyang asked rhetorically, in your opinion, if Yu Xian and the others want to kill Ning Bei today, can they definitely do so? Qin Yu couldn't organize his words for a moment. Right now his mind is a mess. And that's just his opinion. I want you to run an errand. Su Yunyang didn't delve deeper and said straight away. What is it? Tonight, make sure to inform Ning Bei that there will be a match between him and Yu Xian tomorrow. Su Yunyang calmly said, in the ring, Yu Xian will do his best to kill him, and Yu Tong has already prepared an undercard for Yu Xian. What? After listening to Su Yunyang's request, Qin Yu was skeptical as a whole. Why should we help Ning Bei? Shouldn't we go help Yu Xian kill Ning Bei? Do you really think Yu Xian can kill Ning Bei? Su Yunyang let out a cold laugh and slowly said, judging from his duel with Yu Sheng today, Ning Bei's strength is much higher than the late Jiedan stage, and I'm afraid that he already has a Yuaning realm cultivation, and even if Yu Xian is the number one demon ever in the Great Yu Academy, he doesn't have a sure thing that he can kill Ning Bei. On the contrary, Ning Bei's heart for revenge is extremely heavy, and now that he's clear about Yu Xian's murderous intentions, I'm sure he won't show any mercy in the ring because of Yu Xian's identity. Saying so, the corner of Su Yunyang's mouth hooked up into an arc. Instead of expecting Yu Xian to kill Ning Bei, it would be better to assist Ning Bei and kill Yu Xian. In this way, that bereaved prince would definitely seek revenge at all costs, and this is the best strategy to get rid of Ning Bei 100%. Qin Yu was stunned for a long time at his words. Only after a long time did he suddenly realize and laughed. So Senior not only wants to kill Ning Bei, also wanted to use the sword to kill others and provoke the Great Yu School and the Martial Heaven School into war? Ha ha! Su Yunyang didn't deny it and looked at Qin Yu and smiled. The Martial Heavenly Academy only letting you be a handyman is truly condescending. After this matter is over, I will personally accept you as a disciple. Elder, are you serious about this? Qin Yu was all smiles. I'm sure no one is not thrilled to be recognized by the priest of an academy. Not to mention the fact that he had been suffering in the Martial Heavenly Academy. This was going to fish him out of the abyss. Seriously. Su Yunyang calmly said, but only if you find a way to inform Ning Bei of Yu Xian's undercurrent so that he can kill him on stage. Don't worry, senior, leave this matter to me. Qin Yu patted his chest in response. When this matter was accomplished, by then, the situation of the three great universities would also change, and the Qitian Academy would probably soar into the sky. Then his disciple as a priest would undoubtedly be salty as well. Just thinking about it made Qin Yu excited. The other side detected Qin Yu conspiring with Su Yunyang to kill someone with a borrowed knife, using the host to provoke a fight between the Wutian Academy and the Dayu Academy. Now generating counter-programs for hosts. After receiving the message from the system, the corner of Ning Bei's mouth hooked up in an arc. A son of Qi? It's just a stepping stone for me. Chapter 48, a trick to kill a man with a borrowed knife. And so it was. Before the late night falls, Ning Bei first used the ring to conceal his aura and hid in a corner where no one could find him. Not much longer. Qin Yu then sneaked to the front of Ning Bei's door, slipped a letter paper under the doorway, and then quickly withdrew, thinking that God doesn't know what's going on. Unbeknownst to him, everything had been recorded by Ning Bei with a video and audio stone, and he had purposely changed the content after reading the letter. Tomorrow, the fun begins. The next day, the entire venue was crowded and surrounded. I heard there's a duel between Ning Bei and the young prince today? The two were so close to being at each other's throats yesterday, it's going to be a great day. So excited to see who will win. There won't be another fatality like yesterday, will there? The crowd was talking. The people from the Great Yu Academy and the Martial Heaven Academy also made their appearances one after another. On the contrary, the Qitian Academy, which was the second oldest in 10,000 years, was like a small transparent being ignored in this session of the great martial arts. This was exactly the effect Su Yunyan wanted. After a few bouts, finally, the crowd was treated to the main event. The Ning Bei and Yu Xian both took the stage. In yesterday's battle, Ning Bei's fame had soared, and the cheers as he took the stage even overshadowed Yu Xian, who was renowned in the capital city. Oomph, let's see how long you can be complacent. A flash of coldness flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Anyway, today it was either Ning Bei's death or Yu Xian's death. But no matter who died, his goal of getting rid of Ning Bei would be achieved. The pleasure of sitting on the edge of such a situation was simply intoxicating to him. The corners of his mouth hadn't pressed down since he'd entered the arena. The ring. When Ning Bei and Yu Xian took the stage, the two of them were full of gunpowder. Today, I will never give you the chance to step down and admit defeat. Yu Xian stared intently at Ning Bei and said in a chilling voice. Yu Xing said that too. Ning Bei spread his hands and stated in a cloudy manner. In a flash, the whole atmosphere was set ablaze. This kind of scene is really delightful. Demon versus demon, this match is surely the most exciting battle ever fought in Dawu. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, the corners of Su Yunyang's mouth also rose slightly. It was the effect he had dreamed of. The more the two hate each other, the smoother the plan can be executed. Over the years, not only the Wutian Academy has been holding its breath, the Qitian Academy, which had been the second oldest for 10,000 years, wouldn't want to win the first place, and the duo in the ring really didn't disappoint. When the battle had just begun, the two figures in the heat of battle were like lightning shuttling and gaming around the ring, drawing applause from the crowd. That's the kind of matchup geniuses should have. After exchanging several blows, Yu Xian straight away exploded his own cultivation level, pre-Yuaning realm. Wow! In a flash, the entire room was in shock. Less than 20 and there's a Yuaning realm, terrifying as hell. Worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride of the Great Yu Academy, Yu Xian should be stable in this battle. Too bad, I even pressed Ning Bei to win. Boom! Just as the crowd gasped in shock, Ning Bei also exploded his cultivation. In an instant, a strong masculine force suddenly transmitted a terrifying oppression, breaking through Yu Xian's suppression in an instant. What? He's also at the Yuaning realm? Another Yuaning realm, this. The chiefs of the various university schools are already so perverted now? The crowd was once again in an uproar, dumbfounded. No one expected the two to be more terrifying than they thought. Even when Su Yunyang saw this, he couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. What two demons? Luckily, they've already been reduced to mortal enemies. If the two are allowed to grow up, in the next few hundred years, the Qitian Academy is afraid that it will be pressurized to the point of not being able to breathe. Ning Bei is so powerful. Lin Yueyao lamented. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu merely let out a laugh. He didn't even bother to retort because there was no need. Ning Bei, the man who will die. A dead genius is not called a demon. Rather, it's called a premature death. Thumbs up. At that moment, a sword light suddenly flashed up from the ring. In an instant, Yuxian was seen quickly covering his neck with a look of horror, and immediately afterward, blood sprayed out from his fingers like a jet. In the end, fell straight out of the ring. The sudden scene instantly caught the crowd off guard. What's going on? What happened? Not. Ning Bei wiped Yuxian's neck with a sword? Yuxian is dead? Yuxian was killed? In a flash, the entire room resounded with the sound of a backward intake of cool air. Su Yunyang froze as well. In his opinion, the competition shouldn't have ended so quickly. After all, Yuxian hasn't even used his bottom card yet. Could it be that he was killed by carelessness? Priestess, the young prince. He's out of breath. In the next moment, the first few guards who rushed to Yuxian's side shouted at Yutong with a terrified expression. What? Yutong was shocked at his words and was busy flying down to the high platform. In full view of everyone, he was seen checking out Yuxian for a bit before angrily rushing Ning Bei and drinking. Vertical son, how dare you lay down a killer again? Knock. When Yutong, who was a priest, said this, everyone's voices came to an abrupt halt. Yuxian. Really dead? Phew. At this time, Woyue had rushed to Ning Bei's side, and the furious Yutong said, we all signed the life and death agreement a long time ago. Are you trying to make a move? Moonless, you're still protecting him now. Ever thought about the consequences? Yutong said angrily. A great battle between the two seemed imminent. Seeing this situation, Su Yunyang's heart of suspicion was replaced by the latter's supreme surprise, really killed in advance. The bottom card is not used out. After 1,000 calculations, he didn't expect the plan to go so well. What a godsend! Look, the king is here. I don't know who shouted. When the crowd looked up, they only saw a group of figures flying in aggressively, led by a middle-aged man with a stalwart face. This person was none other than the prince of the great Yu dynasty, Yu Fei. When it came down to it, Su Yunyang also rushed onto the ring for a final provocation. Outrageous, it was just that you killed Yu Sheng yesterday, but now you dare to kill even the king's only son? These words, he deliberately said to Yu Fei. Oh no, the king is here. Yu Xian is the only son of the king, now Ning Bei won't be able to fly. Unfortunately, Ning Bei's killing heart is too heavy. Otherwise the future potential is unlimited. The crowd seemed to have seen the end of Ning Bei. Compared to the dumbfounded other people from the Martial Heavenly Academy, at this moment Qin Yu stood up even more excitedly. Ning Bei, you're finished. The heavens were kind to him, and he had finally waited for this moment. There were no words to describe how he felt, it was so good. But just when Qin Yu was happy, suddenly, his two hands were clamped by Wang Tang and Zhao Ming respectively. What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Senior brother Ning said to thank you. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming smiled at each other and forcefully dragged Qin Yu towards the stage despite his resistance. Compared to the shocked crowd, Ning Bei appeared lighthearted, after seeing both Su Yunyang and Qin Yu take the stage. He nonchalantly looked towards Yu Xian, who was being surrounded by the crowd. How long are you going to play dead? Ahem. The next moment, a familiar coughing sound rang out. Immediately afterward, Yu Xian, who had been declared dead a moment ago, was seen walking into the crowd's field of vision, alive and well. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Not dead? What? Seeing this, Su Yunyang's eyelids fluttered, instantly giving birth to a hint of ill will. Immediately afterward, he saw Ning Bei pull out a piece of letter paper and said in a resounding voice, I want to thank someone, his name is Qin Yu, and he's a great handyman of our Martial Sky Academy. Qin Yu? Greeting Qin Yu's dismayed gaze, Ning Bei said to himself, it's him Qin Yu by chance, bumping into someone who wants to provoke our Wutian Academy and Dayu Academy into a war, attempting to reap the benefits of fishing, but suffering from the lack of evidence, for fear that speaking directly will lead to misunderstandings, and so informing me, by means of a letter. Hearing what Ning Bei said, Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. He did not. In no way did he write those words on the letter. Ning Bei is right, there are indeed people who want to stir up the relationship between the Dayu Academy and the Wutian Academy. Yu Xian also stepped forward and said, that's why we put on a show together. Last night, when Ning Bei had searched for the past under the leadership of Moonless, Yu Xian and Yu Tong and the others hadn't believed it. That is, until Ning Bei revealed the bottom card. That's right, not many people know his bottom line. So the facts speak for themselves. Although Yu Xian was unconvinced by Ning Bei in his heart, he wasn't a little cutie. He is not a cutie pie, but he can't tell the difference between right and wrong in front of the world. So someone is trying to provoke the two great universities. No wonder, I told you that this battle seemed intense, but how did it end so strangely? Touching the cold light cast by Su Yunyang, Qin Yu's brain buzzed and he vehemently argued, misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. He was counting on Su Yunyang to help him in the future, so how could he let the other party feel that he had betrayed him? No, it has to be explained. What misunderstanding? Ning Bei's mouth lifted slightly as he asked meaningfully. Greeting the crowd's blazing gaze, Qin Yu hurriedly said, this letter wasn't written by me at all, I didn't write it. It must have been written by someone else. Ning Bei, you thanked the wrong person. Yes? Ning Bei's eyes flashed a cold smile, and then, without slowing down, he pulled out a piece of something from his pocket. In fact, Qin Yu he is just shy, embarrassed to take this big credit, but it's okay. Everyone, please watch the video and audio stones. Qin Yu? Chapter 49, Ning Bei's move to kill with a borrowed knife. Repairing the protagonist is a professional. In plain sight. Just see the video and audio stones shoot out a picture of a figure sneaking around and slipping a letter into a doorway in the middle of the night. Ouch, that guy is really him. This handyman of the Martial Heavenly Academy is quite coy, huh? It's clearly him, yet he still has to shirk such a great credit. It's you! Don't pretend, we can see it clearly. All of a sudden, the crowd had bitten off more than they could chew that it was Qin Yu. On the contrary, Qin Yu's people were dumbfounded. No, he clearly saw that no one was around. How could it be recorded? That's the kind of credit he doesn't want. Qin Yu wasn't a cutie either. Quickly looked at Ning Bei. You deliberately tricked me. The content on that letter wasn't written by me at all. Does it matter if you wrote it? Ning Bei lowered his voice and asked rhetorically. What matters is whether Su Yunyang believes that you wrote it? Thud. Qin Yu subconsciously looked towards Su Yunyang. Only to see Su Yunyang not far away, its pair of eyes just like a cold aura staring at him. You can't hide the eyes of a person who wants to knife him. Done. Qin Yu's heart thumped. Originally, he still expected to rely on Su Yunyang to turn over in the future, but now, the other party wanted to kill him. Why is that? It's obviously a seamless plan. The advantage is on him. Qin Yu didn't understand. Greeting his look of despair, Ning Bei whispered, come forward, take on this honor, and dismantle Su Yunyang as the mastermind behind this. What? The pupils of Qin Yu's eyes shrunk, and he instantly looked resentfully at Ning Bei. Do you think I'm? What's the difference between jumping out at this point and sending me to my death? That is, until the next moment, when Ning Bei's threat came from beside his ear, if you don't do it, then I'll push you to his side. Qin Yu instantly panicked. He knew that Ning Bei definitely said it and did it, and if he was pushed over, the probability is that he will be slapped to death by the angry Su Yunyang. Listen to the noisy voices around you. The next moment, Qin Yu still had a cross in his heart and decided to die a Taoist friend and stand out to say, yes, haha, it's me. I was embarrassed to admit it at first. Ha! Actually, I still know who's behind it. At these words, the crowd instantly fell silent. The mastermind behind this, could it be? In fact, the crowd already had someone in mind. After all, who else could be the one who wanted to see the Dayu Academy and the Wutian Academy go to war? But for some reason, they didn't dare to make wild guesses for a while. Yes, that's him. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, in the next moment, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and pointed at Su Yunyang, who was not far away. The mastermind behind this is the Qi Tian Academy's priest, Su Yunyang. He wants to use the conflict between Ning Bei and Yuxian to provoke the two universities into a war, in which case the Qi Tian Academy will be able to reap the benefits. After betraying his teammates, Qin Yu also added, I also heard it by chance. Did you guys know? I couldn't believe my ears at the time. Su Yunyang? Wow. The whole room was instantly in an uproar. I'll go, it's really the Qi Tian Academy. I didn't expect, you Su Yunyang with your thick eyebrows, but you actually have a belly full of bad water. Seeing that Qin Yu had cooperated to play a good card, Ning Bei also smiled. The so-called son of Qi Fortune has now lost the bottom line. Oh no, there was no bottom line in the first place, and there was only the heavily Dao sheltering it. Without the Qi to go with it, it's not. Some people were happy and some people were sad. Facing the questioning of Yutong and the others, Su Yunyang was furious. How dare you, a handyman, slander me? Moonless, is this the disciple you brought out? Even if they are miscellaneous disciples, can they be so lawless? Su Yunyang tried to weasel out of it. After all, it was the sort of thing he knew deep down that he should never admit to, not to mention that the reputation was gone. Most importantly, the next thing that might wait was the targeting of the Wutian Academy and the Dayu Academy. Ha! Moonshine just laughed coldly and refrained from retorting. The next moment, Yufei, who had been silent since he arrived, suddenly said, Su Yunyang, do you know why this king has come today? Feeling Yufei's descending oppression, Su Yunyang's heart twitched and he hurriedly said, Your Highness, there is a misunderstanding. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yutong directly broke it down. Misunderstanding? You're the only one who knows Little Prince's bottom card besides us, and now that the bottom card has been leaked, how do you explain it? Su Yunyang's eyes rolled, suddenly speechless. At this point in time, he already understood that there was no point in saying more, so in the next moment, he clenched his teeth and violently rushed towards Qin Yu. Not good. Seeing this, Qin Yu was shocked. He just wanted to retreat and escape, but his back was suddenly kicked, and there was also the voice of Ning Bei. Qin Yu, you're confused. You're no match for him. Why are you going on? Qin Yu Ren went numb. How could he not have expected that at the critical moment, Ning Bei would actually give him a kick in the back? Stop. Moonless, Yutong and Yufei had quickly opened the prepared formations to suppress Su Yunyang the moment he made his move. Nay, no one expected. Su Yunyang first thought is not to escape, nor is it to capture Ning Bei or Yuxian as blackmail. Instead, he used his last chance to kill Qin Yu first. Do you two have a grudge? Bang! Immediately afterward, a muffled sound rang out at first. Xinyu took a hard slap from Su Yunyang, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his whole body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Wow! The crowd could not help but rise. Holy, this is Ed. He actually dared to charge forward. This handyman is too brave. Good lord, the Martial Heavenly Academy is not a single wimp. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Xinyu really wanted to cry. Families who get it. He wasn't even trying to get on. As the scene descended into chaos, a powerful oppression descended upon the venue, and in an instant, it drew the crowd to look up. Son of Heaven? After seeing the identity of the visitor, Yu Fei and the others' complexion suddenly changed. The person at the head in the void was clearly the current heavenly prince of the Great Yu dynasty, Yu Wuing. Your Majesty, please also be my master. Su Yunyang was like grasping a life-saving straw as he hurriedly said, they even want to rely on a piece of letter paper, written by an odd job disciple of the Martial Heavenly Academy, to label me as a felon. What outsiders don't know is this. In fact, there was another big hand behind the reason why he had provoked the two universities to go to war, and that hand was none other than Yu Wuing. The three great universities within the Dayu dynasty were intricately connected. And over the years, the Dayu Academy has been the most prosperous, and even the many powerful people who joined the imperial family are mostly from the Dayu Academy. And the Great Yu Academy is also by Yu Fei, who is a prince, directly under the control, whether those strong people are Yu Fei's people or not, let's not talk about it for the time being. But it was enough to make Yu Wuing feel uneasy. Therefore, Yu Wuing had secretly supported the Qi Tian Academy in an attempt to stop the Great Yu Academy from growing any further. But Yu Wuing did not expect, the plan did not succeed, but instead Su Yunyang is also deeply involved. He had to come forward to protect this powerful general. To put such a charge on Su Yunyang just based on a letter that wasn't written by him is indeed too ridiculous. Yu Wuing calmly said, after hearing this, if all of this is a plot by that handyman, or if someone instructed him to stir up the relationship between the three university houses, then wouldn't the consequences be terrible? Upon hearing this, Yutong and Moonless and the others looked at each other in silence. As veterans, could they not sense that Yu Wuing was intentionally favoring Su Yunyan? Even they all guessed something. Eventually, under Yu Wuing's orders, the palace's strongest men came forward to detain Su Yunyang, saying on the surface that they were taking him back for investigation, but what actually happened? There is no need to say more. Although Yu Fei and Yutong and the others felt dissatisfied, they couldn't say anything more because of Yu Wuing's status. It's come to this. It was no longer possible for the match between the three great universities to continue. Under the command of the elders of the Dayu Academy, both the spectators and the contestants could only leave the arena one after another in disappointment. Mud. Why? Xinyu, who was lying on the ground in a lingering state, watched as Su Yunyang was taken away intact, and his entire body became bad. In the end, is he the only one who gets hurt? At this time, the elder who had finished checking Qinyu's injuries for him suddenly spoke, your meridians are broken. You can no longer cultivate in the future. What? Chapter 50, the protagonist's sister loves too much, the villain can't stand up to her. Elderly, don't scare me. Qinyu was like being struck by 5 thunderbolts. Li Shan reiterated, your meridians are indeed broken, and they are also broken completely. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to cultivate in the future. No! Qinyu instantly tensed up. Tears erupted from his eyes as he grasped Li Shan's hand for dear life. Elderly, I'm the great handyman that you personally ordained. You can't leave me alone. Qinyu, calm down. Li Shan was helpless and could only pacify, don't worry, although your meridians are broken, I assure you that I will go and apply to the priest for you. To establish you from great handyman to chief handyman. Chief, or a handyman? Qinyu Ren went numb. How can this damn handyman disciple still make so much noise? Elderly, I don't care about any chief. Not waiting for Qinyu to express his refusal, Li Shan interrupted, no need to thank you, you were also injured because of the academy, we definitely won't treat you poorly. No, I didn't mean that. Not waiting for Qinyu to explain clearly. He didn't want to be a bull chief handyman at all. Li Shan, however, had already gotten up and left, striding towards the crowd. At this moment, Qinyu truly collapsed. He's so close to seeing it turn around. Why? Why did it end up being worse than before? Being a handyman was humiliating enough, and now he had to make him the chief handyman? Mud, does handyman have to be his life's label? Congratulations! Not long after, Ning Bei walked over with a smile on his face. Just now, when Elderly applied to the priest for you to be the chief handyman, the priest was still a bit hesitant, but don't worry, I persuaded him to agree. What? You? Qinyu almost didn't spit out blood in anger and said in dissatisfaction, who wants you to persuade him for me? You could have just not persuaded him. What do you mean by that? Aren't you happy? Ning Bei played dumb and said, glad? I really thank you. Qinyu gritted his teeth. At this moment, he could not wait to pounce on Ning Bei and bite him to death. He could be sure that Ning Bei must have done it on purpose. God Chief Handyman King of, how do you enjoin the enemy? Senior brother Ning made you the first mistress of the Martial Heavenly Academy, shouldn't you be thanking senior brother Ning? At this time, Wang Tong and Zhao Ming walked over. The two of them, being the dog's legs beside Ning Bei, naturally understood that Ning Bei and Qin Yu did not deal with each other, so when they caught the opportunity, they would not let Qin Yu go. And the two always come up with a, well, murderous and heartbreaking nickname. After hearing this first miscellaneous, Qin Yu's heart, which was on the verge of breaking, instantly couldn't carry it anymore, and he was directly angry enough to spray out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ouch! Wang Tang and Zhao Ming were caught off guard and both retreated 2 steps back in fear. Ning Bei had a flash of insight. What are you two waiting for? Qin Yu was injured by Su Yunyang, and now there are still bruises piled up in his chest. Quickly help him beat it out. Don't worry, senior brother Ning, leave this matter to us. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming looked at each other with a knowing smile. No need. The next moment, Qin Yu's miserable screams rose at first. Ning Bei, sooner or later I will make your life worse than death. The other side. Ning Bei went to find Moonshine, elder, it looks like I won't be able to get the first place I promised you. Enough already. Moonless looked at Ning Bei's pair of old eyes, revealing a kindly relief. The shame of Martial Moon Academy for 30 years has been cleared today. Besides, even if the great martial arts didn't go to the end, I think, in the hearts of the people, you are already number one. Moonless lamented from the bottom of his heart. It was in his heart, never imagining that he would enjoy being so admired in his lifetime. And all of this was brought to him by the young man in front of him, worthy of being a transmogrified great emperor. Are we, then, going to remain in the capital? Ning Bei said meaningfully. Although the matter just now came to an end, it was obvious that the internal battle within the royal family had just begun, and the real storm was still brewing. Could the Wutian Academy stand alone as a major force? After understanding Ning Bei's meaning, Moonshine thought seriously for a moment before smiling, with my old bones in. Can keep it. Understood. Ning Bei also smiled knowingly. Subsequently, Ning Bei went to find Xin Jiao again. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Xin Jiao but first said, you let someone beat Qin Yu again? Ning Bei froze and laughed softly. There's a bruise on his chest, I'll help him disperse it. You're still lying to me? Xin Jiao pouted and hummed, you clearly wanted to beat him up, but you couldn't do it because you were in the way of the chief's status, so you asked Wang Tang and the others to do it, right? Ahem. Ning Bei coughed awkwardly and nonchalantly. I have to say, Xin Jiao really said the right thing, but he was not in the way of the identity of the person did not do it himself, but because of the protagonist aura. Until you are 100% sure, it's better to be less just tendo. Jojo, do you think I'm too bad? Think I went too far with Qin Yu? Ning Bei looked into the young girl's eyes and asked tentatively. Qin Jojo's delicate face was stunned. Immediately afterward, she was so angry that she slapped Ning Bei and said, what are you talking about? It's not like I really think of him as an older brother. How could I feel bad for you because of an outsider? Then why are you asking all of a sudden? Xin Jiao looked around and determined that no one was looking this way before approaching Ning Bei and saying, I know that you don't deal with Qin Yu, but I'm afraid that if you retaliate against him in public, it will damage your reputation. That's it? Greeting Xin Jiao's gentle eyes, Ning Bei smiled comfortably. Doesn't it matter? You look like I care about fame. I care. Without waiting for Ning Bei to finish, Xin Jiao interrupted, I don't want you to let your hard-won hearts be damaged because of some useless people. I want you to be admired all the time, forever. 9. Greeting the young girl's serious expression, Ning Bei's heart immediately surged with a touch of warmth, and he couldn't help but hold her hand. I shouldn't have said something like that. No. Xin Jiao immediately shook her head and smiled sweetly. It's me who didn't say it clearly. At this moment, Ning Bei's heart was melting. To have such an understanding and beautiful beauty to accompany him, even if he is allowed to eat immortal pills and drink immortal wine for the rest of his life. And he's willing. Xin Jiao and Lin Yueyao are completely two extremes. Ning Bei could clearly feel that his position in Xin Jiao's heart was already irreplaceable. Never before, never again. Even if he no longer deliberately maintains his image, even if he wants to kill Qin Yu one day, Xin Jiao would also support him without hesitation. Suddenly, Ning Bei wrapped his arms around the young girl's boneless waist. Jiao, I want you. Now. Right. Xin Jiao instantly reddened her face. She shyly bit her pink lips, and in the next moment, her voice was as thin as a mosquito voice. Go back to your room. I'll open the knot for you. Chapter 51, Fiancé's parents present? That's a slap in the face to start with. After a long time, Xin Jiao hugged Ning Bei from behind and stuck half of her pretty face on his back. Will you get tired one day? Don't want me anymore? Ning Bei didn't think that with the other party's status, he would have this kind of worry. He flirted, don't talk nonsense. A girl as good as you, I wouldn't mind if there were 2 more. Oops. Xin Jiao abruptly sat up, raising a pretty face with residual redness, puffing up her small mouth. You're so bad. So do you like it? With that said, Xin Jiao once again leaned down and surged into Ning Bei's arms from the front. She was completely addicted to love. Ning Bei gently caressed the young girl's smooth jade muscles and suddenly thought of something that said, we also need to pay attention to this, lest we really make a scene. Qin Zhuozhuo blinked her long eyelashes, and when she understood what Ning Bei meant, she shyly pursed her lips. It's okay. I give you birth. Oh, the corner of Ning Bei's mouth curled up in surprise. Especially looking at Qin Zhuozhuo's shy little face, actually also flashed a few points of anticipation, seems to have fantasized to become a human mother after the happy life. In this moment, he knew he had gotten the maiden. The protagonist sister of this transmigrating great. The other side. Yueyao, how much longer do you have to wait? Qin Yu asked in a bored manner. Ever since Ning Bei and Qin Zhuozhuo walked into the room, Lin Yueyao had been guarding the outside, rather like a sense of catching an adulterer. Of course, today she has no such qualifications. Lin Yueyao frowned. Qin Yu, what do you think the two of them are doing in there for so long? What else can I do? Cultivate? Qin Yu spread his hands. Although now he was also not qualified, and then claimed to be Qin Zhuozhuo's elder brother, he was still very confident that he understood Qin Zhuozhuo. It can't be making a baby with Ning Bei, can it? Just by popping out this thought, Qin Yu himself laughed. With that slow-witted sister, willing to be with Ning Bei was groundbreaking, and would definitely not tolerate any transgressions from Ning Bei. At best, hold hands. Or maybe a kiss. Lin Yueyao agreed with this. After all, when she and Ning Bei were together in the past, Ning Bei was like a newbie. Didn't even have the courage to offer to hold hands. It's not possible that as soon as Qin Zhuozhuo was replaced, Ning Bei's temperament changed drastically, right? It's not like the old lady doesn't have charisma. Yueyao, when will your parents be able to come? Qin Yu turned to ask. Nowadays, he was looking forward to Lin Yueyao's parents showing up. Because the conflict between Ning Bei and Lin Yueyao belonged to the fact that it had occurred at the Martial Heavenly Academy, both parents were currently unaware of it. And according to Lin Yueyao, Ning Bei was extraordinarily respectful and obedient to her parents. If Lin Yueyao's parents show up to reconcile the two of them, no matter what, Ning Bei would definitely not refuse outright due to his feelings. He might even get back together with Lin Yueyao. Although Qin Yu does not want to see Ning Bei and Lin Yueyao really come together again, but right now, his image in Lin Yueyao's heart is gone. My sister was also pried by Ning Bei. After thinking about it, he still decided that it was important to dismantle Ning Bei and Qin Zhuozhuo first, which was why he gave Lin Yueyao such an idea. It should be soon. Lin Yueyao bit her lip. Speak of the devil. A senior sister suddenly ran over. Senior sister Lin, there's a couple outside who say they're your parents and are insisting on breaking into our inn. Where are the people? Where are the people? Hearing this, Qin Yu appeared even more anxious than Lin Yueyao. Senior brother Wang stopped them outside and is still arguing, so I ran over first to ask if it's true. That senior sister explained. Confused. That's Yueyao's parents. Qin Yu instantly became anxious and looked at Lin Yueyao. Yueyao, let's hurry over to pick up uncle and auntie. Good. Lin Yueyao always felt a bit strange, but she didn't have time to think about it much. She clearly informed her parents to bring Ning Bei's parents along when she came, so that she could better pressure Ning Bei to leave Qin Zhuozhuo. But how could anyone dare to stop? Do those people still dare to disrespect Ning Bei's parents? But when she came to the front door, the doubts in Lin Yueyao's heart were solved. Because at this moment, only her parents were present. Where are Ning Bei's parents? What are you doing? This is Yueyao's parents, why don't you get out of the way? As soon as he arrived, Qin Yu was the first to speak. After all, it was the first time he met Lin Yueyao's parents, so he naturally had to perform well and try to leave a good impression. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming didn't eat him. Is there anything for you here? Get lost. You. Meeting the couple's gaze, Qin Yu's face reddened at the scolding. We are all from the same sect, why should we be so rude to the parents of a fellow sect member? Without waiting for Wang Tang to open his mouth again to retort, Bai Yuqin, who saw her daughter's figure, could not help but say, that's my daughter, I can't even come to see my daughter? Yueyao, we're here. Lin Donglai also waved his hand. Lin Yueyao hurriedly ran to her parents and rushed to Wang Tang and the others. These are my parents, I would like to invite them in. No. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming decisively refused. Why not? Bai Yuqin instantly came on fire and said in dissatisfaction, just now you said that you didn't determine our identity, and now Yueyao has come out. Is this how your Martial Heaven Academy targets people? It's not personal, it's the same for everyone. Wang Tang looked at Lin Yueyao and calmly said, Lin Yueyao, you should know the rules of the academy, right? Lin Yueyao wanted to say something, not knowing how to retort for a moment. This time, when they went out to compete, there was indeed a precept stipulating that no disciple could bring their family members into the inn where the academy was temporarily staying. One is to ensure safety, and the other is to avoid mixing fish and dragons, giving rise to unnecessary trouble. But on the surface it is so stipulated, but in reality, as fellow disciples, everyone will more or less remember some fellowship. Shouldn't be dead set on keeping the commandments. But Lin Yueyao also knew very well that it was all because she had fallen out with Ning Bei. It was Wang Tang and the others who would not give face. Yueyao, is there such a thing? Bai Yuqin didn't quite believe it and looked at her daughter to follow up. Tell mother, are they deliberately targeting us? without waiting for Lin Yueyao to speak. Zhao Ming took the lead and said, "It's been said that it's not personal, it's the rules of the academy, it's the same for everyone. It looks like regulations." At this time, Lin Donglai tugged on Bai Yuqin and reminded him in a low voice, "Men don't want things to get too ugly." However, just at this moment, a couple with a good face value came walking arm in arm, and after they glanced at the Lin Donglai couple with their afterglow, they rushed to Wang Tong and the others to inquire, "May I ask if this is the inn where the Martial Heavenly Academy resides? Are you?" Looking towards the duo with an unassuming temperament, Wang Tong and the others politely inquired, "Uncle Ning, Aunt Lu." And seeing the couple, Lin Yueyao also hurriedly was compensating for the smile and shouted, because these two people were Ning Bei's father, Ning Songhua, and his mother, Lu Yujuan. Ouch, in-laws. Seeing Ning Songhua and his wife, Lin Donglai and his wife also hurriedly compensated with a smile. "The threshold of this Wutian Academy is too high, it actually doesn't even allow us to go in to see our children." In the face of Lin Donglai and his wife's politeness, the present-day Ning Songhua couple chose to ignore it. And Wang Tang and the others vaguely guessed something from the conversation. "Uncle and auntie, are you the parents of senior brother Ning?" "Yes, we are Ning Bei's parents." Ning Songhua nodded with a smile. In the next moment, he saw Wang Tang and the others' attitudes change drastically. "Ego, my dear uncle, why have you come? You didn't say anything when you came, so that we could pick you up. Uncle Lai Ning, quickly come in. I'm going to make tea for you guys." All of a sudden, no matter the elders or disciples at the door, they all had an extraordinarily cordial look. Invited both Mr. and Mrs. Ning Songhua inside. Lin Donglai? Bai Yuqin? At this moment, Lin Donglai and his wife felt like they had been slapped in the face, especially when they tried to follow them in as well, only to be stopped again. "You can't go in, just stand at the door and catch up with your daughter." Chapter 52. Learning about the withdrawal of the marriage, the fiancé's parents beat up the protagonist. Not on what grounds? Why can they get in and we can't? This is the moment when the couple finally explodes. It's downright deceptive. 1 second they were told that everyone was the same, but it turned out that the next second, there were people who were the same as them as parents of disciples, and they were warmly invited in. Who can stand this kind of anger? "If the two of you want to make trouble, then I won't blame us for turning the tables." One of the elders was not the least bit spoiled and looked towards Lin Yueyao and said, "Lin Yueyao, do you want your parents to challenge the precepts of the academy?" At this point in time, Lin Yueyao knew that there was no point in talking more. Had to talk the parents out of it first, because she knew that with her current situation in the Wutian Academy, there was no guarantee that the elders would really take action against her parents as a way of handing over a pitch to Ning Bei. Outside the inn. "Father, mother, didn't I tell you to come with Ning Bei's parents?" Lin Yueyao complained. "Why did Ning Bei's parents ignore us just now? Did you guys take advantage of the Ning family again? Change before." If she called out uncle and aunt, Ning Songhua and Lu Yujuan could be happy for half a day. But just now, the couple had no reaction in the face of her initiative, and even ignored the presence of her parents. All along, no matter whether Ning Bei was in front of her, or Ning Bei's parents were in front of her parents, they had always been courteous. Lin Yueyao was puzzled as to how her parents had fallen out with Ning Bei's parents. Unless they had taken too much advantage of the Ning family as they had done in the past, they should never have done so, given the character of both Ning Songhua and his wife. "You're asking us? Shouldn't we be asking you?" When this matter was brought up, Bai Yuqin was furious and snapped, "What kind of conflict did you have with Ning Bei? How could it be so serious that you want to withdraw from the marriage?" "Yueyao, we actually invited Ning Bei's parents, but they simply ignored us." Lin Donglai sighed and said, "And in the last few days, Ning Bei's parents suddenly mentioned withdrawing from the marriage and also cutting off the cooperation with our Lin family. Now the whole Lin family is in a mess. What exactly happened with you and Ning Bei? How come they all said that it's you who took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage with Ning Bei?" It turned out that Ning Bei had long ago sent a letter home to inform her parents that she wanted to cut off her relationship with the Lin family. "I'm just too busy to go back in person." Moreover, in Ning Bei's opinion, clearing the air with Lin Yueyao's family really wasn't worth wasting his time to make a personal trip. Anyway, that was a family of white-eyed wolves, obviously parasitizing the Ning family but still acting superior. For such a person, why should there be any emphasis on etiquette? At best, he said he'd return it and didn't even bother to write a letter of repudiation. Upon learning of this, Lin Yueyao was instantly thunderstruck. Ning Bei actually notified the family? She had always thought that the conflict between her and Ning Bei was limited to the two of them, and had never imagined that Ning Bei had informed her parents long ago. The matter was not even mentioned to her. "Yueyao, did you really mention withdrawing from the marriage to Ning Bei?" Bai Yuqin questioned. We were fighting, and I got mad and said I wanted out of the marriage." At this moment, Lin Yueyao really wanted to cry a little. For a moment, she didn't even know how to explain how she had gotten into such a mess with Ning Bei. "Aren't you confused?" After determining that it was his daughter who proposed the withdrawal, Lin Donglai also hated it and said, "Ning Bei, how good he is to you. And don't you know that our Lin family? Now we have to depend on the Ning family to survive. If we don't have the shelter of the Ning family, then how can we get through the difficult times?" Your uncles and uncles are now poking our backbones. Facing her father's questioning, Lin Yueyao reddened her eyes. In fact, at the beginning, she never even thought of really parting ways with Ning Bei. That was just a means for her to scare Ning Bei. But she didn't expect the tactics that had always worked well to end up with Ning Bei taking them seriously. How good Ning Bei was to her, how could she not know? Speak up, have you gone to get back together with Ning Bei? When are you going to get back together with Ning Bei? Bai Yuqin grabbed her daughter and asked after her. Although she used to think that Ning Bei had climbed high above her daughter, she had to say that Ning Bei was indeed a rare golden son-in-law. Moreover, this Grand Marshal had allowed them to witness Ning Bei's potential. I didn't expect that Ning Bei had already become the chief of the academy, and he also suppressed the heavenly pride of the Great Yu Academy and Chi Tian Academy. It can be described as a promising future. How can you lose such a good son-in-law just like that? Lin Yueyao pursed her lips, but she couldn't say anything. She really didn't know how to explain to her parents that she had actually mentioned getting back together a long time ago, even more than once. But Ning Baidu didn't even agree and slapped her. But most importantly, now Ning Bei has changed his heart. In love with a young girl who is even better than her. Uncle and auntie, it's not Yuyao's fault. Seeing that Lin Yueyao was in a difficult situation, Xinyu thought that he had the responsibility to come forward. It's Ning Bei who was bent on having his own way, always thinking of taking revenge on Yueyao. For example, just now, the reason why you guys were stopped outside, there must be Ning Bei's instructions behind it, and all those people are his lapdogs. Between words, Xinyu did not forget to sow discord, trying to make the couple feel that Ning Bei was of poor character. Who are you? Bai Yuqin sized up Xinyu and was surprised. Perhaps it was because in the past, it was Ning Bei who stood by Lin Yueyao's side. Nowadays it made her feel bad about how she looked at Xinyu. The man is also too ugly. Compared to her golden son-in-law, no matter the face value, body shape and temperament, etc. That's not on the same level at all. Auntie, my name is Xinyu. Xinyu immediately straightened his waist and pinched out his magnetic voice. I'm Yuyao's good friend in the academy, by chance. I even saved Yuyao once. Speaking later, Xinyu deliberately aggravated his voice. It was just that all of Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin's attention was not on him saving people. Just your name is Xinyu, huh? It's me. Meeting Lin Donglai's scrutinizing gaze, Xinyu smiled. Uncle, you know about me? Was it Yueyao who mentioned me to you guys? Without waiting for Xinyu to finish, Lin Donglai interrupted with a cold smile. Xinyu, you are too famous. Oh. Hearing this, Xinyu could not hide his excitement. I wonder what Uncle meant by famous. Could it be that I dismantled Su Yunyang's plot? I've avoided the war between the two universities? Ha ha. That's just a small matter. I'm not proud of it at all. Oh no, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about your parents. Looking at the smug Xinyu, Lin Donglai interrupted. And rumor has it that you also your pants and were called that what king? Are these true? Boom. Xinyu suddenly mouth wide open, froze in place. Who the hell told you that? Who's got such a big mouth? Even Lin Yueyao's parents know? At this moment, Xinyu only felt that the sky has collapsed, originally also wanted to give Lin Yueyao's parents leave a good impression. Who the hell is so unethical? Yueyao, you should lessen your dealings with such people in the future. At this time, Bai Yuqin looked at her daughter with dissatisfaction, but all men should come and go less. Or else can Ning Bei be happy when he sees it? Hearing her mother's reprimand, Lin Yueyao had mixed feelings inside, not waiting for her to speak. At that moment, the laughter of Wang Tang and the others suddenly came from the side. It's a pity you're too late, now that senior brother Ning has nothing to do with her anymore. Thinking back to the beginning, Lin Yueyao still withdrew from her marriage with senior brother Ning in public for the sake of Xinyu. Gee, she really did a good job. Hearing this, Lin Donglai and his wife were struck by lightning. My daughter is because of this ugly monster. Is it because of this ugly girl that her daughter broke off the marriage with Ning Bei? Yueyao, is this true? You really withdrew from marriage with Ning Bei because of this? The couple instantly caught fire and questioned Lin Yueyao. Lin Yueyao was speechless. Oh no, to be precise, she had no way of denying it. Even if she regrets it now, are no longer helpful. Uncle, auntie, this is not Yuyao's fault, it's all that Ning Bei's fault. Xinyu rushes forward and tries to round off the fight. Snap! But without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Lin Donglai was so angry that he slapped his face and muddy little bastard. Xinyu? Chapter 53, the heroine's family repents, the villain's family recognizes their daughter-in-law. Xinyu was instantly struck dumb. Especially that vehemently spoken little bastard instantly caused a surge of anger to rise in him. Fortunately, with his sanity still intact, he forcefully suppressed his anger, otherwise he would definitely be felt by Lin Yueyao as disrespecting her parents. Uncle Lin, things aren't what you think. Xinyu just adjusted back to his state and tried to defend himself. But before he could finish his sentence, Bai Yuqin also slapped him. Snap! You piece of that smells like, what qualifications do you have to be friends with Yueyao? Get lost! Bai Yuqin scolded nonchalantly. She did not expect that the withdrawal was actually proposed by her daughter first, and even more so, it was still because of this ugly crotch-pulling monster in front of her. How can this ugly bastard compare to her golden son-in-law? The king of is really everyone. It is difficult for the clean officials to resolve family affairs, and he even ran up to join in the fun. You say if you don't beat him, who do you beat? If my daughter loses her happiness because of him, I can't beat the hell out of him. Wang Tang and the others mocked to their heart's content. She knew, but the gas shakes cold. Especially after hearing the jeers around him. At this moment, he was on the verge of exploding. It's none of my business that your daughter was dumped by Ning Bei? What a bully. Father, mother, you must stop. Lin Yueyao blocked. What's wrong with you, Yueyao? Lin Donglai said with a look of hatred. He's harmed you like this and you still want to defend him? I'm not defending it, but you can't. Not waiting for Lin Yueyao to finish her sentence, Bai Yuqin interrupted. Tell me the truth, do you want to be with this loser? I'm warning you, Lin Yueyao, if you dare to stay with this trash, then in the future, you won't be our daughter. Bai Yuqin was really angry. They had only just arrived in the capital for a short while before they heard Qin use endless labels such as king of, handyman, wild bastard, and so on. This man is a joke to live for. And in the beginning, they only treated Qin Yu as a clown. But I didn't expect that my daughter was the one who abandoned Ning Bei, whose entire body was full of merits and was 10,000 times better than Qin Yu, because of this clown. What parent wouldn't be angry about that? To say that Lin Yueyao had picked up sesame and lost watermelon was to elevate Qin Yu as a sesame. Yueyao, tell us the truth, how far did you go with him? Lin Donglai also pursued the question. The way he looked at Qin Yu, he couldn't wait to kill the latter. If the other side really hocked his daughter, then he would definitely do it. Father, mother, don't talk nonsense. Lin Yueyao was so anxious that she stomped her feet and said, I have nothing to do with Qin Yu. The person I like is Ning Bei. Yueyao. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was dripping blood. He thought he was very good and attentive to Lin Yueyao, but he didn't expect the other party to be so unhesitant when it came to clearing the air with him. The point is, he still can't even say a single word in rebuttal. After all, in his current situation, with his meridians still broken, he really didn't have any advantage that he could take to prove himself. Especially put him and Ning Bei together to compare. He's like a dispensable mongrel. Thinking about this, Qin Yu hated it even more in his heart. Everything is because of Ning Bei. Really? That's great. The couple heaved a sigh of relief at hearing this. Luckily my daughter's eyes weren't so low and she didn't give this king for nothing. In that case, Yueyao, you should hurry up and get back together with Ning Bei. Bai Yuqin couldn't wait to urge. Lin Yueyao's speech froze. She did not dare to tell her parents, in fact, has long been mentioned to get back together. But Ning Bei didn't agree. Seeing her daughter's silence, Bai Yuqin said unhappily, You child, I'm talking to you, what time is it that you still refuse to lower your posture? Now the most important thing is that you get back together with Ning Bei, lest you be shortchanged. Without waiting for Lin Yueyao to speak, Qin Yu couldn't bear it and sneered, it's already been shortchanged, and Yueyao has long mentioned getting back together with Ning Bei, but Ning Bei didn't agree. Qin Yu, can you stop talking? Lin Yueyao stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Just now, she still had a trace of indebtedness to the latter because her parents had abused Qin Yu, and now because Qin Yu's demolition made her feel disgusted. How could she have abandoned Ning Bei for such a person in the first place? It's so stupid. What? Hearing this, Bai Yuqin looked dumbfounded. Is what he said true? Yueyao, Ning Bei doesn't agree to get back together with you? When it came down to it, Lin Yueyao knew that she couldn't hide it anymore. Only honesty. And after learning the truth, Lin Donglai couple can be described as a bolt from the blue. How can Ning Bei be like this? He clearly said before that he would not marry you. How can he change his heart? I would like to see. What kind of vixen is it that actually dares to steal my daughter's man? The couple came on fire. He had to let Lin Yueyao lead the way into the inn and find Ning Bei face to face to make things clear. The other side. Ning Bei walked out with Qin Joujio and introduced her parents. Father, mother, this is your future daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Qin Joujio immediately blushed. But she didn't shyly deny it. Instead, she rushed at the couple in a regular manner. Uncle Ning, Aunt Lu, how are you? Agu, well. Why is this girl so beautiful? It's like she walked out of a painting. Sizing up the daughter-in-law in front of her, Lu Yujuan became more and more fond of her, and tugged at Ning Songhua, and she's very gentle at first glance, definitely much better than Lin Yueyao is to our son. Ha ha. Ning Songhua laughed undeniably. In Qin Jojo's body, completely unable to see the kind of Lin Yueyao on the shadow of the high and mighty, but instead with Ning Bei when standing together. It looks like a man and a woman were made for each other. Great. Ning Songhua patted Ning Bei's shoulder and sighed with emotion. It's a relief to your mother and I that you found such a good girl. Before we came here, we were afraid that you'd be unable to separate yourself from Lin Yueyao. Don't mention that family. Lu Yujuan blankly glanced at Ning Songhua, and then instructed Ning Bei, Bayer, Jojo is a good girl, you must treat people well, okay? In the past, she didn't like Lin Yueyao much, perhaps because Lin Yueyao always looked superior in front of Ning Bei. What mother could be happy to see that? But can't help but son like, she and Ning from Hua did not say anything, and even condescending to the Ning family to support the Lin family's industry, just to help her son get recognition. But now, at the first sight of Qin Zhuozhou, she liked this daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. Instead, he was worried that his son had failed Qin Zhuozhou. "Don't worry, mother," Ning Bei answered with a smile. Due to the deep memories that made him feel close to his parents, coupled with the memories of his previous life, he was also willing to honor his two elders. The family talks and laughs. Wang Tong walked into the room. "Senior brother Ning, Lin Yueyao's family had to clamor to come in and look for you, and the elders are asking if you're going to see or not see them? Fight it out," Ning Bei said without hesitation. "Wait for North." At this time, Ning Songhua voiced out, "If we don't see them this time, they will continue to pester us in the future. I think it's better to take advantage of this to talk things out, so that they won't have to pester us again in the future. What do you think?" "It's okay." Ning Bei thought about it and didn't object. Chapter 54, the female main character's family pleads for compound. Beat up the son of luck on the street. Not much longer. Lin Yueyao's family appeared at the door. When they saw Qin Zhuozhou, who was seated next to Ning Bei, all of a sudden, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin both had a hard time in their hearts. None of them had expected that Ning Bei's newly found object was actually so beautiful. Not at all inferior to their daughter. Now that's a lot of pressure on the daughter. "In-laws, tell me what this is about." The next moment, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin squeezed out smiles and came in. After all, they were here to repair their relationship, so they definitely couldn't have a black face. Qin Yu wanted to follow along and go in, but unexpectedly Wang Tong threw a slap at him. "What are you doing? Is there anything for you here?" "You." Qin Yu was instantly struck dumb. He gazed at Lin Yueyao, hoping that the other party would say something for him. But unfortunately, at the moment, Lin Yueyao was only focused on looking at Ning Bei, and didn't even glance back at him. Snap! Just as Qin Yu was having a hard time, Zhao Ming also threw over a slap. "Talking to you? Are you dumb?" Qin Yu's entire body shivered cold. Now, he didn't even have the qualifications to resist, and could only grit his teeth and turn away. Walk faster." In the next moment, Wang Tong kicked Qin Yu's ass. Qin Yu clenched his fist and secretly swore, "Sooner or later, the group will regret it." Inside the room, in the face of the once domineering in-laws, who are now in a lowly posture, Ning Songhua and his wife only feel that they have raised their eyebrows. In the past, because of their son's fondness for Lin Yueyao, they hadn't suffered much from the Lin family's anger. But now, Ning Songhua and his wife didn't say a word, directly treating Lin Donglai and his wife's enthusiasm as nothing. Helplessly, Bai Yuqin had to take the lead and speak. "In-laws, marriage is a big deal." "Wait." Lu Yujuan interrupted. "Bai Yuqin, you don't want to be in-laws. My son's engagement with your daughter has already been cancelled, and you will make my daughter-in-law Zhuozhou unhappy if you say that." "Auntie Lao," Lin Yueyao hurriedly called out. Hearing Lu Yujuan call Qin Zhuozhou her daughter-in-law made her heart so hard that she couldn't help but throw a resigned look at Ning Bei. But saw Ning Bei as touching Qin Zhuozhou's jade hand to play. At this moment, Lin Yueyao's heart was incomparably lost. "A sister-in-law, you can't say that," Lin Donglai said smilingly. "It's normal for children to be at odds, but we as parents can't disregard our friendship just because our children are at odds." "It's not that we disregarded the friendship," Ning Songhua interrupted. "It was your daughter who took the initiative to mention her withdrawal. It wasn't our fault." "Yes, this is Yu Yao's ignorance," Bai Yuqin said anxiously, "but it can't all be our fault, right? Look at your family's Ning Bei. He's moved on, we're still present, he's taking other women's hands and groping them. Has he ever considered our family Yueyao's feelings? Ning Bei, can you stop touching her?" Lin Yueyao looked towards Ning Bei, aggrieved and praying. Once upon a time, the man who was all about her was now touching another woman's hand in front of her and her parents. The blow was too great. "It's none of your business if I touch my daughter-in-law's hand?" Ning Bei retorted. "My daughter-in-law didn't even say anything." Qin Zhuozhou nodded slightly in agreement. At the moment, she was both shy and happy. Was a very strange feeling. "Bai Yuqin, don't you dare put a label on my son." The next moment, Lu Yujuan also dissatisfied. "Your daughter has withdrawn from marriage, my son still cannot find a favorite person? And don't think we don't know, it's your daughter because of a talent called Qin Yu and my son withdrew from the marriage, really said to move away from love. That's also your daughter who doesn't abide by the ways of women." Bai Yuqin almost wanted to curse back. Who's a misogynist? Fortunately, she hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming over, and forced a smile. "In-laws, don't speak so harshly, in fact, nothing has happened between Yueyao and that punk, she's still a virgin now. Right Yueyao, tell Ning Bei." Bai Yuqin pushed her daughter's shoulder. "Well." Lin Yueyao raised her eyes to Ning Bei and bit her small mouth. "I have nothing with Qin Yu. I don't like him at all." "Ha ha." Ning Bei laughed outright at that. "Even if you let the professionally trained people, I'm afraid that the clam port live ah." Seeing this, Lin Donglai opened his mouth and said, "Xiaobei don't believe me, Yueyao really doesn't like Qin Yu, and uncle and auntie promise you that in the future, Yueyao will never have any dealings with Qin Yu, and we will only recognize you as a son-in-law, okay? Yueyao, hurry up and promise Ning Bei that you'll never ignore that trash again in the future." Bai Yuqin took the opportunity to look at her daughter and urged, I promise. Lin Yueyao had just opened her cherry mouth when Ning Bei interjected, stop, I see that you guys don't know your own daughter at all. In her heart, that's treating Qinyu as if he's a white moonlight, do you think people can't like it? Ning Bei sneered and looked at Lin Yueyao, and you need to be braver, anyway, the whole academy knows that you like Qinyu, why don't you dare to tell your parents? Ning Bei, I don't have. Greeting Ning Bei's cold gaze, Lin Yueyao shook her head repeatedly and couldn't stop the tears from pouring out, I really don't like him. I really don't like him. In-laws you see. Seeing this, Bai Yuqin hurriedly applied pressure, you see how much my Yueyao cares about Ning Bei? How could she like that loser? Lin Donglai agreed, right, the children are just angry and conflicted, we as parents have to control the situation now the children are older, I think we should choose a good day earlier, before it is too late to do their marriage. Are you guys incapable of understanding human language? Ning Bei frowned his sword brows and said in a cold voice, agreeing for you guys to come in is to let you guys completely die, and you still want to have a ing wedding? You let Lin Yueyao go and do it with Qinyu, I'll give her a share of the money when the time comes, and I'll give you guys a big one when you have a baby. Lin Yueyao? Ning Bei, how do you talk? At this moment, Bai Yuqin finally couldn't help herself, my family's Yueyao is so good, who are you to say such things? Even if Yueyao had done something wrong in the past, now that she has apologized, what else do you want? In the past, you said that you would not marry her. What do you mean now? You don't want to be responsible anymore, do you? Humph. Ning Songhua clapped his hands and said angrily, if apologizing is useful, what do you need the law for? Do you think our Ning family has to revolve around you? Lu Yujuan also stood up and said, today we will put our words here, I only recognize Jiao as a daughter-in-law, your daughter is not worthy of our son, do not come back to pester us in the future. You guys? Lin Donglai's old face darkened and he just wanted to retort. In the next moment, several elders suddenly rushed in from outside the door, if you guys are going to argue, then we'll have no choice but to kick you out. Bai Yuqin said angrily, on what grounds? On what grounds? They are also arguing. On what grounds do they just say they're kicking us out? Mother, stop it. I'm about to say that they are simply too deceitful. Not waiting for Bai Yuqin to spill up. Several elders went straight to work and dragged Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin, the couple, away by force. Outside the inn, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin were thrown out. Both of them were furious, but they didn't dare to break into the inn. In the end, they could only direct their anger at their daughter, look at what you've done. To actually leave Ning Bei, who has been so good to you, for the sake of a loser. How polite the Ning family was to us in the past, look at their faces now, all because you want to withdraw from Ning Bei. How did our Lin family have such a stupid daughter like you? Lin Yueyao was scolded for dropping her little pearls. In the face of her parents' reprimand, she could not retort, because now when she thought of her behavior at the beginning, she herself wanted to give herself a few slaps. Why are you so stupid? Where's Qinyu? Where is Qinyu? In the next moment, the Lin Donglai couple looked around and called out, Auntie and Uncle, I'm here. Hearing the call, Qinyu ran over with gusto. He had expected that with Ning Bei's character, he would definitely make Lin Yueyao's parents furious. In this way, there is a chance for him to perform. Although he was inferior to Ning Bei in terms of strength, in terms of character, he was certain that he could surpass Ning Bei's position in the hearts of Lin Yueyao's parents. Uncles and aunts, don't be angry. Yet, Qinyu laughingly consoled, but before he could finish his words, a slap flew into his face. Snap! Mudhorse a little bastard, all because you destroy my daughter's happiness. Give me to beat him to death. Carry his head to apologize to Ning Bei, maybe there's still room for redemption. Qinyu? Chapter 55, Fiancé's parents take a stand, even dogs have to let Ning Bei lead them. Don't fight it. Soon, Qinyu screamed miserably. Originally he still wanted to keep his demeanor, but the couple held a belly full of fire, laying down their hands, although not fatal, but really can waste people. In the end, Qinyu couldn't carry on and could only woefully turn to the young girl for help. Yueyao save me. Don't let them fight anymore. Father, mother, stop it. Lin Yueyao rushed forward to block it. Although she also knew that Qinyu had an unshirkable responsibility for falling out with Ning Bei, she couldn't just stand by and watch her parents maim each other, could she? It would make her hold her head up even more. You get out of the way. But unexpectedly, just as Lin Yueyao rushed up, she was thrown out by her mother. And you have the nerve to defend him? It's not him. Would you have withdrawn from the marriage with Ning Bei? If it wasn't him, would we need to stoop so low to the Ning family? Bai Yuqin said with hatred. Lin Yueyao had no words to retort. She knew that her mother was right, if it wasn't for Qinyu, she wouldn't have withdrawn from her marriage with Ning Bei, and if she hadn't withdrawn, her parents wouldn't have suffered from the Ning family's blank stares today. Even in the end, he was expelled from the inn in disgrace. Every time she tried to rush forward to stop it, she was pushed away and reprimanded by her mother, and eventually she could only stand still and do nothing. Stop fighting. Please stop. For his daughter's pleas, Lin Donglai ignored them, and even scolded while beating. Let you little bastard harm my daughter. I have to beat you to death today. Even so, Lin Donglai did not feel relieved. In his opinion, it was completely Chinyu who ruined his daughter's happiness, especially when the more wasteful Chinyu became, the more unwilling he became in his heart. It was all because of Chinyu that their family had suffered this ordeal. Bang! At this time, really cannot stand scolding Chinyu, hot-headed pick up the ground bricks, violently towards the back of the past. Ouch! Lin Donglai was caught off guard and was directly hit in the head by the brick, letting out a pained yelp. As he stepped back, he subconsciously covered his head with his hand, and all of a sudden, he only felt a hot stream gushing down, blurring his vision. Aya, why is it bleeding? Bai Yuqin lost her color when she saw this and hurriedly rushed forward. You little bastard, your hands are so black? Dad? Lin Yueyao was also stunned. Especially after seeing the blood on her father's head, her brain buzzed and she angrily chided at Chinyu. What are you doing? How could you lay your hands on my father? At this moment, Chinyu was also at a loss for words. It really hurt too much just now, so he picked up a brick to defend himself when his head was hot, not realizing that he would open his head to Lin Yueyao's father. This is bad. Father, how are you? Lin Yueyao couldn't care too much and hurriedly went forward to inquire. At this time, Wang Tong and the others also watched the fun. King is awesome. Lin Yueyao even backed out of her marriage with senior brother Ning for him, and he actually cracked someone's father's head open. I can't help it, it's the man my daughter chose. Hearing the laughter around her, Lin Yueyao instantly reddened her eyes and angrily looked at Chinyu questioning. I've become like this because of you. Why are you still doing this to my family? Why? You tell me why. It's not Yueyao. I was in too much pain just now. Chinyu was unable to defend himself and could only make a pale explanation. At this moment, he was already as if his heart was dead. Totally didn't expect things to become so serious. If he were to choose again, he would rather keep getting beat up himself than ever pick up that brick again. Boom! At this time, Lin Donglai's body erupted with a powerful force, and his eyes showed a cold light. I originally wanted to spare your life. It seems that you don't deserve to live at all. Uncle Lin, let me explain. Chinyu instantly panicked. Stop. Fortunately, at the moment of crisis, a voice suddenly came out. I'll see who dares to touch my son. Mother? Seeing that familiar figure, Chinyu almost cried out. It's great that mother wasn't killed by her wild father. The visitor was not only Yuan, but also a fellow man, whose appearance was tall and imposing, and whose two thick arms were covered with strange runes. Although he couldn't feel his cultivation aura, just a pair of gleaming eyes revealed an unrivaled oppression. It's alright. Yuan came to Chinyu's side and looked at Lin Yueyao's family and blamed. Outrageous, how dare you kill my son, Ungong, quickly help me kill them. Good. The lanky man just nodded. At this moment, Lin Yueyao, who realized that the other party's strength far exceeded her father's, was busy looking towards Chinyu. Chinyu, say something. Chinyu naturally understood what Lin Yueyao meant. To be honest, he was still furious in his heart and wanted to kill Lin Dong to take revenge. But he also knew very well that once he really killed Lin Donglai and his couple, then he and Lin Yueyao would be completely out of the question. On the face value, Lin Yueyao is considered to be a beautiful color. He said that he does not like is that is a lie. Especially in the old days, when he had come so close to getting the maiden, this vague sense of accomplishment before his eyes made him now give up completely. The truth is not very realistic. So in the end, Chinyu still had a soft heart. Mother, I had some misunderstandings with Uncle Lin. It's not as serious as you think. Please don't misunderstand this senior. The burly man twisted his head to look at Yuan, inquiring about the meaning. And looking at the bruises on her son's body, Yuan naturally refused to give up. Nay, she couldn't stand Chinyu's pleas. So it was that the three finally chose to leave first. And there's business to be done. Phew. The family was relieved when the man collected his hostility and left. Who is that person? The oppression is so powerful? Lin Donglai said with a palpitating heart. Bai Yuqin similarly frowned. That damned punk. How did his mother know such a powerful figure? Father, mother. At this time, Lin Yueyao spoke out. You guys shouldn't be like this to Chinyu in the future. You all beat him up like that. He even asked his mother to be lenient with us for once. It's enough to see that he's not as bad as you guys make him out to be. At this moment, a few more points of gratitude rose from her towards Chinyu. And you're lecturing us? Bai Yuqin said unhappily, isn't this all because of him? Just beating him is considered cheap. Exactly. Lin Donglai chimed in, without that little bastard, would you and Ning Bei have gotten into such a mess? Now because of a little favor, you're defending him again? I'm not defending him. Lin Yueyao was filled with helplessness and explained, I just think it's useless for you guys to beat him. Even beating him to death won't solve the problem. The root of the problem is, Ning Bei likes other women now, he doesn't like me anymore. How can it be so easy to change when you really like someone? Bai Yuqin didn't approve. After all, she was still very confident in her daughter's advantage of appearance, and she also knew how much Ning Bei used to like her daughter. So in her opinion, Ning Bei was just angry. After all, if any man, his fiancé is not clear with other men, not angry that would be a ghost. Not to mention a wonderful man. Yueyao, do you know why we beat that punk? For being angry. Silly daughter. Bai Yuqin poked Lin Yueyao's forehead and lowered her voice. Getting angry is only secondary. We're doing this all for you. For me? Lin Yueyao batted her long eyelashes. Looking at her daughter's bewildered look, Bai Yuqin explained, of course, we did it on purpose to show Ning Bei, to let Ning Bei know that we will never accept Qinyu and are on the same side as him, so that he will forgive you for your faults. And just now, you shouldn't have stopped us, you should have done it with us. What? Lin Yueyao looked skeptical. She didn't expect her parents to say that, and that she should beat Qinyu together. What do you mean by that expression? Bai Yuqin was not happy and straightened up. We as parents want you to make up with Ning Bei so much, and you're still not willing? Mother, it's not that I don't want to. So you just can't be bothered to do it? I don't have. Not waiting for Lin Yueyao to deny it, Lin Donlai jumped ahead and said, still can't give up? Look at that so-called friend of yours, blowing your old niece's head off. Dad. Lin Yueyao's speech froze. When she thought of the situation just now, she was also very angry in her heart. Qinyu completely disregarded her daughter's identity and actually hit his old man. If he were Ning Bei, he would never be able to do such a thing. Anyway, I'll put my words here. Looking at her obsessive daughter, Bai Yuqin's tone was undeniable. In the future, even if you're a dog, then only Ning Bei can hold you, no one else should even think about it. Chapter 56, the protagonist sells his mother for glory, the villain's heart is full of love. Lin Yueyao immediately reddened her face and shamefully said, Mother, what kind of words are you saying? I am your daughter. How can you talk about me like that? Talking about you doesn't make you happy? Bai Yuqin wrapped her hands around her body and said unhappily, Ning Bei used to like you so much, you were able to lose him because of a loser, in the future you won't bring him back to your side. You don't call me mother in the future either. I'm a father, and you can stop shouting. Lin Donlai added, knowing that the entire Lin family is counting on the Ning family, you still dare to withdraw your marriage with Ning Bei. You are an unfilial daughter. Lin Yueyao was cursed speechless. Before the couple left, they were also still instructing her to recover Ning Bei, and it was an instruction that could not be failed. Tears flowed down Lin Yueyao's face. She had never felt this bad before when she was ridiculed by the entire academy, but now, even her parents didn't treat her well. She only felt that the entire world had changed for the worse after leaving Ning Bei. Only now did she realize that Ning Bei was that important to her. The other side. Righteous father, please accept my child's bow. Qinyu excitedly curtsied. Ha, good. The lanky man laughed cheerfully and pulled out a gongfu and handed it to Qinyu. This is the Golden Gang Sutra, consider it as a meet and greet gift from my father to you. The charming Yuan immediately smiled with her eyebrows. Why don't you hurry up and thank your righteous father? This Golden Dipper Sutra is his strongest card. It is by relying on the Golden Dipper Sutra that your righteous father can have the reputation of being the #1 fleshly body in Great You. Haha, a mere vanity, not enough to worry about. The burly man named Kayan said smugly, don't look at the Golden Dipper scripture as just an earth rank technique, but after combining it with the heart technique for cultivation, you're on your way to a path that is invincible at the same rank, fighting the enemy over the rank, and having an undefeated fleshly body. Thank you, righteous father, my child is truly flattered. Qinyu exulted, as the only king with a different surname in the Dayu dynasty, righteous father, my child understands the power of this technique, and it is an honor to worship you as my righteous father. Your speech is also deep in my heart. In his delight, Kan rubbed his hand directly on Yuan's ass. Qinyu? Ahem. Yuan's delicate body trembled, and she busily passed a glance towards him. After reacting, Kan drew back his hand while feigning nothing, and said, however, this Golden Dipper scripture is of great significance to my father, so you must remember to cultivate it only by yourself, and don't let anyone know about it, so that no one will take advantage of this gongfu and push out methods against our father and son, and so our father and son's advantage will be gone. Don't worry, righteous father. Looking at his mother's behavior, Qinyu had mixed feelings, but did not say much, just sighed, but the child's meridians are broken, I'm afraid. That you don't have to worry about. Saying that, Kan handed out a bottle of elixir. Taking this elixir will repair some of your meridians, and, in fact, the Golden Dipper scripture doesn't just make you more resistant to beatings, it also has the effect of repairing and strengthening your meridians as you cultivate. Is that true, righteous father? Of course, it contains repairing the meridians. No, I mean it resists punching? Qinyu shook his head and interrupted. Although repairing his meridians was important, right now, he felt that being able to carry a beating was the key. I don't know if it was just him, but it always felt like anyone wanted to hit him. He suspected that he looked like he owed it to himself. Of course it's also true, Kaden said strangely, otherwise, where do you think my father got this reputation as the #1 flesh body? Also, thank you so much righteous father. Qinyu suddenly realized and said in surprise, then righteous father, you and my mother will play first. Oh no, you guys chat first, I won't bother much. Yeah. Kaden nodded repeatedly, a flash of excitement in his eyes. This son can be raised. Looking at Qinyu's disappearing back, Kayan quickly revealed his true colors as he wrapped his arms around Yuan's charming and delicate body. Little, it's just the two of us now. Bugger, don't you yell like that. Yuan blushed. And Xinyu, who was blissfully unaware of the situation, after leaving, he smothered the elixir in one gulp, and when he felt the repair of his meridians, he was even more excited. To gain such a chance by calling out to your righteous father, it's really blood money. Xinyu could hardly hide his smile. Now, he was already convinced that the Golden Dipper scripture had the effect of repairing his meridians. In the future, not only will he be able to step into cultivation again, he will also be able to take advantage of the Golden Gang Sutra to go to the top. More importantly, he had a layer of awesome background. The righteous son of a king of a different name. For righteous father to be the king of a different surname is enough to see strength. Xinyu admires from the bottom of his heart. Even mother praised righteous father for being very capable. I've turned over a new leaf. Ning Bei, you didn't think I'd be able to roll over, did you? In the next moment, a flash of mischief flashed across Xinyu's eyes. If I said I would make your life worse than death, I will definitely make your life worse than death. I swear, I will take all of you in the future. The other side. After Ning Bei sent his parents away and promised to take time to bring Qin Zhou home to stay for a while, he went back to his room and started tinkering with the reverse value. In the last few days, the retrograde value has increased quite a bit more. He first redeemed a piece of toast bread and cultivated the divine yang technique until it was perfected, and anyway, now he had Zhou by his side. No fear of going off the deep end. I'm afraid of not getting into the devil. Then, he used the remaining reverse value to exchange 2 experience fruits, originally intending to give one to Zhou, so that the 2 can be elevated together. However, when he walked to the door, he suddenly heard the sound of a cultivation breakthrough from within Qin Zhou's room, the middle stage of Yuaning. At that time, the people of Ning Bei were dumbfounded. It was clear that the later the cultivation level got, the harder it was to raise it, but why was the young girl getting faster and faster? Sometimes he had to wonder about being used as a furnace. This, divine young skill, at first listened to. It's just not right. So considering that he couldn't lose to his daughter-in-law, plus there was no reason to explain where the fruit of experience came from, he ended up eating 2 of them in one sitting. His cultivation had thus reached the middle stage of Yuaning, preserving the family emperor position. When the reverse value was just about used up, Ning Bei received another prompt from the system. Detected Qin Yu triggering asylum, selling his mother for honor. At the system's prompt, Ning Bei called out to Wang Tang and a few other beloved disciples, explaining that they would go and do something. Not much longer. Wang Tang and the others came back successfully and brought back one thing. The Golden Dipper Sutra? Ning Bei surveyed the feats, the corner of his mouth curved up. He didn't find out, did he? Wang Tang laughed. Don't worry, senior brother Ning, I was smothered by a stick at that time. That said, senior brother Ning, this technique is only earth rank. It's not worth cultivating for you, right? Cultivate it? I have no intention of cultivating it. Ning Bei tossed the gongfu to a few people and instructed, come on, a few of you work hard and start copying it. Copy? Wang Tang and the others looked at each other, all confused. Senior brother Ning, how much to copy? Ning Bei thought about it and simply said a number. Let's copy 1,000 copies first. 1,000 copies? Although Wang Tang and the others were puzzled, they began to copy. Not much longer. 1,000 copies of the Golden Dipper scripture were placed in the room. Senior brother Ning, we've finished copying. Wang Tang and the others moved their wrists and curiously said, then what are we going to do? Scatter. Scattered? Right. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth hooked up in an arc, looking through the window at the shoulder-to-shoulder figures on the street. Sometimes, great love calls for visibility. I want everyone to be able to cultivate the Golden Dipper scripture. Chapter 57, Fiancé crying for reunion? The villain and his sister show their love in front of each other. Yes, we understand. Wang Tang and the others instantly understood, and after collecting the Golden Gang Sutra with their nascent rings, they quietly went to the streets to spread great love. The son of Qi who sells his mother for honor. Interesting. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The next moment he walked out of the room as if he were in springtime, waiting for the storm to come. At this point, Qin Zhou also happened to walk out of the room and bumped into Ning Bei asking, I was just practicing inside, did you come to find me? Ning Bei nodded with a smile, surveying the showy young girl. A breakthrough? Aha! Qin Zhou admitted frankly. With a delicate and fair pretty face, she flashed a gentle and sweet smile at Ning Bei. Was it because you didn't expect me to break through so quickly and got scared? This breakthrough speed is really weird. Ning Bei undeniable, also took the opportunity to say, indeed frightened, I even suspect. Zhou, are you taking me as a furnace to use? Hearth. Qin Zhou instantly reddened her face. Aya, why are you so bad? Deliberately bullying me, isn't it? Qin Zhou bit her small mouth and pouted shyly. You're using me as a stove, who's bullying who anyway? I didn't. Greeting Ning Bei's meaningful smile, Qin Zhou's face blushed even more. I just suddenly had the state to break the bottleneck in advance. You're just bullying me. Ha ha. Looking at the blushing young girl who had been teased, Ning Bei smiled unkindly. He wrapped his arms around Shin Jojo's waist, one of his fingers touched the other's rosy pink cheeks, and laughed even louder when a rolling sensation came from his fingertips. Badass. Shin Jojo's heart was pounding. She is also not a little cute. Since she could see Ning Bei's meaning, she raised her cherry mouth when she blamed him. Ahem. Just then, a deliberate cough came from the side, Lin Yueyao. Seeing this, Shin Jojo hurriedly withdrew from Ning Bei's arms, not because she was vain, but because she didn't want to be bumped into for shame. Muah. But Ning Bei acted as if he didn't see Lin Yueyao, and still pecked Shin Jojo on the mouth. I'll wait for you in my room. Out of shame, Shin Jojo's mind went blank and she could only flee with a red face. On the contrary, Lin Yueyao's entire body was struck by lightning. She didn't expect that Ning Bei and Shin Jojo had developed to the level of kissing. It's too fast, isn't it? She's been with Ning Bei for so many years. Hadn't even kissed once yet. Ning Bei, what were you doing just now? Lin Yueyao walked over with mixed feelings. She wants an explanation. Even if it was just a false lie. That would make her feel better inside. But alas, Ning Bei wasn't at all accustomed to it. You're blind, aren't you? Lin Yueyao's heart suddenly ached. Once upon a time, this man whose heart was full of her is now kissing another woman in front of her, without even a word of defense. Such a strong discrepancy made her redden instantly. How could you kiss her? How could you kiss her? Nerve, she's my daughter-in-law. Ning Bei raised his eyebrows. With that, he tried to turn around and walk into the room, not bothering to waste a second with the other man. Ning Bei. Lin Yueyao suddenly rushed up and grabbed him, saying in a resigned manner, let's make up? I can let go of the matter of you kissing her. My parents also want us to get back together earlier, and today they even beat up Chinyu. As long as you promise to get back together with me, I can forget about it. Get loose. You. Facing Ning Bei's indifferent attitude, Lin Yueyao was even more aggrieved. What exactly do you want me to do before you're willing to forgive me for my previous immaturity? Ha! At this moment, Ning Bei truly laughed in anger. Looking at the wide-eyed wolf in front of him who was still aggrieved sometimes, he himself doubted, Lin Yueyao, I say you are not having a problem with your head At the beginning you for Chinyu and my withdrawal, I did not say a word of no, and now Chinyu meridian broken, you do not go to care about him, but instead to find me back together? Isn't Chinyu your white moonlight? Why, has your white moonlight changed again? Lin Yueyao was too disliked to speak. She only felt that her agitated nose was slightly sour, and she rather felt like crying. Ning Bei, I can promise that I will never say a word to Chinyu again, okay? With that, she was about to rush up and hug Ning Bei. Over the years, the two had never been intimate in any way, but now she was willing to take the initiative. Not waiting for her to hold this man, it was Ning Bei flung away a few meters away. You chose well white moonlight, now regret saying to get back together. I tell you never, I said. As the words fell, Ning Bei walked straight into the room and locked the door. Ning Bei. Lin Yueyao couldn't care about the pain and rushed up to say something more. Nay, no matter how much she rapped on the door of the room, no one would even bother with her anymore. At this moment, Lin Yueyao felt like she was abandoned by the world. The man who had once treated her like his life never seemed likely to return. The thought made her cry. Woohoo! Inside the room, Shin Jojo listened to the cries outside and looked at the expressionless Ning Bei. Honestly, I should be thanking her. Thanks? Yeah. Shin Jojo walked over and smiled guffawingly. If she hadn't been so stupid to lose you, it doesn't seem like you would have considered me, does it? Ha! Ning Bei shook his head and smiled as he listened. But Shin Jojo said right, change to do Ning Bei's previous character, if not Lin Yueyao death retreat, no matter how good beauty in the side. Once upon a time, Ning Bei wouldn't have given it a second glance. Only now, Ning Bei was nothing but annoyed with Lin Yueyao. If it were not for the fact that this heroine is still expected to keep the Son of Qi in the Wotan Academy, so as not to lose control of the Son of Qi, then Ning Bei's attitude towards Lin Yueyao would only be far more determined than it is now. The other side. After an unknown amount of time, Chinyu woke up. He woke up from the dark alley filled with stinking water, and the first thing he did was to touch the Golden Gang Sutra, but he found that the Golden Dipper Sutra is gone. No! At this moment, Chinyu only felt that the sky had collapsed. This was the bottom card given to him by his righteous father to help him repair his meridians and turn the tables against all odds, but it was snatched away before it was even warmed up. How am I going to explain this to my righteous father? At this moment, Chinyu's heart was filled with despair. And at that time, he also promised his righteous father that he would keep the Golden Dipper scripture, but now the Golden Dipper scripture is lost, and if it is taken to practice, it had even researched and developed a way to specifically deal with the Golden Gang Sutra. Then even if he cultivates the Golden Gang Sutra, there is no hope of turning over, and what makes him even more desperate is, the righteous father may also thus, from being a high and exalted king of a different name, to mediocrity. After all, Kain had originally possessed the reputation of being the #1 fleshly body in Dayu by virtue of the Golden Gang Sutra, and this was completely breaking Ket-An's bottom card off. How should he explain to his righteous father and mother? Shinyu only felt that he had stabbed a big basket in the sky, and shouted up to the sky, "My golden dipper scripture. My golden dipper scripture, where the hell are you? Seeing as you're crying like that, I'll give it to you." A voice came. Xinyu looked up at the other party and realized that it was actually a beggar old man. But when he saw what the beggar old man handed over, the pupils of his blurry eyes suddenly shrunk. Golden dipper scripture? This is actually my golden dipper scripture? Ha ha ha. Didn't lose it. Xinyu suddenly laughed up in the air. Only, he felt a little strange. This paper and font and other details, why like a change of appearance? Could it be that he's in a daze? After turning over the Golden Gang scripture, to check it out and make sure it was true, he only thought that he was confused and fainted, and hurriedly rushed to thank the beggar old man. Thank you. I will definitely repay you in the future. Don't look like you're ugly, young man, but you're quite polite. The beggar old man laughed loudly, then patted Qinyu's shoulder and said, "No need for thanks, I still have one book left anyway." Qinyu, what? Chapter 58, seeing the protagonist's mom about to get pregnant, I can't turn around without losing my mother. To be learned from the beggar old man, the Golden Gang Sutra has long been flooded. At this moment, Qinyu's mood, which had just turned from cloudy to sunny, turned into a raging storm in a flash. Why? Why is it like this? Qinyu roared hysterically. It was obvious that he had fainted for just a moment, and how could such a precious, Golden Gang Sutra, be flooded already? Exactly which snatched the Golden Dipper scripture. What asshole copied so much and spread it? Boy, that's life. Looking at Qinyu's excited appearance, the old man only thought he was happy. This is the blessing of your destiny, you must learn to cherish it. I'm precious to your mom. Qinyu was instantly enraged. He slapped the old man in the face and snatched another Golden Dipper scripture despite the obstruction. How does a waste like you deserve to cultivate the Golden Dipper scripture? You get the hell out of here. You. Looking at Qinyu's arrogant back, the old man wanted to cry without tears. Losing me also praised you for your politeness. You a white-eyed wolf who is beneficent and hates the enemy. You just weren't raised by your own father. In his life, the old man had never seen such a person. Qinyu, on the other hand, was hurrying towards Kaan's mansion. But when he was halfway there, he suddenly thought of something. No. Now the Golden Dipper Sutra is flooded with. It's still lost from my hand. Righteous father definitely can't spare me. Yes, I have to return to the Martial Sky Academy first and seek protection. Thus, Xinyu hurriedly turned around. He knew very well that the flooding of the Golden Dipper Sutra was going to be more serious than losing it. To put it in a small way, just about everyone can cultivate the Golden Dipper scripture. To put it in a big way, that Golden Dipper Sutra has been completely nullified. Even Kaan, who had relied on the Golden Dipper Sutra to become the king of the different surnames, all of a sudden lost his advantage and lost his decades of undercurrents. It's all because of him. Don't say that he and Kaan are just father and son. Even if they were real father and son, they'd have to break up. Asterisk. God, why are you always against me? Xinyu was on the verge of crying with anger. Originally, he had planned to turn over so that he could seek revenge on Ning Bei, but now, he felt that Kaan was going to be more dangerous than Ning Bei. Gonna want to kill him. The moment. The news of the flooding of the Golden Gang Sutra had since reached Kaan's ears. One can imagine how furious Kaan, who was counting on this technique to make a name for himself, should be. Asshole, I took him as my righteous son. And he backstabbed me? Kaan's entire breath shook cold. Even still put my family's heirloom technique, copying so many copies to spread out. This is purely wanting to kill me. Over the years, Kaan hadn't made many enemies, and he was counting on the Golden Gang Sutra to keep him safe. But I didn't expect. Now the heirloom heart and soul is a bus. Anyone can come up and have a little fun. Youngjio, you calm down. Yuan said handily. She did not understand why her son would spread the Golden Dipper Sutra, but she understands that if this matter is not handled well, then she would have to go through the pain of losing her son. So then, in order to be able to beg Kaan to take the heat off, she had to do what she always does. You get up. But at this moment, Kaan had long since lost his leisure, and lifted Yuan as soon as he. Now come with me to that fine son of yours. The inn of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Under Ning Bei's instructions, Wang Tong and the other group of disciples, each holding a copy of the Golden Dipper Sutra, sat right in front of the door and read aloud the cultivation method. Xinyu, who had just returned, was numb at the sight. One book per hand? How fast can you spread the word? When he thought that things had developed to such a state, and that Kaan would soon find his way over to ask for punishment, Xinyu wanted to die. King of, do you have the Golden Dipper Sutra? Wang Tang stopped Xinyu and asked. No. In the face of this obnoxious name, at this moment, Xinyu no longer had the heart to care. He was hell-bent on getting inside the inn. But Zhao Ming and the others stopped him and preached, the Golden Dipper Sutra is so popular now, and you don't even have a copy? If you don't have the Golden Dipper scripture, you don't even deserve to be a disciple of our Martial Heavenly Academy. But that's okay, we can copy one for you. Wang Tong and the others looked enthusiastic. However, this sudden care did not even make Xinyu happy. Right now all he wanted to do was hide in the inn. Where is Xinyu? Just then, a thick voice suddenly came from the distance. Here comes Quinn. Get out of my way, you guys. Shin Yu heard the tiger's body shake, no longer daring to delay, hurriedly forced his way into the inn. Ha! Wang Tang and the others smiled at each other and did not stop them. Before that, Ning Bei had already told them that Shin Yu had obtained the Golden Dipper scripture from Cain, and now the Golden Dipper scripture had spread out. The other party would definitely have to come and find trouble with Shin Yu. Feather, where is Feather? As soon as she arrived, Yuan looked anxious. An elder stepped forward. The two of you have made a hasty visit. I don't know what you want? Call Shin Yu out to me. Cain couldn't hide his anger and gritted his teeth. That elder said nonchalantly, Shin Yu is indeed an odd job disciple of our martial heavenly academy. I wonder what you were looking for him for. No need for you to meddle. Cain said angrily, look clearly at who I am before you speak, or else, I'll make you eat your words. Yuan chimed in from the side, this is the king of a different name from the Dayu dynasty, with the reputation of being the first flesh body of Dayu, Wutian Academy can't afford to mess with. Quickly call my son out. We have something to ask him. Oh, so it's a king of a different surname from the great Yu dynasty. At that moment, Ning Bei suddenly walked out of the inn, and he was holding a book in his hand. But Shin Yu is, after all, a disciple of our academy. I see that you seem to be here to raise an offense. Out of the protection of your fellow disciples, please ask this prince to calm down first. Nah, this Golden Gang Sutra is offered. Consider it as a meeting gift for this prince of a different surname. Looking at the duplicate Golden Dipper scripture that Ning Bei had thrown at him, at this moment, veins flared up on Cain's brain. Asterisk. Cain instantly clammed up and roared, quickly let that give me out, or else I'll. After Cain looked around left and right, suddenly, he grabbed Yuan, who was beside him, and, I'm only going to count to 3, and if that guy doesn't show up, then I'm going to go out in the street and, his mom on the spot. Yuan? Ning Bei's expression was stunned, and he hurriedly looked at Wang Tang and the others who were also dumbfounded. Stop me, don't let Shin Yu come out. Chapter 59, the villain has played the protagonist badly, and another one comes before the other. Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. Holy, play that big? That said, how did Shin Yu mess with this king of a different surname? His own mother is not protected. Yuan was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly begged for mercy at Cain, and she must not be put in public. That way she would never be able to hold her head up again in the future. Thinking of this, Yuan was also busy shouting towards the inn, You quickly come out to explain to your righteous father. You really want to kill mother. And Shin Yu, who was hiding in the inn, was numb. He expected Cain to be furious, but he didn't expect his opponent to start with his mother. He didn't give him any leeway at all. No matter what, he is a son. If he really left his mother out in the open and didn't care about her, he couldn't wash the stigma off his body even if he turned over later. Anyway, there's the academy at. How can you not kill me? Shin Yu decided to go and explain to Cain face to face. But just as he wanted to go out, he was stopped by Wang Tang and the others. Shin Yu, you can't go out now. That foreign king is obviously trying to kill you. You'll be dead if you go out now. In the face of the seemingly caring appearance of the crowd, Shin Yu was not touched at all. He didn't believe the group was that good. Without waiting for him to speak, Wang Tang interjected, I know you must be touched, but if you want to thank us, thank senior brother Ning. He asked us to protect you. Asterisk. Hearing the word Ning Bei, Shin Yu instantly clamported, I still have to thank him? That outside is my mother. Don't think I don't know that you guys are trying to look at the joke. With that, Shin Yu forcefully pushed the crowd away. But just as he reached the door, he was guarded behind Ning Bei again. Why did you come out? It's dangerous here, you should quickly go inside. Shin Yu a whole gas shaking cold. Especially in the next moment, when he caught a glimpse of what Ning Bei had in his hand, he became irritated and said, What are you doing with the AV stone? I'm asking you what are you doing with the AV stone? Oh. Ning Beishin's expression was stunned, then he said in a serious manner, Don't get me wrong, when there's an argument, we often use AV stones to record the pulse of events, it makes sense, right? Asterisk. Shin Yu almost didn't spit out blood in anger. It's treating him like a cutie. Is that it? How could he not guess about Ning Bei's purpose of pulling out the AV stones? It's clearly an attempt to record his mom. 3, 2. At that moment, the sound of Quinn's countdown came from outside. Righteous father, I'm here. Shin Yu couldn't be bothered to dismantle Ning Bei anymore and hurriedly rushed out. The moment she saw her son, Yuan sighed in relief as if she was relieved. What the hell is going on? Why did the Golden Dipper scripture leak out? You asshole. Cain's eyes narrowed slightly, while a terrifying killing intent erupted. Righteous father, let me explain. Shin Yu was in a cold sweat. He hurriedly told Cain all about being knocked unconscious and waking up to meet a copy of the Golden Dipper Sutra. And upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished. The Golden Dipper Sutra leaked from Shin Yu's hands? I didn't expect that he would actually be able to worship the king of a different surname as his righteous father, and that he would also obtain the Golden Dipper Sutra. It shouldn't be a conspiracy, right? Are you saying that Qin Yu worshipped him as his rightful father, but actually did so in order to extract the Golden Dipper scripture, and then devised a bitter trick to make the Golden Dipper scripture public? Hearing the crowd's speculation, Qin Yu a whole skeptical life, ********, you guys do not guess okay. Lousy did not design. Is really robbed. *******, I'm going to have to kill you today. Quinn, on the other hand, was furious. Yuan hurriedly hugged his arm. Gong, Yuer was framed, otherwise why would there be a leakage of the Golden Dipper Sutra alone, but no leakage of the cultivated mind? Do you think so? Right. Qin Yu flashed brightly and hastily chimed in, righteous father, if child really wanted to backstab you, then why didn't child divulge the heart method for practicing the Golden Dipper Sutra along with it? Quentin's expression changed. Don't look at his appearance of being big and thick, but he was actually delicate in his mind, otherwise how could he have become the king of different surnames with a single gongfu? This was enough to see that he was not only powerful, but also resourceful, especially in this dark and turbulent capital city, but all the top powerhouses want to not stand in line is difficult, but he is hard to stray between the forces of all sides, alone. Enough to see the other not only brave, but more intelligent. Seeing a flash of hesitation on Kayan's face, Yuan also lowered her voice and took the opportunity to say, Gong, people have given their bodies to you, and perhaps they will soon be pregnant with your flesh and blood. At a time like this, how could you or backstab you? Kan glanced at Yuan, his eyes subconsciously glancing at her abdomen. For a childless man, his mind rippled when he heard the word flesh and bone. If he really kills Qin Yu, then Yuan is bound to have a grudge against him as well. This was something that Kan did not want to see. However, the matter of the Golden Dipper scripture was of great importance. He had to first determine if Qin Yu had done it on purpose. You said that you were knocked out and snatched the Golden Dipper scripture. Who did it? Righteous father, you believe child? At this moment, Qin Yu almost cried out. He knew that now that Kan was willing to listen to the cause and effect, it meant that much of the anger towards him had been doused. Even if in the future, everyone knows that his mother is Kan's, it was also easier for him to accept than the situation just now. Seeing that Qin Yu was about to escape, Wang Teng quietly rushed at Ning Bei, the king of his too lucky. Is this even enough to make the king of different surnames forgive him once? Take it easy. Ning Bei smiled. In the next moment, upon seeing the figure arriving from afar, the corner of his mouth curled up in an arc. The show has just begun. Shoo. Just as Qin Yu was defending himself to Kan, a group of people came uninvited. The crowd looked up and realized that it was actually Yu Xian and Yu Tong and the others, led by Yu Xian and Yu Tong, the strongest members of the prince's house's faction of forces. It's bustling here. Yu Xian looked meaningfully at Kuan and laughed. I heard that your Golden Dipper Sutra was leaked. What? Are you here to find someone to ask for punishment now? The corner of Kaan's mouth twitched as he sneered. I said who's making such a big scene, Yu Tong? What are you guys doing here? Kaan, you can't kill Qin Yu today. Yu Tong straightened up. The tone was light, but it was unquestionable. Qin Yu? What do you mean by that? Kaan frowned, looking at Qin Yu and then Yu Xian. Could it be that you guys are here to protect him? At this point, only to see that Yu Xian had already walked up to Qin Yu and extended a hand straight out. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He truly did not expect that Yu Xian and the others would come to protect him. Could it be because last time, he betrayed and exposed Su Yunyan's plan, thus being remembered as a favor by Yu Xian and the others? That's why you came to help in a time of crisis? Thinking about this, Qin Yu couldn't help but look provocatively at Ning Bei, secretly smiling in his heart. Ning Bei, you've really done me a big favor. Ha, you didn't think you'd slander my shenanigans, but now you've helped me, did you? And also made the young king remember me by heart? At this moment, Qin Yu really wanted to let out a loud laugh. The happiness came so suddenly that he felt a little unreal. Oh little king. In the next moment, Qin Yu excitedly gripped the hand Yu Xian handed him, but before he could speak, he was shrugged off by Yu Xian, who said in disgust, where's the heart technique? Mind tricks? What mind trick? Qin Yu's smile ended abruptly and was replaced with uncertainty. Yu Xian's eyes chilled as he said in a cold voice, how dare you trick me? Wasn't it you who wrote to tell me that you were going to exchange the heart technique of the Golden Dipper Sutra for me to protect you from Kaan's retaliation and for you to join our prince's house? Now you're asking me what kung fu? You want to die. We came only after receiving your letter. Yu Tong raised an eyebrow and added, wasn't it you who mentioned in your letter that your mother had been defiled by Kaan and you couldn't swallow it? Qin Yu was instantly struck by lightning and was dumbfounded. No, he didn't write that kind of letter. Chapter 60, A Mother's and a Son's Filial Piety. The protagonist's own mother is unprotected. Wow. The crowd's jaws dropped at the words. What, the king of S mother was defiled? I've long felt strange. Look at Qin Yu's mother's behavior in front of the king of different names. Good fellow, King S move is a high chess move. First he lies down and cheats the Golden Dipper scripture, then he uses the heart method to win the attention of the prince's mansion. In this way he will not only get the royal family's shelter, but he will also be able to take revenge on Kaan. Not. Hearing the speculations of the crowd, Qin Yu Ren went numb. What the hell is all this? He didn't even think this deep, much less write a letter to the royal household. Mudbloods. But at this moment, Ken was completely enraged. You really have a good hand of calculations, thanks to the fact that I almost believed you just now. You actually take me as your defection to the royal family? Not righteous father. I'm wronged. Shin Yu instantly wanted to cry. Obviously in the previous second, he was on the verge of winning Ken's forgiveness, but he didn't expect Yu Xian and the others to show up, and instead of helping him, he even pushed things into a more unfavorable situation. Who the hell wrote the letter pretending to be him? Who is so unethical? At this moment, Ning Bei could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. Earlier, from the hints given by the system, he had guessed that with Qin Yu's heavenly Dao shelter, the probability was that Ken would not be able to do anything to the other party. But with such a good opportunity, how could Qin Yu be allowed to retreat in one piece? So then, he pretended that Qin Yu had written a letter to the royal family, turning Qin Yu and Ken completely antagonistic, so that there was no need to worry anymore. Ken became Qin Yu's hope of turning over a new leaf. Great job! Ning Bei walked to Qin Yu's side and said in a proper voice, avenging your mother. Good job, Qin Yu. I'm sure you'll be proud of today's decision in the future. Qin Yu had a skeptical look on his face. Before he could open his mouth to deny it, the others had spoken. King is quite filial to his mother, huh? Who says it isn't? Although we are not the king of, but can understand him, surely he can't wait to kill this pair of dissident kings. After all, it's not a good idea to dishonor your mother. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Kanichi's entire breath shook cold. He is a king with a different surname, how has he ever been slandered? In the next moment, he grabbed Yuan's arm, quickly tell your good son, was it my old son who forced you, or did you come to fall back? Eunuch! You're hurting me, come on! Meeting Ken's gaze that wanted to kill, Yuan was really scared. You're confused affair, mother is voluntary. Mother just wanted to find you a powerful father. Your righteous father never forced mother. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. What the hell? She said she volunteered? Was it voluntary, or defiled? Qin Yu, you say something. If it's really voluntary, then Qin Yu dispersing the Golden Gang Sutra, to deal with the king of a different surname, wouldn't he be beneficent and harm his mother? Greeting the fiery gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Especially after touching the reproachful look cast by his mother, he was as if he was mute, unable to organize his words. What's this called? Regarding the relationship between his mother and Ken, in fact, he had long been aware of it, otherwise how could he have the opportunity to worship Ken as his righteous father? But this kind of thing, he as a son can only pretend that it did not happen. I never thought that in the end, it was blown up in public, or ing blew himself up. At this moment, Qin Yu really wanted to cry. He had no intention of betraying Ken, and he didn't write to the royal family. Why did everything he didn't do come true? What went wrong? He doesn't understand. Ha, you hear me? Ken glared viciously at Qin Yu, and said with a furious hair, that is your mother's own inverted old son, not old son forced her to. If you still don't believe me, then well, I'll let you see now just how active your mother is towards Laozi. With that, Ken was about to pull out the AV stone. Eunuch, you said you would only look at it yourself. Yuan instantly panicked and rushed at Qin Yu without any good humor. You rebellious son, hurry up and say you believe it. Mother? At this moment, Qin Yu was like a bolt from the blue. Just for fun. You two still record video and audio? Righteous father, I believe. Qin Yu's Dao heart was about to collapse. He couldn't care about the shame, and he only had to hurry to be soft. Otherwise, once the audio-visual stone was played out, then he would completely not want to turn over. I'll go. Was it really Qin Yu's mother who took the initiative? What an ungrateful woman, finding her next family so quickly. Tisk, play really flowery. Qin Yu, can I make friends with you? The crowd roared with laughter. Even the elders and powerhouses of the Martial Heavenly Academy didn't come forward at this moment to defend Qin Yu or stop the farce from continuing. One by one, they were all laughing. After all, even for a professionally trained person, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold it in. Congratulations to the host, who has severely thwarted the Taoist heart of the Son of Qi and suppressed the Heavenly Dao shelter. Hearing the system's prompt, Ning Bei smiled back. Who says villains can only be stepping stones? I prefer you, the Son of Qi, to be a stepping stone. At this moment, Qin Yu has been unable to raise his head. There was a moment, he really wanted to drill the ground to go. Give me the heart technique. Yu Xin then disregarded so much and said in a cold voice, otherwise, we will leave now, and you know in your heart whether or not the Martial Heavenly Academy will protect you. Can't give it to him. Ken then pointed at Qin Yu and threatened, if you dare to divulge the heart technique, I will ensure that you mother and son die without a burial place. Qin Yu was instantly caught in a dilemma. He didn't understand, even though the heart technique of the Golden Dipper Sutra was important, there was no need to make the royal household pay so much attention to it as well, right? What's the hidden agenda behind this? Don't worry, give me the heart technique. He doesn't dare to touch you. At this time, Yu Xian added in a low voice, as long as I have the heart method, I can completely control him. Otherwise, even if he doesn't kill you now, he will still see you as an afterthought in the future. You can only stand on our side. We will be able to help you hold him back. Qin Yu's expression changed as he listened. After hesitating for a split second, he still made up his mind. Handed over the heart law to Yu Xian. Ha ha! Yu Tong burst out laughing. Ken, you've lost. Knock! Ken shook like a deflated leather ball. After Yu Xian handed over the obtained heart technique to Yu Tong, he took large strides and walked over to Ken, who was already ashen. As you know, my father has always admired you, the king with a different surname, so don't worry, the heart method we are only keeping it for the time being, we won't cultivate it in the future, let alone leaking it out. The reputation of being the first fleshly body of great you will still be yours. Meh. Quinn couldn't help but smile. Just a few moments of helpless self-deprecation in his laughter. In fact, Yu Fei had pulled him in a long time ago. Everyone knows that there is a dark current between the king and the son of heaven, and Ken doesn't want to get involved in seizing power. He used to rely on the Golden Gang Sutra, and still managed to stay on his own. But now, he also understood that if he refused the prince's house's solicitation again, then in the future, his position would soon be outlawed. Once the heart method is leaked, then the first flesh body of Dayu would only be reduced to a joke. Good. A few moments later, Quinn made up some sort of mind as well. Yu Xian smiled. But the next moment, Ken suddenly pointed at Qin Yu again. I have a condition. Wait. Yu Xian interrupted with a smile and lowered his voice. You are now one of us. Do you want me to renege on the promise I just made to him? Or perhaps, if you tear your face off with the Martial Heavenly Academy right now, my father will definitely feel that you are not stable enough. At that, Quinn grimaced and gritted his teeth. But he also heard and understood, coldly smiled, and said, good, I cannot move him. For the time being, but his mother, you can't control it, right? With that, Ken took Yuan captive. After a while, Laozi will give you a surprise. Ken wrapped his arm around Yuan's waist and smiled meaningfully at Qin Yu. Mother? Qin Yu had a bad feeling and was busy casting a look of help towards Yu Xian. This is his mother. Quinn is sure to take his anger at him, all out on his mother. Meeting Qin Yu's supplicating gaze, Yu Xuanzi was unmoved. I only promised to protect you. Phew. Without waiting for Qin Yu to say anything else, the next moment, Ken picked up Yuan and flew straight away. He was on fire. Chapter 61, the fiancé wants to make up for it, and the protagonist helps promote it. No! Qin Yu knelt on the ground in despair. At this moment, he only felt that his life had turned black and white. Why? Why can't anyone stand by him? Just as Qin Yu was in despair, Ning Bei came to his side. Qin Yu, your mother is gone. Qin Yu was stunned at his words, and in the next moment, irritated, he lunged towards Ning Bei. You still have the ing face to say. Unbridled. Wang Tang and the others instantly rushed up. At the same time, several elders spoke out in reprimand. Qin Yu, do you know your offense? As the chief handyman of the Martial Heaven Academy, he even went and joined forces with the people of the prince's house in private? The elders spoke out angrily. After all, before this, Moonless had specifically explained to them that they must not be related to any forces, so as not to get involved in the strife. But Qin Yu clearly violated a major taboo. Are you all not giving me face? At this moment, Yu Xian indifferently opened his mouth. After all, just now, he personally said that he would protect Qin Yu. Right now so many people gathered around, since he did not want to wipe out his face. Little prince, help me. It was as if Qin Yu had grabbed a straw to save his life. Although the letter was not written by him, but things have come to a head. He had no choice but to walk down one road. But when you think about it, how is this not a blessing in disguise? After all, the Wutian Academy wasn't as deep as the Great Yu Academy, and he would be able to gain more importance by being invited in by Yu Xian. Let's not speak in the dark if we're being explicit. Ning Bei looked towards Yu Xian and calmly said, our Wutian Academy won't get involved in any power struggles, but if you want to drag us down with the help of Qin Yu, then I can only tell you that we're not the kind of people like Ken who can be coerced, and you'll only force us to go to the other side. At those words, Yu Xian immediately had the corners of his mouth twitch hard. He's not a cutie. Not to mention that Ning Bei has made it so clear. If they dare to give an inch, the Martial Heavenly Academy will throw itself to the side of the Son of Heaven. The royal household cannot afford such a change. Thus, Yu Xian could only take what he could get. Let's go. Yes. Yu Tong and the others immediately followed. Anyway, the purpose of this trip has been achieved, relying on the heart method to hold the Ken, for their own use. As for Qin Yu, a waste. Who would really want that? One couldn't really force the Wutian Academy to the opposite side for the sake of a moment's credibility, could one? The young king? Qin Yu was petrified on the spot. Obviously just now said to protect him. Why are you suddenly ignoring him? He's betting it all. Come on people, dismiss Qin Yu's status as the chief handyman and dispose of him according to the precepts. Li Shun gave an order. In the next moment, Wang Tang and several other disciples stepped forward to take down Qin Yu and dragged him down to follow the precepts and start serving him with the rod. Ah, The wailing of Qin Yu resounded within the inn. Let's go in as well. Qin Jiujiu tugged on Ning Bei's sleeve and laughed softly. Good. Ning Bei held her hand with a smile and stepped into the inn. Ning Bei. In the crowd, Lin Yueyao looked at the intimate backs of the two. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. At this moment, she even couldn't help but fantasize that if the person beside Ning Bei was her, then how happy she would be. What is lost, I will take back. Lin Yueyao made up her mind. The heavens are thin on me. After a bout of severe beating, Qin Yu sprawled on the bed in a sorry state. Today not only made a big joke, even the identity of the chief handyman has been revoked. Such a situation. He was not convinced. He chalked up all the losses to just plain bad luck. If God would have been on his side once, he could have grasped the opportunity to turn over, but instead, every time he was about to turn over, there would always be a mysterious force that would get in his way. Even, he suspected that he had been compelled by whom? Eternally unable to turn over compulsion. Ning Bei? One person suddenly popped up in Qin Yu's mind. Perhaps it was due to his inner resentment towards Ning Bei, causing him to resent Ning Bei 1 point more inwardly every time he suffered a loss. But after many poisonous beatings, he has also learned to be smart, toward the light. Right now Ning Bei is too popular, it's better for me to mess with him less before I'm strong enough. It's not too late for a gentleman to turn over a new leaf. Bang bang. Qin Yu, are you there? At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Yueyao? I'm here. Shortly after, Lin Yueyao pushes the door in. She first makes a polite remark. How are you doing, Qin Yu? They were too heavy-handed just now. Yueyao. Qin Yu was so moved that he wanted to cry. I did not expect Lin Yueyao to worry about him. Sure enough, even if he was down and out, there was still a place for him in the other party's heart. This makes the original lost soul Qin Yu suddenly gave birth to a few points of vitality. Don't you worry about Yueyao, the district small pain, Qin Yu can still carry. As the saying goes, the suffering suffered in the young, are for the sweetness of the future to prepare for. No one can break me down. Lin Yueyao stayed speechless for a whole. Especially looking at Qin Yu's confident appearance, she inexplicably has some dislike. Obviously, he was screaming so miserably before. Even the inn next door heard it. Now it's loaded? That's good. But in the end, Lin Yueyao just forced out a smile. After all, she had come to ask for something. Yueyao, will you think I'm useless? At this time, Qin Yu came back with this sentence. After all, today is not the same as being ridiculed before. Today everyone knows that his mother, was occupied by a big, burly man, and almost popped the AV rock. It was a shame he could not wash away for the rest of his life. Qin Yu didn't want to just get Lin Yueyao's care, just because of today's incident. Caused Lin Yueyao to be ridiculed as well, which in turn caused him to be disliked by Lin Yueyao. So he intends to take the initiative to say it, to avoid the embarrassment of being passive in the future. In fact, I really didn't spread the golden dipper scripture, it's someone who slandered me. And my mother and my righteous father, the two of them are in true love, that's why I didn't fight to the death to save my mother just now. Listening to Qin Yu's sophistry, Lin Yueyao had a black line on her head. After all, just now she was at the scene, the whole time witnessed Qin Yu helpless, watched her mother being humiliated and captured by a man. Now she only feels that Qin Yu is so pretentious. At this point in time, he still has to be a stiff upper lip. One thought for this kind of person, she actually abandoned Ning Bei. You shut up. Lin Yueyao really couldn't help herself. Qin Yu was scolded silly. After realizing the impulse, Lin Yueyao's eyes were flustered and cunning. Actually, you don't need to explain so clearly to me. Your mother has her own choice, it's not for you as a son to decide. Qin Yu, I believe you. Really? Qin Yu smiled at his words. Really? Lin Yueyao took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. Actually, I came to find you. Is that there is something I want to ask you for advice? What is it? Qin Yu's eyes lit up and he couldn't hide his surprise as he pursued the question. He felt the young girl come back. The young girl who once didn't dislike him because of his status, who asked him for advice on anything and regarded him as a white moonlight was coming back soon. Is this the end of the road? Qin Yu feels very much like, after all, he suffered so much suffering today. It was also time to hit bottom. Meeting Qin Yu's expectant gaze, Lin Yueyao pursed her lips. As a man, think what behavior of a woman will please you? Hearing this, Qin Yu could no longer hold himself back. What made him even more excited was that Lin Yueyao's words was clearly an attempt to please him. What a heart! Chapter 62, the fiancé confesses to the villain, and the protagonist becomes a clown? What are you laughing at? Seeing Qin Yu smiling from ear to ear, Lin Yueyao was uncertain. In fact, she is also very weak. After all, to go and please a man, this kind of thing she hadn't even thought about before. No, nothing. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth went crazy upwards, but then he pretended to be calm and said, I just didn't hear it clearly, Yueyao, please say it again. Between his words, he looked straight at Lin Yueyao, wanting to deeply memorize the adoration on the other's face. How many years from now, this must be a great memory. Although Lin Yueyao felt strange, she didn't think much about it. I'm asking, how can I please a man? I want you to give me some more suggestions from a man's perspective. I get it. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. When he touched the flash of shyness in Lin Yueyao's eyes, he was already sure that the other party was just too embarrassed to admit that he wanted to please him. After all, it's really shy for a girl. It must be because what happened to him today awakened the sympathy within Lin Yueyao. Then say it, don't just laugh. Lin Yueyao said unhappily. Seeing the smile on Qin Yu's ugly face, she felt unkind. It's still Ning Bei who looks good when he smiles. Ahem. Qin Yu purposely cleared his throat and said, Yueyao, this matter you counted on asking the right person, just like me. Don't use you as an example, just use man. Lin Yueyao interrupted in dissatisfaction. Now she is very resistant to get involved with Qin Yu, if not for her current situation. It was also not good to go to other senior brothers and sisters for advice. She wouldn't risk coming to Qin Yu. In case Ning Bei saw her, she would definitely misunderstand her again. Good. Qin Yu, however, laughed even more. At this moment, he really wanted to say something. Yueyao, you don't have to be shy with me. So from a man's point of view, there are actually a lot of ways to try to make a man happy. The next moment, Qin Yu said in a serious manner, first of all, if a man likes that woman, then she just needs to casually do something, even if it's just pouring a cup of tea. This can also please a man. Men's requirements are very low. How can you be so casual? I don't want such a generalized approach. Lin Yueyao shook her head to interrupt and said seriously, I want him to be able to feel. The kind that can feel my heart for him. Yueyao. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart melted. She's so good to me. While looking at Qin Yu's strange expression, Lin Yueyao frowned even more. In the next moment, Qin Yu continued, if you want the other party to feel the heart, then this must be a targeted measure. How? Like me? Oh no, just like a man. Qin Yu was halfway through his sentence when he changed his words in time. After an injury or cultivation, our body is in a state of fatigue, and at this time if a beloved woman hands over a bowl of, even if it's just a bowl of handmade soup, I think any man would be touched and would even find it more precious than a panacea. A bowl of soup. More precious than a panacea? Right. Greeting Lin Yueyao's skeptical gaze, Qin Yu pretended to be profound and said, Yueyao, you don't understand men at all. In fact, what can really move a man are often very small things. Is that so? Lin Yueyao hung her head slightly, thinking hard. Seeing this, Qin Yu added, of course, but it's actually not that simple if you want to do this well. You go on. Ahem. Qin Yu has become more and more confident, even commanding. It's like, if you want a man to feel your heart, then you can't be nice to him in private, because there is a contrast to have a stronger impact. What do you mean? It's simple. Qin Yu shook his head and laughed, citing an example. Everyone has just finished their cultivation, and the others are also very tired, but it so happens that only that man has the soup you made to drink, while no one else has. Do you think the others will be envious in their hearts when they see this scene? It will be right. Seeing Lin Yueyao taking the bait, Qin Yu continued, in this way, that man will not be drinking soup, but your heart and the envy of others. He will feel like he is the happiest man in this world. You mean, should let others know, right? Yes, the more people know about, the happier he'll be. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth couldn't be suppressed. At this moment, he had already fantasized how jealous and envious gazes would be thrown around him if Lin Yueyao made him soup in public. It was obvious that he couldn't even lift his head, but he was surrounded by such a great beauty. That's a bit of a raised eyebrow. I see. Lin Yueyao was quite agreeable. Only if she expressed her feelings to Ning Bei in public could she make Ning Bei feel valued by her. Makes perfect sense. Qin Yu, thank you for the way you gave. I'll come back to ask for your advice when something comes up. Lin Yueyao turned around and left, unable to wait to make soup. In fact, she had noticed that every time when Ning Bei came out of Qin Zhou's room, it seemed as if she was tired and exhausted from practicing. This is her chance to shine. You're welcome. Qin Yu was overjoyed. Looking at Lin Yueyao's figure going out in a hurry, he was almost moved to tears. Bittersweet, really bittersweet. Ha ha. I didn't expect that I would suffer such a catastrophe today, but instead attracted Yueyao's sympathy. Perhaps this is heaven's best arrangement. Thinking about this, Qin Yu felt that today wasn't that bad. Anyway, those who laughed at him will definitely not be able to laugh later. After all, they couldn't find a beauty as showy as Lin Yueyao. Not much longer. A sparse sound rang out outside. What's the situation? What did Lin Yueyao just shout? I think she told us all to come out. Did something happen? I don't know. Come out first and see what she wants. The crowd walked out of the room in amazement. Scramble. No pigeonholing at this point. Qin Yu was definitely coming out. How else was he going to get in front of the crowd and raise his eyebrows? I just didn't realize that the injuries on his body were so severe that they made him walk with a limp. And at that moment, Ning Bei similarly heard the noise and walked out of the room, just in time to bump into Qin Yu who was passing by. Watch it later. Qin Yu raised his chin and said with a few provocative words. Ning Bei's head tilted, and in the next moment, a cake was sent towards his ass. Ah! Qin Yu immediately screamed out miserably. The whole thing rolled and fell down the stairs, drawing laughter from the crowd. Ouch, why is King rolling down? Ha, you don't lie down on the bed to nurse your wounds. Is it because you don't feel comfortable enough with the 50 big sticks? Don't be ridiculous, he fainted just now with 20 sticks, and there are still 30 sticks left to beat him. Ha! Hearing the mockery of the crowd, Xinyu rose from the ground and responded with disdain. It wasn't until he saw Lin Yueyao's figure that he pretended to be dumb and spoke. Yueyao, what is that in your hand? Could it be the soup you made with your own hands? Lin Yueyao furrowed her willow brows. She did not expect Xinyu will appear, afraid that later burst out she had looked for Xinyu. It's even harder to please Ning Bei. But when she glimpsed Ning Bei on the second floor, she forced herself to hold back the words that came to her mouth, so as not to ruin her carefully prepared image of gentleness. It's my handmade solidifying soup. Wow, it's solid energy soup ah? Xinyu sniffs and deliberately raises his volume, saying, it is said that this kind of soup has to be simmered with very precious materials, and is a great tonic. Lin Yueyao, you called us out to treat us to soup? Just this pot of soup. What do you mean? Facing the questioning of the crowd, Lin Yueyao shook her head, this soup is not for you guys, I want to give it to someone. Let him know my feelings. The crowd stared at each other in disbelief. On the contrary, Xinyu's mouth could hardly suppress the corners of his mouth as he once again raised his volume. Who is it? Which man is so happy that he can let you, Yueyao, personally make soup for him? Ning Bei. Xinyu laughed cheerfully, I knew it was me. Chapter 63, the protagonist treats you as his brother, but you're fishing for his mother? Lin Yueyao's expression was stunned. Especially see Xinyu a face of springtime, she cannot help but self-doubt. Could it be that she wasn't talking about Ning Bei just now? What is Xinyu happy about? And without exception, the crowd all surveyed Xinyu with scrutinizing gazes. Was he alright? Hey! Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Xinyu looked at the young girl as an afterthought and said, Yueyao, who were you talking about just now? At this moment, Lin Yueyao had a black line on her head, but she had no time to pay attention to Xinyu, and looked straight at Ning Bei at the second floor. Ning Bei, he wants to be like this on his own, it has nothing to do with me. You must not misunderstand. This solidifying soup is what I made for you. Ning Bei's face was expressionless as he sniffed. On the contrary, Xinyu was struck by lightning and looked incredulous. Not Yueyao. You said this soup was made for Ning Bei? Didn't you make it for me? Are you worthy? Lin Yueyao instantly became taut. Originally this was how good of an opportunity she had, all shouting out the crowd, and being able to let Ning Bei see her sincerity. But now, the plan was disrupted by Xinyu, and slandered her. That this soup was made for him? At this moment, Lin Yueyao was really angry. If she didn't want Ning Bei to see the angry look, she really wanted to yell at Xinyu. The crowd also reacted. Ha, so Xinyu thought this soup was for him? No wonder you were so arrogant just now, dare you. Fantasizing about being dumped by Lin Yueyao again. I piss yellow, king of you open your mouth and I'll nourish you awake. The crowd roared with laughter, all looking playfully at Xinyu. What a lazy man. Xinyu's face was on fire, unable to accept the result. No Yueyao, you obviously just asked me. What do you need to do to please a man? I did ask. But the person I'm trying to please is Ning Bei, what's it to you? Xinyu was so disliked that he was speechless. Sitting up in a dying dream, the clown is himself? The maiden of his fantasies is back. In the end it was just a dream. Why? The gap in Xinyu's heart was too great and he couldn't help but question Lin Yueyao at him. Nuts! Lin Yueyao scolded nonchalantly. She no longer had a filter on Xinyu. Then, she held the solidifying soup and handed it to Ning Bei, changing her tone to a gentle one. Ning Bei, come down and taste the soup I made for you. Head, don't gross me out, okay? Ning Bei sniffed and sneered, pointing at the already disoriented Xinyu. He spewed who knows how much spit into it, and he's still asking me to drink it? Since he wants it so badly, I think you'd better give it to him. After saying that, Ning Bei turned around and entered the room. Ning Bei, wait. Lin Yueyao was so anxious that she stamped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. All around them, there was jeering. What was Lin Yueyao thinking, having the nerve to send senior brother Ning soup that has King S saliva in it? How with King S crotch-pulling behavior, how poisonous must the soup he spewed into his mouth be for anyone to dare drink it? You two were made for each other. The surrounding jeers that fell on the well caused Lin Yueyao's breath to shake coldly as she looked at Xinyu. This moment, she really wanted to pour soup on Xinyu. She carefully designed to please Ning Bei's bridge, but instead of failing to do as she wished, she also let Ning Bei dislike. Everything was because of Xinyu, who had been killed halfway. What a pest! Yueyao, I thought you made it for me. Xinyu, however, still didn't know what to do and walked up, trying to sow discord. Look at Ning Bei, he doesn't know how to value your good intentions at all. Unlike me, if you're willing to give me the soup, it's more precious to me than an elixir. Here. Without waiting for Xinyu to finish, Lin Yueyao could not bear it, only to see her suddenly raise the hot soup, which was still billowing white smoke, and violently splash it towards Xinyu. Ah! Xinyu let out a pig-killing scream. Yueyao, what are you doing? Xinyu, a whole lot of skepticism. For you to drink. Lin Yueyao, on the other hand, did not have the heart to say, "It's all because of you, king of, why do you always have to come and torment me? Ever since I met you, there hasn't been a single day that I've been happy. Don't you think I'm not unlucky enough?" Shin Yu was scolded silly. Looking at the young girl's back as she left in a huff, he wanted to stop her, but he was blinded by the harsh king of curse. This is the first time Lin Yueyao called him king of. He hates that term of endearment. The king of goes around making a fool of himself, can't he keep a low profile? It seems his mother's captivity today still hasn't brought him to his senses. The surrounding contempt made it even more difficult for Shin Yu to raise his head. Cursed his face read a burst of white, but again, one mouth cannot beat 100 mouths, and finally can only limp stagger away. He doesn't understand. Why doesn't anyone speak for him? Is it wrong not to lay low? Shin Yu, let me help you. At that moment, a figure suddenly assisted him. Shin Yu unexpectedly raised his head and looked at this fellow disciple. You came over to help me. Aren't you afraid that they will scold you even together? Curse it. The disciple shook his head to show that it didn't matter. If you're willing, we'll be good friends in the future. Really? Sure. Will you be my friend? Of course I'm willing. From now on, we are blood brothers. Shin Yu burst into a frown. This gave him a small measure of solace for his lost soul. Sure enough, there are still people who appreciate him. The next moment, that disciple asked seemingly offhandedly, Say Shin Yu, your mother was taken away. Will there be any danger? The danger shouldn't be there, you don't have to worry. A touch of warmth surged through Shin Yu's heart, and inside, he was unspeakably touched. That's good. That disciple pretended to be relieved, and then lamented, but I don't think the king of a different surname is a good person. We still have to find a chance to rescue your mother and put her out of her misery. Shin Yu didn't say anything and just nodded. In the next moment, that disciple suddenly said, I'll look at it this way Shin Yu, you find a chance to bring your mother here, and just leave the rest to me. Give it to you? Right. That disciple patted his chest and assured in a low voice, I'm sure I'll be able to raise her great, just don't worry and leave it to me. Shin Yu? The more he thought about his good brother's words, the more wrong he became. What do you want? Your mom. Ahem. That disciple changed his words in time. I think that since I am a brother, I will turn a blind eye to your mother. I am doing this for her own good, so don't think too much. Shin Yu reacted. In the next moment, he pushed the other party away and said in irritation, I damn well treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with my mother? No, you keep your voice down. The disciple said nervously, whoever sleeps is the same anyway, we are good brothers. You help me. Shin Yu was so angry that he cursed, get out, get the hell out of here. How do you talk like that? Are you rolling or not? If you don't roll I'll fight you. Somebody. Without waiting for Shin Yu to finish his sentence, that disciple suddenly shouted, Shin Yu still has 30 ring baton left, someone come and help me hold him. Shin Yu? Not much longer. Inside the inn once again, Shin Yu's hysterical screams resounded. Inside the room, Ning Bei smiled and swept Shin Jojo's waist, starry eyes flashed with doting color. Now calm down a little bit, no? Chapter 64 Jojo Big Room Possessive, no one wants to dip the villain. Poof. Shin Jojo pouted her little mouth, puzzled, why did you stop me just now and not let me go out to confront her? That woman. I don't even want to get involved with her anymore. Ning Bei shook his head and laughed, saying, what are you even bothering with her for? Won't you let her have a presence? Then I'm going to take the oath of sovereignty, too. Shin Jojo bit her small mouth. Between the words, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of shyness, but more than anything, she was determined. Ning Bei smiled at that. What sovereignty? You are now my person. Shin Jojo reddened her face, but her tone was firm. Of course you're right to use. Also, you're not allowed to stop me next time. Ha ha. Ning Bei smiled cheerfully at his words. Looking at the young girl's shy but irrefutable appearance, a warm current surged through his heart. Such a special beauty, the more you look at it, the more you like it. Picked up a treasure. Shin Jojo was staring shyly, you do not just smile. Hear that? Here. Ning Bei smiled and responded, smoothly sweeping her into his arms and touching her small hand. But there's a sentence I'd like to correct you on. What's the word? Is it that I'm your man, or that you're my man? Shin Jojo blinked her long eyelashes and shyly drew out her jade hand. Isn't it the same? That's different. Ning Bei once again held her small hand and said in a serious manner, we have to have a priority, after all, I am also a man. Shin Jojo straightened her eyes with Ning Bei, and a moment later, she suddenly pulled her jade hand out, then wringed Ning Bei's neck and said with a red face, you are my lord. I am your man. Ha! Ning Bei smiled happily. What more could a man want from such a gentle and sweet, and especial beauty with the background of a transmigrating great emperor? So he grabbed the young girl's hand again and interlocked his fingers. Ning Bei, you seem to like touching hands. Shin Jojo said happily. Touch the other violations. Audit? Inside the competition arena, figures from all sides gradually gathered, and the clamor filled the eardrums. The banquet had to go on as usual, even though the great martial arts had not been consummated, but rather ended early. In previous years, at this time, all the forces would do everything they could to bring the geniuses who had excelled in the great martial arts under their wings. Even pivotal figures such as Prince Yu Wuing and Prince Yu Fei would be there to celebrate. And the martial arts field with its wide grounds became the perfect choice for the banquet. But this year's banquet, again, was a little different from previous years. For example, the king of a different name, Ken, who had always remained neutral, now sat in the royal household. As for Su Yunyang, who was the Qi Tian Academy's priest, instead of being imprisoned for what happened on the Great Martial, he also sat beside Yu Wuing. It could be said that the original jockeying and undercurrents of the forces behind the scenes had now been brought to the surface. Anyway, we all knew who was who a long time ago and there was no need to hide it. Your Majesty, that is Qin Yu. Su Yunyang looked to a direction and gritted his teeth. The figure reflected in his eyes was clearly the shrinking Qin Yu, and at this moment, he couldn't wait to rush up and kill the other party. That day, Qin Yu caused him to lose his reputation, not to mention, now, he colluded with the royal family to pin down Ken, and helped the royal family to forcefully pull Ken. It was important to realize that Ken had remained neutral all these years, and even the royal family had not been able to do anything about it. Qin Yu. Undoubtedly, it is helping the royal family to establish a formidable enemy. This son must not be kept, Yu Wuing said in a chilling voice. He is also full of anger towards Qin Yu, since the other party appeared. The original advantage of the royal family appeared to have become gone. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I've already accounted for the Qi Tian Academy. A flash of killing intent flashed across Su Yunyang's eyes. The other side. What's the situation? Qin Yu always felt strange. He was obviously just a handyman, and he was also dismissed from the title of chief, but since he entered the field, felt a cold sweat on his back. Especially the strong men of the Qi Tian Academy, their gazes toward Qin Yu. You can't hide your eyes when you want to knife someone. At this point, Ning Bei looked around and twisted his head to look at Moonshine. Master, this atmosphere is a bit depressing. How long can we remain neutral? Take a step and see what happens. Moonless just smiled. As a priest of an academy, he naturally had more news, and he had a feeling that soon the power struggle would enter white heat. In the next moment, Moonless turned his head to look at Ning Bei. Brat, both the Dayu Academy and the Qi Tian Academy will be pulling people in today. Which one do you want to enter? Ning Bei froze for a moment first, then snickered. I'll do whatever I want, depending on which one you want me to go to, old master. Che! Moonless snorted and said with a black face, Brat, you promised the old man that you wouldn't leave the Martial Heaven Academy, so don't let me down. Then you're asking me which one to go to. You. Moonless was so angry that he stroked his beard, then laughed. You and I aren't worried, but you have to keep an eye on your little daughter-in-law. She will be focused on by the other two academies. Although Qin Jojo's strength didn't reveal much at the Great Martial Arts, the Great Yu Academy and Qi Tian Academy must have investigated. With Qin Jojo's strength, she was a top-notch existence when placed in the three great universities. Who wouldn't want to draw in such a heavenly pride? In response, Ning Bei just smiled. The husband's program is strict enough that she listens to me. Looking at Ning Bei's complacent appearance, Moonless didn't know what to say for a moment and just smiled and shook her head. The other side. Qin Yu was busy fiddling with the table when a jade hand startled him. Mother? After seeing the visitor clearly, Qin Yu instantly showed surprise on his face. Mother, are you alright? Great. Don't you worry about it, Mother can even come to you. Yuan forced out a smile and said, let's find a place to talk. It's not convenient here. Good. Qin Yu hurriedly put down what he was doing and took his mother away from the crowd. Come to a corner of the wall. Qin Yu blamed himself. I'm sorry, Mother, letting you be taken away by Ken because of me. It's all my fault for not having the strength to protect you. Don't talk about this. Yuan said with a complicated expression. The main thing is, you really shouldn't have betrayed your righteous father. I don't have. Qin Yu stopped mid-sentence. At this point in time, it was useless for him to explain. There was no way to undo it. The next moment, he was surprised. By the way, Mother, why do you still come to me? And how did he agree to it? Because I. Yuan suddenly tensed up as she touched her belly somewhat shamefully for a moment before asking with a smile, do you want a brother? Qin Yu? Chapter 65, The Villain Kills and Kills, asks the protagonist's mother how she got pregnant. What? Qin Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Brother. He looked at Yuan as if struck by lightning. Mother, don't scare me. What do you mean by that? You're not pregnant with Kaan's baby, right? How long have you two known each other? Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't help but pop into his mind the tearful expression of Qin Hao, that wrong-seated old man. Obviously it wasn't that long ago that Injustice Seed Pops and Mother had a falling out, but how many days has it been? The timing doesn't add up. Unless there has been a situation for a long time? Aya, you child. Keep your voice down. Looking at Qin Yu's flustered appearance, Yuan's heart was flustered and weak. Don't worry about my mother's affairs, my mother's heart knows. Let's talk about you first. Me? Qin Yu's expression changed, and in the next moment, he looked as if he had guessed something. What? Could it be that he still wants you and I to sever the mother-child relationship? To properly raise a baby for him in the future? You. A flash of shame flashed in Yuan's eyes, and she hurriedly said, "You don't think of your righteous father as narrow-minded. Mother is talking about the Chi Academy. They want to kill you." Ha! Xin Yu's expression was stunned. In fact, he had sensed that since entering the arena, the gazes of the Chi Academy's powerhouses had been staring intently at him. Xin Yu could also guess the reason. It must be because he had betrayed Su Yunyang. It would be strange for the Chi Academy not to want to kill him. Looking at her son who looked apprehensive, Yuan soothed, "Don't worry, your righteous father has promised to help you, but only if you stay in the Martial Heavenly Academy in order to find an opportunity to turn the neutral Martial Heavenly Academy into a force in the prince's house. Besides, your righteous father won't let you work for nothing." Later on at the banquet, the prince's house will take out a 1,000-year-old spirit herb as a payment for pulling in talented disciples, and that spirit herb has the effect of repairing the meridians, so it's very important to you. Yuan whispered. 1,000 years of spiritual grass? Repairing the meridians? Xin Yu's heart raced as he listened. But on second thought, he lost it again. "Mother, with my current situation, I'm afraid that I won't have a chance to get that spirit herb at all." "Silly child, this spirit herb is for you. Otherwise, how could the prince's house be willing to shell out such a heavy item?" Yuan guffawed. She was the one who pleaded with Cain, indirectly prompting the prince's house to take out the 1,000-year-old spirit herb that could repair the meridians, just to give it to Xin Yu in a different way. On the surface, it appeared to give everyone the opportunity to obtain spirit grass, highlighting the depth and atmosphere of the prince's house. But in reality, the way to obtain the 1,000-year spirit herb was quietly relayed to Xin Yu by Yuan, and at that time, only Xin Yu could get the spirit herb. In this way, not only did it seem fair and atmospheric, but it also allowed Xin Yu to make a splash, gaining the attention of the Wutian Academy. All of this was a plan devised in advance, by the royal household. Have you memorized it? After saying that, Yuan also instructed, "Don't forget, lest you miss the chance to repair your meridians." Mother. At this moment, Xin Yu was so moved that he wanted to cry. Surely no matter what, his mother would put him first. It had to be said that this 1,000-year-old spirit herb was a long drought for him. But, when Xin Yu thought of his mother's hard work in that unknown dark night to seek this chance for himself, he felt so bad in his heart again. "Mother, let's find a chance to escape. You get rid of the child. In the future, let's go far away and never see them again. You child, saying stupid things again." Yuan frowned slightly and chided, "It was not easy for your righteous father to forgive you. If you betrayed him again, then wouldn't mother be bullied for nothing?" "Bullying? Ah no, not." Realizing that she had said something wrong, Yuan was busy with her sophistry. "What mother means is that you listen well to your righteous father's arrangement. When you get the spirit grass, then the prince's house will pull you in first, but you can't show any happiness. Instead, you have to stay in the Wutian Academy, so that the Wutian Academy can see your loyalty, and so that you can conveniently cooperate with your righteous father's plan." "But, okay, Feather." Xin Yu wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Yuan. "Mother has to go back. Your righteous father didn't give me much time. Remember the method to obtain the spirit herb." Looking at his mother's departing back, Xin Yu's heart was like a knife. Especially when he thought of his mother, in which way she had helped him to get his chance, he wanted to fall on his knees on the snow-dusted ground and cry out. No! He used to be the one who was thinking about someone else's fiancée, but now he is being missed by someone else's mother. How could he, Xin Yu, accept this disgrace? Because according to his expectations, he should be hugging someone else's daughter-in-law right now and living a life without shame. Why let him? Let him be a brother. A few moments later, Xin Yu regained his composure and gritted his teeth. A gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late. Mother, I won't let you be bullied for nothing. My child will definitely turn over. Trample them all under my feet. Xin Yu made up his mind. From now on, he's going to lie in wait. By first falsely obeying Ketan's arrangement, not only would he be able to obtain the 1,000-year spirit grass, he would also have a layer of shelter for use against the Chi Academy's pursuit. And now, he had to start by being taken seriously by the Martial Heavenly Academy. The other side detected Xin Yu triggering the Heavenly Dao shelter, relying on his own mother to forcefully renew an opportunity, and expected to enhance his aura of good fortune. Please don't panic, host, keep screwing him. Interesting. After receiving the information from the system, the corner of Ning Bei's mouth curled up in an arc. He didn't expect that Xin Yu, who had already floundered to such an extent, would still be able to rely on his own mother to forcefully renew his life. Anyone else would have been devastated. Truly unworthy of being a son of Qi. Ning Bei subconsciously looked to the back, and coincidentally, just happened to meet up with Xin Yu, who was casting a jealous gaze. Although Xin Yu had immediately avoided it, it was still detected by Ning Bei, deadly unchanging. Still thinking you can overpower me even now? In that case. Ning Bei also stopped being polite and got up to walk towards him. When he saw Ning Bei walking over, Xin Yu was a bit flustered. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he was clear that he couldn't mess with Ning Bei yet. After all, his mother had just come to him and told him the way to obtain the 1,000-year spirit grass, and if he was kicked out of the banquet because he messed with Ning Bei, Then mother will be bullied for nothing? The thought of Qian's porous flesh gave him a pang. Never be thrown out of a party. Senior brother Ning, is there something wrong with you? Qin Yu had a flash of inspiration and took the lead in greeting with a smile. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit smiling people, not to mention the identity of Ning Bei as chief disciple. If he smiles and greets him and still gets beaten up, there's no reason why that could kick him out of the meeting. And if Ning Bei was really unreasonable, then later on, with the help of the 1,000-year-old spirit herb, the strength of his one-hit wonder would be even stronger. Ask an obscure genius. Was also suppressed by the chief disciple for no reason, yet remains loyal to the martial heavenly academy. Who doesn't have respect for it? Thinking about this, Qin Yu immediately straightened his back. And seeing Qin Yu's thoughts, Ning Bei didn't give it a chance. Just now your mother came to look for you? Yes. Qin Yu changed from the panic he felt a moment ago and held his head high. Is there a problem? Seeing my mother unharmed disappoints you? Ha! Ning Bei laughed, calmly said, that's right, we are at least the same family. Seeing that your mother's food is so good, I can't wait to be happy for you. Good food? Qin Yu froze at hearing this, unsure. The next moment, Ning Bei's sentence made him break his defense. If the food is not good, then how did your mother's belly get so big? Chapter 66, the protagonist lifts a rock and has to let his mother be bullied for nothing? You mother asterisk. Qin Yu's mind instantly collapsed. That ear-piercing big word instantly made his mind flutter. And the more he tried to stop it, instead the image still became clearer. No! Slap! Ning Bei slapped him across the face. How dare you scold me? Someone come, kick him out of the banquet for me and don't allow him to come back in. Yes. In the next moment, Wang Tong and the others rushed in unison. No. Wait. Qin Yu instantly softened. Senior brother Ning. I'm not scolding you. I'm thanking you for being observant. I'm thanking you for caring about my mother. Didn't call me names? Then what do you mean, you mother asterisk. You misunderstand. That's just brief. Qin Yu can only hold back his anger, wanting to cry without tears to defend. I am saying that your care for other people's mothers made me too touched. Just now I was happy. Just omitted to say this sentence. You care for my mother, how could I scold you? Really? Really? Looking at Qin Yu's smile that was more embarrassing than crying, Ning Bei couldn't help but laugh. Okay, you guys go down first. Ning Bei waved his hand, driving Wang Tong and the others away. As for driving away Qin Yu, completely unnecessary. After all, if Qin Yu was truly driven out of the venue, not to mention whether the prince's house would change its mind and no longer bring out the 1,000-year spirit herb. If Qin Yu was not present, then how could he suppress the other party's heavenly Dao shelter? You'll have to complete your sentences in the future. How bad is this misunderstanding when you look at it? Ning Bei spread his hands and said, yes, elder brother Ning's lesson. Qin Yu agreed with a forced smile. However, just as Ning Bei turned around, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a flash of resentment. The revenge of taking away his sister. Hatred of the mother. The pain of suppression. Looking at Ning Bei's departing back, Qin Yu was so angry that his teeth itched. Sooner or later, one day, he would make Ning Bei's life worse than death, including everyone who had wronged him, including Ken. He's going to step on all of these people, all of them. But right now, he didn't forget that the most important thing was to seize the Millennium Spirit Grass. I can't let my mother be bullied for nothing. Not much longer. Halfway through the party, various forces have long been moving, constantly using the name of the game to seemingly inadvertently throw out olive branches to the disciples who have ascended to the stage. And a few rounds of play later, Yu Xian also ascended the high platform. The banquet has been going on until now, and I see that all of you seem to be a bit tired. In that case, how about I send you all a surprise on behalf of my father? Yu Xian said as he looked around. This statement was made. The crowd was instantly piqued with curiosity. To surprise us on behalf of the king? Don't keep us in suspense, young prince, tell us what the surprise is? Looking at the mobilized crowd, Yu Xian smiled and said, men, carry out the surprise my father has prepared for everyone. Immediately afterward, a treasure chest half a man high was carried up. What's in this treasure chest? Since it's a surprise from the king, it must be worth a lot. Seeing that the crowd is becoming more and more curious, Yu Xian also does not sell the secret. You do not have to guess, I can tell you directly, this treasure box inside is a strain of Xian vein grass. Xian vein grass? Is it the kind of Xian vein grass that is rumored to grow on spirit veins? Good guy, Xian veins grass that is a rare spirit grass. 100-year-old Xian veins grass is worth a lot of money. Young prince, can this Xian vein grass have a 100-year portion? Ha ha. In the face of the crowd's inquiries, Yu Xian, however, laughed cheerfully. 100 years worth of copies? All of you have underestimated our prince's mansion. The Xian vein grass inside this treasure box is a 1,000-year portion of the very best. Wow. There was a gasp of air in the room. Although there are many 1,000-year portions of spiritual grasses, it mainly depends on the category, and the Xianwei grass that only grows on spiritual veins is extremely precious in itself. Plus it's another millennial portion. Can you imagine how shocked the crowd was? Even Su Yunyang looked toward Yu Wuing and said, Your Majesty, Yu Fei, and the others are making such a big deal out of this, it seems like they're rushing the two chiefs of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Yu Wuing frowned slightly and did not speak. And everyone in the arena was asking Yu Xian who this 1,000-year-old Xian vein grass was actually given to. At this moment, no matter whether it was the disciples and elders of the Qi Tian Academy, the Dayu Academy or the Wu Tian Academy, they were also unable to calm their hearts. It's a 1,000-year-old Xianwei grass. Unheard of. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Yu Xian said in a proper voice, All of you seem to have misunderstood. As I said just now, this is a surprise from my father to all of you, and it is not specially given to a certain person. Now the Xian vein grass is here, no matter which academy you are a disciple of, as long as you can unlock the golden lock on the treasure chest without relying on brute force and by relying on your talent, then the Xian vein grass inside is yours. Wow. Hearing this, the entire banquet boiled over. What? We have a chance too, huh? I didn't think that this heavenly riches would one day fall on me. Don't get cocky too soon, see that golden lock, ordinary people definitely can't unlock it. To be fair, I won't be taking part in the lockpicking. In the next moment, Yu Xian looked at Qin Yu and added, Whoever wishes to come up and challenge, please ascend the stage. Me. The disciples of the three great universities instantly scrambled to rush onto the high platform. With such a chaotic scene, instead of blocking the way, the elders all felt some remorse for being born too early. Otherwise they could have tried. 1,000-year portion of Xian pulse grass, its value is incalculable. And as time passes, the figures that rushed up to the high platform only to walk down one by one. The anticipation that was originally on their faces had now turned into a loss that they couldn't hide. I've been looking at it for half a day, but I hardly didn't recognize the runes on the golden lock. No wonder they say it's a test of talent. We can't even read the questions. How can we possibly get results? No one can open the Great Yu Academy either. At least it shows that it's a fair competition. If no one can really get the Xian pulse grass, we can only blame us for not competing. While looking at the drooping crowd, Qin Yu was excited. This Xian pulse grass was prepared for him, and no one but him should be able to get their hands on it. The reason why he was in no hurry to take the stage was that when he learned of the method through his mother, he was convinced that no one could unlock the golden lock. It's really hard as hell. All he had to do now was to keep his composure and let these people turn from anticipation to disappointment until they reached utter despair after not believing that anyone could open the golden lock. It was then that he had the perfect opportunity to take the stage. He will definitely make the hearts of the crowd adore him while he hits the ground running. In the future, no one has the right to laugh at him one more time. Ning Bei did not move from the beginning to the end, causing Qin Yu to be somewhat greatly disappointed. After all, in his heart, suppressing others was far less pleasurable than suppressing Ning Bei, who had always been suppressed by Ning Bei. Now it's hard to have a chance to win over Ning Bei, but Ning Bei won't compete? How's that gonna work? So after thinking about it, Qin Yu was ready to provoke the other party, Ning Bei, as the chief of the Wuqian Academy. Don't you want to take the stage and try? Chapter 67, Chickens, which caused the protagonist's mother to pay for nothing. Hear this. The crowd's astonished gazes were unanimously directed towards Ning Bei. The chief of the Martial Heavenly Academy hasn't gone up yet? Strange, he's recognized as the number one in Dawu. Why hasn't he come up to try? It's not like the lock can be opened by brute force. What does it have to do with strength? I think he should know that he can't open it and simply not participate. The field rang with murmurs. Yu Xian looked at Ning Bei and said with a smile, You don't seem to be interested in Xian pulse grass? Indeed not interested. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Ning Bei said in a cloudy voice, After all, this thing is useless to me, so I'd better leave the opportunity to someone else. The crowd's expressions changed at once. Because of Ning Bei's words, it was as if he was saying that he could definitely open the golden lock, but he just didn't care to fight for the Xian pulse grass. But first of all, not to mention the value of the Xian pulse grass, there was no way that anyone would not be able to look at it, and most of all, they had all already tested it themselves. Golden locks weren't something you could just open, not to mention that Ning Bei hadn't even tried yet. Therefore, to anyone who heard it, it was more or less a big statement, but because of Ning Bei's performance at the great martial arts, they couldn't say much. Yu Xian, however, didn't have that many scruples and let out an undisguised sneer. Oh, Qin Yu's eyes even lit up. Wasn't this the opportunity he was waiting for? Ning Bei, you really know how to dig a hole for yourself. So the next moment, he said smoothly, So, you're confident that you can open the golden lock? Yeah. In the face of Qin Yu's trickery, Ning Bei chose to take the trick. Ha ha. Hearing this, Qin Yu almost clammed up. Jesus Christ, finally he got his chance. Moreover, this was still a hole dug by Ning Bei himself. At this moment, Qin Yu only felt that the heavens had come down to help him. In order to prevent Ning Bei from having room to retreat, Qin Yu immediately said, In that case, then you go up and open the golden lock. Anyway, it has already messed everyone up, and no one can open it. If you open it up, you can still let everyone have a long look at it, no? This statement immediately drew many concurring comments. That's a great idea. If Ning Bei can really open the golden lock, then we'll have gotten rid of a knot in our hearts. Yeah, I doubt the golden lock will even open. Greeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, Ning Bei however shook his head once again. No, I told you that Xian pulse grass is useless to me, so I'm going to leave the opportunity to someone else. Leave it for someone else? Xin Yu burst out laughing like a pig. By now, he could already be certain that Ning Bei simply didn't know how to open the golden lock, or else he would never have this attitude. And knowing the way to open the lock, he was even more convinced that no one but him could open the golden lock. Ning Bei won't even come on here? I doubt he can open it either. Say that just so you don't lose face. What? That dare to tease us, and crowning the opportunity by giving it to us? After Ning Bei refused again, it unsurprisingly drew many questions. Xin Yu was on the verge of being moved to tears. Still, for the first time, I saw someone questioning Ning Bei. After all, in the past, it was always others who attached themselves to Ning Bei and carried out endless crusades against him. He hadn't thought that one day, he would be able to enjoy this kind of pleasure as well. It's just so happy. After Xin Yu suppressed his excitement, his tone was no longer polite. Ning Bei, can you do it or not? If you can open the golden lock, you can go. If you can't, you can't. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak, Wang Tang and the others were the first to hold back. You king of talk a lot, it's your turn to talk about senior brother Ning? That's right, senior brother Ning just isn't interested in Xian vein grass. If you're good, you're on. At those words, Xin Yu laughed instead of being angry. Yes, this is the effect he wants. So that later on, the strength of his punch in the face of the crowd would be stronger. Just when Xin Yu just wanted to pretend, received the system prompted the timing of the Ning Bei, but also no longer fishing law enforcement, straight away. Alright, since all of you suspect me, I'll just go up and open the golden lock. Phew! With that, Ning Bei leapt onto the high platform in an instant. Xin Yu froze at the sight. He didn't expect Ning Bei to be so tough-talking to such an extent that he really dared to make an appearance and humiliate himself. Never mind, it was just what he wanted anyway. Stomping on the chief disciple is the best. Please. Looking at the arriving Ning Bei, the corner of Yu Xian's mouth curved up into an arc. Obviously, he shared Xin Yu's mentality, only believing that Ning Bei was at the end of his rope. Thank your father for the surprise for me. Heh, better wait until you open the golden lock before you say that. Before the sound of Yu Xian's sneer could fall. Click. Suddenly, a crisp unlocking sound was like a boulder smashing into the calm water. Yu Xian? Wow. In a flash, the entire room erupted into a gasp of surprise. Asterisk 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 lock open? How did it happen so fast? I haven't even seen what's going on yet. Blanche, who just said to let him on stage. Are we out of luck? The venue was abuzz. The skepticism of a second ago vanished into thin air. Senior brother Ning? Awesome. Wang Tang and the others were so surprised that they directly shouted out. What? And a group of strong men from the prince's residence stood up in unison. How could anyone open the golden lock? This is a 1,000-year-old spirit herb that they shelled out in order to help Xin Yu make a name for himself so that he could gain the attention of the Wutian Academy and then pull in the Wutian Academy. Not really a surprise for anyone. But to say that the person in the arena with the most clear sky thunderbolt belongs to Xin Yu. He just felt his brain buzzing and his person went numb. No, it's not possible. To open the golden lock not only have to sort the runes first and operate them at the same time, there are also details such as the 3 dark boxes, less one step cannot open the golden lock. How did Ning Bei get a shot in the arm? For this result, he does not understand. It shouldn't be like this. This is his mother used her body. Ah shucks, it took hard labor to earn this opportunity. It's an opportunity that belongs to him. Why bother? Only after a few breaths did Ning Bei meet the shocked gazes of the crowd and said, I wanted to give the opportunity of the Xian vein grass to all of you, but I didn't expect to be rewarded with all of you questioning me. Well, it looks like I can only accept this spirit grass. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment they all had mixed feelings. Originally, they still had a chance to fight for this 1,000-year-old Xian pulse grass, but now, rigidly forced Ning Bei to take it away. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who questioned Ning Bei first just now? I remember it was that king of. Oh yeah, that's the guy who had to put Ning Bei on stage. The crowd was instantly furious and cursed at Xin Yu. How dare they miss such an opportunity? And at this moment, compared to the scorn of the crowd, what Xin Yu cared more about in his heart was the Xian veins grass, and he knew that he couldn't let it go like this. You have to get the Xian pulse grass. Misunderstanding on Ning Bei, in fact, we have always believed in you. But we were afraid that Gene Lock was bad. Now it's good. You proved that Gold Lock is good. Please, you're not interested anyway, will you let me try? Xin Yu was truly flustered. After all, this Xian pulse grass, but his mother had worked so hard to get it for him, so he couldn't just stand by and watch it being snatched away, could he? If he had taken the stage earlier, perhaps the Xian pulse grass would have been his long ago. But he was just to step on Ning Bei one more time, and he didn't expect. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If you miss out on the Xianwei grass, then he's not hoard out for nothing? Looking at Xin Yu's humble expression, Ning Bei laughed. You want to try to open the golden lock as well? Yeah. Qin Yu humbly nodded his head repeatedly. Okay. Ning Bei readily agreed. After he tucked the Xian pulse grass into his bosom, he backhanded the golden lock he had just opened and closed it. Come on, you can try as many times as you want. Qin Yu? Chapter 68. The protagonist's sister is ready for the big event, and his fiancé is still in Makabaka? Not. Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. He wanted the Xian pulse grass, not curiosity about the golden lock itself. Congratulations, Ning Bei. Although there is no more Xian pulse grass in the treasure chest next, whoever still wants to try to see if they can open it again can try on the stage. Seeing that Qin Yu was about to lose his temper, Yu Xian hurriedly stepped forward to hold the situation. If Qin Yu, in a moment of desperation, burst out that this scene was all arranged by the prince's house, not to mention the fact that he had taken in a 1,000-year-old spirit herb for nothing. In the future, if one tried to pull in the martial heavenly academy, it would definitely make the other parties heartsick or even be counterproductive. Therefore, Qin Yu must not be allowed to get out of control. Shut the up and get down there. And Yu Xian also came to Qin Yu's side and reminded him. Qin Yu only felt the desire to cry and lowered his voice. Little prince. You quickly help me. You know I can't live without the Xian vein grass. It is very important to me. Yu Xian laughed coldly and said without any good humor, since you know that the Xian pulse grass is important to you, why do you think you're messing with him? Qin Yu was speechless. Yu Xian wasn't a little cutie. Of course he could see that he had wanted to step on Ning Bei, but unfortunately stepped on the air. Although Yu Xian also wanted to step on Ning Bei just now, but now that the matter has come to a head, he has since put all the blame on Qin Yu's head. You'd better tighten up a bit. Seeing that Qin Yu's heart was unwilling, Yu Xian warned, if you expose us, you think about your mother. With that, he turned to leave, lest he entangled himself with Qin Yu for too long and was noticed to be abnormal. And at the moment, Yuan is holding Kaen's arm. Gong, calm down. This matter can't be blamed entirely on you. You also know that the golden lock shouldn't have been opened. That Ning Bei was too lucky. And you're still making excuses for that trashy son? Kaen rebuked unhappily. Why didn't he take the stage earlier just now? Nothing would have happened if he had ascended the stage earlier, but now, don't you know the value of this Xian pulse grass? Yuan pursed her lips, knowing full well. This 1,000-year portion of Xian veins grass, unlike other 1,000-year portions of spiritual grass, could be said to have a market without a price. Even the rich and powerful royal family, also just recently certainly do not want this valuable thing to be given to the disciples of other forces. It's like spending your own money to raise someone else's child. If not for the consideration of wanting to utilize Qin Yu and find an opportunity to draw in the martial heavenly academy, the prince's house would not have taken out the Xian pulse grass so easily even if Kaen had opened his mouth to plead for leniency. And so it was. Angered, Yuan can only go to her son to take out her anger. Mother has told you the way to do it, so tell me about you. How can you let someone else get ahead of you? Yuan crossed her arms and hated it. Mother. I didn't think it would turn out like this. Qin Yu lowered his head. He also felt 1,000 regrets in his heart. Instead of being able to step on Ning Bei, he ended up, in the end, losing the Xian pulse grass that was in his hands. Why is that? He felt as if every step he took was being predicted in advance. You can't even turn it over. Don't be too upset. Looking at her son who looked lost, Yuan finally softened her heart. As things stand, mother will help you make the prince's side happy. You don't have to worry that they will find you in trouble. Qin Yu looked up at his words and blinked. Mother, can you really stop them? Yuan wanted to say something, but finally changed her words. You child. Mother has her own way, you'd better be more careful about the Qi Tian Academy. Oh. Qin Yu nodded against his will. He seemed to guess what was going on, but didn't want to believe it. In the next moment, Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, Mother, can you help me ask my righteous father for one thing? What is it? Find a chance to help me get rid of my Ning Bei. A flash of viciousness flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he whispered, I don't know if it's my illusion. I always feel like he's too much of a kettle of fish for me. Yuan showed hesitation, but agreed to go and say a word. In fact, regarding getting rid of the chief disciple who wanted to draw in forces, such a big event, she was also aware that she didn't have much weight to speak. But it couldn't be helped that it was a request from my son. Well, it's time for mother to go. Mother, you must take care of yourself in the royal residence. Looking at his mother's limping back, Qin Yu's heart ached. It's a sin. Quinn. No mercy at all. And so it was. Qin Yu racked his brain and decided to shamelessly beg Lin Yueyao. Are you sick? Learning of Qin Yu's request, Lin Yueyao refused without mercy. Last time you spoiled my good deed and caused Ning Bei to hate me even more. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now you still have the nerve to ask me to beg Ning Bei to let you have the Xian pulse grass? Yueyao, Ning Bei said that he doesn't need the Xian pulse grass. Qin Yu compensated with a smile, but the Xian pulse grass is very important to me. Even if you think about the fact that I have saved you, will you help me once? Don't you ever mention the old days to me again. Bringing up the past, Lin Yueyao was even more furious. Just because she was saved by Qinyu once, she actually gave up Ning Bei, who loved her so much, for Qinyu. If she had known that she would lose Ning Bei, she would rather not be saved. What's more, how could he really lose his life when he said he was saving even for the sake of gratitude in the first place? Facing the desperate young girl, Qinyu's mood snowballed. Yueyao, you've changed. You wouldn't treat me like this before. Of course I've changed. Lin Yueyao was so angry that she burst out, pointing to the forefront of the seating and said, look for yourself. Originally beside Ning Bei should be me, but now it's turned into Qin Zhou. It's all because of you. If it wasn't because of you, how would I have broken up with Ning Bei? Qinyu was dumbfounded by his dislike. The other side. After teasing Qin Zhou a bit, Ning Bei pulled out the Xian pulse grass. I don't want it, keep it for yourself. Absorbing it will also quench your meridians. Qin Zhou was touched, but shook her head to reject it. She didn't want to hold up Ning Bei. Take it if you're given it, it's useless to me. How it doesn't work. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I'll destroy it now. In the next moment, Ning Bei pretended to be serious. I'm really afraid that my little daughter-in-law won't take it. By relying on Qin Zhou to obtain so many benefits, including the reverse value, he was also able to exchange all kinds of cultivation resources in the system store. But these things, he was not in a position to take them to the young girl. After all, the origin could not be explained. Now that it's hard to get a hold of a spiritual object, it's natural to give the little daughter-in-law a tonic, and perhaps even promote development. Of course, it was mainly Ning Bei who had a good heart. Okay, bah. Forced by Ning Bei's dominance, Qin Zhou happily accepted her love. It just so happens that the medicine I prepared is still short of a meridian-shaping spirit. Now it's all together. Ning Bei heard something. Medicine? What medicine? Meeting Ning Bei's gaze, Qin Zhou suddenly blushed. Her jade hand subconsciously fell on her belly, slightly shyly selling, you guess? Chapter 69 Villain's sister spreads dog food. Protagonist Qinyu loses his mother. Oh, looking at the blush on the young girl's face, Ning Bei's eyes instantly lit up, the corners of his mouth arcing. Could it be fetal tranquilization soup? Anabolic. Qin Zhou's delicate face was stunned, and she blushed even more. She looked around in the afterglow and said in shame, oops, people are talking about shaping the meridians in the future. And it's medicine, a nourishing elixir. Nourishing elixir? Ning Bei was suddenly an afterthought. The next moment, he surprised Qin Zhou into his arms. Little Zhou, you are afraid that our future baby talent is not enough, in advance to the baby pave the way? Qin Zhou bit her pink lips shyly, but there was no denial. As a transmigrating great imperial being, since she knew the way, she was able to provide a more superior physique and foundation to the future conceived baby by adjusting her body. Why not? Although with her and Ning Bei's talent, the crystallization that was born would inevitably have extraordinary qualifications as well, it would be able to secure a better future for the child. Why don't you do it? Ever since she had decided to have a baby for Ning Bei, she had actually had this thought. Now all that was missing was a spirit that could create a strong meridian, and the required materials were ready. At this time, Ning Bei also remembered an item in the system store. Jojo, give me all the materials, I'll refine the pills for a stronger effect. You, okay? Qin Zhou tilted her head inquiringly. After all, alchemy was different from cultivation, that required specialization to learn, and she had yet to see Ning Bei have the ability to make pills. Not to mention that refining the conceived god pill, again, required a wealth of experience in refining pills. Ning Bei smiled at her words and leaned over to her ear. Is my husband good or not? You little Jojo are still not clear? Bummer. Qin Zhou's face scarlet climbed to the root of her ear, raised her jade hand and gently patted Ning Bei. You're really bad. Since I'm so bad, are you still going to give me babies? Rah! Ha! Looking at such a special and well-behaved little beauty, Ning Bei could be said to be overjoyed. Cupping her little face and barfing. Picked up a treasure. Ahem. Just walking over, Yun Qing's charming face flushed red. Ning Bei. You two restrain yourselves. Don't keep flirting. Ning Bei raised an eyebrow at the visitor. Before he could open his mouth to say you're teaching me to do something, he instead glanced behind him first, at the expression that showed his aunt's smile. Then he was silent. Qin Zhou was so shy that she pushed him down, and even moved up a small step to the side. And at this moment, no matter if it was the people from the Wutian Academy or the Dayu Academy, or even the Qitian Academy, they were more or less looking towards the duo. After all, the two of them had a special identity, being the absolute pride of the martial Heavenly Academy. Although they couldn't hear the duo's conversation, their expressions were intriguing. They had never seen a Taoist couple spreading dog food in public before. Simply unworthy of a human being. And compared to the crowd that was fed a mouthful of dog food, who among those present had the hardest time? Lin Yueyao's heart was like a knife. Whenever she saw Ning Bei and Qin Zhou flirting, she felt like she was being green. Obviously the person who was close to Ning Bei should have been her. Why is she watching? Damn Ning Bei. And Qinyu was so angry that his liver hurt. He was already jealous of all that Ning Bei had, and now even his sister, who had unlimited potential, looked like she had fallen back on Ning Bei. It really hurt him. And in his opinion, if Ning Bei hadn't proposed the blood test, then he and the wrong kind of old man are still like father and son, and his beautiful mother, who is still in love with him, and his father, who is still in love with him, will still be in love as before. So everything was Ning Bei's fault. Can't deal with you. I can't deal with your family? Qin Yu suddenly had an idea. So the banquet was over. He took advantage of Ning Bei and the others leaving the stage and deliberately stayed at the end, eager to be noticed by his mother. And the results didn't disappoint him. Not much longer. Yuan then came over. Why are you still staying here? I've told you that the Qitian Academy wants to kill you. Your righteous father is not good at protecting you on the surface. You have to stay close to the Wutian Academy. Mother, has my righteous father agreed? Qin Yu asked straight away. This. Yuan showed a difficult face and said soothingly, Your mother mentioned it to your righteous father. But you also know that Ning Bei is the chief of the Martial Heavenly Academy. There is no chance to make a move against him. Moreover, he has been staying within the sight of the Martial Heavenly Academy. If your righteous father makes a move rashly, he will easily be found out, and at that time, it could ruin the plan of the prince's house, and your righteous father will also draw fire. No even. Hearing his mother say this, Qin Yu didn't dwell on it. Mother, you don't have to let righteous father kill Ning Bei, but can you help me beg righteous father to kill Ning Bei's parents? I will be the one to investigate where his parents live, and righteous father only needs to make a casual move. Kill his parents? Yuan froze. Looking at her son, who looked expectant, she felt like she knew him for the first time. A few moments later, when Yuan came back again, she first poked Qin Yu's forehead with her hand. You child, you're not good at causing trouble for your righteous father, he promised. Really? Qin Yu burst into a frown. The thought of Ning Bei's parents dying, the expression of Ning Bei crying in pain when the time comes. Even if he is made to eat and drink urine, he is still willing. Revenge and all that is too good. However, your righteous father, he has a condition. Yuan said with a twist of words. What conditions? Qin Yu restrained his smile and guessed, is it to find out where Ning Bei's parents live? This I can do. No. Yuan, however, shook her head in denial. Then, she took a small half-step closer towards her son and said with some difficulty, Your righteous father said, wants you to be an adopted son in the future. An adopted son? Aren't I now? Qin Yu was uncertain. Until the next moment, I heard Yuan add, not his adopted son. It's so that in the future, you can no longer call me mother. You can only call me your godmother. Your righteous father said that he is afraid that if you call me mother again, so that the children I have with him in the future hear it, your brother will think that our family is too messed up. What? Qin Yu instantly clammed up. Robbed his mother. Not even letting him be a son nowadays? Where in the world does that come from? It's downright deceptive. Feather, forget it if you can't do it. Yuan hurriedly pacified. Mother to dry mother. Qin Yu wanted to cry without tears. Mother, you did not stop him a little. I am your own son. How could mother not stop? But mother belongs to your righteous father. Yuan expressed his innocence. Knock. Qin Yu's heart pumped and the man went numb. At this moment, he really wanted to cry. He never imagined that one day he would be disliked for even being a son. Cthulhu. Is the plan to take revenge on Ning Bei going to be scrapped halfway like this? No. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. It wouldn't be too late for him to get rid of Ning Bei first before seeking revenge on Kain for taking his mother's life. After all, the latter was much harder for him to kill. Right. Revenge against Ning Bei is the top priority. Soon after, Qin Yu adjusted his mind back and raised a pair of complicated gazes to Yuan. Godmother. I promise my righteous father's conditions. Chapter 70, the fiancé still won't die? The protagonist's sister destroys the heart of the Tao. Feather. At this moment, Yuan was relieved. Compared to Qin Yu's expression of mixed feelings, her smile could not be seen as much aggravation, but instead had a sense of relief. Mother, what are you laughing at? Qin Yu looked skeptical. Silly boy, don't call your mother, call your godmother. Yuan dotingly patted him and then whirled around. Tomorrow night, your righteous father will be waiting for you at the Magnolia Inn, so remember to investigate the location of his parents to make it easier for your righteous father to go there directly. Well, Feather, godmother has to go take care of your righteous father. After saying that, Yuan left with a light pace. Mother. No? Looking at his mother's departing back, Qin Yu could be described as a bolt from the blue. What the hell is this? It's not enough that he is not his father's biological, but now even his biological mother. He can only call her godmother? The hatred of taking away my mother is not shared. Quinn, I'm going to make you regret this. Qin Yu swore through gritted teeth. But right now, he understood that he still had to use Kaan's power to deal with Ning Bei, so he could only hold his tongue. And so it was. After returning to the inn of the Martial Heavenly Academy, in a change of pace, Qin Yu deliberately cut across the middle of Wang Tang and the other disciples who honored Ning Bei. As expected, Wang Tang and the others showed displeasure. King, you got nothing better to do? It's only been a few days since I've hit you and you're itching again? Ha! Greeting the unkind gazes of the crowd, Xinyu was not the least bit afraid and said, "What else do you guys know how to do besides bullying me? If you have time to bull with me, I advise you to think more about how to please Ning Bei. Oh yeah, I'll help you guys out with an idea. Go and please Ning Bei's parents, it's more effective than directly pleasing him." King of, do you have a brain fart? Wang Tung chided. You guys wouldn't be the ones who don't know where his parents live, right? Xinyu laughed coldly and said in a smooth and aggressive manner, then you guys really don't even understand when it comes to being a dog's leg. Asterisk. This guy is really itchy. Hit me. Wang Tang and the others immediately swarmed up and rushed at Xinyu, punching and kicking him. Seeing the plan succeed, Xinyu continued, don't fight. I'm going to help you guys find out where Ning Bei's parents live so that you can go and please Ning Bei, okay? Spare your ing senior brother Ning treats us like brothers. Do we need you to help us? Don't we know that elder brother Ning's parents live in a mansion outside the city? Wang Tang and the others were as if they had been galvanized. While punching and kicking Xinyu, he also gave out the address of Ning Bei's parents. Xinyu was punched and curled up on the ground. But even though his fists and feet were raining down, at this moment, instead of fleeing, he was overjoyed. That's great. With just a few words, he managed to get Ning Bei's parents' address out. What a bunch of idiots. After beating Xinyu, the crowd dispersed. Instead, Wang Teng quietly found Ning Bei, senior brother Ning, the address you explained to me, I've already told it to Xinyu. Ning Bei nodded slightly, didn't let him see that you did it on purpose, did you? Senior brother Ning still doesn't trust me to do my job? Wang Teng patted his chest and laughed. The king of would only sense from the power of my fist that he was provoking me to the point where he must be treating me like a fool. Ning Bei smiled. He believed in Wang Teng's words, and most of all, the system did not indicate that the mission had failed. In the next moment, he handed a letter to Wang Tang, as usual, godlessly give the Qi Tian Academy, and these spiritual objects away. I don't want the spiritual objects. Wang Tang only took the letter and righteously said, I take you as my big brother, it's not like I'm doing something for you for the sake of the spirit goods. Even a brother has to settle his accounts. Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, it's precisely because I treat you as a brother that I'm giving you the spirit item. The spirit item isn't a favor to you, it's a way to make sure that you can keep up with me, so that we won't go our separate ways when the time comes, do you understand? Senior brother Ning. Wang Tang was instantly moved, and in the next moment, he suddenly lifted up his shielded knee, you're too good to me, I'll give you a knee one. Hey! Ning Bei hurriedly helped him up and said solemnly, no kneeling, you have the posture of a great emperor. Senior brother Ning, you are my bull. Wang Tang instantly reddened his eyes and assured, don't worry, I'll do it right. After saying that, Wang Tang left with the letter. Ning Bei then sneered, Xinyu, you really don't know how to repent. In fact, ever since Xinyu had intervened with his mother and wanted to ask Ken to take action against his parents, the system had intercepted the message to inform him. This time, it was going to make Xinyu feel deep despair. Subsequently, Ning Bei opened the system store and found the Muggle alchemy furnace that he had seen last time, 300,000 reverse value. Expensive yes, worth it. Without any hesitation, Ning Bei redeemed it. Although at the beginning of storing the reverse value, he had wanted to keep it to exchange for a powerful magic weapon, but right now, learning that his little daughter-in-law wanted to pave the way for her future baby, then of course the child is more important. After picking up the heavy alchemy furnace that was only the size of a watermelon, Ning Bei then threw all the materials used to refine that conceived god pill, including the Xian Vein's grass, into the alchemy furnace in one go. It might seem rude, but after the materials entered the alchemy furnace, it was as if they fell into a bottomless abyss and instantly disappeared. After all, this was a 300,000 reverse value treasure, as the name implied. Just throw the ingredients into the alchemy furnace, and even if a muggle prodded it, it would automatically help to refine the pills out. Unlike other alchemists, if they wanted to make pills they still had to learn the complicated process first, and their own strength had to match the way of alchemy and so on. This valuable alchemy furnace is a hanging for muggles. And it's not only easy to get started and operate, but it can also accurately claim the medicinal effects in the materials without any possibility of failure. It could be said that the pills it refined were far more perfect and effective than even the alchemists. A few moments later, a burst of golden light blossomed from within the furnace, and immediately afterward, it transformed into 3 perfect quality conception god pills. Hey, it's too cool not to use your brain. Ning Bei couldn't help but laugh. The Muggle alchemy furnace was much easier than he had imagined, and with such a short time, how could those who had studied alchemy for hundreds of years live? You could make a fortune just refining pills. In view of the host's love for this system, 100,000 reverse value is hereby awarded. The sudden surprise instantly froze Ning Bei. Good Bowsy, I'll let you be the system in my next life. And so it was. He used the 100,000 reverse value he had just obtained to decisively exchange 1 serving of Deer Antler melon seeds. Nothing more, pure curiosity. Cackle. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Looking at Lin Yueyao who barged in, Ning Bei frowned his sword brows. Who let you in? Get out. Ning Bei. Lin Yueyao pursed her lips, her heart was a little hard. In the past, she wouldn't have been able to believe that Ning Bei would actually treat her in this manner. Especially when she thought of Ning Bei's previous gentleness, contrasted with his current indifference. The strong difference made her feel even worse. Facing the expulsion order, Lin Yueyao walked in stiffly. Ning Bei, let me tell you something. Just now, after Qin Yu was beaten up by Wang Tang and the others, instead of being sad, he was still giggling in his room. I feel as if his brain isn't working too well. Like you have a good brain. Ning Bei showed no mercy, pointing at the door to drive people away once again. Is this an elixir? Lin Yueyao ignored it and walked forward in surprise. Ning Bei, you actually know how to make pills? Why didn't I realize you were this good before? I told you to get out, didn't I? Have you been slapped again for a few days? Ning Bei's words just fell. Not waiting for him to roll up his sleeves, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Yueyao's red face. What the hell? Ning Bei, if you tell me what kind of elixir it is, I'll leave, okay? Lin Yueyao's beautiful eyes flashed as she said, pregnant goddamn, get lost. Ning Bei urged. He always had a feeling that something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Strange. Pregnant. Lin Yueyao's eyes lit up at the words. I don't know what came to mind. Ning Bei, I've been thinking a lot these days. You liked me so much in the past. And I'm so pretty. It's not possible that you suddenly don't even want to see me. Tell me the truth, are you being so cold to me on purpose? Is it because I was too reserved in the past, so that you never had the chance to touch me? You're ing. Hearing this, Ning Bei was so angry that his brain filled with blood. I think your brain is even worse than Qin Yu's. Don't be so mean, I'm serious. Lin Yueyao bit her small mouth and raised her hand to point to the potion in the furnace. You're all set to have a baby thing now, so just tell me the truth. Is it that you want to use indifference to me to lust after me? Then so that you can push me down on your bed? You tell the truth. Maybe I can think about it. I'll test your mom. Ning Bei couldn't stand it at all. In 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such a brazen person. Do you really think he'd have no bottom line to go on his knees because of a woman's appearance? It's ridiculous. Not waiting for him to pick up a brick and smash it over, when a silhouette suddenly appeared in the doorway, its sweet voice interspersed with an oath of sovereignty. Husband, has the elixir for our baby been refined? Chapter 71, Fiancé thinks she's a fiancé. Protagonist's sister prepares for pregnancy with her face on the ground. Husband? Ning Bei froze for a moment. The corners of his mouth hooked up in an arc of surprise, although he understood that Qin Jiujio was swearing sovereignty, but it was still the first time he had called out to him like this. Little Jiujio knows how to have fun. What? On the contrary, Lin Yueyao's entire body was struck by lightning. She turned to look behind her, looking at the showy love rival girl. Hey, do you have any shame? What are you shouting, husband? It's not like you guys are married. Ning Bei, look at her this white giving. Quickly tell her that you are just playing with her. It's to use her to lust after me. Otherwise my promise to you won't count. Oh. Lin Yueyao stomped her feet, aggrieved Bara said. Real downer. Ning Bei was genuinely furious. Sometimes, he really wanted to pry open Lin Yueyao's head to see what kind of stuff was kept inside. How can you be so self-righteous? 1 minute she suspects that she's being played for a fool, and the next, she's convinced? And Qin Jiujio had also heard the conversation between the two of them long ago, so in the face of Lin Yueyao's self-righteous remarks, she likewise laughed out coldly. In the next moment, she directly crossed over Lin Yueyao and walked over to Ning Bei. Husband, you've already refined the conception god pillow? Yeah, let's see how it's refined for my husband. Wow, husband is great. Qin Jiujio's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled with a look of utter adoration. Not only was it deliberately done to show Lin Yueyao, she was also surprised from the bottom of her heart. The 3 conceived god pills gave off an aura that was all of perfect level quality, and she didn't expect Ning Bei to have this kind of skill. It's almost like it's open. How can a person be so good? And while the two were talking, Lin Yueyao was like a little transparent. She doesn't understand. Obviously just now in a room with Ning Bei, the two have talked so pleasantly, even she compromised to consider being pushed back. Why is Ning Bei still getting tired of Qin Jiujio? Lin Yueyao, why are you still standing here? Ning Bei raised his eyebrows at her and said, do you have to have me do it before you're willing to roll? Ning Bei, are you serious? Lin Yueyao said with mixed feelings. Just now she had made her words so clear, she didn't believe that Ning Bei didn't crave her body at all. With her face and body, what man wouldn't be interested? In the past, she hadn't given Ning Bei a chance, but now, she was willing to give a chance off. That being said, I should be thanking you. Qin Jiujio suddenly spoke out. Thank me? Lin Yueyao was confused by what she heard. The next moment, only to see Qin Jiujio holding Ning Bei's hand. If you didn't abandon Ning Bei for someone else, where would I have the chance to find such a good man? But one size fits all. From now on, you'd better stay away from my husband, if it affects my mood. Saying that, she threw a look towards Ning Bei. And Ning Bei also understood and added on its behalf, if you were to affect my little daughter-in-law's mood, this would be detrimental to carrying the baby. Aha! Qin Jiujio reddened. Lin Yueyao, on the other hand, her petite body trembled, and she was bombarded by 5 thunderbolts, carrying a baby. Ning Bei, you still want to have a baby with her? If you say such words again, I'll really not consider giving it to you. Without waiting for Lin Yueyao to finish her sentence, Ning Bei had already picked up a conceived god pill and said, "Little daughter-in-law, come open your mouth." Ah! Shin Jiao opened her mouth obediently. She had a pair of cherry mouths, glistening with a pearl-like luster that was as tantalizing and mouth-watering as the pink of a flower bud in its first blossom. A kiss is like a day's worth of sweetness. Gollum. See, pregnant Shin Jiao took the pregnant god Dan. At this moment, Lin Yueyao man went numb. In fact, just from the name of the conception god pill, she could also guess that it was related to the child, and a strong sense of loss suddenly stuffed her small heart room. Even compromising consideration of that kind of thing. Can't even get Ning Bei to budge? Get out. In the end, Lin Yueyao lost her mind and was kicked out. The whole thing is like a lost soul. Just now I thought I could go back to the old days. Was it just her delusion? She's not happy about it. The two in the room, on the other hand, were flirting. Why did you call me little daughter-in-law? Ah? Shin Jiao raised her snow-white chin and questioned, could it be that you still have a big daughter-in-law? Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, fine, I'll call you my eldest daughter-in-law from now on. So you have a little daughter-in-law? Greeting the young girl's mischievous smiling face, Ning Bei was first stunned, then he picked her up. Good, now I'll dare to poke fun at my husband. Look at me knocking waves of melons to properly teach you the husband's program. People aren't afraid of melons. Shin Jiao is full of confidence, not with fear. The following night. Are you sure his parents live in such an isolated location? Quinn frowned. Don't worry, righteous father, it's true. Shin Yu patted his chest in assurance and smiled apologetically. I'm counting on my righteous father tonight. My child will definitely remember his great kindness. Kaden snorted and said, your mother said you agreed to my terms. That's true, isn't it? Mother? What mother? Shin Yu pretended to be stupid and said, righteous father is confused. The child has grown up eating 100 meals since he was a child, and does not know who his real parents are. In this world, the child only recognizes you and godmother. Ah. Ha ha. Kaden cracked a smile. It had to be said that Shin Yu's words were truly in line with his intentions. Why don't you go back to the inn and wait for me, and later, I'll send his parents' heads over. Kaden wasn't going to bull ********. Righteous father, proceed with caution. Shin Yu nodded his head repeatedly. Looking at Kaden's departing back until the other party completely disappeared into thin air, the smile on his face was suddenly replaced with a kind of resentment that, when I get rid of Ning Bei, you're next. In Shin Yu's opinion, Kaden's strength was stronger than Ning Bei's, and naturally, it was also more difficult to solve than Ning Bei. So in the face of Kaden, he had to endure the humiliation for now. Borrowing a knife to kill. Subsequently, Shin Yu quietly groped his way back to the inn of the Martial Heavenly Academy. It was safe all the way. So much so that it made him doubt, did the Chi Tian Academy really want to kill him that badly? Why haven't you seen anything? And just got back to the inn. Shin Yu then met Ning Bei, who had been waiting for a long time. His eyes lit up and he deliberately walked over to strike up a conversation. Ning Bei, it seems like you haven't even shown up today? Been practicing inside the house all this time, huh? Getting high. Huh? Shin Yu froze for a moment. But he did not dwell on it, and said meaningfully, sometimes I am really envious of you, with a beautiful family, outstanding talent, and respect. Much better than me, a handyman. Really? Ning Bei smiled and said, actually, I'm quite envious of you too. Oh, what do you envy me? Dado. The corners of Shin Yu's mouth twitched lightly and he almost didn't strain himself. But the thought that later, Ning Bei will become a child without parents, he seems to have been able to imagine that the other party cried bitterly. Ha ha. And just thinking about it made him want to laugh out loud and feel less angry inside. It can't be helped, who made my mother so charming? When he thought of Ning Bei's reaction to the painful loss of both parents, Shin Yu was filled with ease as he flirted with himself. But unfortunately, I didn't inherit my mother's face value, otherwise, I would also be a jaded and flamboyant gentleman. Ha! Ning Bei couldn't help but listen and laughed. You can't be blamed for this. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on that wild father of yours. He's so ugly that even your charming, jade peach-filled mother can't save her. You're ing. Shin Yu still bung-boo live. It was really that every word Ning Bei said poked him straight in the heart. And also on the ing body. Judgmental. Big deal, someone's trying to break in. At this time, Wang Tong and the others rushed into the inn with anxious expressions. That fast? Shin Yu's heart raced at the words. It's only been less than an hour, and Kain has already taken care of Ning Bei's parents? But on second thought, it made sense to him. After all, Kain was a king with a different surname and was notoriously strong in his own right, and even if Ning Bei's parents had specialized in Kain's Golden Dipper Sutra, they were far from being Kain's match with the strength of the two of them. So, he immediately yanked up Ning Bei. Go, let's quickly go see what's going on. At this moment, Shin Yu could be said to be filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see the scene where Ning Bei saw the heads of his biological parents. That's bound to be very exciting. Ning Bei didn't resist. He looked at Shin Yu's expectant expression. Phew! Just as the two had arrived in the lobby, suddenly, a bloody head flew over. It landed directly in front of Chinyu. However, the smile on his face instantly turned into panic. Righteous father? At that moment, an angry voice also came from outside. Did you pick it out, righteous father? Chapter 72, the main character's chat about his mother's body image destroys people's viewpoints. The speaker was none other than Yu Xian, and the head that was thrown into the inn was actually Kan? Wow! The inn was in an uproar. If it isn't the king with a different name. Who cut his head off and why did they bring it to us? All of a sudden, the atmosphere was weird and depressing, and the group of elders were like enemies. Yutong, what do you mean by this? Yutong, who was the priest of the Great Yu Academy, did not respond, but only glared at Chinyu with a cold gaze with Yu Xian and other comers. Righteous father. At this moment, Chinyu could be described as being thunderstruck. How could Kan, who had obviously gone to kill Ning Bei's parents, be brought to his door with his head in his hands? In the next moment, he looked at Yu Xian in dismay. Young prince. What's going on here? You're asking me what's going on? Yu Xian's tone was laced with anger as he said in a chilling voice, I should be the one to ask you this, right? What exactly did you go and make Kan do? And why was he killed outside the city? No wonder he was seething. The royal family had taken great pains to bring this foreign king into the fold, but they had not yet gotten to the point of raising an army for 1,000 days and using it for an hour. Instead, Qin died suddenly. I'm afraid no one else could speak calmly. I don't know. I don't know anything. Chinyu looked horrified and shook his head repeatedly with a weak heart. At this moment, his brain is like a piece of paste. Obviously let Kan go to kill Ning Bei's parents, but the results? How did Kan die on his own? The previous hour. What the hell happened? Originally, I wanted to use the knife to kill people, looking forward to the scene of Ning Bei's painful loss of both parents. How all of a sudden, Yu Xian and the others came over to question him? What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Yutong then rushed the elders of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Give Chinyu to us to take away, and now we will exit the inn. How dare you, you trespassed into our inn, and you even want to take away the disciples of the Martial Heavenly Academy without a word? A few elders became infuriated at the words and said, if this matter spreads out, letting the outside world think that we can't even protect our disciples, what face will we have in the future? We don't want to lose face? Ha! Yu Xian let out a cold laugh, meaning to say, is this your concern for losing face, or are you afraid that what you have done will be exposed? What do you mean by that? You know better than anyone in your hearts. Yu Xian looked around and said through clenched teeth, Kan Tang is a king of a different surname with a strong strength. If it wasn't for your academy secretly assisting Chinyu to take revenge, who could have lured him outside the city to be brutally killed? Now in the capital city has this strength, in addition to your Wutian Academy. There is only the Qi Tian Academy left. Can it be that it's the Qi Tian Academy, killing Kan, who has no grudges or grudges? Yu Xian was blunt. After all, it seems absurd to anyone. That's not true. Just then, Ning Bei stood out with a forced smile and continued to muddy the waters. Regarding the strife between the prince's house and the royal family, everyone already knows it by heart. Ever since Kan defected to the prince's house, he has been considered an enemy of the Qitian Academy. Isn't it normal for them to want to kill Kan? Taking a step back, you said that it was our Martial Heavenly Academy that made a move against Kan. Do you have any proof? Without proof, that's slander. As he spoke, Ning Bei almost didn't tense up. Although he notified the Qi Tian Academy, he did intend to make Kan suffer some hardships before he could settle the score with Chinyu. But I didn't expect that the Qi Tian Academy would actually cut him to death. Moreover, the royal house even suspected the head of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Evidence. Oh, we don't have evidence to suspect your Martial Sky Academy of making a move, but there's always evidence to suspect him, right? Facing Ning Bei's skepticism, Yu Xian suddenly pointed at Chinyu. Kan tied your mother to the attic window to trash her. I have reason to suspect. You hated Kuwayan to the bone, which is why you colluded with others to kill Kuwayan. Is this argument reasonable enough? Wow. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that getting a good look? Good lord, I didn't realize Qin was playing with such flowers. Can the king of mother asterisk 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 go hold up? It's not because of the king of, who had to expose Kan's Golden Dipper Sutra. What a great filial son. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Chinyu was also dumbfounded. He didn't even know about it. The thought of that kind of unspeakable scene. In a flash, he was infuriated and subconsciously raised his foot to kick Kan's head. How dare he bully his mother like this? Seeing this, Yu Xian, however, laughed. See, I've hit the nail on the head. Enough. At this time, Ning Bei said in a serious manner, even if Chinyu really wants to kill Kan, but how would he be able to mobilize our academy to help him? Besides, if he wants to avenge his mother's death tonight, would he not want to witness the scene of Kan's murder? But tonight, until just now, he's been with me, pressing for a chance to lure Qian to the outskirts of town. Saying that, Ning Bei slapped Chinyu's face. Right, king of? Yes, yes, yes. Chinyu froze for a moment and hurriedly nodded his head after coming back to his senses. He didn't expect Ning Bei to actually help him, but when it came down to it, he couldn't care too much, knowing that he had to get rid of anything to do with Kan's death first. After all, right now, the Chitian Academy had already tried to kill him, and he couldn't afford to be missed by the prince's house again. That would be the end of it. Yu Xian sniffed and looked at Ning Bei, raising an eyebrow. He was with you tonight? How come I don't remember you two being so close? It wasn't that good before, but tonight is different. Ning Bei frankly admitted, and meaningfully said, after all, tonight Xinyu has been talking to me about his mother's figure, and also said a lot of more personal words. I personally feel that he's still a friend worth making. Crowd? Xinyu, huh? Xinyu was dumbfounded at the words, and before he could open his mouth, he first received the wink cast by Ning Bei. This is all to help you clear your name. Cooperate. After reading Ning Bei's eyes, Xinyu cursed in his heart. What the hell is this? Who, in their right mind, would discuss their mother's figure with someone else? Can't you think of another excuse? But forced by the current situation, he could only nod in resignation. Ah yes, we were talking about my mother's figure. But that's not the point. The point is, I pressed to find someone to kill Ken, and I can't find anyone who can help me. A murmur went up around them. After hearing those unpleasant murmurs, Xinyu hated to find a crack in the ground. Damn Ning Bei, did he have to use this excuse? As things stand, Yu Xian and the others were also speechless, and they didn't want to really tear their faces off with the martial Heavenly Academy, or else it would be even more unfavorable for the princely mansion. So they had to leave it at that. Just before leaving, Yu Xian despised rushed Xinyu. What a great filial son. Talking about your mother's figure. I will tell her. The Xinyu people were dumbfounded. Okay, everyone get busy. The elders took a long breath and dispersed the crowd. No need to thank you, we are all fellow disciples. Ning Bei patted Xinyu's shoulder and turned to leave. Asterisk. Looking at Ning Bei's departing back, Xinyu's entire breath shook cold. Although Yu Xian and the others had left, he was not happy at all. And in the next moment, there were disciples coming up to strike up a conversation. Xinyu, is it convenient to make a friend? Xinyu? Chapter 73 Villain, Sister's Ambiguous Happiness, Protagonist, Mother's Family Destruction. Get out! Xinyu instantly broke into a fit of rage. It wasn't like he was a little cutie. How could he not understand what the other side was trying to do? It was clearly directed at his mother. If he hadn't been unable to beat the other party, at this moment, he would have swung his fist and smashed it over. Who do you think he is? Cut! That disciple was unimpressed, saying, you're really a snob. You can talk about stature with senior brother Ning, but you tell us to get lost to us ordinary disciples? Asterisk off. Get the outta here. Xinyu instantly clammed up. You don't come begging to talk to us. Before leaving, that disciple didn't forget to put in a harsh word. Asterisk. At this moment, Xinyu's mind was about to collapse. He even had some suspicions that just now Ning Bei was not helping him out at all, but instead had dug an even bigger hole for him. Why is that? Obviously a perfect plan to get both of Ning Bei's parents killed. Why did it end up with Ken being killed and he still being a suspect? It was even felt that he would dedicate his mother to moving up the ladder? It's downright deceptive. The other side. Ning Bei had reached the second floor and entered the room that was shrouded by the boundary. Just seeing the young girl who wanted to sit up with pain, he hurried forward. Just don't get up, lie down first and take care of your body. Poof. Xinjiu lifted her delicate pretty face, biting her small mouth in aggravation. You're not allowed to get high on melon seeds in the future. I can't even get high? You. Greeting Ning Bei's expression of playing dumb, Xinjiu instantly reddened. Hate you're just going to bully people. Ha ha. Ning Bei sat on the edge of the bed with a smile, dotingly scraped her agaric nose. Not to bully you a little Jojo, do you want me to bully others? Xinjiu froze for a moment at her words, and obediently snuggled into Ning Bei's arms. Then you're still bullying me, bah. Hey, that's what you said. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth hooked up in an arc as he looked at the other party's pure and eudaimonic countenance. The more he looked, the more he felt, unlike, really not at all. Not like what? Not like a great emperor reincarnated. Ning Bei said with a smile, rather, it looks like unpracticed, easily coaxed young girl from a good family. Yo. You're the only one in the world who can fool me. Xinjiu sniffed and pouted. When I went off the deep end. You obviously want. Still have to me take the initiative to beg you to do so. Hey. Ning Bei froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, a touch of embarrassment after being dismantled appeared on his handsome features. Can you even tell this? Do you think I'm stupid and sweet? Ha! Ning Bei smiled awkwardly and nonchalantly. Sure enough, still thinking of the other side is simple. The self-perceived control of the whole situation is actually nothing more than the other parties willingly cooperating. But now, he is also a little bit not panic, since you see out, then I do not pretend. Good are you a small Jojo, when you know I have a fiancé, but also see that I have a heart of mischief. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Xinjiu froze. She was so shocked that her little mouth opened wide, as if she hadn't expected that after demolishing Ning Bei's true colors, the other party, instead of being vain, would give her a slap. I went off the deep end in the first place. Xinjiu had a red face. It's obviously you. You'll just bully me. Then no one should talk about the past anymore, okay? Ning Bei shook his head and smiled. No. Get real, I'm going to ask you something very serious. Oh, what is it? Looking at the expression became serious Ning Bei, Shin Jojo paused for a moment. You're so bad. How did you hold back from touching her in the first place? This she refers to Lin Yueyao. What? You suspect that when I said I hadn't touched her, was lying to you? Aha! Well, how dare you doubt my husband? The next moment, Ning Bei pulled out a handful of melons. Shin Jojo immediately softened. Wrong. A few moments later, Shin Jojo pulled out a gongfu. Here, you've already practiced the divine yang technique until its pure perfection, so you'll be practicing this one in the future. The Great Thousand Thunders technique? Although the Great Thousand Thunder skill is not as high level as the divine yang skill, it is still a rare lightning divine ability, and it is superior in that it can be inspired by yang power. Shin Jojo explained, with the yang force in your body as the base, summoning the divine thunder against the enemy, its power can be a blow to break the mountains and rivers, the silence of all things, and even the creation of the domain of the thunder. It is also not a matter of course. That good? Ning Bei's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately looked at the little beauty in front of him. This is the technique you picked out specifically for me based on my situation? Yeah. Shin Jojo smiled and nodded. At this moment, the whole world became bright. Since her body and mind had returned to Ning Bei, she had since valued the latter's life monasticism more than anything else. It can be said that if you can give Ning Bei 10%, she will never keep a millimeter. And Ning Bei's heart was more than warm. Cupping the young girl's face, he barfed. What more could a man ask for to have a little daughter-in-law like you? LOL. Shin Jojo was kissed by the flower branch trembling. Some haughty said, then you are not allowed to call me a small daughter-in-law, to call the big daughter-in-law. Okay, big daughter-in-law. LOL. And so it was. The two of them played and then began to cultivate. Although with the duo's current cultivation of the middle Yuaning stage, placed in the Wutian Academy, it was already in existence not weaker than most of the elders, astonishingly. But cultivation was something like this, and both of them understood that they couldn't slack off. Even if Ning Bei didn't have enough reverse value to redeem the toast bread in his hands right now, he continued to feel that sense of accomplishment from quickly refining the method. Even if it's one step at a time, he enjoys it. 2 days later, Shin Yu was still grieving in his room. He really couldn't figure out why what was a perfect plan had become so bad. At that moment, the window was suddenly smashed. When he pushed open the window with surprise, he saw a figure that he had been thinking about day and night. Mother? Soon, Shin Yu passed through the boundary and brought his mother into the room. Feather, how exactly did your righteous father die? As soon as he arrived, Yuan couldn't help but ask. No one can imagine that since Qian was killed, what kind of interrogation she had been subjected to as Qian's closest relative. Mother, I don't know. Mentioning this matter, Shin Yu could be said to be in tears. Mother, you must believe me. Righteous father has helped me to do that. How could I want him to die? Mother just wanted to make sure, and I know you wouldn't do such a thing. Yuan sighed and said, but once Kueyan dies, our mother and I will have no shelter, and the royal family will definitely not let it go. Shin Yu lowered his head in dismay. In the past 2 days, he had been thinking about who killed Qian, and also suspected Ning Bei. After all, Qian was the one who went to kill Ning Bei's parents. But no sooner had the idea reared its head than he denied it to himself. Not to mention the fact that Ning Bei had no possibility of being Qian's opponent. It was too late in time. It's not like Ning Bei can be unpredictable. Right, mother? In the next moment, Shin Yu suddenly thought of something. The prince's residence should have locked you up, right? How did you escape? Yuan said with some desire to speak and a difficult look on her face. How else can I escape? Shin Yu? Chapter 74, a fiancé turns into a dog licker. Is life so dramatic? Shin Yu's heart ached as he listened. Sometimes he really didn't want to know so much. After all, it wasn't like there was any way to change it. If he had known this, he would not have said anything to beg Qian to kill Ning Bei's parents, and now that the person had not been killed, he had instead attracted so much trouble. It's just a pity that there's no medicine for regrets in this world. Your mother is here to give you something. Yuan pulled out a piece of parchment and tried to change the topic. Look, this is the map I found from under your righteous father's bed. Is there something memorized on this? Oh. Shin Yu received a look and was instantly surprised. Mother, this is the graphic of the Shura cliff. I've been there before, and it's not far from the martial heavenly academy. When he had been instructed by his soul body, he had wanted to go to the Shura cliffs to look for a blood Ganoderma, but it turned out that he had been intercepted by Ning Bei. He would never forget it in this life. Shura cliff? Yuan blinked her long eyelashes and said, in that case, then you go and try your luck. Your righteous father must have a reason for keeping it. Aha. Shin Yu nodded his head in agreement, then he looked up and said, Mother, won't you come with me? Mother will not go. How does that work? Shin Yu was instantly displeased and said, it was hard for you to escape from the prince's residence. This is a good opportunity for us to go far away. Listen to me, when you get your chance you'll go back to the Martial Heavenly Academy. At the moment only the Martial Heavenly Academy can keep you. But I'm worried about You child are still worried about me? Yuan lifted up her chest and laughed. Are you still not clear about mother's ability? Even the prince's mansion I was able to escape. In fact, mother also has a childhood friend. I intend to go to join him. Also good to find another backer for you. Xin Yu listened with skepticism. He did not think that his mother's honor, who has always abided by the ways of women and has always been pure and clean. How could she have so many powerful connections? But, aren't you pregnant with Kan's baby? Xin Yu thought of something else. Don't worry, that childhood friend of mother's has a big heart. Yuan covered her mouth and snickered. At that time, I will be able to make up a random excuse to fool him, just like to your father. Oh no, it's the same for that damn Qin Hao. Qin Yu? There was something he wanted to say, but he couldn't say it because he was in the way. Solely or not, a mother is not as big as she is. After Yuan left, Qin Yu also put on his backpack and decided to head to Shura Cliff first. He was bound and determined to win this opportunity. The other side. Congratulations to the host, you've been able to intercept opportunities again. Detected that Qin Yu has left the inn and is on his way to the Shura Cliffs, and has learned from the systems prying into the heavens that the opportunity is a drop of the Thunder Dragon's essence blood. It just so happens that the host cultivates the Great Thousand Thunders technique, which can refine the blood of the Thunder Dragon and evolve it into a higher level of lightning aptitude. After receiving the message from the system, Ning Bei smiled. Even the route was given to me this time. System Posey, you're really getting more and more capable. System, boing boing. Not much longer. Ning Bei then found Moonshine, who had just returned. Old master, you seem to be very busy lately, not being at the inn all day long. Alas. Moonshine sighed softly and laughed bitterly. Trying to stand alone in the middle of those two behemoths is not an easy task. If I don't make some moves, I don't know how many elders within the academy will be pulled in behind the backs of the royal family and the princely family. With that, Moonshine looked at Ning Bei again. Brat, you grow up quickly so that old me can give you my seat and enjoy my old age in peace. Ning Bei shook his head and smiled. I think we might as well go back to the Wutian Academy before it's too late, otherwise staying in the capital city would be a piece of fat meat in their eyes. Back to the academy. Makes sense. Moonless made up his mind after thinking about it. Then we'll depart tomorrow. Yes. And so it was. The news of the imminent departure of the Martial Heavenly Academy spread out. The families of many of the disciples had heard about it and wanted to meet their children again, otherwise they did not know how long it would be before they could do so. Relying on the Dan formula given by Qin Zhuojiu, Ning Bei used the Muggle alchemy furnace to refine some pills and took them to Wang Tong and Zhao Ming and the others. Senior brother Ning, this is too expensive. We're already so taken care of by senior brother Ning, we can't ask for your cultivation resources again. Wang Tong and the others were flattered and refused. These aren't for you guys. Ning Bei said in a proper voice, they're for you to take to your own families, to let them know that you're highly valued in the Wutian Academy, so that they won't have to worry or hold on to you. So hurry up and take the pills, we're going to be leaving in a little while. Wang Tang and the others looked at each other in dismay, and for a while, none of them were able to express how touched they were inside. Ning Bei was like a father to his son to them. Senior brother Ning, let's kneel for you. The next moment, they knelt down to express their gratitude. Ning Bei only helped Wang Tang up. No kneeling, you have the stature of a great emperor. Senior brother Ning? This familiar scene once again caused Wang Tang's blood to surge. So when he saw his parents, he took out the elixir while saying, Father, Mother, senior brother Ning said that I have the stature of a great emperor, so I won't be kneeling on your knees, lest there be karma inflicted on you. Second old man? The other side. I say you girl, what are you doing these days? Bai Yuqin said with hatred. She had expected to hear news of her daughter and Ning Bei making up this time she came over. Who had thought that it would actually say that Ning Bei was ready to have a baby? Yueyao, Ning Bei used to like you so much, how could he be like this? Lin Donglai frowned, are you not posturing low enough? I can tell you, our Lin family is already struggling right now. If Ning Bei doesn't make up with you, our Lin family will be completely finished without the support of the Ning family. Lin Yueyao tensed her small mouth in aggravation. In the face of her parents' reproach, she didn't know how to explain. In her opinion, she had already exhausted all ways to please Ning Bei. But Ning Bei hated her more and more. Mother, I really can't do it. I really don't know what to do. Listening to her parents nagging, Lin Yueyao finally couldn't take it anymore. Looking at her indisputable daughter, Bai Yuqin's heart also softened, and she whirled around and said, then tell mother, do you still like Ning Bei? Lin Yueyao didn't rush to answer. At this moment, her mind kept coming back to all the tenderness that Ning Bei had once shown her. After a moment, she nodded solemnly, love it. It's good if you like it. Bai Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief and came up with the idea, go ahead and treat him how he treated you in the past. Lin Yueyao batted her long eyelashes. Chapter 75, the fiancé's parents are outrageous, do they really think their daughter has a chance? Do you still not understand? Looking at her daughter who was dumbfounded, Bai Yuqin said in a serious tone, mother's intention is for you to touch Ning Bei, after all, it was you who was at fault first, only by letting him feel your sincerity can you awaken his old feelings for you. Lin Yueyao wanted to say something. It wasn't that she didn't understand what her mother meant, on the contrary, she was well aware of how good Ning Bei used to be, and because of that, she found it hard to learn from Ning Bei like that. Yueyao, Ning Bei is planning to have a child with someone else, we're all anxious for you, can't you let go of the condescension in your heart? At that moment, Lin Donglai said in disappointment. Father, I don't mean that. Lin Yueyao vehemently denied it, pursing her lips. I do think that Ning Bei used to be too good to me. I'm afraid I can't do what he did. With that, she reddened. In the past, Ning Bei was holding her in the palm of his hand for fear of falling off and in his mouth for fear of melting, completely treating her as the whole of his life. Every time she thought of Ning Bei's previous gentleness, it made her heart cut like a knife. Why did she lose this man whose eyes were full of her? And the man was so good looking and good, so perfect that he couldn't pick out a single flaw. She was so stupid before. Looking at her daughter's icy pitying appearance, Bai Yuqin said heartily, Yueyao, it's a great relief for your father and I that you can realize this now. Don't worry, with the advantage of appearance that mother has given you, no matter what you did wrong in the past, as long as you can make Ning Bei feel your sincerity, mother believes that he'll definitely come around to you. Lin Donglai chimed in, yes, that kid used to love you to bits, you need to pull yourself together Yueyao, your mother and I will also visit Ning Bei's parents and try to get them to open up for you. Father, mother. Lin Yueyao was instantly moved. Little pearls swirled in her eyes and she nodded solemnly, I understand, I will be able to. That's right. The couple smiled at each other. A few moments later, the disciples finished saying goodbye to their families. The Martial Heavenly Academy then gathered its disciples and prepared to embark on their journey home. Qin Yu's disappearance into thin air only caused a brief moment of surprise, but combined with the recent events, people didn't pursue it too much. Or maybe no one cared about Qin Yu's exodus either. Looking at the departing hordes of the Martial Heavenly Academy, pairs of couples were waving goodbye. Lu Yujuan also took hold of Ning Songhua and said happily, Songhua, our son is getting more and more mature, and he will definitely be able to do something great in the future. Ning Songhua gave an undeniable smile, yes, Bear is quite a bit like me back then. Lu Yujuan rolled her eyes and pushed him away in anger, shame on you. In-laws. Just then, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin, husband and wife, came looking for them. Ning Songhua and his wife froze for a moment. The next moment, they took their hands and turned around, seemingly not wanting to have anything to do with each other anymore. Hey in-laws, there's no need to avoid us so much, right? Lin Donglai couple hurried to catch up and said. Lu Yujuan frowned and turned back. Ning Bei and Lin Yueyao's marriage has been annulled, so stop calling us in-laws, we have nothing to talk to you about. Sister, words can't be said like that. Bai Yuqin laughed, as the saying goes, don't look at the face of the monk, look at the face of the Buddha. It's okay for you to hate us, but that child Yueyao, she used to really respect you as her own mother. Lu Yujuan was so skeptical that she retorted, Bai Yuqin, what are you talking about? Don't you know your daughter's character? She still respects me as her mother? Whenever we meet, don't we greet each other first? Yes, our Yueyao is not very good at expressing her feelings, but her heart is good. Bai Yuqin smiled awkwardly and continued, we just want to have a good talk about the two children getting back together in the future. Compound? Ning Songhua was not happy to hear this, your daughter picked the interloper herself, that king. Now that she realizes that the other party is not as good as my son, your daughter wants to get back together with my son? Is she treating my son like a fool? I'm telling you, if you want to get back together, there's no way. Yes, my son has found such a good daughter-in-law, isn't she better than your daughter? Lu Yujuan voiced her agreement. Big brother Ning, sister-in-law, don't be angry for now. Lin Donglai spoke out to ease the atmosphere, compensating with a smile. We know that Ning Bei has found an excellent Taoist couple, and in fact, we didn't come here to break up her and Ning Bei, we just wanted to exchange a possible outcome with you. What might? Lin Donglai and his wife looked at each other as if they were communicating telepathically. Bai Yuqin took a small step forward and lowered her voice. What do you guys think? How about letting Yueyao be a junior to Ning Bei? Villainous mom and dad? After leaving the capital, Ning Bei then found Moonless, Elder, the last time I led a team to show Luo Cliffs to practice, I discovered a place that might harbor opportunities, but I didn't have the time to explore it last time, so I want to go there again. Now. Right. Good. Moonless pondered for a split second before making up his mind. Then let's make a trip to the Shura cliff first, and it just so happens that I'll bring this group of disciples along for a long time. Ning Bei answered with a smile. With his current position in the Martial Heavenly Academy, he didn't have to worry about dividing the Thunder Dragon Essence blood equally in the end, this essence blood could only be his. As for other opportunities, rather, they can be shared. Shura cliffs. Ha, I'm so damn witty. Looking at the location marked on the parchment getting closer and closer, Qin Yu's hands were shaking with excitement. At this moment, he even wanted to cry a little. With a mundane body with no cultivation, he trekked all the way here, known to the world as an extremely dangerous no man's land. It can be said, but whenever he encounters any demonic beast, he would have to die 9 deaths. But on the contrary, he didn't meet the shadow of a demonic beast along the way, as if there was an invisible force sheltering the wasteful him. Only, he didn't think it was luck. After all, how could his messy and unlucky experiences have anything to do with luck? so he attributes it all to his own resourcefulness. It was he who predicted the possible dangers he might encounter in advance, and did not take the flat road, deliberately taking the bad road. That's how he avoided the demonic beasts. A few days have passed, and I wonder if mother has succeeded in defecting to her childhood friend. Thinking about this, Shin-yu couldn't smile again. When it rains, it pours. Yes, I should be happy for mother, at least. At least Nyang is good looking and can still find someone to take over. Shin-yu mentally implied as such. But the mouth of this self-deception, but his heart also understand the truth, marred. Why does my mother have to live such a miserable life? Asterisk. Damn Ning Bei. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Shin-yu's expression twisted in anger. Suddenly found with Ning Bei on the side of the matter, whether he is active or passive, even if the back of the invitation came to kill Ning Bei parents, it's all going to end in bad luck. Therefore, he blamed Ning Bei for all his faults, thinking that it was Ning Bei who had kirked him. Humph. Last time, you robbed my blood Ganoderma. This time, you have the guts to rob my opportunity again. Shin-yu gritted his teeth and put away the parchment. He wouldn't believe it. This time, he had come to the Shura cliffs unnoticed, and he could still be intercepted by Ning Bei? Then he won't live. But before he could go for long, suddenly, it seemed as if someone's voice reached his eardrums. And it's not just one or two people. Chapter 76, the lucky protagonist loses his heroine, loses his halo and becomes tainted? Shin-yu froze for a moment. How could there be anyone in this wild mountainous Shura cliff? Did someone come to the calendar? That's not right. Then how come there are so many voices? Shin-yu was instantly confused. Hearing those faint cacophonies, he even wondered if he was hallucinating. Who are the good people who come to gather at Shura Cliff? But the next moment, something even more desperate for him appeared, marred, the direction of that group of people. How does it look like it's at the location marked on the parchment? Shin-yu was instantly anxious. No longer able to hide, he rushed towards the crowd like a mad dog. That was his opportunity. Shoo! And the crowd, after noticing the commotion, quickly looked behind them, only to see a figure staggering out of the thicket. Shin-yu? Wow! When the two parties met, everyone was shocked. King of? You guys are pretty fast. I thought you and your mother had gone to the end of the world, but I didn't think you could actually catch up and find us. Are you a dog? Senior brother Ning has only just found an opportunity, so your boy has come at the right time. Wang Tang and the others reacted and spoke out. Ha! Seeing the identity of the crowd, Shin-yu was struck by lightning. At this moment, he even suspected that he had been poisoned by the miasma. Why should the people who were supposed to be in the capital city, or returning to the Martial Heaven Academy, would appear in front of his opportunity? Can someone tell him what's going on? Ning Bei. Opportunity? In the next moment, Shin-yu jolted awake and rushed up against the crowd's astonished gazes. Ning Bei. Ning Bei, what are you doing? Oh, the king of returns? Seeing the other party, Ning Bei feigned a few surprises. Where were you before? You didn't show up until I found the opportunity? A question mark condensed on Shin-yu's face. Things are now, he is not a little cute. And immediately burst into tears and said, Not. Are you the one who brought them here to look for opportunities? Ning Bei nodded. This is my chance, this is my opportunity. Shin-yu Bungbu lived. He was so anxious that he was jumping on the ground, no longer caring about his image to speak of. Family, who understands? He took a lot of hard work to come to Shura Cliff, and he saw that the opportunity to turn over was right in front of him, but he suddenly realized, someone had actually arrived early. And with so many people? Even if there were more good stuff, it wouldn't be his turn. This opportunity. It's clearly his. He couldn't figure it out. Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak, Wang Tang and the others had taken the lead. I've never seen such brazenness. You punk suddenly disappeared into thin air. We haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you dare to say that the opportunity is yours? It was clearly senior brother Ning who found the opportunity. Do you think we're blind? Lin Yueyao, hurry up and pull your shameless white moonlight away. Shin-yu was instantly attacked by the group. But the first one to get anxious was not him. Instead it was Lin Yueyao who was innocently lying down, furiously saying, You white moonlight. He is your white moonlight, your whole family's white moonlight. Whoever says I'm related to Shin-yu again, I'll fight him to the death. Lin Yueyao was so angry that she wanted to cry. Now when she hears about Shin-yu, king of, she resists it from the bottom of her heart, especially when it is mentioned about her previous relationship with Shin-yu. She couldn't hide the anger and disgust on her face. Yueyao? Shin-yu, on the other hand, was struck by lightning. Looking at the young girl who had once regarded him as everything, he felt bad in his heart, not realizing that the other party had disliked him to such an extent. Don't you call me names. It's not like I know you well. Meeting Shin-yu's aggrieved gaze, instead of sympathizing, Lin Yueyao was furious. She was really afraid that Ning Bei would hear Shin-yu call her by her name without a surname, and then she would misunderstand that she still had a connection with Shin-yu. That way, she would have even less chance of recovering Ning Bei. It could be said that nowadays, Shin-yu was an unwashable stain on her life. And the best thing to do is to not say another word. We don't know each other well. In the face of Lin Yueyao's cold attitude, at this moment, Qin Yu's heart felt like a knife. No! Yueyao! Don't think I'm ashamed. I'm not lying. This opportunity is really mine. The next moment, Qin Yu wanted to prove himself. Nay, before he could pull out the parchment, Wang Tong and the others had already rushed up. How dare you talk tough? Come on, drag him aside and beat him for me. Aha! In the next moment, the miserable screams of Qin Yu resounded. The elders didn't stop them either, but frowned as they watched Qin Yu get punched. What an unintelligent thing to do. The moment you come in, you'll be outraged. Ugh! Even Moonless, who was a priest, shook his head inside at this moment, looking toward Ning Bei and saying, "Don't waste time, let's go in." Good. Ning Bei nodded with a smile, signaling Qin Jojo to follow. The opportunity this time was hidden in a mountain that was originally undetectable with the naked eye, but luckily, the system had given Ning Bei the means to open the passage. Moonless, Ning Bei, and Qin Jojo were the first three to walk into the cave. The rest of them didn't rush to follow, firstly because they didn't know how dangerous it was inside, and secondly because it was clear that they shouldn't have the idea of greedy for the first credit. Only what Ning Bei gave, that was what belonged to them. Walk inside the cave. After pondering for a long time, Moonless finally couldn't help but ask, "Brat, I heard that Qin Yu has already messed with you a few times. Why do you still tolerate him to stay in the academy?" The meaning of these words was nothing more than telling Ning Bei that with just one word, he could make Qin Yu disappear into thin air. "Because I am good," Ning Bei also said without hesitation. Of course, the real reason can't be told. But this sentence really put the Moonless whole speechless. Good a good nah, that at first Jiang value but is offended a few words. "How did you kill him?" "Because she's all I have." Ning Bei guffawed and smiled, smoothly holding up Qin Jojo's jade hand. "No matter who wants to stop me and Jojo together, for me, should be killed." Moonless suddenly stopped in place. Ning Bei took 2 steps forward before turning back. "Old master, why don't you keep walking? Eat your fill, you two are on your own." Saying that, Moonshine turned away in anger. It was bad luck. He shouldn't have asked this. Ning Bei couldn't help it somewhat. Looking at the old man's truly disappearing back, he smiled and withdrew his gaze, looking at his little daughter-in-law who was staring straight at him. It's just the two of us now. Oomph, nasty." Qin Jojo was so ashamed that she raised her jade hand and painlessly slapped Ning Bei. Ning Bei smoothly grabbed her jade hand and hooked her chin with his other hand. "What? My little Jojo is still shy?" Suddenly, Qin Jojo's delicate face suddenly changed. "Wait, husband. I seem to feel something." Chapter 77, the protagonist becomes a slave of the 3 families, the villain takes the great creation. Oh, the corner of Ning Bei's mouth lifted into a smile. He followed Qin Jojo's gaze. "You mean, that aura of thunder that suddenly appears and disappears? You felt it too?" Qin Jojo's beautiful eyes widened. "Go!" Ning Bei guffawed and didn't say anything more, and straight away led her towards the depths. Not much longer. A blinding blue light came into view, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds, as if the electric current was hissing and roaring. Is this? Qin Jojo was stunned by the scene in front of her. At this moment in front of the two, is suspended a melon size, the body of the blue, and constantly bloomed to the surrounding lightning bouquet of strange things. "It's Thunder Dragon Essence Blood," Ning Bei said with a smile. "You recognize it?" Qin Jojo was once again surprised, which turned into surprise. "I didn't think that the essence blood of that creature would actually appear in a place like this. Husband, our luck is good." "Yes." Ning Bei gave an undeniable smile. "The opportunity given by heaven to its own son, is that a child's play? Quick, husband." After a brief moment of surprise, Qin Jojo rushed at Ning Bei. "If you refine this drop of essence blood, even if you don't comprehend the laws of lightning, it will be of great help to you in your future cultivation of the Great Thousand Thunders technique." "Good." Ning Bei wasn't polite. After glancing at the other things scattered on the ground, he walked towards the Thunder Dragon Essence Blood. The imperative. Boom. Not long after, the mountain suddenly trembled like a tremor, catching the crowd off guard. What's going on in there? Oh no, could it be that Ning Bei and the others are in danger? Moonless' old eyes narrowed slightly, his brows stretching in the next moment. There's no need to be alarmed, it's just that Ning Bei has found a great opportunity. Great opportunity? The crowd looked at each other, the worry on their faces turning into curiosity. To actually make such a big commotion, what kind of opportunity has Ning Bei found? Worthy of being senior brother Ning, it really is the sacred body of chance. To have a disciple like Ning Bei can be considered heaven's favor to the Martial Heaven Academy. Compared to the delighted crowd, at this moment, Qin Yu was so angry that he wanted to cry. Obviously the map is in his hand. Obviously he also left the crowd in advance and rushed to Shura Cliff alone. Why is he the last to arrive? Can someone tell him why? This isn't even funny. It's not logical at all. I don't understand. The more Qin Yu thought about it, the more Clamport lived. Originally he was full of confidence, convinced that the opportunity will be his bag, but why did the last? Why did it become Ning Bei's again? Snap. At this moment, Wang Tang gave him a slap. What's the noise? It's right if you don't understand. Senior brother Ning has the stature of a true god. Is it not something that trash like you can understand? And you hit me. Shin Yu was infuriated. Only earlier the crowd had fattened him up, but it had been justified. But on what grounds did they beat him now? Can't you even not understand? Before he could finish expressing his dissatisfaction, Zhao Ming came back with another kick. You dare to scold Wang Tang? Don't you know that even senior brother Ning said that he has the appearance of a great emperor? You guys. Shin Yu sniffed as the man went numb. Nay, in his current situation, he didn't even have the courage to retort. After all, these people were really laying down the law. In the end, he could only leave in disgrace. Looking at the entire Martial Sky Academy, nowadays he couldn't even find someone he could confide in. There used to be Lin Yueyao. Thinking about this, Shin Yu hurriedly looked left and right, trying to find the figure of the young girl. After all, in the past, the young girl would stand near him. But now, Lin Yueyao was avoiding him like she was avoiding a dogskin plaster. This time, Shin Yu not only lost the opportunity, even the young girl who once regarded him as the white moonlight, also abandoned him in public. The more Shin Yu thought about it, the harder it became. The entire Wutian Academy was not worth his thoughts anymore, and if he wasn't being pursued by the Chi Tian Academy and the Prince's house, he really wanted to abandon the academy. No, I have to stay here. Recalling his mother's advice, Shin Yu sobered up. A few moments later, he shamelessly found Li Shen and pulled the other party to the side. Elderly, this is a spiritual object given to me by my mother. But now that my meridians are ruined, it's a real waste to use these things. Oh, looking at the favor Shin Yu handed over, Li Shen was a bit surprised. Your mother gave you this? She escaped from the prince's residence? Right. So where is she now? Shin Yu's expression was stunned. Cough. After realizing that he was a bit out of line, Li Shen lowered his voice. Don't misunderstand Shin Yu. I've always treated you like a child, purely concerned about your family's well-being. Shin Yu had a skeptical look on his face. But one has to bow down under the roof. Thank you elderly for your concern. Shin Yu could only force a smile and pushed the spiritual object over. This is considered as a filial honor from my junior. Please be sure to accept it. Li Shen is also no longer polite, without a trace of greed under the favor. You child, you are not living well yourself, but still so filial. Alas, make me want to take you as a righteous son. Really? Of course, it just so happens that I have never married in my life. Li Shen said in a proper voice, if you are willing, I can accept you as a righteous son right now, and in the future, we will call ourselves father and son. Shin Yu was so touched that his words hadn't even left his mouth. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the lewdness in Li Shen's eyes, as if he was calculating something. Mud. After reacting, Shin Yu almost broke into a fit of rage. But in the way of the identity of the other party, and his current situation. This, it seems, has been an opportunity he couldn't ask for. So after struggling a bit in his heart, in the end, Shin Yu still said against his will, righteous father is above, please accept your obeisance. Hey well. Li Shen hurriedly helped him up and said with emotion, I didn't expect that in my lifetime, I, Li Shen, would still be able to pick up a son. From now on, you will no longer be just a handyman, but my Li Shen's righteous son, and in the future, I will personally guide you in practicing the Golden Gang Sutra. Thank you, righteous father. You and I are father and son, why say thank you? Li Shen waved his hand and laughed, since we are already a family, then your family is also my family. Find a chance to bring your mother to the Wutian Academy. She is a weak woman who was wandering outside. Quite worrying. The corners of Shin Yu's mouth twitched lightly at the words, but he could only force a smile and said, thank you, righteous father. You are so nice. Then I'll go and speak to the priest first. Li Shen left satisfied. And looking at the other party's obscene back, Shin Yu gritted his teeth and said, the last time. Mother, this is the last time child will utilize you. I swear, after I turn over this time, we'll definitely not let you live in misery again. Shin Yu clenched his fists together. He rekindled his fighting spirit. Anyway, he held the complete version of the Golden Gang Sutra in his hand. Not only could it horizontally train his physical body, it also had the effect of repairing his meridians. It's definitely possible to roll over. At this moment, Ning Bei had successfully refined the Thunder Dragon Essence Blood. Under the influence of the Thunder Dragon's Essence Blood, the power in his body was sublimated, and his body flickered with arcs of electricity visible to the naked eye, seemingly accompanied by a dragon's roar. Especially the moment he opened his eyes, the brilliant electric light blossomed from his pupils, releasing unrivaled oppression. Even if he has not been refined into the Great Thousand Thunder skill, but already has an incredible power of thunder, if you then repair the Great Thousand Thunder skill, it can be as good as it gets. Little Jiao. Ning Bei suddenly looked up at the young girl, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc. You might have to suffer from old sins in the future. Chapter 78. The villain's fatherly love is so heavy that the protagonist must kneel even if he doesn't suffer? Shin Jiao blinked innocently. Come, I'll show you one first. With that, Ning Bei pulled her into his arms and flexed his fingers forward. Thumbs up. In an instant, lightning-like power shot out, hitting the stone wall dozens of feet away. Its speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. And known for its hardness on the surface of the lapis lazuli, not only was blasted out of a deep dent, surrounded by a spider web of lightning patterns, Shinjojo's delicate body trembled, and her whole body immediately felt like it was being washed by electric current. What a strange feeling. At that moment, she could clearly feel the tingling electricity released from Ning Bei's body, and she looked at Ning Bei with a red face, overjoyed. Your power. How did it become possible to release such dense lightning power? Awesome? Awesome husband is awesome. Shinjojo's beautiful eyes flashed as she said. Her pretty face with a beautiful color was now both surprised and confused. I didn't expect this drop of Thunder Dragon Essence blood to contain such opportunities. It's even more powerful than I thought. I also don't know where it came from. It's definitely not something that an ordinary Thunder Dragon powerhouse could leave behind. In this regard, Ning Bei could not be denied. Just a drop of essence blood helped him more than double his strength, and also comprehended such a heaven-defying thunder element. It was simply like being hung up. The thought of such an opportunity that could have originally been obtained by a son of Qi. Even if it was intercepted by someone else, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Bei decided. Gotta keep that treasure-hunting mouse on a short leash. Not much longer. Only after Ning Bei and Shinjojo came out holding hands did Moonless order the elders and the disciples excluding the handymen to enter the cave and search for treasure. Although the greatest opportunity had been taken away by Ning Bei, there were still many things left inside, and the crowd did not show any dissatisfaction. If Ning Bei hadn't found the opportunity, they wouldn't have even had the chance to drink the soup. What's more, with Ning Bei's status as the chief disciple, and his contributions and significance to the Martial Heavenly Academy, who wouldn't be able to tell the difference between primary and secondary? Except for the unwilling Chinyu, of course. As he passed by Ning Bei, he didn't hold back another hum. Ning Bei also pulled him back. What are you doing in there? In the face of Ning Bei's questioning, the present-day Chinyu didn't panic in the slightest and directly called out to his righteous father. Li Shen hurriedly came to explain. Ning Bei, I just accepted Chinyu as my righteous son. He's not considered just a handyman anymore, so for my sake, let him go in. Although as an elder in charge of disciple mobilization within the academy, his own status and strength were not bad, he still had to be polite when facing Ning Bei, who made people's future limitless. The last one who didn't know how to die or ginger value. Then the ashes were raised. So, after learning of the situation, Ning Bei didn't make things difficult, but just laughed. Changing dads again? Then you didn't say anything, so hurry up and go in. Shinyu almost didn't spit out blood in anger. Ning Bei's sentence about changing dads again could be said to have hit him squarely on the sore spot. So far, explicitly, he had been a son to 3 people. Chin Ho, Ket and Li Shen. It is only on the surface. As for the backside, he doesn't know that much. Soon, all of them were loaded with treasures after scavenging. Senior brother Ning, why are there so many goodies left inside? The feats, pills, and weapons are as if they've been completely untouched. After coming out, the crowd's curious gazes gathered on Ning Bei. While they would have liked to have gotten more out of it, right now, they were more interested in figuring out what was going on. The harvest was too rich this time. Brat, could it be that you didn't touch anything else at all besides refining something like that? Moonless was equally surprised and couldn't help but ask. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Ning Bei merely smiled calmly. You all accompanied me here to Shura Cliff, so how can I only care about my own interests? Besides, I've already gotten what I wanted, and as for other opportunities, it's natural to put everyone else first. Master, didn't you also once say that everything is in the interest of the academy? But this academy is not mine alone, but everyone's. Between the words, Ning Bei threw his weight around and spoke forcefully. Brat! Moonless sniffed, and his old eyes flashed with light. At this moment, it is impossible to describe his feelings with words. In fact, he had always been looking forward to it, looking forward to the appearance of such a talent in the Martial Heavenly Academy. It can be a dream come true. Even Moonless was moved by it, let alone anyone else. Someone as gifted as senior brother Ning, and with a heart of righteousness, is rare in the world. If it were any other academy, I'm afraid we wouldn't have to fight over the opportunity, and only senior brother Ning can be this generous and selfless. Sometimes I really don't understand how the Martial Heavenly Academy can produce a character like senior brother Ning and a king like Chinyu. Because senior brother Ning has parents. The disciples were talking, and the elders were overwhelmed with emotion. Ning Bei is a blessing for our Martial Sky Academy. Seriously, the other day, the prince's house tried to pull me in, but I balked, for no other reason than I just wanted to watch Ning Bei grow up with my own eyes. Look at this group of disciples. In the future, as long as we have Ning Bei sitting on the fence, even without us old guys, the Martial Heavenly Academy won't be in chaos. Right at this moment, Wang Tang and the others suddenly took the lead. Senior brother Ning, it's hard to repay a great favor, and we're afraid that we won't be able to repay you in the future, so why don't we kneel for you? So kidney good. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the disciples led by Wang Tang and Zhao Ming suddenly knelt down. And under their impetus, disciples who hadn't originally thought this way were also affected, kneeling down in unison towards Ning Bei. All of them are excited from the bottom of their hearts. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, opportunity is something that everyone squeezes their heads for, even blood brothers may turn against each other. However, Ning Bei willingly gave it up to them. Who says it's not a father's love? What's more, at the moment, Ning Bei was still only a chief disciple, so he was so generous. In the future, Ning Bei would surely have some immeasurable achievements. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of the opportunity to hug someone and appear to know what's going on? Ha, yeah. Watching this scene, instead of stopping it, the elders laughed heartily. They were also happy to see that the crowd submitted to the chief disciple from the bottom of their hearts, so that in the future, the academy would be able to screw together. Geez, what are you guys doing? Ning Bei, on the other hand, looked flattered. To be honest, he also did not expect this scene. He is not a beautiful koan, where is the fetish of being knelt by others? As he was trying to assist the crowd, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing on the side. Xinyu, why aren't you kneeling? Xinyu was dumbfounded by the question. Is he going to kneel? Originally, when he saw Ning Bei being worshipped, he was quite upset in his heart, but he didn't expect that Ning Bei actually asked him why he was kneeling. Who am I to kneel? Everyone. Xinyu's words were not yet finished. Suddenly, Li Shan kicked him down. Sorry. In the past, Xinyu's father was too mixed up and didn't have much tutelage. I will teach him well in the future. Xinyu? Chapter 79, The Great Work, The Man Who Discharges Electricity. Dad? Xinyu's tiger's body shook, and he was struck by lightning. I thought Li Shan would support him, but I didn't expect that the other party not only back-kicked him, but even gave him a nickname that poked him right in the heart. What the hell's a daddy mongrel? Can he be blamed for this? Blame it on his mom. Compared to the skeptical Xinyu, the crowd was roaring with laughter. Ha, elderly is quite humorous. That's not humor, that's hitting the nail on the head. I originally didn't understand why elderly wanted to accept King as his righteous son. Now it seems that he dares to think that he lacks tutelage and wants to do his part. Hearing the mocking voices around him, Xinyu was even more irritated. When he turned to look at Li Shan, he was about to express the dissatisfaction in his heart, but he was held down by the ladder. Everyone kneels. What the hell are you singing against? If you still want me to cover you in the future, be more sensible and don't end up victimizing me as well. Xinyu wanted to speak, unable to organize his words for a moment. At this moment, Ning Bei waved his hand and said, Elderly, I was just joking, I didn't really want anyone to kneel, don't take it seriously. Of course I knew you were joking. Facing Ning Bei, Li Shan said with a fawning smile. But as he looked at Xinyu, he changed his tone again. But one size does not fit all. This rebellious son doesn't know how to repay kindness, that's all. He actually wants to repay kindness with hatred? If I don't discipline him strictly, won't people say in the future that I won't be able to teach my son and have no tutelage? Between words, Li Shan also looked at the crowd with great righteousness. Everyone say, do I have a point? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Elderly has a point. This is preferring to scold Xinyu himself rather than, in the future, letting Xinyu be scolded for not having a family education. It is said that a father's love is like a mountain. Xinyu, you can just steal your joy. All of a sudden, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion and gave Li Shan praise. On the contrary, Xinyu Ren was stupid. How did the discussion end up? How can he be so ignorant? What's this called? What are you waiting for? How do you think you got those pills just now? Why don't you hurry up and thank Ning Bei? Li Shan frowned and urged. Xinyu was holding his tongue like he had eaten a mouthful of. By now, he has calculated to see clearly Li Shan, this is afraid of offending Ning Bei. However, he also understood that in the future, he would still have to rely on Li Shan in the Wutian Academy and could not tear his face off with the other party. Thus, Xinyu could only compromise and bow his head towards Ning Bei. Really no need. Ning Bei, on the other hand, hurriedly waved his hand and rushed forward to stop it, picking up Xinyu while saying, Come on, treasure hunter mouse, you get up quickly. Xinyu's expression stared, somewhat skeptical of his own ears. What are you shouting at me for? Ning Bei froze for a moment, then he said to the crowd, Everyone, prepare to return to the academy. Xinyu? And so, the crowd also stopped talking and set off to rush back to the academy. Compared to the crowd that was full of people, only Xinyu had mixed feelings, and just now, Ning Bei seemed to have shouted something at him. Although he didn't hear it clearly, he had a vague feeling that it should be particularly important. Why don't you walk with my father? At that moment, Li Shan suddenly came over. Not waiting for Xinyu to open his mouth, he added, Just now I asked you to kneel down to Ning Bei. Are you already holding a grudge against me? Righteous father, how could a child hold a grudge against you? Xinyu denied it with a forced smile. But in his heart, he had secretly sworn, You will never see my mother. The disc won't let you pick it up either. Seeming to see through Xinyu's mind, Li Shan lowered his voice. Alas, in fact, my father also has bitter feelings. Do you really think that just now, everyone is just thanking Ning Bei? Xinyu raised his head in surprise. Li Shan, on the other hand, continued, That was a test of everyone's loyalty to the Martial Heavenly Academy. You're the only one who's out of place. I know you're not convinced in your heart, but if I don't stand up and reprimand you, you'll become the public enemy of the entire academy, and you'll be suspected of having second thoughts about the academy. Even I might be suspected. Xinyu was genuinely astonished. But on second thought, it made some sense to him. So we still have to stay in the Martial Heavenly Academy, we can't be the head of the pack in everything, do you understand? Li Shan said in a serious tone. Righteous father. So you are all for my good. Child understands. Qin Yu was immediately moved. At this moment, he silently put away the oath he had just made. Just that, he was also a bit incomprehensible, but righteous father, I can understand you reprimanding. But why did you give me that kind of nickname, causing me to be made fun of? Silly boy, your father's miscellaneous is the truth. Li Shan patted his shoulder and said in a proper voice, the truth is that even if you don't say it, people know it. But don't worry, from now on, if someone calls you father again miscellaneous, you can then say that only I, Li Shan, am your father. At those words, Qin Yu couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch up. At this moment, he didn't dare to conclude whether Li Shan was doing it for his own good, or if he was scheming as he wanted to, especially that line. Only Li Shan is his father. You want it all to yourself, don't you? Of all the people, you're the greediest. Okay, Feather? Good. Qin Yu could only hold his tongue and respond. To be returned to the schoolhouse. During the time that the crowd had left, there was peace and quiet in the academy. Although there are many factions within the Dayu dynasty, there is no force that is so stupid as to steal a home from the three great universities during the Dawu. Because of the opportunity they found from the Shura cliff, once they returned, the crowd also devoted themselves to cultivation without stopping. The same is true for Ning Bei. He hadn't teased Qin Yu much along the way, thus gaining a lot of reverse value. With the help of these reverse values, he exchanged a toast bread for cultivating the Great Thousand Thunders technique. 3 short days. Ning Bei then went from originally just coming into contact with the Great Thousand Thunder skill, to comprehending its 7 or 8 layers, and was already able to rely on Yang Force to freely inspire, not to mention deriving various shapes. Even without the aid of that drop of Thunder Dragon Essence blood, with his current mastery of the Great Thousand Thunder skill, he was still able to unleash an appalling amount of thunder power. And with the addition of Essence blood, it was like a tiger with wings. Although he could not yet perform the domain of thunder in Qin Jojo's mouth, but the light helped his strength and speed in other aspects of the enhancement. To say that doubling is a very modest understatement. Phew. After stopping his cultivation, Ning Bei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He spread out his fingers and looked at the arcs of electricity leaping from his fingertips, rather like a dreamlike sense of wonder. This feeling of being one with the thunder made the world seem to slow down in his eyes, which was something that cultivating the thunder system technique was far from being able to achieve. Rather, it was thanks to the Thunder Dragon Essence blood he had refined. Suddenly, Ning Bei didn't know what came to his mind, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a bad smile. Who can't like a man who can discharge electricity? Ding! Warning, 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 detected unfavorable factors generated, hosts are requested to return home immediately. Chapter 80, the villain shows off his electric power and electrifies people. Please go home immediately. Receiving the news delivered by the system, a smear of killing intent surfaced in Ning Bei's eyes. It's not like he's a son of Qi, but he dares to hit me over the head with his ideas? According to the information detected by the system, the prince's house was about to make a move against the Ning family. This was because shortly after Ning Bei and the others had left the capital city, the power struggle concerning the princely family and the royal family had entered a white-hot stage. And because of the death of Ken, the forces under his command were pulled together by the royal family in large numbers, and the Prince of Heaven Yu Wuing also saw that the time was ripe, so he no longer gave the prince's house a chance to breathe. Straight into action. Now the prince's house is losing Ken, some strength attenuation, although not to the point of not being able to fight, but ultimately some disadvantage. So out of consideration for the future, it was decided to hold the Ning family hostage first. In this way, even if the princely mansion did lose to the royal family, they could still rely on holding Ning Bei's parents hostage and thus manipulate Ning Bei. And Ning Bei's significance to the Martial Heavenly Academy was well known, and perhaps it would also allow the Martial Heavenly Academy to cube from it and tilt it to the side of the prince's house, to renew their lives again. If the royal family can win the power struggle, then the Ning family will be released unharmed and given some treasures as compensation. By that time, the Dayu dynasty will already be in the possession of the royal family, and even if the Ning family wants to retaliate, it will be useless. It's as much about letting go as it is about saving for a rainy day. How about no loss? I don't know how they could have imagined it. This move, however, had angered Ning Bei. How dare you count on his family? Even the god of heaven can't keep you. Phew! Ning Bei turned straight into a flash of lightning, instantly rushing towards the sky at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Even the elders within the academy couldn't reach such an amazing speed. It was truly like a flash of lightning, passing by in an instant. And there was a speed reason why Ning Bei didn't call them. In addition to that, the Martial Heavenly Academy had always been neutral, and Trip wasn't just planning to go and protect his parents either. That the prince's house is no longer necessary to exist. Qingchun, Ning family. At this moment, in front of the Ning clan's main gate, there stood a dozen figures with bad intentions. As for Ning Songhua, who was the head of the Ning family, and his wife Lu Yujuan, they were blocking in front of a group of clansmen at the back, their faces heavy. The atmosphere appeared saber-rattling. Ning family lord, we have no ill intentions. Yuxian stood with his hands behind his back, a condescending smile on his face. I've had some encounters with your son, Ning Bei, and if you watched the great martial arts some time ago, you should know that we even teamed up to put on a show on stage, didn't we? Humph. Ning Songhua snorted and said, if that's the case, then you guys shouldn't make things difficult for us, but please go back. A cold light flashed in Yuxian's eyes. At this time, a strong man beside him spoke out, it's just an invitation for you to be guests at the prince's residence, how can we call it difficult? Besides, our young prince also wants to befriend Ning Bei, but right now he's not here, so. I'd also like to ask Family Master Ning to give our royal family a favor. Meh. Ning Songhua let out a cold laugh and said, what a befriending. We've already refused so much, and you guys still want to force us with threats, is this actually wanting to befriend? Or do you want to take us as hostages so that you can use us against Bayer in the future? Our Ning family is just a small family though, and we don't know anything about the battle for imperial power. At this time, Lu Yujuan gritted her teeth and spoke, but if you want to use us against Bayer, I'll tell you, just die with this heart. Even if we die in front of our home, we will never drag our feet for Bayer. Toast to the world. Yuxian instantly couldn't suppress the fire. After all, the previous ones were pretending to be polite, just to prevent being able to win the fight for power and arresting the Ning family for nothing, which would eventually lead to unnecessary trouble. But now that he saw Ning Bei's parents with such an attitude, Yuxian didn't pretend anymore. I'll say it again for the last time, you guys have to go to the prince's mansion even if you do or don't go. Gentlemen, I urge you to think twice before answering. We can't take so many people. The rest of the powerhouses also opened their mouths to threaten. Their meaning was clear, if they refused again, they would kill all the less important members of the Ning family. At this moment, on the faces of the Ning family members, all of them showed despair. While Ning Songhua and his wife remained firm, even if we die, we won't leave the gates of the Ning family, much less become trouble for Bayer. Do it! Yuxian's eyes were cold and he was about to order. Boom! Just then, a lightning bolt suddenly fell straight down from the sky above. And it landed between the Ning family and the prince's house, the two parties. Splash of dust in the sky. There was also the constant sound of thunder in the void. What's the situation? Not waiting for Yuxian to figure out the situation. At that moment, the strong man behind him had quickly pulled him back. Be careful. And as the dust dissipated, an upright figure gradually emerged. North. The moment they saw their son, the couple looked moved. Ning Bei then stared back with a faint smile. Father, mother, I'm late, you guys stand back. Ning Songhua was the first to react, unable to think, hurriedly pulling back his wife who wanted to go forward. Ning Bei? After seeing the visitor clearly, Yuxian was a bit stunned. Because the aura of Ning Bei that he felt at this moment was completely different from that in the great martial arts ring, especially when he appeared just now. What was that lightning bolt? Boom! Without saying a word, Ning Bei raised his hand and blasted toward the front. In an instant, a thick lightning bolt shot out from its palm, and the heavens and earth trembled. Not good. Quickly protect the young prince. Feeling the terrifying aura of thunder and lightning, a strong man was the first to react, and in an instant, he erupted into late Yuaning cultivation. This strength in the Dayu dynasty has been regarded as the upper tier of experts. Even if it is used to deal with the Ning family, it is also killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Only. Now Ning Bei is back. That person had only just taken the first step towards Ning Bei when the lightning in the void, like a viper, changed direction and lunged towards him. Boo! Almost immediately, bursts of sound erupted. Without waiting for that person to let out a scream, his flesh instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar at the sight. Whether it was the people from the prince's residence or the Ning family, all of them were jaw-dropped at this moment. What? Yuxian was even more like seeing a ghost. Because of Ning Bei's strength, he knew it best. How could he kill a late-stage Yuaning expert in a single strike? And the strong men he brought on this trip were all at this level. Quickly! Take him quickly! Yuxian instantly panicked. A bad premonition instantly filled his heart. A dozen or so experts of the Yuaning realm swarmed up. As for the Ning clan's strongest members, even though they knew that they were not opponents, they did not hesitate to charge forward in an attempt to come and help Ning Bei alleviate his disadvantage. After all, as the old saying goes, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists. But not before they rushed to the center of the battle. Seeing that he was facing a dozen upper echelon powerhouses of the Dayu dynasty, Ning Bei did not see any panic on his face as he bent his knees and slammed his palm into the earth. Click! In an instant, the whole world seemed to shake as if the ground was shaking, only to see countless thick thunderbolts, as if a thunder dragon flew out from the cracks in the ground, charging across the room towards the vitals of the crowd. Ah! The screams rose to the sky. There was hardly anyone that could withstand such a dense and terrifying thunder force. After a few short breaths, the scene fell into dead silence. The only sound was the ever-dissipating dragon's roar. North Child, Ning Songhua and his wife were dumbfounded. Their son is actually this powerful already? That was a dozen or so experts from the prince's house, placed in the Dayu dynasty. They were all in the upper echelon of the strongest ranks. Ning Bei, on the other hand, was only a teenager. At this moment, the couple's uncontested saliva suddenly poured out of their eyes. What? Yu Xian, on the other hand, was struck by lightning. Only to hear a fluttering sound, his whole body fell to the ground. No way. That's absolutely impossible. Even if you call his father over, it's not possible to solve all these people at once. Tada! Ning Bei's face was expressionless as he walked towards the deathly pale Yu Xian. Mistake, misunderstanding on Ning Bei. At this moment, Yu Xian's panic was visible to the naked eye. I just want to invite your family to have a cup of tea. I don't have any other meaning. You believe me, this matter I will explain clearly with my father. The royal family will not pursue. Seeing Ning Bei getting closer and closer, in the end, he could only turn to Ning Songhua and his wife for help. Uncle and auntie, please say something. Ning Songhua and Lu Yujuan looked at each other with complicated expressions. After all, Yu Xian was the son of the king. Thus, Ning Songhua hurriedly spoke. Bear, quickly kill him to silence him. Yu Xian? After Ning Bei walked in front of Yu Xian, he grabbed his head with one hand and lifted his entire body into midair. Originally, I didn't view you as a threat, and you could still survive, but you should never, ever, shouldn't have hit your mind on me. Meeting Ning Bei's cold gaze, Yu Xian peed in fear. Ning Bei, you calm down. I am the son of the king. If you kill me, is against the prince's house, you know? The king's residence. Ha, you're useless even if you're the heavenly Daoit's son. Ning Bei released a cold laugh. When he said that, he activated the power of thunder in his body. As the powerful electric current ran through his entire body, Yu Xian instantly let out a wavy sound in pain. His whole body, shaking like a fully charged toy. A few moments later, until an aroma of roasting meat evoked the sound of people swallowing their saliva. It was only then that Ning Bei raised him ashes. Hiss. At that moment, the whole world shuddered quietly. Ning Bei froze and didn't care when he turned around and was about to speak to his parents, but before he could open his mouth, a system sound suddenly rang in his head. Host, your home is gone.